Nuan, a preeminent figure in both traditional and modern medicine of the 24th century, a master of poisons and healing, embodies both virtue and vice, saving lives with one hand, while extinguishing them with the other. Following an unforeseen explosion, she finds herself transported into the body of a feeble and incompetent legitimate daughter of the Dukio. Dingbei. Embracing her new reality, this lady intends to thrive in this ancient world, amassing wealth rivaling that of nations. I aspire to become a demon. What can the Buddha do to hinder me? Those who have wronged me shall be met with bullets that turn them into sieve-like figures. A bomb shall rain down upon you. With a submachine gun in hand, I will unleash a torrent of fire. Those who dare to bully me shall find themselves pierced by my silver needles, leaving them questioning their very existence. What's this? Having just called off an engagement, I find myself entangled with the sinister prince. Oh, devious prince, do you not adhere to the principles of martial ethics? Do not play the rogue. To my astonishment, the usually domineering and cold-hearted Prince Xian Yuan Yi has displayed an unexpected tenderness. Nuaner, how splendid it would be for you to marry me. You may spend my wealth freely. As my consort, you shall have the freedom to act as you please, and I shall bear any burdens that arise. Chapter 1. The Poison Master's Extravagant Journey. The night was bleak, the winds howled in fury. In a desolate burial ground on the outskirts, corpses lay scattered, white bones intermingled. Tattered coffins emerged from shallow graves, their dilapidated forms exposed. The skeletal remains, ravaged by wildcats and rodents, were strewn about haphazardly. The remnants of beasts that had fed upon the dead lay dispersed among the weeds. A sound disrupted the silence of the forest, startling a flock of crows, which spiraled into the air, cawing incessantly. Some black feathers slowly drifted down from above. The stench of decay permeated the air, choking those who breathed it in. A horde of bloodthirsty ants, drawn by the scent of rotting flesh, began to crawl slowly. A pervasive sense of eerie desolation permeates this place. Two figures clad in the garb of servants hoisted a pallid, emaciated woman, accompanied by another attendant. The woman, gaunt and fragile, had her arms dangling limply. It appeared she had already succumbed to death. The burly servant, his patience waning, bellowed, "Just drop her here. I refuse to set foot further into this cursed place." "All right, we the boss," chimed in the other two servants. "When I say release, you all let go." "Understood. Release." With that, they collectively relinquished their grip, and the woman thudded to the ground. The shorter servant grumbled incessantly. What a stroke of bad luck to come to a mass grave at this hour. The tall servant interjected, "We are mere subordinates. We must obey our master's commands without question. Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten our departure from this dreadful locale." The trio descended the hill suddenly. A thunderclap rent the sky, followed by two more resounding boo. The cacophony was deafening, reverberating through the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath them. A tempest erupted. The stark white bones seemed to emit an unsettling luminescence. The heaps of skeletons glimmered ominously, taking on a more grotesque aspect. A ghost! A ghost! The three servants, their faces drained of color, trembled in terror. They fled in a frenzy, yet the multitude of bones ensnared them repeatedly, causing them to stumble, only to rise again and desperately race down the mountain amidst the skeletor. The remains of a mass grave lies a recently discarded woman. The woman is emaciated, her complexion a ghastly pallor. Her thin lips are stained black, with a few drops of coagulated blood at the corners and on her chin. While the deceased commoners or beggars might at least receive a tattered straw mat, she lies here, forsaken, her body exposed to the elements. Dressed in coarse, homespun garments, her attire is faded and patched, with the fabric fraying at the wrists. At that moment, several crows, seemingly drawn by an unseen scent, take flight toward her. Suddenly, the fingers of the woman on the ground twitch slightly. Then, she gradually opens her jet-black eyes, which gleam with a chilling light. Instantly, an aura of frost seems to emanate from her, palpable even several meters away. Her penetrating gaze is utterly mesmerizing. Surveying her surroundings, she exclaims fiercely, "Where the hell am I?" I remember just moments ago in the laboratory having successfully developed the antidote when a series of Explosions erupted around me. Then, have I been blown away? This woman is none other than Nuan, a paragon of both Eastern and Western medicine in the 24th century. With a lineage steeped in ancient martial arts and a preeminent figure in the realm of medicine and poison, she is known as the Poison Sovereign. At that time, a virulent strain of the Ankara virus, developed by the M nation, emerged on the African battlefield. This virus, once contracted, would reduce a person to a mere skeleton within 2 hours, evoking terror in all. The International Health Organization specially invited the esteemed Poison Sovereign, Nuan, to lead a team to the front lines to combat the virus and develop a cure. Upon arriving at the battlefield, for safety's sake, the local authorities equipped her with the most advanced weaponry in the world, including firearms and explosives. Finding these instruments cumbersome, she discarded them all into the space of her golden bracelet. After countless days and nights of relentless research, the miraculous drug was finally developed. However, it seemed that Country M had caught wind of her progress, dispatching bombers to drop several bombs upon her laboratory from the skies. As the explosions reverberated around her, a blinding light enveloped her, transporting her to this place. Chapter 2. The Space of the Golden Bracelet. Nuan staggered to her feet, surveying her surroundings, where skeletal remains lay scattered about. Flames of fury ignited in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Isn't this a mass grave?" Upon glancing at the bones beneath her, her anger intensified. No wonder it feels so uncomfortable, resting upon a bed of bones. You wretches could show a little humanity. At the very least, provide me with a more suitable resting place. Oh, my poor back! As she lamented, she rubbed her aching waist. Looking at her petite frame, she sighed, "Alas, my 24-year-old soul is trapped within this wretched body. What the predicament?" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, and a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth. It turned out that her step-aunt had taken her and Sushiro to Fawa Temple to pay homage, leading them to a tavern to stay as dusk descended. After dinner, Sushiro had someone seize the original owner and drag her into her room. She feigned a deep sisterly affection, softly saying, "Second sister, you must be thirsty. This is tea freshly brewed by your elder sister. Do give it a taste." Nuan, perceiving Suzuru's ulterior motives, replied gently, "Elder sister, I am not thirsty. Thank you for your kindness." Upon hearing this, a fire ignited in Suzuru's eyes, and with a malicious grin, she retorted, "Nuan, I offer you a cup of tea out of goodwill. Do not reject my hospitality. Drink it at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Nuan shook her head vigorously, biting her lip as she took several steps back. "No, elder sister, I will not drink." Tears of helplessness streamed from her eyes, akin to an everlasting spring. Each drop was a true reflection of profound sorrow. Suzuru's face twisted with satisfaction, disdain, and impatience, her gaze glinting with malice. With a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spine, she commanded, "Seize her and pour the tea down her throat." At her command, 2 burly matrons and a tall maid approached. The matrons grasped Nuan's arms while the maid tugged at her hair from behind. Sushiro held the cup of tea before Nuan, her eyes ablaze as if she intended to incinerate her. "Nuan, you little wretch, perish. After today, I shall see how you dare to compete with me for cousin Shun. I am a consort of the 5th prince, I am." Her arrogance was palpable. With that, she pinched Nuan's nose, rendering her unable to breathe. Nuan had no choice but to open her mouth as the cup of tea was forcefully poured into her. She desperately shook her head, but to no avail. Only a small portion of the tea spilled, while the majority was consumed by her. Clutching her stomach, Nuan struggled to expel the foul-tasting liquid. Yet no matter how hard she tried, it remained trapped within her. In agonizing pain, she bit down on her lower lip, enduring wave after wave of excruciating torment. Cold sweat broke out all over her body, and beads of perspiration cascaded down her forehead, leaving glistening trails. Weak and trembling, she collapsed to the ground, her body racked with pain. Her clear, large eyes brimmed with tears, and her desperate cries for help were stifled in her throat. The pain rendered her breathless, as if her very soul was being torn asunder. Tears streamed down like a torrential waterfall, pulling her deeper into a vortex of despair. After spewing a few mouthfuls of dark blood, she fell to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing this, Sushiuro displayed a look of disdain and triumph, saying, "With such meager abilities, she dares to covet my cousin, truly overestimating herself, just like her wretched mother. Someone, throw Nuan into the mass grave. Let the wild beasts feast on her flesh and gnaw on her bones, so that my heart's resentment may find solace." A concerned maid asked, "Miss, do you think the second miss will revive?" Sushiuro cast a glance at Nuan and scoffed. With such a hefty dose of poison, she dares to hope for survival. What a foolish notion. A smile danced in her eyes, as if she had never felt such joy before. Soon after, several servants entered and carried Nuan away to the mass grave. This malicious woman is none other than the legitimate daughter of the Dingbei Marquis, the renowned literary prodigy of the capital, Sushiuro, who is merely 15 years old. Nuan has come to the realization that the original owner of this body has perished. She silently vows that since she has taken over the original owner's life, she will live it to the fullest. Those who wrong the original owner should brace themselves. None shall escape my retribution. As she lifted her hand, she suddenly noticed a golden bracelet that had mysteriously appeared on her wrist. It occurred to her that this bracelet must have manifested recently. Otherwise, it would have been seized by the servants long ago. Overjoyed, she realized that her spatial storage, linked to the golden bracelet, had also come into existence. Haha, my spatial realm, I adore you. With the system space at her disposal, this poison sovereign can thrive in this world. The golden bracelet encompasses a 2-story cottage, a medicinal herb garden, a spiritual spring, and a point system. The point system contains 2 small applications. The herb garden is expansive, allowing Nuan to cultivate various rare medicinal plants. In the northeast corner, she has planted fruit trees, while in the southeast corner, she has sown vegetables. The space possesses a preservation function for stored items, allowing her to retrieve and store them with mere thought. On the first floor of the cottage, there is a traditional Chinese medicine room, a Western medicine room, and an armory. The armory is stocked with explosives, grenades, petrol bombs, submachine guns, and other military armaments. The second floor houses an operating room, equipped with the most advanced surgical apparatus available worldwide. Nuan activated her consciousness and touched the golden bracelet, causing it to vanish from sight. Chapter 3. The adorable system. The integral system of the golden bracelet space offers tasks that periodically reward points. Should you wish to earn points, you may choose to complete these tasks. If not, you are free to disregard them, adhering to a principle of voluntary participation. For instance, healing a patient may grant you 500 merit points, while inciting a villain to the brink of death could yield 200 grievance points. Punishing a wicked individual can also earn you 500 points for righteous vengeance. These points can be exchanged for tangible items or utilized to activate a lottery mini-program for a chance at winning prizes. At this moment, Nuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body racked with excruciating pain, as though countless insects were gnawing at her. She hastily took her pulse and lamented, "I have been poisoned by the deadly crane's top red. Such a cruel heart. I shall spare none of those who harmed the original owner. They shall pay blood for blood." She retrieved an antidote pill from her space and swallowed it, followed by a bottle of spiritual spring water. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, she staggered down the mountain, unaware of how many times she had stumbled over skeletal remains, falling and rising, repeating the cycle. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she unexpectedly fainted. When she regained consciousness, the day had dawned bright. Rising to her feet, she glanced around, hoping to inquire about her whereabouts, only to find not a single soul on the RO. Despair washed over her as she muttered to herself, "This place is desolate and uninhabited, with no village ahead and no one behind. I know not where I am. What am I to do?" Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Master, you have entered another dimension. The system has detected your presence in a remote area, which may present unpredictable and unsafe factors. As a reward, the system grants you a limited-use teleportation talisman, valid for 30 minutes. In the pitch-black night, Nuan appeared to have glimpsed a guiding beacon, instantly igniting a flicker of hope within her. Her eyes sparkled as she inquired with confusion, "What is the roadside teleportation talisman?" The system responded, "By holding the roadside teleportation talisman, you will depart from this mountain. The exact destination remains unknown, as it is allocated randomly by the system. However, it is imperative to remember to utilize it within 30 minutes. A spell accompanies the talisman by reciting it 3 times silently. You will materialize at the roadside of a city. Should you exceed the time limit, the space will automatically activate the roadside talisman, forcibly transporting you away. Even if you are bathing in water, you will be whisked away in your bare form. It is essential to keep a close watch on time. I understand. This is merely a swift delivery service that will promptly deposit me by the roadside. 30 minutes. I must not be late. I've got it. Nuan mused to herself, deeming the roadside acceptable. As long as there were people around, she could finally escape. Clutching the roadside talisman, her mind wandered to the path that lay ahead. Su Zura's eyes glinted with malice as she venomously declared, Nuan, you wretched little girl, you shall ultimately perish by my hand, just as your mother met her mice at the hands of my mother. She then erupted into a chilling, maniacal laughter. Her stepmother, hearing the spine-chilling laughter from the next room, rushed to check on Sushiro, concerned for her daughter's well-being. With a gleam of excitement in her eyes, Sushiro proclaimed, Stepmother, Nuan is dead. Nuan is finally dead. The stepmother's face turned ashen in an instant. What on earth has transpired? Sushiro proceeded to recount the tale of the deadly poison, Ding Hong, that had been administered to Nuan. Upon hearing this, the second concubine exclaimed in anger, You are truly foolish. I brought both of you out to pay respects, and now she has vanished. How am I to return to the manor and explain this to the matriarch? I have shared a bond with cousin Shun since childhood, and the noble consort Shu also consented to my union with him. However, since she is betrothed to cousin Shun, only her demise would allow me to find peace. Sushiro nodded repeatedly. Chapter 4. Encounter with Bandits. Nuan had yet to experiment with the teleportation talisman she had acquired. Suddenly, a group of over 10 bandits appeared from the opposite direction. Brothers, we went out and returned empty-handed. It's truly infuriating. One of them lamented. Make sure you have a good excuse ready, or well, all face a scolding. What else can we say? They sent dozens of guards against us. While we barely number a dozen, we simply cannot compete. And that Ludamaran was not captured either. My brothers ended up with bruises and injuries. These 10 or so men rode along the roadside when they suddenly spotted a young lady sitting on a stone not far ahead. The bearded one chuckled foolishly and said, Brothers, it seems that fortune has not entirely abandoned us. Look at that young lady on the stone. How does she appear? If we overlook those few moles and focus only on her lively eyes, perhaps we can deceive her. One of them called out to Nuan, Young lady, come with us. I assure you a life filled with delicacies and comforts, free from worry. Nuan shot them a glare and retorted, Get lost. A short fellow resembling a black potato leered and said, Second brother, this girl is quite feisty. The eldest brother will surely take a liking to her. Ha. Brothers, take her away. 2 men dismounted and approached Nuan. Nuan descended from the stone, her consciousness igniting as a submachine gun manifested in her hands. Little beauty, come with us, one of them shouted before they could reach her. Get lost, I'm in a foul mood. If you seek death, feel free to come at me. Each of the 2 men wielded a knife in one hand, reaching out to seize her with the other. With a swift move, Nuan evaded and positioned herself behind the duo, delivering a powerful kick to each of their waists. They lunged forward, collapsing face first into the ground. They had never endured such humiliation. With eyes ablaze, the 2 men resembled frenzied lions, brandishing their blades as they charged at Nuan. She soared into the air, landing gracefully on the opposite side. It was inconvenient to unleash poison. The crowd was too dispersed. Raising her submachine gun, she opened fire on the 2 men. Rat-a-tat-tat! Several bullet holes erupted on their bodies, and they fell lifeless to the ground. The burly man brandished his knife at Nuan, seething with rage. You little demoness, you are ruthless. Killing my brothers, you're truly courting death. Brothers, dismount, charge. The rest of the men leaped off their horses, brandishing swords and knives, advancing towards Nuan in unison. Once more, Nuan lifted her submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. Flames erupted from the muzzle, bullets clattering to the ground, while plumes of smoke ascended into the air. The horses, upon hearing the sound of gunfire, emitted piercing whinnies, their coats bristling in terror. Then, as if possessed, they reared and galloped away into the distance. In an instant, dust billowed along the dirt path. A series of gunshots echoed at the Dan. The figures clad in black were rendered powerless, their chests punctured with gory wounds, blood spurting forth in torrents. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with a metallic tang of blood. Soon, all the bandits lay lifeless upon the ground. Nuan sighed in resignation, exclaiming, "Alas, I have taken lives once more. If I do not descend into hell, who shall?" Her stomach growled audibly. She patted her waist, realizing she possessed not a single coin. "What a predicament! Your pockets are cleaner than your face," she remarked, glancing at the fallen men before approaching them. Her hands began to search through their garments. Eventually, her efforts bore fruit, and she unearthed over a dozen taels of silver from the corpses. In her mind, she pondered the value of this sum, yet had no true understanding of its worth. She only knew that in any era, a lack of funds was utterly untenable. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the absence of any other souls. It struck her that the sudden demise of so many in one place could pose a significant problem. Thus, she retrieved a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid from her belongings and poured it over the bodies. A hissing sound ensued, as white smoke rose from the corpses, filling the air with a noxious odor. Before long, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Ultimately, even that too vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. True Appearance. Nuan gazed down the road ahead, hesitating to employ the teleportation talisman she had at hand. Having just arrived in this era, she yearned for a moment of tranquility. She entered her space, where she had already gathered the herbs she needed. Taking out a mirror, she caught a glimpse of herself and gasped in horror. Good heavens, how could she have become so unsightly? The small red blemishes on her face were utterly disheartening, rendering her even less appealing than the infamous Dong Shi. Afterward, she immersed herself in the spring pool, feeling instantly rejuvenated. Yet, a peculiar discomfort began to creep across her cheeks, as if something was adhering to her skin. She brushed her hands against her face, only to discover patches of peeling skin. What could this be? Upon further inspection, she realized there was a mask-like substance lifting from her face. Carefully, she peeled it away, bit by bit, until it was entirely removed. Holding it in her hands, she exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, it's a human skin mask. How utterly deceptive." Feeling a sticky residue on her face, she splashed water to cleanse herself. To her surprise, the dark, blemished visage vanished from the water's surface, revealing a complexion radiant and smooth as jade, delicate and almost ethereal. With large, crystalline eyes reflecting the clarity of a spring, she appeared strikingly enchanting. As Nuan adjusted her hair and beheld her reflection, she marveled, "This looks remarkably like the modern me, yet my skin is flawless, far surpassing my previous appearance." However, her slender frame was a cause for concern. It elicited sympathy from those who beheld her. Cursing under her breath, she pondered who could be so cruel as to impose such a human skin mask upon her. Nevertheless, it seemed she must retain this mask, for it was now an inseparable part of her. She meticulously arranged the human skin mask and donned it once more. Emerging from the water, she could only wear that tattered garment. She muttered to herself, "If I were to step out in modern attire, I would undoubtedly be regarded as a monstrosity. At best, I would face a brutal beating. At worst, I might even be subjected to a fiery execution. Perhaps it is best to endure this ragged clothing for now and purchase something new upon reaching the town." As for the ancient hairstyle, she chose not to style it, but instead tied her hair into a high ponytail. After glancing at her reflection, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The silver, amounting to a few taels, was safely tucked away in her spatial pocket. Carrying it in such tattered clothing would only lead to its inevitable loss. Stepping out of her space, she walked a few paces towards the central path. Gazing up at the crystalline sky, a brilliant azure, she observed a few leisurely white clouds drifting freely, unbound by any constraints. She sighed, reflecting, "In another world, I have already perished. I wonder how heartbroken Aunt Yang must be and how deeply my dear friend Feng Yi will grieve." In the 24th century, Nuan had become an orphan. Her parents had passed away when she was still quite young. It was her grandfather, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, who had raised her, and she was now 24 years old. Initially, she had struggled to accept the harsh reality, isolating herself within the confines of a room. It was Feng Yi's daily visits that brought her companionship, while her grandfather frequently provided her with guidance. Gradually, she began to change. However, when her grandfather too had passed away 2 years ago, she found it even more difficult to cope with this new loss. Each day became a relentless cycle of work, devoid of distinction between day and night, until one fateful day, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she wept. This was not the image her grandfather would have wished to see. After a cathartic outpouring of tears, she resolved to transform her life. Since she was alive, she would live vibrantly and with purpose. Thus, I shall not betray the years of dedication my grandfather has bestowed upon me. Alas, in this ancient era, I remain without kin, a solitary soul. Chapter 6. The Peril of the Malevolent King on the Other Side. Amidst the bamboo groves of Yunjing Mountain, the verdant foliage flourished, vibrant and fresh. Akin to a cerulean sea, towering bamboo, thick as a bowl, stood erect, while others leaned at whimsical angles, swaying gracefully. The mountains were alive with the rustling sound of bamboo, swaying in the wind. At the edge of the forest stood a striking figure, an embodiment of unparalleled beauty. His raven hair was elegantly tied up with a jade crown. His visage was sculpted with chiseled features, his phoenix-like eyes angled alluringly, their depths as dark as lacquer. Though his captivating face bore a sickly pallor, it perpetually radiated an air of nobility. A flame-shaped red mark adorned his brow, adding an enchanting allure to his handsome countenance. This individual was none other than the fearsome and ruthless war god prince of Baiming Kingdom, the seventh son of the emperor, the malevolent king, Xian Yuanyi. While journeying back to the capital, he found himself pursued by the Eastern Zhou prince, Helianing Long. His loyal shadow guards fought valiantly to escort him through the encirclement. But scarcely had they fled when the Eastern Zhou assassins resumed their relentless chase. At that moment, he emanated an aura of lethal intent, his long sword dripping with blood. From among the ranks of the Eastern Zhou army emerged a one-eyed dragon, presumably a minor leader. A prominent black mole adorned his cheek, from which several dark hairs sprouted. He planted his weapon into the ground, gripping its hilt with both hands, casting a scornful glance at Xian Yuanyi, derisively proclaiming, "What do you see over there? Oh dear. Brothers, come and take a look. This is the illustrious Xian Yuanyi, the war god of the Baiming dynasty." Another Eastern Zhou individual chimed in, "A war god, you say? He appears more like a wretched stray, utterly disheveled." Haha. No, he is even worse than a stray dog. For a stray dog is not pursued. Xian Yuanyi, where have your shadow guards gone? Have they perished or fled? How is it that you find yourself abandoned here? Today, falling into the hands of your brethren signifies your demise. No one shall come to your rescue. The one-eyed dragon jeered. Oh, right, how could I forget? You've just been poisoned. You must be utterly devoid of strength. I fear you could not even crush an ant, remarked a man with a scarred face. He then proudly added, "Evil king, we came to confront you precisely because we knew this news." Haha. The air was filled with the sound of raucous laughter. Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon's expression shifted dramatically, his brows furrowed, and he glared with fierce intensity, his voice sharp. "Brothers, charge. Let us slay this man with our blades, to honor the spirits of our fallen comrades. Forward." At his command, the crowd brandished their weapons and surged towards Xian Yuanyi. He radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Yet, in truth, as they had claimed, he was devoid of strength. Internally, he lamented, "I can only bide my time and leave my fate to chance. Truly, a dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs." The Eastern Zhou assassins erupted into another round of boisterous laughter. Ha. Xian Yuanyi, are you to become a timid turtle? Brothers, we have orders to ensure his demise today. Charge. With a sudden surge, the crowd surged towards the bamboo grove. There, Xian Yuanyi raised his long sword, gripping the hilt with intensity, and forcefully slashed at the Eastern Zhou warriors. Those caught within the arc of the blade were sent flying some 50 or 60 meters away, all meeting their demise. Even if I were to sustain further injuries or succumb to poison, dealing with you insignificant minions would still be well within my capabilities. Chapter 7. Catastrophe. Xian Yuanyi drew the exquisite Qingfeng white jade fan from his waist. With a graceful flourish, he conjured a stunning fan flower, then flung the fan towards the cloaked assailants. The fan soared through the air like a white dragon crossing a river, its speed astonishing. It pierced directly towards the nearest black-clad figure, resulting in a dull thud as the man collapsed to the ground. The remaining black-clad figures suffered varying degrees of injury. However, the poison on the blade was unforgiving, sealing the fate of those who bled. One by one, the wounded fell lifelessly to the earth. Nuan activated a mechanism on the fan, unleashing 13 razor-sharp flying daggers that hurtled towards the faces of the assailants. The Eastern Zhou assassins barely had time to defend against the oncoming projectiles, each dagger embedding itself into their chests. At that moment, one of the black-clad men shouted, "Hold your ground. I will summon our brethren nearby. We must delay him, even if it means perishing in the effort." With that proclamation, he vanished from sight. Yuan coldly commanded, "Come at me. I shall not live beyond a year. With your company on the road to the underworld, I shall not be alone." He staggered slightly, spitting a mouthful of blood. One hand gripped the fan while the other clutched the sword, propped against the ground. He understood that he was on the brink of collapse, left with only one chance to eliminate the black-clad adversaries. Otherwise, he would meet his end in this very place. The bamboo here is excessively dense. One must venture to a more open area to take decisive action. Thus, he exerted all his strength and leaped onto a path. At this moment, apart from one who had gone for reinforcements, 3 cloaked figures remained, their eyes gleaming with arrogance as they pursued him. One of them exclaimed with excitement, "Yuan, you shall meet your demise. Who would have thought your death would earn me a handsome fortune?" Yuan's dark eyes radiated a chilling indifference. Devoid of any fear, exuding an aura of lethal intent, he bellowed, "Those unafraid of death, come at me with all you have." A cloaked figure swung his right arm, leaping into the air, brandishing a large blade that he brought crashing down upon Yuan with remarkable speed and ferocity, the blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. In response, Yuan's feet firmly planted, his form akin to a flash of lightning, executing swift movements as he soared away from the path. One of the cloaked men missed a strike, performing several flips in midair before charging once more at Yuan, channeling his final reserves of strength into the hilt of his sword. Yuan unleashed an illusionary sword technique. The blade shot forth with a piercing sound, transforming as if it had multiplied into dozens of swords, each enveloped in a fierce gale. Gleaming with a blinding cold light, they surged toward the trio of cloaked figures, uncertain of which sword to parry. The men flailed their weapons in desperation. The sound of piercing echoed as each of the 3 fell victim to a blade, meeting their end. Yuan staggered over to retrieve his sword, then unceremoniously kicked the fallen figures into a nearby ravine, continuing his slow advance. As he walked, he felt a profound heaviness in his chest. Suddenly, a surge of fervor coursed through him, uncontrollable, and he subsequently expelled 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood before losing consciousness. Nuan yearned to inhale the pristine air of this ancient realm, reassured by the talismans lining the roadside. Ahead lay 3 paths, stretching indefinitely into the distance. She surveyed each one, ultimately opting for the widest trail to proceed. As she walked, she abruptly perceived what appeared to be a figure lying in the distance. She mused, "I shall approach to investigate. Perhaps it is a living soul, and at the very least, I could inquire for directions." Thus, she hastened forward. The individual sprawled on the ground was none other than the unconscious Yuan. Chapter 8. The sinister King Yuan had been conferred the title of War King by the Emperor, a name that he bore with merit, having emerged victorious in countless battles. Yet, he was notorious for disregarding the Emperor's commands, often opposing him with defiance, marked by his sinister disposition. On the battlefield, whenever he conquered an enemy city, it would inevitably result in a massacre. Not a single male would be spared, their severed heads mounted as a grim display upon the city gates. Noble women pursuing his favor would often find themselves cast aside, their affections rejected with ruthless abandon, leaving some bettered in for life. The Empress Dowager and the Queen had presented him with several beauties, all of whom he rendered incapable of self-care. Soon one approached the figure of Yuan, who lay on his side, his features sharp and sculpted as if chiseled from stone, even with his eyes closed. An aura of rebelliousness and aloofness radiated from him. His brows were elegantly arched, and a mark resembling a flame adorned his forehead. Blood marred the corners of his mouth and stained his entire being. His attire, a deep-hued brocade robe, bespoke of his extraordinary status. Nuan sighed to herself. Surely he cannot be dead. Her hand reached toward Yuan's wrist. He was not dead, but poisoned with the fire ice-cold poison. The person who poisoned him must harbor immense animosity, to be so lavish with their malice. You have scarcely more than half a year to live. What a pity. Nuan was the poison sovereign of the 24th century, both righteous and wicked, saving lives with her left hand and taking them with her right, all dictated by her whims. She furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, Should I save you? If I do not, the road is deserted, and I cannot find even a single soul to inquire for directions. But to save you? Alas, with the poison coursing through your veins, it will cost 500,000 taels of silver. Yet, you possess a certain charm, so I shall temporarily revive you. But reviving you also requires silver. I have never treated a patient without compensation. Let me search your person for silver or any valuables. Though Xianyuan Yi lay in unconsciousness, he remained aware within his mind. He heard every word Sun Wan uttered. He mused. From her voice, she sounds like a young girl, yet her medical skills are astonishing. She can discern that I am afflicted by fire ice-cold poison. Truly, there are always those more skilled than oneself. If she can indeed cure the poison, what is 500,000 taels to me? Wait, what is she doing? How dare she touch me so freely? Does she not understand the boundaries between men and women? Have the customs of the northern Mings become so liberal that a woman may freely touch a strange man? Sun Wan's hands roamed over Xianyuan Ye's waist and chest. After a thorough search, she found nothing. Growing somewhat irate, she exclaimed, "Heavens! Is there nothing about you? You resemble a plucked rooster, utterly devoid of worth. To find oneself devoid of silver coins, are you to feast upon the winds of the northwest? Alas, I must inform you, whether you heed my words or not. I shall first rouse you from your slumber and inquire about the path ahead. Remember, you owe me a debt of gratitude." With that, she swiftly removed Xianyuan Ye's outer garment. Upon gazing at his robust and well-defined torso, she playfully patted his abdomen, exclaiming, "Quite impressive indeed." Subsequently, she retrieved a golden needle from her spatial pouch and employed the technique of the Phoenix's 13 needles. The needle unhesitatingly pierced several crucial acupoints on Xianyuan Ye's body. Gradually, the needle began to darken, accompanied by a low buzzing sound. In a brief moment, the entire needle had turned pitch black. "Dear me, have you either fathered an illegitimate child or absconded with someone's spouse? Such animosity directed towards you, employing a poison of the utmost quality. It appears they are intent on your demise. Fortunately for you, fate has spared your life, for you have encountered me, the sovereign of poisons. Alas for my golden needle. It is on the verge of becoming a black one." Xianyuan Yi, listening to Sun Wan's mutterings, inwardly lamented, "Do you not comprehend the rules? How dare you strip the royal garb from me?" As he felt the warmth spreading from his dantian, he realized his condition was improving. After a quarter of an hour, Xianyuan Yi gradually opened his slender, phoenix-like eyes. Sun Wan sat upon the ground, awaiting his awakening, leaning against him with her back. She bent her knees, tilting her head to gaze into the distance. One hand propped her chin, while the other idly swayed a tuft of dogtail grass. Singing a whimsical tune, "The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains, to capture a handsome man for dinner. The waters of this mountain stream are exquisitely sweet, perfect for simmering a handsome fellow to satiate my hunger." Upon hearing her melody, Xianyuan Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. In the dimly lit passage, she perceived the absence of others, contemplating the ominous scenario of awakening only to be taken to the mountains to be stewed like a fowl. Sun Wan murmured, "If you wake up, speak a word. Otherwise, you may find yourself on the stove." Chapter 9. The first encounter. Xianyuan Yi could not suppress a cough. Ahem. Sun Wan swiftly turned, her face illuminated with a radiant smile. "You are awake." Without hesitation, she grasped Xianyuan Ye's hand to take his pulse. Xianyuan Yi mused inwardly. Is this truly a woman? She seizes one's hand to check the pulse. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wan smiled gently, her voice clear and melodious. "The poison within you has been subdued. It will not flare up for the time being. But do refrain from using your internal energy." Xianyuan Yi propped himself up, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, fair maiden. May I inquire your name?" "My surname is Su." "Miss Su, is it possible for you to cure the poison coursing through my veins?" Sun Wan glanced at the eager glimmer in Xianyuan Yi's eyes and thought to herself, "I cannot afford to treat you now. I would be left empty-handed." She had already assessed his situation, and he possessed no wealth. To cure him would merely result in an empty promise, and she would not fall for such a ruse. Her eyes sparkled with calculation as she spoke sweetly. "You are afflicted by the fire and ice-cold poison. I can remedy it, but it will cost you 500,000 taels of silver. However, I currently lack the necessary herbs to administer the cure. Let me assist you in standing." "Very well, once I escape from here, I shall provide you with 500,000 taels, and you will help me with the antidote." Sun Wan smiled brightly. "It's a deal." Since learning that she wore a mask of human skin, she found it increasingly uncomfortable. She discarded the mask into her spatial realm. Xianyuan Yi picked up the sword, and stood tall, scrutinizing Su Nuan from head to toe. She was clad in a coarse, faded garment. Its original hue long lost to time. The fabric bore patches upon patches, and her wrists were exposed, indicating that the attire was a relic from a year or two past. Her large, crystalline eyes sparkled with intelligence, radiating an innate brilliance. With a mere glance, she exuded an air of refined elegance and grace. Her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate black butterflies, enhancing the liveliness of her fair complexion. Even her cool demeanor could not conceal her innate beauty. A single smile could captivate a city, and a second could ensnare a nation. Su Nuan donned her human skin mask once more, revealing a few red moles the size of fingernails on one cheek. Xian Yuan Yi did not inquire further. He understood that Miss Su must possess a story worth telling. Gazing into the distance, Su Nuan inquired, "Where is this place?" No sooner had the words left her lips than a group of figures clad in black emerged ahead. It turned out that the man who had fled had returned with reinforcements. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. "Run if you can. Let us see where you can escape." The messenger had brought along the remaining assassins from the Eastern Zhou. Among them stood a leader with a dark complexion, dressed in white, wielding 2 throwing knives. Su Nuan mused, dressed in white and brandishing throwing knives, does he think he is little Li Flying Dagger? He may be fairer and more handsome than you, rendering that dagger a mere ornament. At that moment, one of the black-clad men exclaimed, "Boss, all our brothers have perished. We must avenge them." Xian Yuan Yi positioned his sword protectively before him, shielding Su Nuan behind. "Miss Su, you must flee. They are here to kill me. And this does not concern you." Su Nuan quickly realized the gravity of the situation. They are here to kill you. It has nothing to do with me. I must flee at once. Which direction should I take?" Her expression reflected utter bewilderment. "All right, run." With that, she inquired, and then sprinted desperately into the bamboo forest. As she ran, her thoughts raced. He possesses only a modicum of internal strength. No matter how formidable his martial skills, he cannot defeat these assailants and is doomed. Clearly, he is affluent. If I demand 500,000 taels to procure an antidote, he would undoubtedly oblige. What a fortune that would be. No, he cannot die now. He must linger until I have secured my 500,000 taels. To become wealthy, I cannot afford to lose my first pot of gold. I must protect him. In that fleeting moment, as Su Nuan dashed away, Xian Yuan Yi felt an inexplicable sense of loss that he could not articulate. He mused, "Our paths crossed by mere chance. She has already saved me once. Now, I lack the means to protect her. I cannot become a burden. There is no need for promises of devotion. Mere financial compensation will suffice." The figures clad in black found the situation laughable. One of them mocked, "Is this still a woman? If you wish to be a pair of doomed lovers, we shall oblige you. Brothers, advance." Chapter 10. The protagonist takes action to save the hero. Su Nuan exuded an aura of lethal determination, scoffing, "If you intend to kill us, you must demonstrate the capability." From her concealed space, she produced a KN-29 rapid-fire submachine gun, leaping forward to pull Xian Yuan Yi aside. "You must not use your internal strength. I shall protect you. In exchange for saving you this time, I demand 10,000 taels of silver. Deal. Now, you must leap into the trees. Higher and farther, the better. Quickly." Xian Yuan Yi leaped gracefully towards the towering trees by the mountainside. At this critical juncture of life and death, Su Nuan was unperturbed by the potential revelation of her secret. As she herself declared, faced with the prospect of meeting the King of Hell, what did it matter? What harm could possibly arise from an unexpected appearance? Would she rather await her demise in silence than risk being seen? Swiftly, she retrieved a small grenade from her spatial pocket, yanked the pin, and hurled it towards the cloaked figures. The black-clad assailants brandished their blades and charged at Su Nuan. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, a colossal fireball illuminating the night. Accompanied by a powerful shockwave, fragments of shrapnel and flames erupted in all directions, mercilessly assaulting every one of the attackers. Some were flung away by the force of the blast, meeting their end on the spot, while others were left mangled and dismembered, their chances of survival utterly bleak. Without hesitation, Su Nuan drew forth a submachine gun from her spatial compartment and executed a barrage of shots upon the nearly lifeless foes. "Come on, rise up, and kill me," she taunted. In an instant, none of the 40 or 50 black-clad figures remained standing. From a distant high tree, Xian Yuan Yi witnessed the explosion in astonishment. He mused to himself, what kind of weapon is that, with such devastating power? If deployed on a battlefield, it would obliterate the enemy entirely. Seizing the opportunity while Xian Yuan Yi was distracted, Nuan effortlessly stowed the submachine gun back into her spatial pocket. Yuan Yi descended from the tree and approached her side, his silence laden with unasked questions. Nuan's subsequent actions left the sinister king utterly astonished. Before Nuan stood the lifeless body of a man clad in black, she murmured to herself, "I shall spend your wealth. I shall claim your lives." With deft hands, she began to search the man's waist and chest for any silver. Yuan Yi instinctively checked his own waist and chest, reflecting, "Indeed, that is how she touches me." One by one, Nuan rummaged through the bodies. "Why do these money pouches smell so foul? It is suffocating," she lamented, gagging as she searched. Noticing Yuan Yi approaching, she instructed, "Please extract the money pouches from those bodies and place them upon the stone. The stench is unbearable. I can hardly breathe. Once I have finished, we shall pour the silver onto the ground and then into the pouches. There are too many corpses for me to manage alone. We will share the spoils equally." "I refuse. You may keep all of it," Yuan Yi declared. He had never engaged in such activities. He had never lacked for money. However, observing Nuan's tattered clothing, he understood that a life of poverty was indeed difficult. Thus, he too began the grim task of searching for money among the dead, gagging from the overpowering stench. Eventually, he had to step aside to vomit. Just as Nuan placed the last money pouch onto the stone, a voice from the system echoed, "Master, the roadside teleportation symbol has not been activated within the allotted time and will automatically initiate." "No, my silver! My silver!" Nuan's words were barely uttered before she vanished in an instant. While Yuan Yi was busy searching the bodies, he suddenly heard Nuan's cry, "My silver!" He hurriedly called out, "Miss Su! Miss Su!" He arrived at the place where Nuan searched for silver coins, and upon the stone lay a heap of money bags, their darkened appearance evoking a sense of nausea at first whiff. "Miss Su, where are you? Miss Su?" Yet, no response echoed back. Yuan Yi mused to himself. Although their encounter was fleeting, Nuan had risked her life to save him, ensuring his safety. A man driven by avarice would never abandon his wealth. If she had indeed been captured, it was strange that no one had come by just moments ago. The surroundings were devoid of any unfamiliar presence. It was implausible that she had been abducted. Where could she have gone? After searching for a considerable time, he still could not find Nuan's figure. At that moment, several cloaked shadow guards approached from a distance, kneeling in unison. "My lord, we beg your forgiveness for our tardiness." Chapter 11. A great misfortune. Yuan Yi rose to his feet and commanded, "Gather these money bags and take them with you. When you encounter that young lady, return them to her." "Yes," replied Shadow 2, taking hold of the money bags, privately wondering if they had fallen into a latrine. He soon felt the urge to retch, pinching his nose as he organized the coins. Why do they smell so foul? No wonder the young lady set them aside. He poured the coins onto the ground and ultimately placed them into one of his own bags. Shadow 3. You and the others searched the vicinity for a young girl clad in pale linen, with large, expressive eyes. We shall obey your command. With that, several shadow guards from the evil king's estate vanished from sight. Shadows 1 and 2 assisted the evil king as they soared towards the distant city. In truth, the location where Nuan lingered was not far from the evil king himself. Upon reaching the city, they made their way to an elegant garden estate. "Hurry, quickly fetch the medicine elder," exclaimed Ing. Someone was dispatched to summon the esteemed healer. Moments later, Ouyang Chun, bearing a modest medicine box, entered Yuan Yi's chamber. As he felt the pulse, he stroked his graying beard in astonishment and exclaimed, "Your Highness, have you encountered some extraordinary event? The pulse indicates that the poison within you has been suppressed. It shall not manifest in the short term." Yuan Yi candidly replied, "I met a young woman who administered acupuncture to me. She claimed she could alleviate this fiery ice poison, but required 500,000 taels of silver. And at that moment, I lacked the necessary herbs. And where is that young lady now? Her whereabouts remain unknown. She must be a miraculous healer or possess an exceptionally formidable master. I have dispatched someone to locate her," Yuan Yi stated. Meanwhile, Nuan, still in a daze, was startled by the sounds of horse-drawn carriages. The street was bustling with people, vibrant and lively. She silently lamented, "Oh heavens, instant teleportation talisman. Could you not have afforded me a moment to prepare mentally? After scouring for so long, I have gathered not a single tale, merely facilitating his escape." Steamed buns. 2 for a single coin, called out a vendor nearby, the tantalizing aroma of buns wafting through the air. Just then, Nuan heard a clinking sound beneath her feet. Looking down, she saw a battered bowl with several copper coins tossed within. Raising her gaze, she beheld a young man, around 17 or 18, clad in azure. A fine white jade circular pendant hung elegantly at his waist, and in his hand, he wielded a folding fan, his lips curling into a playful smirk as he regarded Nuan. "My dear lady, there is no need for gratitude. It is midday. Go and treat yourself to some buns." Nuan glanced at the tattered bowl once more, realizing that he had mistaken her for a beggar. "I am not a beggar," Nuan insisted. "Huh, if you are not a beggar, then why is there a broken bowl placed before you?" sighed the man, shaking his head in resignation as he departed. Nuan stood there in bewilderment, pondering who had placed the bowl so aptly. She examined her attire and sighed, acknowledging the truth in the man's words. To any observer, she indeed resembled a beggar. Her clothes were tattered and soiled. The system prompted, "Master, upon arriving in this foreign realm, your golden bracelet space has been upgraded, and all your points have been reset to 0. The area of your medicinal garden will expand to 10 times its original size. You will be unable to store or retrieve items for the next 24 hours. What? Then I cannot access my delicious provisions. Without money, how am I to eat or find lodging? Why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known, I would have taken out my money. How could you be so deceitful?" She glanced back at the bowl on the ground, relieved that the meager coins within should suffice to purchase a few buns to temporarily stave off hunger. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair and beard, hunched over and leaning on a cane, approached her. His ragged attire bore several holes at the sleeves and pant hems, and he appeared disheveled, his skin resembling tree bark. The deep wrinkles on his forehead could easily trap a few mosquitoes. He bent down to retrieve the broken bowl, pouring the coins into his other hand. His eyes were filled with disdain as he glared at Nuan, exclaiming, "What little beggar are you? You have no regard for rules. I only stepped away for a moment, and you have taken over this spot. Did you not notice the bowl occupying its space? Alas, I wonder which kind-hearted soul bestowed upon me such a bounty of coins, allowing me to purchase several steamed buns." After uttering these words, the old beggar picked up the battered bowl filled with coins from the ground and made his way towards the bun shop. Chapter 12. Am I here to suffer? At this moment, Nuan felt utterly helpless, prompting her to sing that poignant song. "Upon my arrival, unaware of earthly woes, do not mock those deemed pitiable. In my next life, may I become a carefree soul, never to tread upon this mortal realm again." At that moment, a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, approached Nuan. Her hair was tousled like wild grass, as if she had not been groomed in ages. Her face was covered in dust, yet her large, watery eyes shone with remarkable vitality. She was clad in a tattered outfit, her clothes and trousers adorned with several patches. Her ankles and wrists were exposed, and she held a battered bowl containing a few steamed buns. She stepped in front of Nuan, using her frail, bony little hand to retrieve a bun from the bowl. With a sweet smile, she said, "Big sister, your singing is truly beautiful, though I do not understand it. I perceive your sorrow. Please take this bun, for I see you're also hungry." In that moment, Nuan was struck by the profound humility of her existence. Feeling utterly wretched, once a formidable figure in the realm of medicine and poison, commanding respect and power in her past life, she now found herself in such a pitiful state that even a bun had become a luxury. The irony was palpable, especially as her space was undergoing an upgrade. After all, even antivirus software must evolve, so what more in this unfamiliar world? A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within her. She forced a smile and said, "Sister is not hungry. You may eat by yourself." The little beggar softly replied, "Big sister, there are still 3 buns. I will eat 1 and leave 2 for Grandpa. You should have this one." Nuan tremulously accepted the bun, its pristine surface marked by the little beggar's tiny handprints. She felt the weight of the bun was almost unbearable. Suddenly, someone collided with her, and the snowy bun fell to the ground, rolling away with a soft thud. Out of nowhere, a scruffy black dog appeared, seemingly drawn by the bun's aroma, and swiftly snatched it up before disappearing from sight. At that moment, despair engulfed Nuan, and tears streamed down her face. Big sister, please don't be sad. I'll share half of my bun with you." Nuan's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She forced a smile and said, "Little sister, you eat it. Tomorrow at this time, I promise I will ensure you have plenty of buns." "Really, big sister?" the little beggar asked in astonishment. Nuan nodded. "Grandpa is ill, and Uncle Wong from the bun shop took pity on me, giving me 4 buns." As she recalled her grandfather, She could not help but break into sobs. The wild wind swept in, dark clouds consuming the last glimmer of light in the sky. Enveloping everything in darkness like a heavy curtain, the stones and sand on the ground were suddenly whisked into the air, creating a blinding storm of debris that made it impossible to see. Emerging from the horizon were several silver serpents dancing wildly, followed closely by a cacophony of thunderclaps. The lightning drew nearer, growing ever brighter, resembling colossal white pythons leaping and weaving through the clouds. The rumbling thunder intensified, prompting pedestrians on the road to scatter in every direction. "Sister, a torrential downpour is imminent. Let us hasten," implored the little beggar, grasping Nuan's hand and urging her forward. "Little sister, where are you taking me?" "To the dilapidated temple in the east of the city. That is my home. It lies just ahead. Quicken your pace, sister." Nuan felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, as they rushed towards the crumbling temple. Upon entering the temple, a thunderous clap erupted outside the door. Then, as if the heavens had burst open, a deluge of rain cascaded down upon the earth with fervor. Nuan peered outside. The rain poured incessantly. At that moment, the howling wind fiercely whipped the rain into a frenzy, resembling countless whips lashing with fury against the roof and walls. Nuan was genuinely concerned that the temple's roof might be breached by the relentless assault. "Grandfather, grandfather, awaken. Please awaken." This desperate call interrupted Nuan's reverie. She swiftly turned to see the little beggar weeping over an elderly man lying on the ground. Rushing to his side, Nuan checked the old man's pulse. Activating her chip scanning system, her eyes functioned like instruments as they scanned the frail figure before her. She discovered that the elderly man was in the late stages of lung cancer, beyond the reach of medical intervention. At the sound of the little girl's pleas, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes. Though he was gravely ill, his profound gaze still exhibited a semblance of vitality. "Grandfather, you are awake. I have brought some steamed buns. Grandfather, please eat them quickly." Chapter 13. The final request. The elderly man weakly shook his head. He glanced at Nuan before inquiring. "Nuan, who is this?" "Grandfather, she is the elder sister. She is also a pitiable soul, unable to afford even a bun." The old man scrutinized Nuan with a piercing gaze. Though he had fallen from grace, the aura of ferocity emanating from Nuan was chilling. It was an innate, commanding presence, suggesting that she was no ordinary person. With trembling hands, he retrieved a finely crafted butterfly jade pendant from his garments. Struggling to rise, he knelt before Nuan and pleaded, "My dear lady, I am but a weary soul. I am a loyal servant of Nuan's family. In our time of peril, I was entrusted with her escape. My only concern is for Nuan. Once I depart, she will be left alone and vulnerable. I cannot leave her here. Might I implore you to take her with you, as if you were acquiring a maidservant? Nuan is of noble lineage. Her name is Nuan, a daughter of the royal family, and this exquisite pendant serves as a token. Should she one day reclaim her rightful place, she will surely repay your kindness in raising and nurturing her. Allow her to care for you. As long as you provide her with a morsel of food, she can grow up safely." The elderly man paused to reconsider and then continued, "I beseech you to accept this jade pendant as payment for Nuan's sustenance. To raise her well. Finding her family is no longer of consequence. Ensuring her safety is all that matters." With that, the old man knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head to Nuan. He then broke into a fit of coughs, struggling to breathe. "Nuan, bow to the noble one until she agrees to take you away. Listen to your grandfather," he urged, with tears streaming down her face. Nuan persistently bowed her head to Nuan, sobbing, "I will heed my grandfather's words. Big sister, if you do not take me with you, I shall continue to bow." With that, she resumed her actions, her forehead beginning to bleed from the relentless contact. Despite Nuan's past as a cold and heartless individual, she felt a twinge of compassion at the sight. Yet, her own fate remained uncertain. It was ill-suited for her to bear the responsibility of a child. Having this girl accompany her would only invite peril, turning her into a pawn for coercion. Returning home meant confronting a den of wolves and battling those wicked spirits. How could she possibly care for a child when her own survival was in jeopardy? The child's safety could not be assured. Nevertheless, leaving the little girl in this place would expose her to the clutches of desperate beggars. Sooner or later, these wretched souls would succumb to their desolation and target Nuan, thus ruining her life. At this moment, Nuan found herself in a dilemma. The system chimed in. "Master, accept this little girl, and you shall be rewarded with 10,000 points." A resolute gleam appeared in Nuan's eyes as she made her decision. "Nuan, rise. I shall take you with me. Elder, please, do not bow any longer. The foes I must face are fierce wolves and tigers. I am determined to venture into the lion's den. As long as I draw breath, I will care for her. Should misfortune befall me, I will entrust her to another. That is the best I can promise." The elder nodded, handing the exquisite butterfly jade pendant to Nuan. He then implored Nuan one last time, "Nuan, in the future, listen to your big sister. Grandfather can no longer care for you." With that, he closed his eyes. Grandfather, please wake up. Open your eyes and look at Nuan. She cannot bear to be without you." The little girl wept sorrowfully. Nuan checked the old man's pulse, only to realize he had departed from this world forever. She embraced Nuan tightly in her arms. Witnessing this scene felt like a haunting echo of her past life, as she recalled her grandfather's departure, who once told her that he could no longer care for her and urged her to live well, assuring her that he would watch over her from above. Tears streamed down Nuan's face. A few elderly beggars approached, including the one who had taken the bowl from in front of Nuan. "Strange old man, you have left us so abruptly." They brought forth a straw mat to wrap Nuan's grandfather and laid him aside. After the torrential rain, the earth was rejuvenated by the cleansing waters. The sky was a brilliant blue, resembling a vast sapphire embedded at the zenith of the heavens, radiant and crystalline. Nuan and Nuan stepped out of the dilapidated temple. The elderly beggars carried Nuan's grandfather's body outside. The beggar with the white beard pulled out 10 coins from his pocket and said, "We have shared brotherhood for over 3 years. We cannot allow this strange old man to be exposed to the wilderness. Zhang Laowai, go to the city and hire a cart to take the old fellow beyond the city limits. We, old men, would surely tire ourselves to death carrying him." Nuan observed these beggars and found them to possess a sense of loyalty. After a while, a cart arrived. The elderly men hoisted Nuan's grandfather onto it, and it rolled away into the distance. Nuan and Nuan took a seat in the cart, accompanying him on his final journey. She wished to know the final resting place of her grandfather, so that she could pay her respects in the future. That evening, the two of them arrived outside the temple and settled upon a stone. "Nuan's grandfather has become a star. The brightest one in the sky is him. He will watch over you from above, guarding you." "Is that one?" Nuan asked, pointing at the resplendent night sky. "Yes, that one must surely be your grandfather." Nuan thought to herself, how could she speak such fabrications with her eyes wide open? Even deceiving a child felt rather inhumane. Finally, the long-awaited dawn arrived. The two tidied themselves and sat outside the temple. "Sister, I am hungry," Nuan exclaimed. Nuan embraced her, acknowledging her sister's hunger. "Do not worry, Nuan, when noon arrives, I shall take you out for a delightful meal." They anxiously awaited the moment when they could procure items from the space. Nuan retrieved 5 taels of silver and generously distributed it among the elderly beggars. "In light of the kindness you have shown to Nuan's grandfather, please share this money among yourselves. If you do not wish to purchase food, at least buy a bun to quell your hunger." "Thank you, young lady," one of the older beggars replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Nuan then guided Nuan into the city. Chapter 14, Taken Away. Nuan addressed Nuan, "Dear sister, I shall take you to buy some clothes. We shall embark on a new life together." Nuan whispered, but that will cost a lot of money. I have none. Perhaps we should just buy a bun." "Nuan's, fret not, for I possess the funds to purchase clothes," Nuan reassured her, pulling her sister's hand as they walked. Eventually arriving at a clothing store, the shopkeeper was an honest man. Upon seeing 2 young beggar girls, he patiently inquired, "Are you looking to purchase some clothing?" "We would like to buy 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes each. My sister will have 2 sets, and I will have 2 sets as well," replied the girls. "Then please follow me inside to choose. I assure you I will offer you the most favorable prices," said the proprietress. Nuan selected dresses in emerald and azure hues, while she chose 2 pink dresses for Nuan, as they suited young girls beautifully. Observing the 2 sisters, the shopkeeper felt a surge of kindness. "Seeing that you sisters have had a hard time, I will gift you 2 pairs of shoes, as yours seem quite worn." "Thank you, shopkeeper," both Nuan and Nuan exclaimed in unison. Inside the garment store, Nuan requested the proprietress to wash Nuan's hair and face, styling it into a Neza hairstyle. Nuan gazed at Nuan. Although she was currently frail and emaciated, given time, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. At that moment, the sky was remarkably clear, as pure as a pool of jade, with not a single cloud in sight. Occasionally, a few unidentified small birds flitted through the air. The two then arrived at the drunken, immortal pavilion. As they stepped through the door, a cheerful young waiter greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. There are seats available on the second floor." Nuan chose a seat by the window. At that time, many officials were seen apprehending individuals on the street. Moments later, the waiter brought forth fragrant dishes and pristine steamed buns. "Waiter, why are they arresting young women and girls on the street?" The waiter glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Miss, you must be from out of town. Here, every few days, some young women from outside are captured and thrown into the prison." The officials remarked that those young maidens had been sold to the pleasure quarters of Jiangnan, accused of pilfering government silver, after which they vanished without a trace. "Why don't you report this to the provincial office?" they inquired. Yet, such efforts proved futile, for the officials protect one another. The lives of the impoverished are deemed worthless. A daughter from a destitute family went missing and, upon seeking justice at the provincial office, the one who dared to complain was brutally murdered. From that moment forth, no one dared to approach the provincial office with grievances. "You must exercise caution. Thank you for the warning." The young attendant replied before departing, "If you require anything, do summon me." After he left, Nuan smiled at Nuan, saying, "Sister will treat you to better meals in the future. This feast will fill you up." Nuan gazed at Nuan with her innocent, wide eyes, exclaiming, "Big sister, am I dreaming? Is there really meat to eat? It smells so good. I haven't had meat in ages." Nuan playfully pinched Nuan's small nose and chuckled. "Silly girl, this is no dream. Let us eat swiftly. Young attendant, prepare 20 buns for me to take away." "Certainly." After enjoying their meal, Nuan held Nuan's hand with one hand while clutching a bag of buns in the other as they exited the drunken, immortal pavilion. She led them to a secluded corner devoid of people and instructed, "Nuan, keep watch here. There is no one around. Let me tidy my clothes." Having spoken, Nuan discreetly stowed the buns away. They intended to find an inn for the night. However, as they stepped onto the bustling street, a group of soldiers suddenly surrounded them. "Young ladies, you are accused of stealing government silver. Come with us." Nuan argued vehemently. "On what grounds do you accuse us of stealing the official silver? Do you possess any evidence?" One corpulent, balding constable retorted angrily, "My word is evidence. If you dare to continue this nonsense, you'll feel the whip. Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law?" Nuan exclaimed in indignation. "Is the official silver simply laid out for all to see? Law? Huh. In this remote place, our Lord Lu's decree is the law." The constable scoffed. "Enough chatter. Move along." Impatiently, another gaunt constable kicked Nuan. Infuriated, she suddenly conjured a colorless poison powder, which she cast onto the hands of the two men. She thought to herself, "You wretches shall reap what you sow." Before they reached the main hall, the two constables began to scratch at their hands incessantly, noticing lumps and blisters forming upon them. Soon, their faces were also dotted with festering sores. "What is happening? Why does it itch so terribly?" they cried. Afterward, Nuan and several other young women were escorted into the main hall. Upon arrival, the captured individuals knelt down. Outside the hall, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Lord Lu presided over the proceedings, resting his left hand on the table while wielding a wooden mallet in his right. He paused momentarily before bringing it down forcefully onto the table, producing a resounding crack that made the kneeling girls shudder in fear. The clerk, with his triangular eyes and a prominent black mole on his face, whispered into the magistrate's ear, "My lord, today's prisoners possess considerable beauty. Particularly the last two to arrive. They could fetch a handsome price. A carriage should arrive by tomorrow." Lord Lu squinted, and in his eyes, he saw not a maiden, but rather a bounty of silver. He bellowed sternly, "Today we convene the court to adjudicate your theft of imperial funds. Bring forth these criminals. Let them sign and be confined to the prison." A young woman wept, "I am not a criminal. I am wronged." Beside her, a constable swung his club, striking her leg. "What do you mean by wronged? The Lord decrees you are a criminal, thus you are one." The girl fell, her cries growing more desperate. Chapter 15. The bureau explodes. Nuan, witnessing the girl being beaten, cried out, "We refuse to comply." At that moment, the treacherous clerk with slanted eyes snarled, "Refusal will lead to your demise." Lord Lu rose, slamming the gavel towards Nuan. She deftly dodged the blow. "Take them all away, imprison them." Nuan, radiating a fierce aura, shouted, "Damn it, you corrupt officials truly lack reason. You have stirred my wrath. Do not regret it." The gathered populace began to murmur in agitation. Where have these maidens been sold off to? Some spoke plainly. Those two young ladies are doomed. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lord Liu hastily waved his hand to the constables. A group advanced, wielding whips, menacingly striking the women on the other side. Two more constables approached Su Nuan and Wan with whips in hand, one raising his whip to strike at Chu Wan. Enraged, Su Nuan swiftly tossed a colorless, odorless powder at the assailant, then helped the fallen Chu Wan to her feet, silently reflecting. It appears there is not a single righteous soul within this court. Such nefarious individuals have no place in this world. May they await their demise. The day I, Su Nuan, enter the prison is the day your fortunes will crumble, and your lives will be forfeit. These wretches were led into the dungeon, where a menacing jailer threatened, "You must obey, otherwise, the red-hot iron, the tiger bench, and the barbed whip await you." With that, he shoved Su Nuan and Wan inside, swiftly locking the door as if fearing their escape, perhaps due to excessive force. Or Wan's frail frame. She stumbled forward uncontrollably. Su Nuan, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly extended a leg to prevent Wan from crashing to the grimy floor of the cell. Surveying the dungeon, Su Nuan noted the absence of windows. It was shrouded in darkness. The ground was littered with foul-smelling weeds. What a dismal environment. Within this chamber, there were 5 or 6 other young women, while across the way, a dozen more endured their own plight. An unbearable stench permeated the air, nearly suffocating. "Sister, I do not wish to be here. I do not want this," Wan lamented. "Do not fear, Wan. We shall soon be free," Su Nuan whispered into her ear, a flicker of hatred gleaming in her eyes. Whenever that expression surfaced, it heralded calamity for others. With a swift motion, she rendered Wan and the other women unconscious. She placed the unconscious souls into her space. Then, she crossed over to the other side, bewitching those young women as well, and adding them to her sanctuary. After entering her space, she ventured 50 paces west, emerging in the courtyard of the magistrate's residence. Su Nuan ascended to the rooftop, surveying the area to identify where the soldiers congregated, for that was where the storeroom lay. After her observation, she smiled and entered her space, striding 20 steps northwest before directly entering the storeroom. Illuminating the interior with her flashlight, she beheld countless boxes overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels, as well as bolts of exquisite silk and rare antiques. With a mere wave of her hand, all these treasures vanished. Su Nuan mused to herself, "Truly, a year of diligent governance yields a bounty of 100,000 taels of silver." She exclaimed in excitement, "I've struck gold. All this silver belongs to me. While you toiled for a decade, I accomplished this with a mere gesture. If that esteemed official were to discover the storeroom emptied, he would surely be beside himself with fury." She then made her way to the courtyard, where she spotted the official and his assistant hastily walking. Picking up a stone, she hurled it towards the official. With a resounding thud, he stumbled and fell to the ground, meeting the earth with an intimate embrace. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," he cried out. The assistant rushed over to help the official up. As he stood, the assistant deliberately took a step back, thinking to himself, "What a foul stench. Assistant, what is that terrible odor? Where is it coming from?" The official glanced around, his nose twitching in search of the source. The assistant dared not utter a word. How could he explain? Should he simply state the truth? "Sir, you've fallen into a pile of dog excrement. How could it not smell? What is this sticky substance on my face?" The official wiped his right hand across his visage, and upon seeing the residue, he retched repeatedly. Glancing down at the ground, he immediately erupted in outrage. "It's dog excrement. I've actually fallen into dog excrement." He gestured towards his face, incredulous at his misfortune. At this moment, an uncontrollable fury flickered in his eyes. His hands clenched into fists, resembling a lion in a fit of rage. "Where did that dog come from? Bring me that dog. I shall flay it alive. Flay it alive." The advisor glanced at the ground, where the shape of the dog excrement had been flattened into a large disc under the weight of an adult's face. Skilled in flattery and sycophancy, the advisor quickly cupped his hands and exclaimed, "Congratulations, my lord. A toast to your imminent rise. You are destined for extraordinary fortune, a veritable streak of good luck." "What did you say? Good luck? I haven't heard of that," the lord inquired. "There is a saying among the common folk that if one encounters good luck, they shall ascend to great heights in their official career." Su Nuan then hurled 2 stones, striking the pressure points of the 2 men. Subsequently, she strode toward the house ahead, surmising it to be the lord's study. Upon entering the study, she searched frantically and discovered a chest filled with silver notes. With a wave of her hand, the chest was drawn into her space. With a smile, Nuan exited the room and proceeded to the granary, where she collected all the grain into her space. Emerging from her space, she stood before the Lord and declared, "Dog official, you have committed countless atrocities. To prevent you from harming others any longer, I shall act on behalf of justice today and take your lives." With that, she retrieved the smallest bomb from her space, pulled the iron ring, and tossed it before the Lord. Nuan then swiftly vanished into her space. A deafening explosion ensued. A massive fireball erupted, sending shrapnel and flames scattering in all directions, engulfing the air in thick, swirling smoke. Within her space, Nuan moved forward, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in the heart of the city. In a secluded location, she expelled those individuals from the space. Then, she retrieved a small vial and allowed each person to inhale its contents. One by one, they regained consciousness. Upon realizing they were not in prison, their excitement was palpable. Each was bestowed with 5 taels of silver as travel fare. The events of the day were to be kept strictly confidential. Should anyone dare to utter a word, they would find themselves cast back into the dungeons, destined to be sold into a brothel. The crowd knelt in gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, miss, for your life-saving grace. You may all depart now." Nuan inquired along the way and boarded a carriage to Yunzhou with Chuan. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at Yunzhou. Nuan paid the fare and found an inn to stay. Chapter 16. Passionate as fire at the inn. Nuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest, while Nuan had already succumbed to slumber. Thus, she reclined on her bed, crossing her legs. Musing over the events of the following day, she spoke to herself, "I am no longer lacking in funds. I can be considered a wealthy woman. I shall see if I can leverage my abilities to earn a fortune in this ancient era." Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and with a shift of consciousness, she entered the space. System: Master punishes evil and promotes good, earning 1,000 points. To her astonishment, she had amassed such wealth in her previous life. Tomorrow, she would convert these treasures into tangible assets. A glimmer of hope illuminated Nuan's spirit as she glimpsed the dawn of possibility. One box contained an array of small mirrors, while another was filled with divine elixirs, lipsticks, and self-defense tools. She inspected the expiration date of the lipsticks, finding them to be quite acceptable. Subsequently, she discarded the outer packaging and peeled off the labels. In the secret chamber, she mused, "If I can sell it tomorrow, I shall." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the mirror, for the desire for beauty resides in every heart. Nuan murmured softly, "Whether in ancient times or the modern era, every beauty delights in gazing into a mirror." In this ancient age, they utilized bronze mirrors, reflecting only vague silhouettes, a far cry from the clarity of contemporary glass. Thus, it was settled. Tomorrow, she would venture to sell mirrors. Otherwise, these items would remain in her space, worthless and occupying precious room. Should she approach a cosmetic shop or set up a stall? Directly approaching the cosmetic shop would surely lead to a price reduction, whereas a stall might attract onlookers, though their willingness to purchase remained uncertain. Perhaps she could establish her stall before the cosmetic shop. She retrieved 5 mirrors the size of bowls, 3 the size of plates, and 2 the dimensions of a student desk from her space. Taking out a cardboard box, she placed them inside and secured it with a cloth for ease of transport. Should these items sell out, she could effortlessly replace them from her space without raising suspicion. After a restful night, the following morning, Nuan styled Wan's hair into a Neza hairstyle and adorned her face with makeup. Clad in her new garment, she embodied the adage that a person is defined by their attire. Wan appeared as a delicate fairy, due to a red mole on Nuan's face. She thoughtfully donned a veil, which elegantly concealed the blemish, complementing her large, expressive eyes and gracefully arched brows, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Nuan gazed at Wan and asked, "Dear Wan, would you care to join me in business today?" To which Wan replied, perplexed, "Business? Together with my sister, we are selling mirrors. Our aim is to sell them all, so that upon reaching the capital, we can purchase a residence. Sister, I am entirely devoted to you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." Nuan embraced Wan, her voice ringing clear. "Have faith in your sister. After today, everything will improve." The two arrived at the roadside by the entrance of the roof shop, laying a crimson cloth on the ground. The surface was smooth, and she positioned all the mirrors atop the red fabric. Upon noticing beautiful women entering the shop, Nuan began to call out loudly, for those from the south. "Those heading north, passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip by. The Persian beauty mirror. Just one glance, and behold the beauty. You won't know until you try, and the surprise will be delightful. People were drawn to a lovely young lady standing on the ground, waving a mirror in her hand while passionately promoting her wares. Soon, a few women approached. What is the Persian beauty mirror? Seeing business pick up? Nuan replied, you'll find out for yourselves. With that, she lifted a tabletop-sized mirror and had Nuan stand before the group. You have seen my sister's appearance. Now look at her reflection in the mirror. Are they not identical? The onlookers were astonished, marveling at how lifelike the mirror's reflection appeared, as if the person herself had stepped inside it. Truly astonishing. The mirrors Nuan offered were unlike ordinary ones. They belonged to the category of beauty-enhancing mirrors. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and due to the angle of the mirror, regardless of one's appearance, the reflection in the glass reveals a more beautiful visage. Several women, each a vision of beauty, yearned for a glimpse of themselves, and Nuan graciously fulfilled their desires. Holding a large mirror, she presented it to each of them in turn. As they beheld their reflections, their skin appeared as flawless as snow, banishing any hint of dullness. The young ladies were utterly enchanted. How much do you sell this mirror for? Inquired a woman clad in yellow. The small mirrors are priced at 50 taels each. The medium ones at 100, and the large ones at 200. Why so exorbitant? Challenged a woman in pink. Why not just steal it? Nuan stood with the poise of an orator. It is a misstep to deem the items expensive. It is not the price that matters, rather. It is the value of what we purchase. We do not suffer loss or deceit. We invest in enjoyment and confidence in beauty. Can the experience of gazing into a Persian beauty mirror compare to that of a copper mirror? Can one's mood remain unchanged? Today marks the first visit for these young ladies, and we are offering a promotional event. Tomorrow, the prices will rise. The small mirrors will be 100 taels. So acquiring one today means a profit of 50 taels. Additionally, today's purchase includes a waterproof lipstick. Here we refer to it as koshi, while in Persia it is known as kohong. Regardless of the terminology, it is waterproof and will not fade for a month. You can eat and drink freely, and the color remains vibrant and stunning. At that moment, a woman in purple approached, accompanied by two maids. As she drew near, Nuan held the mirror deliberately so that the lady would catch her own reflection. How exquisite this lady is! Someone exclaimed. She resembles a fairy who has wandered into the mortal realm. Upon gazing at her own reflection for the first time, the lady was astonished by the vividness of her own complexion. She desired to examine herself further, yet Nuan swiftly removed the mirror. Continuing her remarks, Nuan declared, "This is the Persian beauty mirror, a rare treasure brought by the Persians. There are but a few in existence. If you miss the chance today, it will be gone tomorrow." Chapter 17. The first fortune. As a few elegantly dressed ladies arrived, Nuan called out once more. Persian beauty mirrors are available today at a discount, accompanied by a complimentary lipstick. Lipstick, one swipe and it turns crimson. Once applied, it will not fade for an entire month. The lady in purple glanced at the haughty woman clad in blue nearby, then turned her attention back to Nuan. Young lady, how much for that mirror you hold? 200 taels of silver. Very well, I shall take this mirror. With that, she produced 2 silver notes from her attire and handed them to Nuan. Immediately, Nuan retrieved a red lipstick and presented it along with the mirror to the lady. Madam, your taste is impeccable. Observing the grand mirror now in the possession of the lady, one of the others expressed dissatisfaction. That Lady Wang has taken a mirror and will surely flaunt it. Why should we be any less? Her lips are adorned with a long-lasting hue, while we must resort to red paper daily. Nuan, noting the expressions of the ladies before her, continued to entice. Come and take a look. The Persian beauty mirror is not merely a purchase, it embodies beauty, elevates one's spirits, and enhances the quality of life. Having passed this village, there is no such shop. Among the subsequent ladies, one elegantly dressed in a deep purple gown secretly remarked, "What a marvelous item this is. Even at my sister's residence in the capital, I have never encountered such a mirror." Observing the copper mirror, which reflected a rather unflattering yellowish hue, Nuan presented the large mirror before the lady. Upon seeing her reflection, the lady was taken aback, exclaiming, "Who is that? Madam, look at that delicate complexion in the mirror. It would not be an exaggeration to address you as elder sister. Is that truly me? If not you, then who else could it be? Inquire with them." Nuan replied with a smile gracing her lips. The lady turned to the others, who nodded in agreement. "I had no idea I have grown to look like this. Young lady, I shall take this large mirror, the lady declared. Excellent, Nuan exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. She promptly accepted the silver note offered by the lady. Madam, this is lipstick. I trust one need not instruct you on its application. At that moment, a young woman inquired, how much is this lipstick? 10 taels per stick, with a complimentary lipstick for every mirror purchased. The lady added, please bring me 5 more lipsticks. I wish to gift them. Nuan cast a glance at the girl in the pink attire, thinking to herself, what a splendid assist. Very well, Nuan replied, accepting the silver note and handing the lady 5 lipsticks. Noticing 3 mirrors still available, a woman in a red dress exclaimed, I would like that medium-sized mirror. I want one too. And I. Nuan collected the silver notes, distributing the 3 mirrors and lipsticks to them. As she watched the ladies depart, Nuan felt a sense of triumph in her successful stall. The several young ladies who had arrived earlier began to express their desires. I want one. I want one. They were acutely aware that if they hesitated any longer, these delicate mirrors would soon vanish. As the silver notes from the sale of the mirrors were tucked into Nuan's clothing, the women, delighted with their acquisitions, departed joyfully. Observing that the hour was still early, Nuan retrieved the largest mirror from the cardboard box. At that moment, a splendidly attired lady emerged from the rouge shop and approached Nuan, inquiring, how many of these exquisite beauty mirrors do you have left? Excuse me, young lady. I am the proprietor of this cosmetics establishment. Might it be possible for you to lower your prices a bit? I wish to purchase all the mirrors you possess. Today, as part of our grand opening, I'm not expecting to earn much, and tomorrow I shall revert to the standard pricing. I can only offer you today's rates. Nuan replied, you truly have an eye for business. Selling mirrors in your shop is perfectly fitting. Very well, let us discuss this inside the store. Upon entering, Nuan smiled gently, saying, dear sister, these are all the items I have. You may take them all. I shall not be setting up my stall tomorrow. This lipstick can be sold as well. Despite her experience in running a cosmetics shop, she had never encountered such items before. After a brief reckoning, the total amounted to 3,150 taels, exchanged hand to hand. Young lady, should you have any other fine products in the future, do come to my cosmetics shop first. I assure you a satisfactory price. Certainly, sister. Nuan also left the unmarked cardboard box with them. Afterwards, she and Nuan departed with hearts full of joy, making their way to the pawn shop. Nuan inquired, sister, what are we doing here? Are we looking to buy someone? Indeed, we shall procure 2 maidservants, skilled in martial arts and culinary arts. Otherwise, we may very well perish from hunger. Upon arriving at the establishment, the matron, upon seeing the 2 young ladies, hastened to greet them with a warm smile. Esteemed ladies, what manner of individuals do you seek? Good madam, I am in search of several young women proficient in both combat and cooking. Do you have any such candidates available? Fortunate maidens, we have received a few newcomers just yesterday, as the master has committed a grave transgression. They are all of impeccable character. Please follow me to the courtyard to select. With that, she gestured to a young woman, who understood immediately and departed. Moments later, Nuan and Nuan were led by the matron into the courtyard, where 2 rows of individuals stood. Nuan inquired, those skilled in martial arts, lightness of foot, and culinary skills, please step forward. At that moment, 4 individuals emerged from the crowd, appearing slightly older than Nuan. She regarded them with admiration. First, she ensured Nuan was settled, then sought to assign 2 maidservants for her protection. The risks accompanying her presence were too great. Nuan asked, what duties did you perform in your previous master's household? Due to the confiscation and exile of our former master, we were sold, and thus found our way here, they replied. To follow me, you must pledge your loyalty, for peril may be imminent. Are you willing to accompany me? Nuan inquired coldly. All 4 knelt in unison, fervently vowing, we, your humble servants, pledge our lives in unwavering loyalty to our mistress. Very well, good matron, what is the total cost? Esteemed lady, each of these 4 is priced at 20 taels, totaling 80 taels of silver. Nuan handed the money to the matron, whose eyes twinkled with delight. This is their contract of servitude, my lord. Please take care of it. Nuan nodded. Madam, I wish to purchase a carriage. Where could I find one? My lord, if you head west for a while, you shall come across a merchant's establishment where all manner of carriages are available. Very well, thank you, madam. No need for thanks. Should you require further assistance, feel free to return. Having concluded her conversation, Nuan proceeded with her companions to the merchant's establishment. There, she acquired a magnificent steed and a spacious carriage, accommodating a total of 6 individuals, as they would need shelter in case of a downpour. In the secluded residence within the city, Xian Yuanyi held a sword in one hand while meticulously polishing it with the other. At that moment, his shadow guard, Yingyi, entered, bowing respectfully and declaring, "Master, we have located the esteemed Miss Su." Xian Yuanyi's face illuminated with joy as he inquired, "Where is she?" "She is in Yuzhou, initially selling mirrors at a marketplace and earning a considerable sum. Subsequently, she visited a merchant's house and purchased 4 maidservants. Afterward, she procured a carriage and horse, departing in the direction of the capital." Chapter 18. Apathy in the face of peril. Xian Yuanyi remarked, "We are not far from her now and must hasten towards Yunzhou. Let us dispatch a female shadow guard to blend in with her entourage for her protection. Should they encounter any trouble, we shall assist to the best of our abilities. Once I meet her, I will provide her with silver." "Understood, my lord," Yingyi responded before taking his leave. Xian Yuanyi's mind wandered to the scene of Nuan vanquishing an assassin. He lifted a cup of tea, gently blowing away the rising steam before taking a sip. Nuan, accompanied by her 4 maidservants and Wan, arrived at the fabric shop. She addressed one of the maidservants, saying, "Take this silver note to the clothing shop. Purchase 2 sets of clean garments for each person. Change into 1 set and dispose of the old ones. The shoes are also unfit for wear, so acquire 2 pairs as well. Wan and I will wait for you in the carriage." "Yes, miss," one replied, and several of them proceeded to the clothing shop. After a short while, the 4 returned, each adorned in simple, elegant attire. Nuan nodded and instructed, "Get into the carriage. We shall dine before heading to the capital." Not far away stood a restaurant named Chunmanlo. Thus, they arrived at the entrance, where a young attendant rushed over to lead the carriage to the courtyard. Upon seeing the guests, the innkeeper greeted them with a beaming smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside." He gestured politely. Nuan surveyed the hall and inquired, "Do you have any private rooms?" "Indeed, there is a room on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." The group followed the innkeeper to the private chamber. Nuan ordered an array of dishes, and once the innkeeper had departed, the 4 knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our mistress. Please bestow upon us names. How old are you all?" "I am 18, I am 18, I am 17, and I too am 17. The maidservants arranged themselves by age. "Very well. In order, your name shall be Jixiang, Rui, Baiji, and Shuejuan." "Thank you, miss, for bestowing names upon us. From this day forth, Jixiang and Rui, as the elder ones, will accompany Miss Wan. Upon our arrival in the capital, I shall procure a residence where you and Miss Wan will reside, entrusted with her care and protection. This significant responsibility shall rest upon your shoulders. At that time, I shall also assign 2 additional attendants, 1 maidservant and 1 matron. Baiji and Shuejian, you 2 shall accompany me. From now on, you shall no longer be shadow guards, but rather maidservants. Do rise. There is no need to kneel." The 4 of them stood up, exchanging glances, realizing that their mistress had her own tales to tell. Nuan spoke coldly. "I have made it clear that I abhor betrayal. Should any treachery occur, do not blame me for disregarding our master-servant bond. I possess countless methods to torment you." The maidservants vowed to remain fiercely loyal to their mistress, once again kneeling in unison. Nuan turned and smiled, her voice softening considerably. "Please, rise. I welcome you to join me. From this moment forth, we are family. In my presence, there are no stringent rules. No need for incessant kneeling. As long as you fulfill your duties, I shall not treat you unfairly." At that moment, the innkeeper knocked on the door and brought in the dishes one by one. Nuan instructed, "Innkeeper, prepare some provisions and water for our journey. It is imperative that we all eat heartily today." Tears streamed down the faces of the 4 maidservants, unable to contain their emotions. Never had anyone regarded them as family. Even their previous mistress had failed to see them as human beings. If a task was not executed perfectly, they were met with the lash. At times, old wounds remained unhealed, only to be compounded by new ones. They lived each day in fear, with shadow guards lurking in trees or on rooftops. There was no warm meal to be had. Every meal consisted solely of dry rations. Lost in these thoughts, the women wept freely. To betray such a benevolent mistress would be the height of folly. Nuan understood their sentiments and continued, "All that is behind us now. Your new lives commence today. Wipe away your tears. There shall be no more weeping. Such exquisite dishes, if you do not partake soon, they will grow cold." Laughter erupted among the group as they began to eat. After satisfying their hunger, Baishi took the reins, and they set forth towards the capital. The sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, causing the leaves and flowers along the roadside to droop as if scorched, their heads bowed in weariness. As they journeyed westward, fatigue began to set in, and the sunlight lost some of its intensity. They decided to halt the carriage for a rest. At that moment, a group of 6 individuals approached from a distance, 5 men and 1 woman. The men were all clad in black attire, youthful in age, and not unpleasing in appearance. The foremost riders were mounted on horses, while one man drove a cart with a woman seated within it. As they drew nearer, the disheveled state of the woman became apparent, with visible handprints on her face. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her skin bore numerous bruises, and her body was marked with whip scars, each oozing with blood, her hands and feet bound. Bai Shi and Shui Jian, seated at the front of the carriage, beheld the bloodied woman, their brows furrowing in concern. They quickly informed those inside the carriage. "Miss, there is a situation." Nuan lifted the curtain to gaze at the men in the distance. Perhaps due to the angle, she scrutinized the woman again and coldly stated, "Pay her no mind." The carriage halted by the roadside. Though the path was narrow, it was sufficient for the others to pass. When the men were merely a dozen paces away, the woman suddenly cried out, "Help! Help me!" "Miss, that woman is calling for help," Shui Jian remarked. "Let her shout if she wishes." Nuan's tone was laced with frost. Bai Shi glanced at Shui Jian, shaking her head, and Shui Jian also fell silent. The woman continued to scream desperately towards the carriage, "Help me! I beg you, save me!" The man in black struck the woman again with his whip. The fabric of her sleeve tore, revealing a deep gash that elicited sympathy from onlookers. Yet, Nuan appeared oblivious, engrossed in her book. "System, Master. A bond connection has appeared. Please select a companion for this bond. You shall share in each other's tribulations. Should you encounter danger, they will come to your aid. Naturally, if they are in peril, you will also come to their rescue. This serves merely as an additional safeguard. You will also earn points through your bond companion." "Do I truly need someone else to save me? What if the bond dies?" "System, if the bond dies, you will no longer require a companion." "Very well. Then let me choose someone on the verge of death, or half alive, as my bond." "Agreed. Someone near death will suffice." Nuan resumed her reading. Chapter 19. Cold-blooded and heartless in the study, Yuan Yu was diligently writing when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. "Let her in." The disheveled woman entered and immediately knelt. "I have failed to complete my task. Please punish me, my lord." Yuan Yu raised his gaze to the injured shadow guard before him. Yet, she was a person devoid of compassion. No matter how I cried for help, she remained indifferent, as if she had not heard me at all. With that, the woman bowed her head. Yuan Yu glanced over and noticed that Ensure Air's body was already marred with numerous whip marks. The performance was indeed convincing. Yet why did Miss Su exhibit such indifference? It was clear that she, who could care for the granddaughter of an elderly beggar, was not devoid of compassion. Surely, you must have revealed a flaw that led to your exposure. You should rest and recuperate. That girl possesses an exceptionally keen sense of caution, and sending someone else would be futile. Yuan Yu mused, both benevolent and unfeeling. She truly is a remarkable enigma. As they journeyed, the group unwittingly arrived at Chioshui town. Nuan lifted the curtain of the carriage and instructed, "Tonight, we shall stay in Chioshui city and set off again in the morning." This quaint little town featured but a single main street, flanked by few shops. The carriage continued along until they reached a relatively large inn. Shui Jian disembarked first, and immediately a middle-aged woman emerged to greet them. "Good innkeeper, we seek lodging." "Do you have any rooms available?" Shui Jian inquired. The woman, adorned in a face thick with powder and dressed in a pink gown, welcomed them with a bright smile. "Yes, esteemed guests. How many rooms do you require?" "2 rooms." "Excellent. Xiaoxi, quickly take the guest's carriage to the backyard. Please, follow me." Nuan and her maid soon followed suit, stepping down from the carriage. The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat surprised. The 2 slender young ladies seemed to be of noble birth. The older one bore a stern expression, saying nothing, indicating a rather difficult temperament to engage. Upon entering the main hall, Nuan, adhering to habits from her previous life, scanned her surroundings to ascertain any potential threats, assessing the atmosphere for any sign of danger. Within the lobby, a dozen tables were arranged, yet most remained vacant, with only 5 occupied. In one corner, 3 individuals congregated around a table. One bore a pair of triangular eyes that glimmered with a malicious light, his face contorted into a wicked grin. A wisp of dark hair obscured part of his visage. Another had the furtive appearance of a rat, with a sharp, elongated face, exuding an air of restlessness that accentuated his coarseness and ugliness. His eyes darted about, seemingly in search of prey. The third man, with a round face and large ears, wore a deep scar that slashed across his features, lending him a somewhat fearsome aspect. Upon noticing Nuan's entrance, the trio feigned to be engaged in their drinking. Yet one of them was unable to conceal the glint of excitement in his eyes, reminiscent of a famished wolf spotting its quarry. Without pausing, Nuan ascended the stairs with the 6 men. "Brothers, the goods have arrived," one exclaimed. "How much do you reckon we can profit from this shipment?" The scarred man replied, "With this, we want to need to work for a month, and we can indulge in a drink each day." The man with the triangular eyes tossed a peanut into his mouth and remarked, "If all goes well, we could make a substantial sum. The prices here are too low. In the county town, they will be significantly higher." The sharp-faced man inquired of the triangular-eyed one, "Brother, we've never sampled the goods we've brought in. Given the larger number this time, might we not each have a taste?" The other 3 would suffice for themselves. The triangular-eyed man shot him a sidelong glance, privately noting that the second brother was correct. They had been in this risk-free business for nearly 3 years, traversing various locales and encountering numerous women. Yet, in pursuit of selling at a premium price, they had never savored the spoils. Upon his utterance, the younger companion became equally animated. With both hands clasped around the shoulders of his 2 comrades, he gazed at them with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, whispering, "All right, let us indulge this time, brothers. However, they are all innocent maidens, so do not ruin them." The other 2 nodded enthusiastically in agreement. "Come on, lads," the scar-faced man declared, tossing the payment onto the table and calling out, "Innkeeper, the money is on the table." With that, the trio departed. Baishi turned to Nuan and said, "Miss, we must exercise caution tonight. Those 3 do not seem to be virtuous men. You all should retire. I will keep watch." Nuan regarded Baishi with appreciation. Nodding in assent, Shuejian echoed, "Baishi, I will join you in the vigil." Nuan looked at the others and stated, "Tonight, let us all sleep fully clothed. Jixiang and Rui, you are responsible for guarding Miss Wan." "Yes, miss," Jixiang and Rui replied, clasping their fists in respect. Nuan called out, "Innkeeper." In a short while, the innkeeper hurried in, asking, "Esteemed guests, what can I do for you? Please bring us 4 of your signature dishes, along with some rice." "Certainly, I shall arrange that immediately." With a swift motion, he vanished like the wind. Once the meal was finished, everyone began to rest. Wan, being a child, soon succumbed to slumber. Nuan retrieved a vial of lethal powder from her space, contemplating, "If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Should you dare to intrude, I shall ensure your utter defeat." Wan and Jixiang shared one room, while Nuan, Baishi, and Shuejian occupied another. As the clock struck midnight, footsteps reverberated through the corridor. Chapter 20. Countering the Villains. On this night of the full moon, the silvery light cascaded like flowing water, draping the earth in a delicate veil, ethereal and exquisite. On the second floor, a gentle beam of moonlight seeped through the cracks of the window, illuminating the floor below. Outside the window, several shadows lingered. One figure produced a tubular object, piercing through the paper of the window, and began to blow something inside. What could it be? Nuan caught a whiff and thought to herself, "Ah, so it's an aphrodisiac, and a rather inferior one at that. Do they not know that I am immune to all poisons? In my previous life, I lived for over 20 years without encountering such a crude concoction. Why not blow something more sophisticated to truly broaden my horizons? Even if you were to blow an entire barrel, it would be of no avail." She retrieved 2 pills and handed them to Baishi and Shuejian. Pointing towards the ceiling, the 2 maids, quick-witted, promptly consumed the pills. With a leap, they ascended to the rooftop. After a brief moment, a soft clink was heard as the bolt was gently nudged aside by a knife. The door swung open, and 3 figures stealthily entered. The stout one inquired, "Boss, has the drug begun to take effect?" "There are precisely 3 ample beauties in this room, and I have already set my sights on the one with the large eyes. Tonight, we shall each take a lady, and together we shall indulge in a night of celebration. Then we can rotate, ensuring each of us enjoys 3. The squint-eyed man approached the bed with a lascivious grin, saying, "Little girl, tonight I shall grant you my favor first, allowing you to experience the pleasures of womanhood." He beheld the quilt, bulging and suggestive, and with a lascivious grin remarked, "The little girl is still shy, hiding beneath the covers. Come out, and entertain this esteemed gentleman." With that, he abruptly flung aside the quilt. To his astonishment, he found it empty. Where has everyone gone? The lean monkey, bewildered, inquired, "Brother, what sort of potion is this? Where have all the people vanished?" The squint-eyed man began to search frantically. Where could they be? Not in the room. Who shall we play with then? Shortly thereafter, the squint-eyed one exclaimed, "Hey, hey, brother, my legs seem to be immobilized. Can any of you move?" The rotund fellow cried out, "Brother, I too cannot move. What sort of potion ensnares our own?" At that moment, Sun Wan lit a candle, and Bai Shi and Shui Jian leapt down from the roof. Sun Wan, with a knowing glint in her eye, regarded them and asked, "Gentlemen, were you searching for us? Why so stealthily upon your arrival? Pray, confess your intentions for entering our chamber." Shui Jian shouted. The three men, upon realizing their predicament, were rendered speechless. For it appeared the ladies possessed formidable skills. They were effectively ensnared. Internally they lamented, "Having fallen into your hands, how can we possibly explain ourselves? We are the villains who drugged you, intending to overpower you and sell you into a brothel. To voice such intentions would be tantamount to courting death. Esteemed heroes, we acknowledge our misdeeds. We beseech you to show mercy and spare us." Bai Ji retorted fiercely, "What were your intentions in attempting to take us away? We have not wronged you. I implore your magnanimity. Let us go." One of them pleaded earnestly. Sun Wan's lips curled into a wicked smile as she declared, "Release you? Do you take us for fools? If you succeed, our lives will be utterly ruined, while you will frolic away with your silver." Standing resolutely before them, she rebuked them fiercely. Then, with a malevolent grin, she commanded, "Sign a contract of servitude immediately, or I shall end your lives with a single stroke." With that, Sun Wan brandished a knife, gliding it across their faces as she mimicked the act of sharpening it. As she honed the blade, she mused aloud, "Shall I strike from the chin or the shoulder? My strength is modest. It may require several blows to sever the neck and relocate the head. You lot, this scrawny fellow here is but skin and bones. He shall be easy to dispatch with a couple of strikes. The rotund one, however, with his large head and thick neck, will likely take 7 or 8. It was at that moment that fear gripped the men. This was no mere human, but a devil incarnate. Trembling, they pleaded, "Heroine, we beg you, we shall not dare offend again. As long as you spare us, we will sign anything you require." Noticing a brush and ink on the nearby table, Sun Wan inquired, "Who among you can write?" "Very well, you shall do the writing." They willingly sell themselves into servitude. It is a binding contract. The three men were paralyzed with fear, and at Bai Ji's insistence, they reported their names and pressed their fingerprints. Once completed, Sun Wan glanced at their names, Li Dehu, Zhang Ergo, Niu Sen Chang. A chuckle escaped her lips, but it quickly faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth 3 silver needles. Suddenly, the three men felt a chilling sensation in their lower abdomens. Originally, that household registration book had been imbued with a hint of aphrodisiac, standing upright in anticipation of a moment to spring forth. Unexpectedly, a chilling sensation enveloped them, transforming them into wilted eggplants, their spirits drooping. Sun Wan's lips curled into a triumphant smile as she beheld the trio. "I must confess, I have a penchant for mischief. The silver needles in my grasp tend to flit about. Just a moment ago, in a careless moment, 3 needles were dispatched, severing your lineage. The joys of intimate encounters are but a distant fantasy for you now. As for continuing your bloodline, that notion is even more remote. You may as well abandon all hope in this lifetime. Ah, you wicked enchantress, your cruelty knows no bounds. Alas, you speak the truth. If I do not engage in something meaningful, I would be remiss in light of your harsh words." With that, she waved her hand, and the trio began to wail in agony. Ah, ah, ah. Such sounds evoke vivid imaginations. Not far away, a middle-aged man, still awake, heard the commotion and chuckled. Ah. In the dead of night, they are engaged in a collective nocturnal skirmish. How amusing. Sun Wan, exuding an air of reckless defiance, gazed at the three with a sinister grin. "Are you comfortable? If need be, we can certainly increase the dosage." The trio felt as if their insides were being devoured by a multitude of insects. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads and faces as they shook their heads in despair. After approximately 15 minutes, the effects of the drug waned, and the three collapsed helplessly to the ground. Sun Wan waved her hand again, causing them to faint. She then delivered a kick to each of them, declaring, "Dare to scheme against me, and I shall ensure your demise." At this moment, Bai Ji and Shui Jian finally realized just how terrifying their mistress truly was. The 3 notorious villains, who had trafficked numerous women into brothels, had met their match today. Indeed, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. If one does not believe it, they need only to look up and see that heaven spares no one. Shui Jian gazed at the 3 burly men in the room and inquired, "Miss, what shall we do with these 3? Sun Wan sighed indeed. "I have been pondering this as well. If they intend to sell us into a brothel, then we must reciprocate in kind, an eye for an eye. Let us first sell them to a male brothel, allowing them to experience the taste of their own medicine. Bai Ji, Shuejian. Given their unappealing appearances, one would not dare to look, and two would require a stick to prod them. A male brothel would certainly require portraits. With such deplorable specimens, who would want them? Bai Shi chuckled, then let us depict them in a more flattering light. Soon one cast a glance at Bai Ji, shaking her head, and lamented. I fear that when we send them over, they may claim the actual goods do not match the images, leading to a return. What shall we do in such a case? They might even be refused at the pawnshop, fearing they would be a liability. I am utterly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Shi's face brightened with a smile, and she exclaimed, Miss, do not worry. I have a splendid idea. Sun Wan regarded Bai Ji with a skeptical glance and asked, What idea? Chapter 21. The price of rescue. Bai Ji replied with a grin. In Xiushui City, there exists an arena for beast fights, where each year many saint warriors are purchased. Beast versus man. Does such a small place have an arena? Sun Wan asked, intrigued. Indeed. The proprietor buys men to pit against wolves, and others may place their bets. The proprietor collects a share of the winnings regardless of the outcome. It has no relation to that individual. Should the wolf prevail, that person would meet their demise. Has anyone won? Sun Wan inquired with curiosity. If this individual secures 3 consecutive victories, the proprietor will grant him his freedom by returning his bond of servitude. Indeed, the arena is a splendid venue. Look at this rotund fellow with a broad face. He is rather plump. A wolf would find it quite a challenge to satiate its hunger with just one meal. Thus, it was decided that they would be sold the following day. Miss, shall we sleep tonight? Shuejian asked. Set them aside. Without my concoction, they shall remain unconscious. I, too, shall regain my vigor. You two may retire to bed first. On the morrow, Sun Wan retrieved a vial, uncorked it, and held it before each individual's nose for them to inhale. Shuejian administered a pill to each, placing it in their mouths. Several of them slowly rose to their feet. As they attempted to speak, their voices were rendered mute. The trio gazed at Sun Wan, who wore a captivating smile. You have ingested a silencing agent and are temporarily unable to articulate. Moreover, you have been poisoned, and I have no fear of your escape. Shortly, I shall escort you to a location more suitable for your kind. Upon departing from the inn and inquiring along the way, they arrived at the arena. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding, flanked by 4 guards. Upon seeing Sun Wan, one of the armed guards stepped forward and demanded, Please present your combat permits. Combat permits? What are those? Sun Wan asked, bewildered. You dare enter the arena without even knowing what a combat permit is? All who wish to enter must possess one. Ah, so it is indeed a pass. Upon realizing that Sun Wan understood, the guard extended his hand for the beast fighting token. You mentioned a pass, but I thought you had one. The guard expressed with dissatisfaction. Sun Wan earnestly replied, Esteemed sir, this is our first visit here, and we are unfamiliar with the customs. We seek to sell servants, and I kindly ask you to relay this to your master. The guard glanced at the 3 men with a stern expression and said, Wait here, we are indeed in need of personnel. I shall convey your message. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. Sun Wan responded politely. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned and instructed, Follow me, your master has granted you entry. Sun Wan directed, Bai Ji and Shuejian, accompany me. The rest shall wait here. The group proceeded to a room on the 1st floor, where a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe sat sipping tea. Sun Wan respectfully bowed, Master. The man nodded. Young lady, are you here to sell people? Are you selling these 3? Sun Wan affirmed with a nod. The master assessed the 3 men, internally remarking, These 3 are indeed unsightly specimens. Each is worth 20 taels of silver. It is settled. With a wave of his hand, a man approached, presenting a 50-tael silver note along with 10 taels in coins, which he handed to Sun Wan. In return, Sun Wan provided the master with their contracts of servitude and produced 3 pills, distributing them to the 3 men. At that moment, the trio implored, Dear lady, we beseech you, for the sake of mercy, spare our brothers. We truly repent and shall not repeat our mistakes. Another individual pleaded, Auntie, if you must sell, at least ensure we are sold to the dentist. We cannot bear to remain here. Sun Wan glanced at them and remarked, You are unaware that I have spent a sleepless night seeking a way for you to escape. I believe this place is quite suitable for you. The proprietor, observing Sun Wan, nearly burst into laughter at her amusing words. He was a straightforward man and had no time to listen to the 3 of them prattle on. Someone, take these 3 away. Entertainment points system. Congratulations, master. You have earned 1,500 encouragement points for punishing the evildoers. Hearing this, Sun Wan felt a surge of joy. System, Master, System Task. Rescue the man in black who is battling wolves in the arena, and you will receive a reward. Choose any martial arts secret manual. Please make your selection. Choose A to rescue, or choose B to abandon the task. Failure to decide in time will be treated as an abandonment. Nuan seemed to see a martial arts manual beckoning to her. When did the system become so humane? Without hesitation, she chose A. Nuan possessed a multifaceted personality, and at that moment, her playful side emerged. Having never witnessed a beast fight in her previous life, she was eager to visit the arena. Proprietor, may we go to the arena? Nuan inquired excitedly. The proprietor looked at the young girl before him, noting her audacity. As most would shy away, he replied earnestly, "Little Huzi, take them to the arena." Thus, Nuan and the others arrived at the arena. Along the way, she inquired about how to place bets. The little Huzi explained, "The minimum bet here is 50 taels of silver, with no upper limit. This is a pastime for the wealthy and influential. Those who come here are not short of money." Nuan sat atop the observation platform, gazing down into a vast, pit-like arena. Surrounding the arena were numerous openings, each sealed with a small iron door, behind which lurked wolves. In the center of the arena stood a young man, seemingly 17 or 18 years of age, his face somewhat grimy, clad in tattered black garments that bore the marks of wolf claws. He wielded a wooden staff, approximately 1.5 meters in length, swinging it fiercely at the wolves. The creature deftly evaded the blow, causing the strike to miss its mark. At that moment, the wolf bared its teeth, its mouth agape as it unleashed a crimson tongue and lunged towards the young man. With agility, he leapt into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters high, and brought his staff crashing down upon the gray wolf, which once again dodged the attack. In a swift retaliatory move, the wolf launched itself at the young man's arm, sinking its teeth into the fabric of his sleeve, causing blood to flow freely from the wound. In response, the young man delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's head, causing it to stagger with a howl, which echoed through the arena as the other wolves responded with similar cries. The wolf, undeterred, fixed its cunning gaze upon the young man, charging once more to bite at his leg. This time, the young man was slightly too slow, and a chunk of flesh was torn away from his leg, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Watching intently, Nuan remarked, "This man possesses remarkable skill." To which Xiaohuzi replied, "He has already triumphed in 2 matches. Should he win this one as well, he will earn his freedom. How could someone so skilled end up sold here?" She pondered. He was once a shadow guard for a master, tasked with protecting the young lord. However, after incurring the lord's displeasure, he was sold into this grim fate. This place serves as a betting platform. Can participants take a break during the competition? The bettors have requested it, and thus it is permitted. Ah, then I shall wager on his victory. Nuan produced a banknote and addressed the man with the small beard. "Bring that man to me first. I shall bet 500 taels. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," the small-bearded man replied before departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned, leading a bloodied individual before Nuan. Nuan retrieved a bottle of water and some hemostatic powder from her bag. She asked the man, "Do you wish to leave this place?" He nodded in response. Nuan exuded a formidable aura, which astonished the man, who was originally trained as a covert agent. He scrutinized the young woman anew, thinking to himself, "Do not let her youth deceive you. This girl is far from ordinary." Perceiving his thoughts, Nuan spoke. "I can assist you in securing victory, but there are conditions. You must follow me thereafter, obeying my every command. This arrangement shall last for 3 years, after which I shall grant you your freedom. Should I choose not to help you, your strength is nearly depleted, and you will surely perish here today. Consider your options wisely. I am no benevolent savior, and I am under no obligation to rescue you." She gazed into the depths of his eyes, which reflected a complex array of emotions. The man clasped his fists and responded, "I am grateful for your kind offer, Mississippi. I willingly accept." "Good. You possess a sense of pragmatism. What is more valuable than one's life?" She replied, "Pour this hemostatic powder onto your wounds and drink this bottle of divine water. It will bestow upon you extraordinary strength. Now, let me see your wooden staff." The man complied obediently, sprinkling the powder over his arm and leg wounds before consuming the bottle of water. Nuan summoned some medicinal powder from the void, applying it to a wooden stick. This stick was intended to strike the wolf's head, particularly targeting the nose, mouth, or any wounds. A perceptive individual immediately grasped Nuan's intention. Bowing deeply and clasping his fists, "I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, he departed. Chapter 22. Escaping the wolf's jaws, the cloaked figure made his way towards the arena, suddenly feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing towards his dantian from all directions, then radiating outward to his limbs. This force was akin to a torrent, unstoppable and invigorating. He realized this must be the effect of the enchanted elixir, endowing him with formidable strength. The two gatekeepers opened the iron gate, allowing the cloaked figure to enter. At that moment, the wolf fixated on him, its cunning nature evident as it plotted its next move, unwilling to concede defeat. Upon seeing the cloaked man enter, the wolf lunged at him with astonishing speed, attempting to knock him down and inflict a few bites. The cloaked figure sidestepped just in time, causing the wolf to miss its target, yet it continued its momentum forward. The wolf let out a pained howl, toppling to the side. A deep gash appeared on its abdomen, the flesh seeming as though it had been crushed. Had it been a human, numerous ribs would surely have been shattered. Yet the wolf, refusing to yield, staggered back to its feet. It retreated momentarily, only to suddenly charge at the cloaked man's neck, just as the cloaked figure wiped the sweat from his brow. He was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the wolf. With its gaping maw, the wolf aimed to sink its teeth into the man's neck. The man in black seized the wolf's front legs with both hands and forcefully pushed outward. It's over, it's over. The Saint Seiya is about to be devoured by the wolf. Two individuals cried out in alarm. We are going to lose everything. Another shouted. Strike it, strike it. Hit it with your fists. Some who had wagered on the man in black stood up in unison, raising their fists and shouting. The hearts of the crowd raced, as if they themselves were battling the wolf. Nuan felt the tension rise within her, while Bai Ji and Shui Jian stared intently at the man in black, wishing they could lend him a hand. The man in black harnessed his inner strength, freeing one hand to deliver a powerful punch to the wolf's head. The wolf was struck and flew several meters away. The man in black performed a swift flip and stood upright. With a few leaps, he raised his stick and struck the wolf's head with lightning speed. Instantly, one side of the wolf's face was deformed, and one of its eyes disappeared without a trace. The wolf howled in agony. It was the king among these beasts, enduring such humiliation. Until now, it had an outstanding record. A champion who had always taken on formidable foes personally. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. Saint Seiya, finish it. Saint Seiya, finish it. With a swift motion, the man in black swung the wooden stick toward the wolf's head. The wolf, with only one eye functioning, was unable to evade the blow in time, and the strike landed squarely. Fueled by rage and resentment, along with the grievances accumulated over the years, the man in black unleashed an invisible fury. He swung the stick repeatedly, striking the motionless wolf lying on the ground. As the scene unfolded, one could only witness the wolf's brain splattering, blood spraying forth, its head crushed under tremendous force. A gust of wind swept through, causing beads of sweat to form on the black-clad man's brow, his face transforming into a shade darker than coal. The air was filled with exclamations. The Saint Warriors are formidable. The Saint Warriors are formidable. Laughter soon erupted. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Saint Warrior has turned black-faced. The Saint Warrior could not be found even in the black stone. Ha ha. Ha ha. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. The man in black comprehended the jest. His face had indeed darkened. He stepped away from the arena and approached Nuan. The man with the small mustache handed him his contract of servitude. From this moment forth, you are free. You may leave the gladiatorial arena, the small mustached man declared. In that instant, excitement sparkled in the black-clad man's eyes. He was finally free, yet he recognized that 3 more years were required to attain true freedom. Having promised the little girl a triennial pact, Nuan smiled gently. Congratulations, you have won. The man in black understood that the darkness of his face was a consequence of the potion gifted by the young girl. I possess 2 kinds of divine elixirs. The first renders one bald, the second transforms one into a black-faced visage, though a black face is preferable to baldness. By the way, where can weapons be purchased? Bai Shi ventured into the throng. Moments later, she approached with a beaming smile. Miss, not far ahead is a place where weapons are sold. Nuan inquired. What is your name? How old are you this year? Heir, what a peculiar name. From now on, you shall be called Wu Chun. The man in black clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, miss, for bestowing me with a name. You are not a servant, but rather a being endowed with freedom. Yet for 3 years you shall serve my purpose. Each month, like the others, you shall receive your stipend. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chun felt a surge of clarity within him. He had thought he had escaped the jaws of a tiger only to find himself in the den of wolves. Nuan glanced at the cloaked figure and pondered the name Wu Chun, questioning her own sanity, for the name bore the essence of a monk. With Wu Chun's addition, there was someone to drive the carriage, and all agreed that the young lady had made a wise choice in employing him. Sun Wan produced 10 taels of silver and handed them to Wuchen, instructing him to purchase a straw hat to shield himself from the scorching sun while driving. Thank you for your understanding, miss. Wuchen replied before alighting from the carriage to visit a roadside stall. Upon arriving at the weapons shop, the carriage halted before the entrance, and everyone disembarked. Sun Wan spoke earnestly, as we journey westward, should we encounter nefarious individuals, we cannot confront them with bare hands, devoid of weaponry. Each of you shall select a weapon. This is an investment for a lifetime. Do not concern yourselves with the price. Your lady has earned a fortune today. This shall be the first gift I present to you. Sun Wan instructed her companions to tether the horse to a grand tree before leading everyone into the weapons shop. The proprietor sat in his chair, a frown etched upon his face as he sipped his tea, secretly lamenting the 10 days of inactivity that threatened the very existence of his establishment. Suddenly, he noticed 7 individuals entering from outside, and his spirits lifted as he hastily set down his cup and rushed to greet them. Esteemed guests, what kind of weaponry would you like to acquire? Feel free to browse. Choose what catches your fancy, Sun Wan encouraged. As she perused the shelves, her hand fell upon a dagger, which she casually picked up. Withdrawing the sword from its sheath, a glimmer of cold light emerged, prompting an inner thought. What a splendid weapon. The shopkeeper, upon noticing, hurried over, exclaiming, My dear lady, your eyes are truly remarkable. This is the store's prized possession, the Ice Spirit Sword. It is part of a set, accompanied by this shorter blade. Both are exceptional swords, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Sun Wan then grasped the longer sword, drawing it forth to reveal its own chilling brilliance. She inquired of the shopkeeper, how much for this pair of swords? 100 taels of silver. Upon surveying the other blades, she discerned the truth. One gets what one pays for. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the value. Expensive items possess their own merits. Chapter 23. Learning the whip technique holding the sword, Sun Wan remarked, Shopkeeper, could you possibly lower the price? I shall take these 2 swords. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, proclaiming, These are superb swords. The price is fair, and I assure you, dear lady, you shall not be at a loss. Sun Wan nodded in agreement. Her gaze wandered to the other weapons, and a particular whip caught her attention. As she grasped it, she envisioned herself delivering blow after blow to her adversary, Sushiwero. The shopkeeper, observing the young lady's choice, mused inwardly. This girl certainly possesses a discerning eye. She has selected both of my store's treasures. My lady, this is the shattered bone dragon soul whip. It was bestowed upon us by an esteemed master whom my ancestor once saved. In gratitude, the master left this whip behind, declaring that a fated individual would eventually claim it. I shall take this whip as well, exclaimed Sun Wan. The shopkeeper was utterly elated, realizing that a truly significant customer had graced his establishment today. Sun Wan glanced at the others. Some chose knives, while others opted for swords. Only Wan appeared at a loss, her eyes filled with disappointment. Approaching Wan, Sun Wan selected a short sword from the rack and offered it to her. Wan, you are still young and lack martial skills. For now, take the small one. Once we reach the capital, we shall have Jixiang and the others teach you some techniques, and you can acquire a more suitable weapon later. As Wan clutched the short sword, her large eyes transformed into crescent moons, and her little mouth curved into an excited smile. To her, even the air seemed sweet. Thank you, big sister. Sun Wan gently patted Wan's head and smiled back. After selecting their weapons and settling the payment, the group departed from the armory. Sun Wan instructed Xuejian to procure some provisions, and the party continued their journey towards the capital. They walked for a while and were already nearing the city. On this day, they arrived at Juin Mountain. The path wound through the woods, and twilight was approaching. They still had several miles to cover before reaching the next town. Tonight, they would have to camp in the wilderness. Sun Wan dismounted the carriage and surveyed her surroundings. Within a radius of several meters around the carriage, she scattered a powder to ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. Since they were to spend the night in the forest, it was likely that such creatures lurked nearby, and being bitten would spell trouble. Sun Wan recalled the idea of barbecuing in the grove. Turning to Wuchen, she inquired, Wuchen, do you think there are rabbits or other small animals here? Wuchen surveyed the woods, concluding that while small animals should be present, larger ones might not be. I shall venture forth to see if I can hunt anything. Wait, she interjected, take this pouch of tranquilizer powder. Sprinkle it where you expect the animals to appear. Then climb a tree and wait to gather them. Wuchen accepted the pouch and, armed with his Xingyue knife, ventured into the forest. As Wu Chun observed various small creatures emerging from the forest, he scattered a powder of sedative onto the ground before leaping swiftly into the branches above. After a brief interval, several plump rabbits approached, sniffing curiously as they hopped forward. Upon reaching the area where the powder had been dispersed, they inhaled the scent and promptly collapsed. Wu Chun descended from the tree, gathered the 5 rabbits, and, employing his agile skills, soared towards the direction of the cart. Nuan casually extracted several packets of powder from her sleeve. Each of you take a packet and keep it on your person. Snakes and insects will flee at the mere sight of you. Meanwhile, Bai Ji and Shui Jian should gather some dry twigs. Tonight we shall feast on roasted rabbit. Wu Chun will take care of the rabbits, and once you are done, I will handle the washing. Upon finishing her statement, Wu Chun carried the rabbits a short distance away, swiftly and efficiently preparing them. Nuan approached him, requesting, "Hand over the rabbits. I will wash them." Bai Ji promptly interjected, "Miss, given our remote location, allow me to handle it." "No need," Nuan replied. "Just ensure you ignite the dry twigs." With that, she strolled further away, secretly contemplating, "Would I truly allow you to go? I can use the spring water from my space to wash them. Otherwise, where would I find water? I must avoid the risk of losing myself in this wilderness." Surveying the area for any onlookers, Nuan retrieved a basin filled with water from her space and began cleansing the rabbits meticulously. She rinsed them repeatedly until the water ran clear, then drained it before taking some curing spices from her space to marinate the meat. Finally, she carried the basin back to the cart. Upon noticing Nuan's return, Shui Jian hurriedly stepped forward to relieve her of the basin, placing it beside the fire. Dustless was carving a wooden stick, while Nuan gazed at the bonfire and remarked, "Prepare the rabbit for roasting. This task is entrusted to you. Do ensure it doesn't get burnt." "Understood, miss," replied Shui Jian. The system announced, "Save the man in black. Reward of 300 luck points." The system continued, "A set of martial arts manuals has been awarded. This reward will automatically expire in 30 minutes. No, I didn't have the time to make a selection. Nuan communicated with her consciousness in the space. Immediately, her consciousness entered the realm, activating the points redemption system, where a grid appeared on the screen. The first grid displayed 9 sets of manuals, and Nuan perused them: 9 Divine Palm, Instantaneous Step, and Soul-Snatching Blade of the Horizon, among others. She navigated to the next page, which also contained a grid of 9. There, she discovered the Ice Soul Manual, divided into Ice Soul Sword and Dragon Soul Bone Shattering Whip techniques. She mused, "I just purchased a sword, and now there's a sword manual available. How fortuitous." Her finger pointed to one of the small squares, and subsequently, 2 books materialized on the entertainment system's console. Nuan picked up the whip technique and studied it intently. The flow of time within this space differed from that outside. 10 hours inside equated to merely 1 hour outside. Nuan immersed herself in the study of the whip technique. With her photographic memory, she completed both books swiftly. Upon exiting the space, a sense of restlessness stirred within her. Thus, she retrieved a whip from the carriage and commenced her practice on a nearby patch of grass. With each repetition, her movements grew faster and more fluid. Initially, the others paid little heed to her training. Upon hearing the howling wind, accompanied by the sound of trees being violently uprooted, they all turned their gazes towards the source of the noise. At that moment, their mouths agape in astonishment. They marveled, "The young lady is truly formidable." Suddenly, Wu Chun presented a roasted rabbit, emanating a delightful aroma, to Nuan. She accepted the offering with a smile, praising, "This meat is exquisitely roasted. Wu Chun, you have worked hard." She tore off a hind leg of the rabbit and handed it to Nuan, saying, "Nuan, here is a leg for you. Enjoy." She then divided 2 more legs between Bai Ji and Shui Jian, reserving the final leg for herself. "You all should partake, lest it grows cold," she urged. The air was thick with the tantalizing scent of roasted meat, and as they dined and conversed, they had never experienced such joy. How fragrant! What could this delightful aroma be? At that moment, an elderly man came running from a distance, clad in white garments, with white hair and beard, and a rosy complexion. He approached in the blink of an eye. Several maidens gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could he move so swiftly?" The old man reached the fire, seized a rabbit, and began to eat with unabashed delight. Chapter 24. The Grandmaster of Infinity. The elderly man with a white beard sat upon a wooden stump, savoring the rabbit meat. Bai Ji approached him, exclaiming, "Elder, despite your advanced age, how can you be so impolite? We exerted considerable effort to roast this rabbit, and you take it without a word." The old man replied, "I was simply famished, my dear." Truly, the younger generation increasingly lacks respect for their elders. As the elderly man scolded Bai Ji while enjoying his meal, She persisted in her argument, proclaiming, "A mistake is a mistake. There are no excuses or justifications." Nuan, having finished her meal, observed the old gentleman. He resembled an ancient immortal, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, yet also bore the playful demeanor of a mischievous child, seemingly indifferent to the reprimands. After all, who would risk being chastised, lowering their dignity to consume another's modest fare? At his advanced age, he ought to indulge his desires freely. Hence, she interjected, "Bai Ji." The old man, brimming with pride, waved the piece of rabbit meat in his hand at Bai Ji. Nuan shook her head in exasperation, thinking, truly a playful old soul. As he continued to eat, he began to voice his complaints. Alas, this delightful rabbit meat has been charred in some places. Such culinary skill is a waste of good ingredients. Why is this so overly salty? Clearly, it was improperly seasoned. And why is it so spicy? It's burning me alive, unable to endure his grievances any longer. Nuan smirked. With a flick of her wrist, 3 silver needles appeared, aimed directly at the old man's face. The old gentleman, still savoring his rabbit meat, noticed the needles hurtling towards him. With the rabbit held in his left hand, he swiftly extended his right hand, pinching the 3 flying needles between his index and middle fingers, before turning to Nuan. "Little girl, how can you be so malicious? If these needles were to strike me, I would surely be on the path to the underworld." Nuan flashed a charming smile, dusted off her hands, and wiped the grease away with a cloth before rising to her feet. She then produced a fan from her clothing, fanning herself gracefully while remarking, "Elder, are you aware of the saying, words can bring calamity? But you ought not to contemplate the murder of an old man. Your words are excessive. You audacious girl, how dare you bully an elderly person?" Nuan's ire was successfully ignited as she retorted, "How is it that your mouth never learns?" With that, she launched several silver needles. Observing the incoming projectiles, the old man with white whiskers deftly caught them. Subsequently, all the silver needles were hurled back towards Nuan. "Here are your silver needles," he declared with a flourish of his hand. Nuan, grasping her fan, danced it up and down, expertly catching all the needles upon its surface. The elder regarded her with a look of admiration. Such skill at such a tender age, truly, a formidable youth. The old man then chuckled, "My dear girl, I have journeyed all day and am quite famished. Upon seeing some rabbit meat, I couldn't resist taking one to eat. But I shan't linger. I must go enjoy some wine." With that, he ascended into the tree. Nuan chose to disregard him and retreated into the carriage to rest. The following morning, Nuan emerged from the carriage, intending to stretch. Yet, midway through her yawn, she unexpectedly spotted that peculiar old man, dozing against the tree. In a hushed tone, she whispered to Wu Chen, "Let us leave quietly. We must not alert that strange old man." The group boarded the carriage once more and continued their journey westward. Along the way, as they divided their provisions and began to eat, Wu Chen suddenly uttered a remark that nearly caused Nuan to choke. "Miss, that white-bearded elder is following us again." She lifted the curtain to glance back and beheld the old man in white, sprinting towards them. His white hair and beard danced in the wind, complemented by his flowing white garments. It was unclear what technique he employed to run so swiftly, but it appeared as if he were gliding, breathlessly shouting behind, "Wait for me. Wait for you, old man. Why did you leave without a word? How inconsiderate. You've exhausted yourself." The peculiar old man swiftly leaped from the carriage, landing on the other side of the dustless road. You, what about me?" he retorted. "Your young lady didn't say anything." Nuan mused to herself. It must be quite tiring for him to have followed all this way under the scorching sun. Since he wishes to accompany us, let him do so. After all, an extra person on the carriage is no burden. Nuan chose to disregard the white-bearded elder. This elder was none other than the most formidable master of the Wuji sect in this realm, a transcendent genius who combined medicine, martial arts, and poison. Legend has it that he is over 100 years old. The Wuji sect holds a prominent position in the martial world, wielding immense power that spans across nations and various fields. A mere stamp of their foot could stir a tempest throughout the realm. Every emperor in the land harbors a measure of dread towards them, for extinguishing a nation is but a flick of the fingers for them. Currently, the leader of the Wuji sect is Qingxian Daoist, a disciple of the Wuji master. This individual is known for his ruthlessness, exceptional skills, and strategic mind. Over the course of 15 years, he has elevated the Wuji sect to greater heights, making it a coveted ally among nations. The Wuji sect possesses wealth, influence, and capable individuals. They scoff at the generous offers from various countries. In this land, the Wuji sect exists like a deity. Meanwhile, the Wuji master himself appears unfazed, resembling an ancient immortal as he leisurely traverses the mortal realm. As they journeyed more than 5 li from the capital, beside Sun Wan's carriage, another vehicle passed by, marked with the character for evil. Within that carriage sat none other than the 7th prince of the current dynasty. Little did Sun Wan know that this individual was her fated counterpart. In his relentless ambition to make Sun Wan his princess, he resorted to unscrupulous means, laying traps for her at every turn, demonstrating a cunning disposition. Chapter 25. The resplendent return of the legitimate daughter. Upon arriving in the capital, the bustling streets were alive with a throng of people, the flow of carriages resembling a vast, lively river. Sun Wan instructed, "Bai Ji, please inquire about the location of the real estate agency selling houses. We must procure a residence to settle ourselves. We need a place to call home." Bai Ji clasped her fist respectfully. "Yes, miss. Very well, let us all proceed together." After a brief interval, they reached the agency. Upon entering, the agent, upon recognizing Sun Wan, promptly inquired about her purpose. "Ah, esteemed guest. You have arrived at the perfect moment. We have a spacious 2-courtyard residence available." Sun Wan nodded in approval. A 2-courtyard house would suffice for their needs. She planned to eventually acquire another residence, as she harbored enemies and wished to shield Wan from any potential repercussions. Upon inspecting the layout of the dwelling, which was orderly and well-structured, she decided to make the purchase. She instructed Bai Ji and the agent to proceed to the government office for the transfer of ownership. She then withdrew 500 taels of silver and handed them to Wan. "Take this silver, Wan. From now on, this will be your home." That previous dwelling was a den of wolves, filled with ill-intentioned individuals who awaited my downfall. "I cannot bring you along. Procure whatever you require on your own." Upon hearing this, Wan unexpectedly burst into tears. Sun Wan embraced her, comforting, "Wan, it won't be long before I handle those enemies and leave that place. Do not weep. I shall visit you often when I can." Addressing Ji Xiang, she continued, "Here are 50 taels of silver for your purchases, and 10 taels for Wuchen. You shall stay here and guard the residence. I will assign you further tasks in due course." Wuchen nodded, assuring that he would fulfill his duty to protect the premises. Sun Wan then instructed Ji Xiang and Rui, "Teach Wan some martial arts for now. In a few days, I will arrange for a tutor to teach her writing. I entrust this place to you. Wan, you must remain safe." Wan cried as she clung to Sun Wan. "Silly sister, there is no need for worry. I will return to see you in a few days. You must behave." The contracts binding them would be given to her when she was older. Wan nodded, and Sun Wan then departed. The Duke of Dingbei's residence is situated on the eastern side of the capital. In this city, wealth is esteemed in the east and west, while the south is poor and the north is disregarded. The old duke earned his title through military achievements and was rewarded with a grand estate, comparable to that of a prince, for his loyalty by the late emperor. Guided by her predecessor's memories, Sun Wan arrived at the gates of the Su residence. Above the crimson doors, a plaque bore the bold and vigorous characters, "Duke of Dingbei's residence," adorned with auspicious dragon and phoenix designs. 2 stone lions stood guard on either side of the entrance. This occasion would undoubtedly stir chaos within the duke's household. She had smeared some dirt on herself, leaving her face relatively untouched. If she were to clutch a tattered bowl, onlookers would undoubtedly perceive her as a beggar. Standing beside the door was a stout man named Lu Er, a servant of the second madam. Upon seeing the disheveled Sun Wan, he barked aggressively, "Halt! Where did this filthy beggar come from? Scram! Get lost!" He did not hesitate to shove Sun Wan aside. Fuming, Sun Wan retorted, "Since when has a mere gatekeeper of the Dingbei Marquis' residence become so brazen? You filthy beggar, spare me your prattle and be gone. You wretched slave, open your eyes and recognize me. I am Sun Wan, the legitimate second daughter of the Dingbei Marquis." Sun Wan. Lu Er was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and declared, "The second daughter is dead." A chill flickered in Sun Wan's eyes as she asserted, "I am not dead." "You are not dead?" Lu Er gasped, then dashed frantically towards the courtyard. With a swift flick of her wrist, Sun Wan sent a silver needle flying, causing Lu Er to crash to the ground with a thud. Chapter 26. Human or ghost. As Sun Wan made her way back to her courtyard, she encountered the maid, Hongyu. Startled at the sight of Sun Wan, Hongyu quickly approached, her voice trembling. "Second miss, I know of the injustice surrounding your death. Is this your soul returning after 7 days? Do you miss me and the wet nurse?" Tears streamed down her face. Sun Wan grasped Hongyu's arms and spoke earnestly. "Hongyu, I'm not dead. Ghosts do not dare to show themselves in broad daylight." Hongyu, shaken from her stupor, exclaimed with joy, Second miss, you are alive. You are alive. This is wonderful. The second madam said you had perished. I am not dead. See, I am perfectly fine. If you continue to cry, I might become angry, Nuan said. Hong Yu, with tears glistening in her eyes, nodded in agreement. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed by a fierce wind. Obediently, Hong Yu departed on her own. Su Shuero walked forward, intending to see the fifth prince. Out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Nuan. Turning to look, she found Nuan smiling at her. Ah, Nuan, she exclaimed, but when she turned back, there was no trace of her. Ever since Su Shuero had poisoned Nuan, she had been plagued by nightmares every night. Sometimes she dreamt of Nuan pushing her off a sheer cliff. At other times, she envisioned herself stabbing her own heart with a knife, thrusting it in again and again, and on occasion, she dreamed of Nuan gripping her throat, crying out, "Return my life, return my life." Each time, she awoke in terror, her heart pounding fiercely, cold sweat covering her forehead and body. Su Shuero muttered to herself, "Even if you become a ghost, it would be of no use. You could not compete with me in life, and in death, you are even less a match. My cousin, the fifth prince, has already procured the imperial decree to annul our engagement. Your betrothal has been completely dissolved. The position of fifth princess belongs to me. I have been close with Qin since childhood, sharing innocent feelings. You, with your cowardice and incompetence, merely obstruct us. You are inferior to me in every way, yet cling to the status of a legitimate daughter. What right do you have to marry Qin?" Just as she lifted her head, Nuan suddenly appeared before her. In that instant, Su Shuero's mind went blank, her body swaying slightly. A chilling sensation coursed from the crown of her head down to her heels, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. With a finger pointed at Nuan, Nuan, what on earth? Are you human or ghost? Upon hearing this, Su Shuero felt a chill run down her spine, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes, and she stared blankly, as if her very soul had been hollowed out. "Elder sister," Nuan called out once more. Su Shuero immediately fainted. Nuan retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space, took a sip, and sprayed it directly onto Su Shuero's face. "Sister, what is wrong?" "I am Nuan. I am Nuan." Su Shuero awakened, lying on the ground, trembling as she extended a finger to point at Nuan. Yet words failed to escape her lips. At that moment, a well-dressed young man accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman approached. The young man appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, adorned in a royal blue embroidered robe, with a fine quality white jade pendant hanging at his waist. His long black hair was tied back with a jeweled golden crown, his eyebrows arched like swords, complemented by a prominent nose and moderately full lips that revealed a dimple when he smiled. From the memories of the original owner, Nuan recognized him as the one with whom she had an engagement, the 16th prince, Xianyuan. At this moment, a glimmer of joy, excitement, and pride flickered across his face. "Uncle, the engagement has been annulled. After some time, I shall petition father to grant me the hand of cousin Shuero as my consort," Xianyuan declared. The middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his late 30s, possessed a tall and slender figure with slightly tanned skin. Despite having reached middle age, he retained his handsome features, exuding an air of elegance and charm that hinted at his youthful allure. Upon encountering the middle-aged man, a surge of resentment welled up within Nuan, as if it had been festering for an eternity. She was acutely aware that this animosity stemmed from the original owner's feelings. She loathed this father for his indifference towards her, for permitting her stepmother to torment her, and for allowing her sisters to humiliate her. A father who neglects his own child is truly unworthy of the title. In her heart, Nuan silently assured the original owner, "Rest assured, I shall make him regret all that he has done." It was revealed that just yesterday morning, Xianyuan had traveled to the imperial study in a carriage, beseeching the emperor to annul their betrothal. The engagement had been orchestrated by the virtuous consort, who was the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, Su Zian. Years ago, upon learning of Nuan's mother's pregnancy, she had agreed to a pact. Should a daughter be born, she would become her son's bride. The consort understood that for a prince to establish himself, he could not do so without a formidable support system. Lacking the influence of a maternal family was utterly untenable. Thus, in the presence of their families, she and Nuan's mother had pledged the union of their children. However, fate took an unforeseen turn as Nuan's birth mother passed away, leaving Nuan a timid and ineffectual girl. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Xianyuan knelt in reverence, proclaiming, Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. The Emperor, observing him closely, inquired, Rise, Chinner. What brings you here? Xin Yuanqin respectfully articulated his request. Father Emperor. Several days ago, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, Nuan, went to the Jiangnan temple to pay her respects, but tragically slipped and fell from the cliff. Despite the passage of several days, her whereabouts remain unknown. Therefore, I implore you to issue a decree to annul the engagement. The Emperor scrutinized Xin Yuanqin. Recalling the consort's words concerning her timid and ineffectual niece, who was utterly unacquainted with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Unworthy of the title of a royal consort, Qin had long desired to annul the engagement. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Xuanwu resolutely made his decision. Qin. In that case, the annulment is indeed justifiable. It is no wonder the royal family appears heartless. Shortly you shall take the decree of annulment with you, and prepare generous gifts to be sent to the Duke of Dingbei's residence as a gesture of consolation. Thank you, Father. I have another request. I beseech you to grant me this favor. What is it? I wish to take the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, Su Shuero, as my consort. She is the most talented lady in the capital, possessing both grace and decorum, and has captivated my heart for quite some time. Now that she has reached the age of marriage, I desire to wed her. The expression of Emperor Xuanwu grew cold, his demeanor authoritative despite the absence of overt anger. Tinged with a hint of displeasure, a mere commoner is only fit to be a concubine. The death of Su Nuan is likely connected to her. Do not bring this matter up again. Seeing the displeasure in his father's countenance, Xin Yuanqin chose not to pursue the topic further. This matter required patience. The annulment was of utmost importance. Once the decree was finalized, Xin Yuanqin held it aloft, overwhelmed with excitement, bowing thrice before Emperor Xuanwu before swiftly departing. Emperor Xuanwu reflected on his several adult sons, letting out a deep sigh. Poison still coursed through his favored son's veins, and the prognosis remained grim. Despite searching far and wide for renowned physicians, the poison remained untreatable. Alas, must I truly endure the sorrow of burying my child before my time? At the Duke of Dingbei's residence, Xin Yuanqin rushed to assist Su Shuero, who lay on the ground. Shuero, what has befallen you? Su Nuan. It's a ghost. With a loud cry, Su Shuero fainted once more. At that moment, the fifth prince Xin Yuanqun and the Duke of Dingbei, Su Junqing, finally took notice of the woman standing before them. Who are you, and what business does a beggar have here? Su Junqing bellowed. Su Nuan thought to herself, now is not the time for arrogance. I must feign weakness. She let out a cold snort and replied, Father, have you truly forgotten your own daughter? It is I, Su Nuan. The Duke of Dingbei's forehead throbbed with rage as he demanded, Where have you been all this time? Su Nuan, tears streaming down her face, lamented, I do not know why, but when I awoke, I found myself in a mass grave. The Duke scrutinized the woman before him. Her bright, clear eyes resembled her mother's. Yet the unsightly red blemishes on her face were utterly repulsive. He mused to himself, how could such a beautiful woman as Shinjihua give birth to such an unattractive daughter? At that moment, the fifth prince, enraged, exclaimed, You venomous woman. Why did you frighten Shuero into a faint? This remark ignited the Duke's fury. He raised his hand to deliver a stinging slap to Su Nuan's face, but she deftly dodged aside. As Su Junqing swung his hand towards her, Su Nuan retaliated by swiftly launching 2 poisoned silver needles. In his blind rage, he failed to notice the pain. When he saw Su Nuan evade his strike, he swung again. Su Nuan seized his hand, causing him to feel as though his bones would shatter, prompting him to hastily shake her off. Su Nuan inwardly reflected, what a worthless father. I truly question whether I am his biological child. She vowed, from this day forth, Su Junqing, may you endure a lifetime of suffering, a fate you have brought upon yourself. Chapter 28, Revenge. Whipping the fifth prince, Xin Yuanqin assisted Su Shuero to her feet, and to his surprise, she leaned into the embrace of the fifth prince. Su Shuero had overheard every word spoken by Su Nuan moments ago, and her heart seethed with indignation as she silently cursed, Su Nuan, you wretched creature, consider yourself fortunate this time. You escaped unscathed. But mark my words, next time, it will not be so easy to evade your fate. At that moment, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her flawless, jade-like cheeks, with her brows delicately furrowed. She exuded an air of boundless grievance, reminiscent of the rain-drenched goddess of the pear blossoms, surpassing her in beauty. Her ample bosom rose and fell rhythmically, and she gazed at the fifth prince with a bewitching, soulful expression. If you dare to bully Shuero again, I shall ensure your demise," declared Xin Yuanqin. "Cousin Chen, please refrain from speaking ill of my second sister. She is still quite young." Su Shuiero sobbed in defense of Sun Nuan. "Which of my eyes has witnessed me bullying her?" The fifth prince retorted, growing increasingly agitated. "By the way, Sun Nuan, I forgot to inform you that your engagement has been annulled. The decree to terminate the betrothal has been issued today. From henceforth, our paths shall diverge in matters of marriage." Upon uttering these words, Xin Yuanqin seemed to release the pent-up frustrations of years past, feeling an unusual sense of relief. A woman who has been spurned in marriage carries a stain, and who would dare to marry a woman rejected by a prince? Sun Nuan looked at the pair with disdain, mocking, "Thank you. Just look at yourself. You should take a moment to reflect. Don't flatter yourself. It would take a blind fool to be enamored with you." The fifth prince shouted vehemently, "Su Nuan, you are courting death. Just watch as I do away with you." With a swift motion, she drew the supple whip from her waist and lashed it towards Sun Nuan. Sun Nuan deftly evaded, the whip slicing through the air aimlessly. A flame of uncontainable fury ignited in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Xin Yuanqin, over the years, you have mercilessly lashed me with that whip. Today, I shall allow you to experience its sting." With that, Sun Nuan produced the bone-shattering dragon soul whip from her sleeve. At that moment, the fifth prince launched another strike with his whip. Sun Nuan executed a graceful somersault, dodging the blow. In retaliation, she swung the bone-shattering dragon soul whip, delivering a fierce strike aimed at Xin Yuanqin's leg. The fifth prince sidestepped to the left, only to be hindered by Su Shuiero in front of him. The whip's tip grazed his leg, leaving a deep crimson gash. The fifth prince let out a pained cry. Collapsing to his knees, the agony in his leg akin to a broken bone. Sun Nuan let out a cold laugh, applying a fraction of her strength to deliver 5 more vicious lashes to the fifth prince. He felt as though his very bones were shattering. Ah, he cried out. "Second sister, do not strike the fifth prince. If you must, then strike me instead." "Very well, since you implore me. It would be remiss of me not to oblige," she retorted, turning her attention to Su Shuiero, delivering 3 more lashes that left bloodied marks across her skin. Su Shuiero's gown, made of delicate fish-scale fabric, was torn, revealing her pristine white skin. "Ah, Cousin Chen, Sun Nuan has lost her mind," she wailed. Sun Nuan stood before the fifth prince, whip in her left hand, playfully striking it against her right. "Fifth prince, think back to how many times you have struck me over the years. The total number of lashes you delivered. Was it not exhilarating for you? Who would have thought that the day would come when you too would face punishment? From this moment forth, each time I encounter you, I shall strike you once, until the debt of lashes I owe is fully repaid." Fifth prince, should the ministers of the court become aware that you have wielded a whip against a timid and ineffectual young lady of the Marquis, only to find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, I wonder how they would react. This would undoubtedly become a source of amusement over tea and meals. If the emperor were to learn of his son's incompetence, oh, how he would be humiliated. Alas, you shall forever lose your chance for redemption. At this moment, what the onlookers beheld was not a frail maiden, but rather a devil radiating an aura of menace, her laughter echoing with an eerie chill. In their hearts, they whispered, "This second miss has transformed into someone unrecognizable, and one must tread carefully lest they meet their demise without even understanding how." Those nearby, including the concealed guards hidden upon the rooftops, shivered involuntarily. Sun Nuan, observing the couple on the ground, immediately activated her awareness, scanning Su Shuiero's abdomen. To her surprise, Su Shuiero was already with child, though not yet 2 months along. Sun Nuan mused, Su Shuiero, you have wronged the original owner of this body. And I shall not end your life swiftly. Instead, I shall ensure you endure relentless torment, bringing you to ruin and despair." Inwardly, she contemplated the audacity of this fifth prince. Regardless of Sun Nuan's capabilities, she is still the daughter of the Marquis. To strike before my very eyes shows a blatant disregard for my dignity. When did Sun Nuan become so formidable? She stowed away the whip into her sleeve. Duke Dingbei cast a glance at Sun Nuan, bellowing in anger, "You wretched child, have you started causing trouble again? How dare you strike the fifth prince? And your elder sister as well. Look at Shuiero, and then at yourself. You truly infuriate me. Sisters of the same blood, yet how vast is the chasm between them. In the future, perhaps I should learn from Shuiero." Sun Nuan displayed a look of disdain. "Father, what should I learn from my elder sister? Should I emulate her seduction of my own brother-in-law while still in her boudoir, or her lounging in his embrace? I recall now. It appears my second sister has taken after her mother, for the second concubine is of the same ilk. Without marrying father, she sought him out in the brothel. In such establishments, where men abound, is my elder sister even a Sioux? Father himself cannot articulate the truth. Perhaps she bears the burden of another's shame. Raised as someone else's daughter. Merely months after the second concubine entered the household, she gave birth to my elder sister, claiming it was a preterm delivery. Those long-buried memories resurfaced vividly in Su Juncheng's mind. Qin Kai-ching, the merchant's daughter, took charge of the Spring Breeze house, Chun Feng Lu, at a tender age. At that time, Su Juncheng was still the heir apparent. On one occasion, he and several friends gathered at Chun Feng Lu, indulging in drink. While others sought the company of courtesans for a night of pleasure, he staggered downstairs. Just then, Qin Kai-ching arrived to check the accounts and noticed the singularity of Su Juncheng. Instantly captivated, she inquired with the matron. The matron informed her that he was the unwed heir of the Dingbei Marquis. Upon hearing this, Qin Kai-ching devised a plan. Chapter 29. Retrieving the dowry, the second concubine then concocted a scheme to consummate her union with the Dingbei Marquis at Chun Feng Lu. Aiming to secure her place within the marquisate, the matron, sensing Qin Kai-ching's intentions and understanding her nature, summoned 2 young attendants to escort Su Juncheng to a private chamber, where they lit an intoxicating incense. Su Juncheng, wholly devoted to his studies, had not a single maidservant in his courtyard. As Qin Kai-ching gradually seduced Su Juncheng, under the influence of the enchanting incense, the two found themselves entwined in a passionate embrace, oblivious to the world around them. Qin Kai-ching skillfully put her knowledge into practice, and the flames of desire ignited, culminating in an inevitable climax. When dawn broke, Qin Kai-ching feigned tears, deceitfully claiming that she had been forcibly brought into the situation. Meanwhile, Su Juncheng, having indulged in too much drink, could only recall descending the stairs, with no memory of the events that transpired thereafter, leaving him to suffer in silence. This incident haunted him for years. Qin Kai-ching, with her delicate and fragile demeanor, sought to confront the Duke of Dingbei, leaving Su Juncheng bewildered. Acutely aware of the trouble he had caused, if his father were to discover the truth, he would surely face dire consequences. In his drunken state, he had foolishly promised Qin Kai-ching that he would take responsibility. The Duke and his wife vehemently opposed his marriage to a merchant's daughter, deeming it a disgrace to their lineage. Thus, the only concession made was for her to enter the household as a concubine. That autumn, Qin Kai-ching gave birth to their first daughter, Su Shuero, who was considered a premature arrival. The following year, Su Nuan's biological mother also entered the household. And in the 3rd year, Su Nuan was born, which explained why Su Shuero was older than her. The Duke of Dingbei had not had a legitimate mistress for many years, a fact directly linked to his disgraceful past. He feared the gossip that might arise from this situation, and whenever it was mentioned, he would feel a surge of anger and humiliation. The secondary concubine feigned maternal affection in public, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed towards Su Nuan. "Alas, my child, your fate is so cruel. How have you suffered this injustice?" she exclaimed, embracing Su Nuan as if she were a mother who had long been separated from her child, perhaps a bit too forcefully. Losing control as she approached, as Su Nuan swiftly sidestepped, her stepmother unexpectedly fell forward, ultimately landing face down on the ground. How utterly laughable. Su Nuan spread her hands and shook her head, declaring, "Stepmother, I have done nothing to you. I did not touch you." Upon seeing the Duke of Dingbei, the stepmother's tears began to flow. She pitifully turned to Su Juncheng, lamenting, "My lord, behold how Nuan treats me." The Duke cast a glance at Qin Kai-ching, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "What has Su Nuan done to you?" "I observed her hands. She did not lay a finger upon you." "What do you accuse her of? Are you intent on placing blame upon her unjustly?" Seizing the opportune moment, Su Nuan spoke up, "Father, our lives these past years have been sustained solely by the wet nurse and Hong Yu's embroidered handkerchiefs. Not a single copper coin of the monthly allowance has graced our hands." The Duke of Dingbei had yet to vent his frustrations over the grievances concocted by his stepmother. Seizing this pretext, he launched an assault against her. "Qin Kai-ching, you have not provided Su Nuan with her monthly allowance for years. How audacious of you! You covet this meager silver? It seems the authority to manage the household ought to be reassigned. You are woefully inadequate." Realizing the gravity of her predicament, the stepmother hastily defended herself. "My lord, I am wronged. That silver was drawn from the public funds. It must have been embezzled by the managing matron. I shall ensure she repays it. It was my negligence." A barely perceptible cold smirk flickered in Su Nuan's eyes, and then she assumed a dramatic demeanor, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Father, I have grown up now. Our household is prosperous. It is likely that the father, as a marquis, looks down upon the meager dowry of my mother. She has been deceased for many years. Might I reclaim that dowry? As a daughter who has been jilted, I fear that no suitor will dare approach me henceforth, and I can only rely on that scant dowry for my sustenance. Upon finishing my plea, I wept uncontrollably. The Marquis of Dingbei found himself quite vexed by this farce, his head spinning with the tumult. Deep down, he was reluctant to bestow Shinjihua's dowry upon Nuan, for it was quite substantial. However, a recent incident in the court involving a minister who had embezzled a legitimate daughter's dowry had drawn the ire of the emperor, leading to the minister's demotion by 2 ranks and a forfeiture of a year's salary. The Marquis mused to himself, learning from this cautionary tale, should I withhold the dowry, and word of it reached the emperor, I might jeopardize my title. I cannot afford such a loss over a trifling matter. No, my concubine vehemently objects. That dowry was intended as a bridal gift for Shuiro, she declared angrily. He thought to himself, the dowry is nearly depleted. Where shall I procure more for you? Nuan, almost amused by the absurdity of the situation, retorted, concubine, your daughter Su Shuiro's dowry is merely your own, and my mother's dowry rightfully belongs to me. This is a matter of fairness. If not, we shall seek the emperor for resolution. The 4th concubine, Meng Yi, was shrewd and sensed the shifting dynamics. The 2nd young lady was indeed transformed from her former self. She counseled, Marquis, the 2nd young lady is not mistaken. Upon Ling Long's marriage, I too will bestow upon her the dowry I brought from my family. This has been the custom of the Baiming dynasty for centuries. Madame Shin's dowry ought to be entrusted to the 2nd young lady. The Duke of Dingbei, his voice laced with anger, impatiently commanded, return Shinjihua's dowry to Nuan intact, allowing her to manage it herself. It is still the 4th concubine who is reasonable. 4th concubine, please retrieve the dowry list from the Shin family. For every item missing, let the 2nd concubine compensate with silver at market value. If she cannot pay, I shall issue a divorce decree. Who permitted the use of the Shin family's dowry? My esteemed household is affluent enough without selling a woman's dowry to make ends meet. I accept the order. Should there be any discrepancies in the dowry, I will certainly report to the Duke. The 4th concubine replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Nuan understood that the Duke of Dingbei was not genuinely aiding her. Rather, he was simply bringing forth the humiliating past that she had once thrust upon him. At this moment, his ire was directed more towards the 2nd concubine. His anger had been successfully provoked, providing him with an outlet for his frustrations, merely a pretext to unleash his wrath. Chapter 30. The true nature of the 2nd concubine revealed. Do not be deceived into thinking he has changed or discovered his conscience. A scoundrel remains a scoundrel. Over the years, those shops have generated considerable wealth, all of which has been tucked away in her private treasury, awaiting Shuiro's marriage as her dowry. Additionally, there are priceless jewels and ornaments. Some she gifted to the virtuous consort to curry favor, while others were presented to the matriarch. Should she seek further from the consort, Shuiro's engagement to the 5th prince would likely dissolve into mere fantasy. Yet, should this happen, the earnings of these years would not suffice to cover the losses, and she would have to supplement them with her own silver. She shot a venomous glare at Nuan, wishing she could devour her whole. Internally she seethed, you wretched woman, how is it that you have managed to escape death despite my persistent poisoning in your meals? Nuan observed the disheveled demeanor of her 2nd aunt, and, filled with a sense of triumph, declared, 2nd aunt, how could I possibly perish? I shall surely depart this realm only after you. She continued, if you wish to avoid compensation at market value, you must consider the consequences, should father cast you aside. I shall grant you but 2 days to deliberate your course of action. Aha! The 2nd aunt was so infuriated that she nearly spat blood. Casting a furious glare at the 3rd aunt, Qin Kaisher, for not interceding on her behalf. Qin Kaisher could only lower her gaze. In truth, she had wronged the 3rd aunt, as just as she was about to speak, her 12-year-old daughter, Su Qianyue, intervened. Qianyue tugged at her hand and shook her head. Observing this, the 3rd aunt chose to remain silent, fearing that the Lord would cast blame upon her as well. Yet, if she remained mute, the 2nd aunt would surely sow discord against her. It was indeed a precarious position. The deeds of the 2nd aunt did not escape her notice. Yet she was her own elder sister and had long been accustomed to her tyranny. Regardless of what she said or did, compliance was her only recourse, lest her twin daughters suffer misfortune. The 2nd aunt, Qin Kaiqing, stepped forward, admonishing the third ant with a sharp command. Are you not yet on your way? The third ant, seeing this, swiftly took hold of Su Qianyue's hand and hurried after her. At that moment, the fourth ant approached Su Nuan, bowing respectfully. Second miss. From this day forth, should you require anything, simply summon a maid to seek me. Su Nuan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, fourth ant. I would appreciate it if you could gather my mother's dowry and the accompanying lists and deliver them to my courtyard. I am truly grateful for your assistance. The fourth ant, a daughter of a seventh-rank official, was astute and perceptive, always understanding the intricacies of every situation. Naturally, the second concubine looked down upon the petty demeanor of the other, begrudging even the modest monthly allowance meant for an orphan child. Was she driven mad by poverty? The second concubine had clashed with the fourth concubine, yet she could hardly find a single fault in her. Most of her complaints were mere fabrications, and in the end, she was harshly reprimanded by the Lord, consistently emerging from these encounters defeated. After suffering a few setbacks, she learned her lesson and dared not provoke the fourth concubine any further. System, congratulations, master, you have acquired 400 resentment points from the second concubine. Su Nuan mused. 400 points are sufficient for 2 draws. Henceforth, I shall provoke her occasionally to amass more points. Hongyu approached Su Nuan, clutching a small box, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, you are alive. You truly are alive. How wonderful. After exclaiming this, she burst into sobs once more. Only when the second concubine had departed did Hongyu feel emboldened to approach. Just then, the fourth concubine had not yet taken her leave, and Su Nuan inquired. Fourth ant, might I request the transfer of the contracts of servitude for Hongyu and the wet nurse? Miss, do you not already possess their contracts? The contracts for the maids and nannies are typically kept by their respective mistresses. No, they have always remained with the second concubine. Very well, once I obtain their contracts, I shall have the maid Anrin deliver them to you. The fourth concubine replied with a smile. Thank you, fourth ant. Miss, you are too polite. Su Nuan then turned her gaze to Hongyu. Hongyu, do not weep any longer. At this moment, Hongyu noticed a transformation in the second miss. As if she had become an entirely different person, shedding her previous timidity and weakness. In times past, upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of the second concubine, I would have retreated to a secluded corner, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone confront her directly. Hongyu scrutinized the second young lady, noting that her appearance had remained unchanged. Indeed, she was the second young lady. Could a single fall from a cliff truly alter one's character? Yet, she found herself preferring this incarnation of the second young lady, for at the very least, she would no longer be subjected to bullying. Hongyu led the way as they ventured forth, traversing the desolate woodland path until they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The plaque above the gate bore the inscription Bamboo Sound Cottage. On either side of the entrance stood several bamboo stalks, leaning precariously, swaying in the breeze and producing a gentle rustle. Upon pushing open the gate, they entered a modest courtyard, with 3 main rooms at its center and the east and west wing rooms flanking either side. Upon closer inspection, the windows and doors were nearly stripped of their paint, rendering their original colors unrecognizable, marred by numerous cracks. The window paper was patched together haphazardly, with pieces affixed here and there, between the east and west wing rooms. A rope was strung up, upon which hung several garments that had faded and been mended. Su Nuan observed that this might be the most dilapidated courtyard of the Ho residence. However, this was but a temporary state. Once I have avenged the original owner, I shall depart from this place forever. Hearing sounds emanating from the main room, Su Nuan pushed open the inner chamber door and beheld the wet nurse, weeping as she tidied the clothing. Oh, young lady, your death is such an injustice. I know it was they who caused your demise, yet I possess no evidence. Since your birth, I have cared for you, treating you as my own daughter, though our lives have been fraught with hardship. Merely seeing you safe and sound has been my solace. Unexpectedly, that wicked woman devised such a scheme to harm you. Once your funeral is concluded, I shall risk my very life to reveal a certain truth and seek vengeance on your behalf. The wet tears streamed down the nurse's face like beads of dew, plummeting to the ground. She sniffled, brushed away her tears with one hand, and set aside the neatly folded old garments. Chapter 31. Changing courtyards, the nurse's tears flowed incessantly as she wept and lamented. Where could the second miss be? As if by chance, she glanced upward, only to behold the second miss standing before her. Her hands trembled, causing the garments to scatter upon the floor. Hongyu, nearby, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Nurse, it is the second miss. The second miss has returned. The nurse approached Su Nuan, gently caressing her arm before embracing her tightly, exclaiming, "Second miss." She then wept uncontrollably, releasing all the pent-up emotions of the past days. Nuan comforted the nurse by patting her back, saying, "Do not cry, nurse. Such occurrences shall never happen again." Though Nuan shared no deep bond with the nurse, this genuine display of emotion moved her profoundly. The nurse finally ceased her weeping, wiping her tears once more. "Look at this old woman. Once I start crying, I cannot seem to stop. Second miss, please, take a seat and rest." She had been entrusted by Madame Shun with the duty of looking after the young miss, a task the nurse had dutifully fulfilled throughout the years. Before long, the maidservant Anren from the fourth mistress arrived, bowing respectfully. "Second miss, this is the deed of sale for Hong Yu and the nurse, as instructed by the fourth mistress. She has arranged for a new courtyard to be prepared. Though not the finest, it surpasses this place by a considerable margin. I implore you, second miss, to relocate to the Ningxiang courtyard. The new abode is devoid of maids and servants, and here are 200 taels in silver notes. The fourth aunt requests that you personally select individuals from the tooth shop. Under no circumstances should you accept those sent by others." Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand, and a maid entered carrying a square tray laden with silver. Anren lifted the tray. This was the second Miss' monthly allowance that had been unjustly withheld by the second aunt, now restored in full. Nuan smiled. Recognizing that the fourth aunt was indeed adept at managing affairs, her ingenuity was truly remarkable. "Second miss, please prepare yourself to accompany the maid to Ningxiang courtyard. Hong Yu and the wet nurse, you too, make haste." "Yes." The two promptly began to busy themselves. The term preparation here held little significance, as there was not much to gather apart from a few sets of clean clothing and daily necessities. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, they departed from the Zhuyin cottage, where they had resided for 13 years, and made their way to the Ningxiang courtyard. This courtyard was a two-entry dwelling, with each room and corridor adorned with pristine white walls, while the rooftops were cloaked in dark green glazed tiles. It may not exude elegance or spaciousness, yet it possesses a certain charm. Surrounding the courtyard, the bamboo flourished splendidly, its branches thick and leaves abundant, as if meticulously tended. In the southeastern corner of the courtyard lay a lotus pond, where blossoms had fully unfurled. As a gentle breeze swept by, they began to sway gracefully. The path was paved with cobblestones, flanked by an array of flowering plants, many of which were unnameable. Vivid blossoms competed for attention, while bees and butterflies flocked to partake in the lively scene. Upon entering the main room, all furnishings had been replaced with new items, and a delightful fragrance from incense lingered in the air. The cabinet, crafted from fragrant huali wood, is adorned with exquisite carvings of flying birds, fish, and insects, while the sun's rays filter through the intricately designed lattice windows, casting dappled patterns upon the floor. A copper mirror, the size of a basin, rests upon a dressing table made of rosewood. The floor is covered with a soft, plush carpet embellished with floral and avian motifs, muffling footsteps in silence. Above the huali wood bed, a canopy of pure white gauze drapes gracefully, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. An octagonal table, set with a teapot and teacups, is surrounded by 4 small octagonal stools. Nuan takes a seat, feeling content with her surroundings. At the very least, the space is tidy and well-lit. Anren smiles serenely, remarking that among all the vacant courtyards, this Ningxiang courtyard is indeed the most appealing. Nuan nods in agreement. The fourth aunt expresses that this courtyard can accommodate a small kitchen, suggesting they procure some vegetables from the main kitchen tonight and do the shopping tomorrow. Should any matters arise, they can directly inform the staff at Baya Courtyard. The fourth aunt's consideration is much appreciated. "Second miss, I shall take my leave now," Red Jade says, preparing to exit. "Red Jade, please see Anren out." Nuan observes the two, then addresses her wet nurse and Red Jade. "Here. Take this deed of servitude. The monthly allowance will be provided for you to start anew. Distance yourself from this place of strife. Do not endure suffering alongside me any longer. Second miss, this is a gift from your mother, to be opened when you come of age," she adds, handing a beautifully crafted box to Nuan. Nuan examines the delicately designed box, noting its mechanism, and places it upon the table. "Second miss, do you find us distasteful? Please do not cast us away." Upon hearing the words of Hong Yu, she unexpectedly burst into tears. The nursemaid's eyes also glistened with tears as she said, "Miss, many years ago, I was entrusted with your care, raising you to adulthood. We shall not leave you here in this den of wolves. Are you certain you will not depart?" Nuan inquired. observing the resolute demeanor of the nursemaid and Hong Yu. She felt their determination. Since you both wish to remain, I shall escort you to a safer place. It is imperative that you do not stay within this Marquis' residence, for I cannot guarantee your safety in the days to come. Only by sending you away can I alleviate my concerns. Do you believe that the second concubine and Sushiwara will spare me? They will undoubtedly send someone to eliminate me. It is merely a matter of time. For now, they are preoccupied with other matters. Once you arrive, do not venture out until I ensure that things are stable here. But miss, who will protect you in case of danger? The nursemaid asked anxiously. I shall procure 2 skilled maidservants to safeguard me, Nuan replied confidently. Then we shall rest easy. Following your arrangements without hesitation. Very well, it is settled then. Please head to the kitchen and prepare some food. With that, the two departed from the main courtyard. Nuan placed the box into her space. Chapter 32. The Marquis' silver needle poison flare up before long. He found himself in such excruciating pain that he collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Someone, hurry and summon the physician. The individuals outside, upon hearing his plea, rushed away in haste. Shortly thereafter, the physician, carrying a small medicine box, hurriedly arrived. My lord, what troubles you? The pain in my abdomen is unbearable. The physician, having concluded his examination, began to take the pulse of the Marquis. After a protracted moment of scrutiny, he furrowed his brow and remarked, My lord, based on your pulse, it appears you are in good health. Have you perhaps consumed something unsuitable? The Marquis gestured towards the cup of tea beside him. The physician lifted the cup, inhaled its aroma, and tested it with a silver needle, finding no issue. It seems the matter at hand is merely a consequence of consuming tea too hastily, which may have induced some discomfort. Should the unease persist, I recommend summoning the imperial physician, for my own medical expertise is limited. With that, the physician departed, carrying his small medical kit. The Marquis felt a gradual alleviation of his pain, which eventually subsided entirely. Rising from the ground, he contemplated, perhaps I should not have indulged in that cup of tea. Unbeknownst to him, the true source of his discomfort lay not in the tea, but rather in the 2 poisoned silver needles that Nuan had employed during their altercation. At this moment, the venom of one needle was taking effect, causing excruciating pain upon contact with tea or alcohol. Relief would only arrive after a quarter of an hour. The other needle, however, was designed to impede his virility, rendering any aspirations of grandeur mere fantasies, unless an antidote was administered, and even that would only remedy the affliction temporarily. That evening, in a whimsical mood, the Marquis visited the chambers of his concubine, Qin Kaisher. She was the half-sister of the second concubine. Initially, the second concubine believed that the Marquis might still take additional wives, rather than allow him to choose another. She decided to bring her own sister into the household to solidify her influence. Thus, Qin Kaisher became the third concubine. A pragmatic woman, she never sought to vie for the Marquis' affection. He would come to her if he wished, and stay away if he did not. She never took the initiative to prepare a nourishing porridge or serve tea for the Marquis. The concubine, with her fair complexion, despite having given birth to 2 children, maintained her skin remarkably well. Her skin was as tender and flawless as that of an 18 or 19-year-old. Her enchanting smile was captivating, rendering the Marquis utterly entranced. Upon hearing from her informants that the Marquis was approaching the Chinyu Pavilion, she swiftly donned a delicate blue gauze dress. She also lit some alluring incense in the room and took a pill of antidote. Marquis, you have arrived. Qin Kaisher greeted softly with a graceful bow, then moved to support the Duke of Dingbei. The room was adorned with large red lace lanterns, casting a hazy glow, while wisps of fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner. Kaisher, what fragrance is this? It is delightful, he remarked. It is the fragrance of Nuan. I am quite fond of this scent, which is why I have kept it burning all day, she replied. Unbeknownst to him, the Duke of Dingbei's body began to feel increasingly warm. Why am I feeling so hot? He murmured to himself. You must be overheated from your walk. Please sit down and rest. Have a cup of tea, Qin Kaisher suggested, bringing forth a cup of tea. Upon seeing the cup, Su Junshin felt a chill on his forehead, recalling that just yesterday, drinking tea had nearly caused him great discomfort. I am not thirsty. You may leave it there. He chuckled. Qin Kaisher placed the teacup on the table, then wrapped her arms around Su Junshin's neck, settling herself onto the Duke's lap. Petite and delicate, she resembled a little sprite at that moment. She then extended her slender, jade-like fingers to gently caress the Duke's sensuous, full lips. The Duke of Dingbei resembled a famished wolf, greedily kissing every inch of Qin Kaishi's skin. Outside the chamber, only the sound of their hurried breaths could be heard. Qin Kaishi began to remove the duke's outer garments, revealing his robust physique. The sight of the concubine's voluptuous curves and her fair, delicate shoulders captivated him as if under a spell. The incense burner emitted increasingly dense wisps of smoke. The Duke of Dingbei abruptly pulled down Qin Kaishi's gauzy attire, his pronounced Adam's apple bobbing as he embraced her and laid her gently upon the bed. Su Junshin tore away the last remnants of Qin Kaishi's modesty, driven by insatiable desire, ready for a passionate encounter. However, despite his full involvement, it seemed as though his body had betrayed him, remaining in a state of lethargy. Qin Kaishi writhed seductively on the bed, incessantly enticing and kissing Su Junshin. The flames of desire had ignited, eagerly awaiting the moment of consummation. In his urgency, Su Junshin pondered, what could be amiss? Why did it feel as limp as overcooked noodles? He yearned for release, but thought alone proved futile. Awkwardly, he uttered, "Let us sleep." The moment those words left his lips, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Qin Kaishi. Internally, she seethed, thinking him utterly useless, incapable of even a flirtation. No wonder her sister sought solace with cousin Jiang. Yet, she masked her irritation from her countenance. That cousin Jiang, whose true name was Jiang Yin, served as the chief steward of all the second concubine's establishments and would visit the duke's residence each month to settle accounts. Often appearing in times of urgency, the household was well aware of his role, making his visits to the second concubine entirely commonplace. No one pondered the matter deeply. Only the third concubine, the wet nurse of the second concubine, and the capable maid Z1 were privy to it. Of course, Sun Wan's wet nurse inadvertently overheard the two discussing their affairs outside the door. Unsatisfied, Qin Kaishi secretly contemplated, if the Marquis continues like this, what difference is there between me and a widow? I must procure some medicine for him. Chapter 33. The fifth prince deserves his fall. Xian Yuanshin was lifted onto the carriage by the steward and servants, which sped down the road at an astonishing pace. Inside, his frantic cries echoed, "Hurry, hurry." The carriage seemed to soar along the path when suddenly, a chestnut horse charged towards them. A woman clad in red was atop the horse, fiercely wielding her whip, urging the steed forward with relentless cracks of drive, drive, drive. The steward, upon noticing, quickly reined in the reins and steered the carriage to the side. The chestnut horse, like an arrow released from its bow, whizzed past, continuing its forward rush. Moments later, a thud resounded as a figure was hurled from the carriage. The steward, following the sound, was struck dumb, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It was the fifth prince, sprawled upon the ground, his countenance now bruised and battered. Upon escorting him to the fifth prince's residence, the guards within swiftly fetched a plank to lay him upon. Several individuals carried Xian Yuanshin into the bedroom. Jingyang instructed, "Jing Tai, hurry to the palace and find Dr. Liu. Do not let this be known to outsiders." Jing Tai acknowledged swiftly before vanishing from sight. The steward also drove the carriage away from the residence of the fifth prince. Prince Xian Yuanshin lay on the bed, groaning, "Sun Wan, once I recover, I shall ensure your demise. I will personally flay your skin, extract your tendons, chop your bones, and feed your flesh to the dogs. Oh, the pain is unbearable. Ouch." Several personal guards waited in the room for the arrival of the physician, but instead of the doctor, a secondary consort and a few maidservants arrived. Consort Xia gazed at the fifth prince lying there, holding a handkerchief and inquiring with concern, "Fifth prince, who has dared to harm you so grievously?" Xian Yuanshin glanced at her, remaining silent. Could he possibly reveal that he had been beaten by his cousin? That would be the end of his dignity. An oblivious maidservant stepped forward, bursting into tears. "Fifth prince, what has happened to you? I am heartbroken to see you like this." The others exchanged glances and departed in disappointment. At that moment, the guard Jingyang pushed open the door, and an elderly man with a white beard entered. Old man pays his respects to the fifth prince. "Lu Lao, there is no need for such formality. Quickly, examine my injuries," the prince urged. "Fifth prince, how have you sustained such severe injuries? Let me first check your pulse to ascertain whether any internal organs have been affected." Physician Lu stroked his few strands of goat-like beard, closed his eyes, and placed his hand on the fifth prince's wrist, pausing intermittently and shaking his head at times. Finally, he withdrew his hand and clasped his fists before the prince, expressing relief that no internal organs were harmed, only the muscles and bones. "Jingyang, cut open the fifth prince's garments so I may inspect the wounds." Jingyang glanced at Xian Yuanshin, who nodded in assent. Jingyang took a pair of scissors, first cutting open the prince's trousers and then his shirt. Even the seasoned physician, Dr. Liu, had never encountered such an injury throughout his many years of practice. The surface of the skin bore merely a crimson mark from which blood oozed, yet beneath it, the bones lay shattered. He inspected the ribs and found 4 or 5 of them injured. "Your Highness the Fifth Prince," he declared, "beyond this superficial wound, you have sustained damage to your bones, inflicted by internal force. Fortunately, your assailant did not strike with full strength. Had he done so, your life would have been forfeit. As for your leg, it appears to have been lashed by a whip's tip, which is, regrettably, more severe than the injuries to your upper body." Dr. Liu proceeded to realign the bones, causing Xian Yuanshun to cry out in pain. With each cry, his resentment swelled within him. He silently vowed, "Sun Nuan, once I recover, I shall capture you and whip you daily until your demise." Dr. Liu then applied a medicinal ointment to Xian Yuanshun's wounds, followed by a bottle of pills. "Your Highness," he explained, "these pills are intended for bone injuries. You must take 1 pill 3 times a day for a fortnight. Your fractures have yet to heal properly and are prone to misalignment. Should that occur, you shall endure a lifetime of agony. Take heed, take heed. I shall return in 3 days to check on your progress. Thank you for your diligence, Dr. Liu. I implore you to keep this matter confidential, especially from my mother. She must not be informed." Dr. Liu nodded in agreement and clasped his fists. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not utter a word." Having concluded his tasks, he tidied his medical kit and departed from the palace. Within a month, the 5th prince became noticeably subdued, remaining obediently within the confines of his residence. That evening, in the fragrant condensation pavilion, Sun Nuan lay upon her bed, utilizing the memories of the original owner to absorb pertinent information regarding the Marquis. In the first year, the secondary concubine entered the household and, within a few months, gave birth to her eldest daughter, Su Shiwero. The following year, the original protagonist's biological mother, Shen Jihua, was bestowed in marriage by the emperor to Su Junqin. Shen Jihua, the original protagonist's mother, was the daughter of the Minister of War, Shen Jingde. From the moment the head matriarch, Shen Jihua, arrived in the household, the secondary concubine adopted a notably subdued demeanor. She became utterly devoted to Shen Jihua, trailing closely behind her like a shadow, and each day she would linger at her side. The secondary concubine frequently experimented with various delicacies and pastries, always presenting the fruits of her labor to Shen Jihua first. Shen Jihua, being rather guileless and unable to discern the nature of those around her, unwittingly fostered a harmonious relationship between the two. As time passed, they became inseparable confidants. When Shen Jihua became pregnant, the secondary concubine's attentiveness intensified. One day she would brew ginseng soup. The next, she would prepare bird's nest porridge for Shen Jihua. During Shen Jihua's labor, only the wet nurse was present by her side. Although Shen Jihua had successfully given birth, after consuming a bowl of ginseng soup personally delivered by the secondary concubine, she tragically experienced a hemorrhage and passed away, leaving behind her infant daughter, Sun Nuan, to face the world without maternal love. In the wake of Shen Jihua's death, Su Junqin exhibited little sorrow, delegating the care of Sun Nuan to the secondary concubine. For 2 years, the secondary concubine feigned humility, secretly reveling in her newfound role. She had patiently endured the service to Shen Jihua, awaiting this very moment to assert herself as the true matriarch. Consequently, the kindness she had shown Shen Jihua morphed into deep-seated resentment. She relegated the wet nurse and Sun Nuan to the most distant and dilapidated quarters of the estate, the Bamboo Sound Cottage. Subsequently, a neglected maid in the household passed away, leaving her daughter, Hong Yu, an orphan. The second concubine, finding her presence disagreeable, assigned Sun Nuan to serve as a maid. The monthly allowance from the Ho residence was entirely pocketed by the second concubine, with not a single coin bestowed upon Zhu In Xiaozhu. Throughout the years, Sun Nuan was only summoned during the New Year celebrations. Each year, the second concubine would prepare a fine set of garments for Sun Nuan, adorning her with jewelry to attend the family feast. Others, witnessing the second concubine's apparent kindness towards the legitimate daughter, could not help but express their admiration for her. Yet, once the banquet concluded, the dress and jewelry would be reclaimed. The old matriarch of the Dingbei Ho, who was the original owner's grandmother, never paid Sun Nuan any heed. Su Qingyao was the daughter of the fifth concubine. Before her demise, the fifth concubine entrusted this infant, still in swaddling clothes, to her distant relative, the second concubine. For her upbringing, bestowing her entire dowry upon her. The old matriarch held a particular fondness for Su Qingyao, just 5 months younger than Sun Wan. She was raised by the old matriarch from the age of 5. An exceptionally intelligent girl, she excelled in all she learned, her beauty captivating. And she received instruction in the arts from esteemed masters. Daily, she would surround the old matriarch, recounting stories or sharing jokes, often causing the old matriarch to forget Sun Wan's existence altogether. As the old matriarch observed Su Qingyao growing day by day, she began to contemplate a matter. Such an exceptional young woman, yet a mere illegitimate daughter. Thus, she sought out Su Junqing, urging him to elevate the second concubine to the status of a legitimate wife for the sake of their children. However, Su Junqing, harboring resentment from the humiliating incident at Chunfeng Tower, remained obstinate, and the matter became ensnared in a stalemate. Sun Wan mused to herself, this may exemplify the indifference and cruelty of humanity. Had the old matriarch taken an interest in the original owner, the latter's plight would not have been so dire. Regardless of whom the matriarch favors, as long as she does not provoke me, we can coexist in harmony as before. Should she cross my path, however, you will merely be a stranger, and I shall not be held accountable for my lack of compassion. Within the residence, there are only 3 concubines. The second concubine has 2 daughters and 1 son. The daughters are the 15-year-old Su Shuiro and the 13-year-old adopted daughter Su Qingyao, while her son is currently studying in Jiangnan. The third concubine has twin daughters, though they possess different appearances, aged 12, named Su Shiyu and Su Qianyu. The fourth concubine has a daughter, Su Lingdong, who is of the same age as Sun Wan. As for the servant girls, they hold little significance. In this era, how many women perish from postpartum hemorrhage? The act of poisoning, done discreetly, allows for death to be justified. And one cannot help but admire the cunning of the second concubine. In the coming days, the second concubine must gather funds. For now, I shall refrain from disturbing her. Once the dowry is complete, I regret to inform you, dear second concubine, that your days of hardship are upon you. For the moment, my priority is to amass wealth. What shall I do? I shall return to my original vocation and establish a medical clinic, step by step, embarking on my journey to immense prosperity. Thus, Sun Wan entered her space once more. Within the point system, there exists a points exchange program and a lottery program. Activating the lottery program allows her to draw once for every 200 points spent, providing a source of amusement during her moments of boredom. At this moment, gazing at her points, Sun Wan pressed the lottery button, reducing her total by 200. The system announced, "Congratulations, dear master. You have won 5 sets of cosmetics, each valued at 3,000 yuan. Sun Wan felt a surge of joy as she pressed the lottery button once more. The system announced, "Congratulations, dear master. You have obtained a double lottery ticket. A double draw? I can draw twice in succession? Normally, that would cost 400 points. This revelation filled Sun Wan with excitement. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, her eyes sparkling with delight as she pressed the button again. The system chimed, "Congratulations, dear master. You have won a bucket of Hercules water." Sun Wan rolled her eyes. She didn't want to hear about that Hercules water again. It left one bald after consumption. Yet, her hand unconsciously pressed the button once more. The system responded, "Congratulations, dear master. You have obtained a secret manual on disguise techniques. Oh my goodness, I have struck gold. This is indeed a treasure." Sun Wan had always envied a certain internet celebrity who could transform her appearance with makeup to resemble anyone, creating looks that made her seem like a twin of the stars. As Sun Wan picked up the book and flipped through a few pages, she discovered that this disguise technique was not merely makeup. It required one's conscious effort and practice to master gradually. This technique not only ensured that one's appearance was indistinguishable from the original but also replicated the voice perfectly. Moreover, once disguised, one's appearance would remain unchanged for a lifetime as long as the disguise was not reverted. Sun Wan placed a kiss on the book titled Disguise Techniques, utterly enamored. With this skill at her disposal, she could transform into anyone she wished, embodying 1,000 faces. Eager for one last draw, she joyfully pressed the button again. The system declared, "Congratulations, dear master. You have received a pair of faded black triangle panties and a faded black bra, intended as punishment for the wicked woman, Su Shuro. You will earn 3,000 points. You are indeed a cunning individual, requiring me to don a pair of undergarments for Su Shuro. This is intimate apparel. Can I truly place it upon her?" System, "Master, time is of the essence. Only 7 hours remain. If you wish to earn points, you must accept any task. Should you decline, the system will automatically forfeit. For the sake of 3,000 points, I shall risk my life over mere wealth. I accept. It is but a matter of dressing her in a faded pair of panties. What difficulty lies therein? As long as points are to be gained. It is an unbreakable bond. I would even adorn him in them. Nuan clicked accept on the screen, and the set of lingerie materialized before her. She examined it, finding the design rather appealing. Since it was faded, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Nuan fetched a small spray bottle filled with water and began misting the lingerie. Her wicked smile growing as she envisioned Sushiro's astonishment upon awakening to such peculiar undergarments. Surely, she would remove them. Yet, upon doing so, the color would remain on her skin, a deep black. A chuckle escaped her lips. Tonight, I shall accomplish this task. With resolve, Nuan changed into a black outfit, adorned herself with a black silk scarf to conceal her face, and, guided by the original owner's memories, leaped gracefully to Sushiro's residence, the snowy courtyard. She ascended to the rooftop, lifting a tile to gaze inside. There, amidst the soft pink drapes of the bed, lay a sleeping beauty. With a smile, she replaced the tile and descended into the courtyard. At the entrance stood two maidservants on guard. With a mere flick of her wrist, they collapsed to the ground. She moved as if in an uninhabited realm, advancing into the interior. She had no time to observe the furnishings within the room. Drawing back the curtains, she waved her hand, causing a powder to be inhaled by Sushiro, who subsequently fell into a deeper slumber. Nuan lifted the blankets and removed Sushiro's undergarments, replacing them with a pair of panties and a bra. She thought to herself, when have I ever served anyone? Today truly is a stroke of good fortune for you. The system chimed. Congratulations, master, you've earned 3,000 points. Once more, Nuan casually retrieved over 20 rusty sewing needles, which she had pulled from her own body. From her space. Sushiro, these needles were crafted by you and your wet nurse. I am returning them to you. You shall have your share of suffering. Utilizing her internal strength, she drove each needle into Sushiro's body. You have been beaten during the day. I shall spare you tonight. I have a rather unfortunate habit of repaying grievances in full, whether I am in a good mood or a bad one. I will take the time to settle accounts with you, and sometimes I even enjoy extending my efforts. You have tormented the original owner for many years, pricking her with needles and forcing her to kneel for countless hours. If you wish to vent your frustrations on her, I will ensure that the punishment is doubled. Rest assured, I shall not end your life with a single stroke just yet. That would be too merciful. From this day forth, your days of suffering begin. I shall torment you until life loses its allure. With that, she sprinkled some powder onto Sushiro's wounds and smiled. Chapter 35, The Fading Panties. Suddenly, she recalled the secret manual and felt invigorated. Hastily, she retrieved the disguise technique manual from her space and began to study it earnestly. After a night of diligent effort, she finally reached a level of mastery that allowed her to employ the art of disguise effortlessly, transforming into anyone she wished. As she practiced, her speed increased remarkably, and in the blink of an eye, she could transform into another person. With the dawn breaking, she yawned several times and stretched languidly. I am utterly exhausted, she exclaimed before collapsing onto her bed, drifting into dreams. In the snowfall courtyard, Hua Yin and Yu Rue remained sprawled on the ground. By now, daylight had fully arrived, and the clattering sounds from the kitchen roused them from their slumber. They opened their eyes, slowly sat up, tilted their heads left and right, and pounded their shoulders and waist with their fists. Sister Hua Yin, how did we end up sleeping on the floor? Why does every part of my body ache? We were standing peacefully at the door, and suddenly, it felt like a gust of wind swept over me, and then I knew nothing. Hurry up and get up to fetch some water, or the young lady will punish us again. The two sisters gradually stood, swaying slightly as they went to collect water for washing their faces. Beams of golden sunlight streamed through the window. Sushiro opened her drowsy eyes and sat up. At that moment, she felt no pain in her back, for Nuan had soaked those needles in a specially concocted slow-acting poison, which contained anesthetic properties. Even though the needles had been removed, the spots where they had pierced her skin ached daily, more intensely than the sensation of being pricked. The wounds, as long as the needles themselves would not scab over, causing a relentless, penetrating pain as though the injury would never heal. The pink brocade quilt slipped from Sushiro's body as she pulled it aside. Casually glancing down, she noticed her bare legs. Where are my undergarments? My belly wrap? Ah, what am I wearing? She exclaimed, noticing the black garments that adorned her body. I have never seen such things before. They appear quite lovely. With a heart full of joy, she descended to the ground and approached the standing bronze mirror. Upon gazing at the reflection before her, she could scarcely believe it was indeed her own visage. The voluptuous curves of her bosom, accentuated by the dark garment, appeared even more pronounced. Her shapely figure was exquisitely highlighted by the alluring lingerie, which showcased her graceful, sinuous lines in all their splendor. Such sumptuous allure would be irresistible to any man. She chuckled softly, pondering the identity of the kind soul who had gifted her these delicate garments. If only Cousin Chun could see her now, he would undoubtedly be entranced. Imagining his arrival, she contemplated showcasing her attire to him, and the thought made her laugh aloud. Facing the mirror, she first removed her top. Huh, how many pieces are there? Upon shedding one, another remained. She felt her skin, discovering there was nothing beneath. Could it be that it would not wash away? She then removed her panties. My heavens, how is it that even after this, there remains a triangle below? It would be fine if it were a different color. But this dark hue is quite unappealing. Hua Yin, Yu Rui, bring the water in. Hua Yin and her companion entered, carrying a basin of water and a cloth. Upon seeing the young lady, they were taken aback. What is this attire, miss? Hua Yin, wet the cloth and help me clean this off. Let us see if this darkness can be removed. Hua Yin dampened the cloth and cautiously began to wipe her back. Miss, what is it that you are wearing? Why does this black refuse to wash away? Hand it over to me. I shall rub it myself. Hua Yin passed the cloth to Sushiwero, who vigorously began to scrub, and soon, spots of blood began to appear where she had rubbed. Miss, please stop rubbing. You've already worn your skin away. Sushiwero exclaimed in anger. You too. Tell me, who entered my room last night? Hua Yin and Yu Rui promptly knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. Last night, Yu Rui and I stood at the door when suddenly a gust of wind swept by, and we were rendered unconscious. We only awoke this morning, Hua Yin explained. It must be that individual skilled in poison who incapacitated both of you and me, then dressed me in those two little garments. Sushiwero said furiously. If all else fails, miss, perhaps soaking in a bath could wash away the color? Yu Rui suggested, gazing at Sushiwero. Yes, I shall try a bath. You both go fetch some water, she replied. Thus, Yu Rui went to retrieve the bathtub while Hua Yin went to boil water. Sushiwero, fuming, cursed within the room. What a scoundrel! If I catch the culprit, I shall surely take their life. After a while, the water was ready, and Hua Yin poured it into the bathtub, making all necessary preparations. Sushiwero entered the tub, resuming her vigorous scrubbing. She soaked for the entire morning, and the color faded slightly. Miss, I see that the color has lightened a bit. You should take a look, Yu Rui remarked. Indeed, I shall soak again tonight. The color will surely fade more. When Sushiwero emerged from the water, her maid helped to dry her off. As the maid reached her back, Sushiwero exclaimed, Ah, why does it hurt so much? Pain surged through her. Miss, I'll be gentler. Hua Yin assumed she had scrubbed too hard. Yet, even with the lightest touch, the pain persisted. Can you both see what's on my back? Having just finished her hot bath, her pores were wide open. The puncture site has not scabbed over. Yet it is evident that it is significantly larger than a mere pore. My lady, it appears as though your back is riddled with numerous needles. Numerous needles? I exclaimed, realizing that the pain in my back intensified with movement. You too, remove the needles. My lady, not a single needle is protruding, we cannot extract them. What shall we do? Hua Yin fretted, utterly at a loss. I shall seek the wet nurse. She possesses martial skills and may have a solution, Yu Rui declared. Then hurry. Yu Rui hastily exited. Nuan lashed Sushiwero with a whip, not applying excessive force, merely striking her thighs and buttocks, which were sufficiently padded, sparing her bones from harm. Shortly thereafter, the wet nurse entered. My lady, Yu Rui mentioned your back. Allow me to inspect it. Upon observing the multitude of puncture marks on Sushiwero's back, the wet nurse inquired, My lady, what is that dark substance on your skin? Oh, it is merely the dye from my clothing, Sushiwero replied as she sat upon a chair. The wet nurse, channeling her energy with one hand, gently caressed Sushiwero's back. One by one, the steel needles began to emerge from her flesh, ultimately cascading to the floor. The wet nurse continued to draw forth the needles, section by section. Hua Yin diligently collected the needles from the ground, some of which were already rusted. She retrieved a needle that was free of rust and noticed minuscule characters inscribed at the eye of the needle, spelling Su, which astonished her. She then compared it with another needle from the young lady's sewing kit, and to her astonishment, the inscriptions were identical. My lady, this needle belongs to our Marquis' residence. It bears the character Su. After speaking, she presented the 2 needles to Sushiwero for inspection. The wet nurse also took a look at the needles. These rusted instruments had clearly been used, their age varying. Who could have inflicted these needles upon the young mistress? Sushiwero exclaimed indignantly. It must be that wretched Nuan. These needles undoubtedly belonged to her. The ones embedded in her skin must have been removed by someone else. I recall that one of the needles had a damaged eyelet and was plunged into her flesh. Look, it is this very one. Sushiwero held up the needle for the wet nurse to see. Chapter 36. Suffering that vile woman must have experienced some extraordinary fortune, perhaps encountering a remarkable individual. Yet, her skills are merely rudimentary. The 5th prince never anticipated that she would retaliate. He was caught off guard at that moment. Sushiwero explained. Wet nurse, in the coming days, send 2 people to deal with her. It would be best to incapacitate her and see how arrogant she remains. Indeed, miss. Let Nyo Air and Sun to handle it, the wet nurse replied. Once all the needles were extracted, Sushiwero's back was already stained with blood. Yuru hurriedly brought a damp cloth to clean her back. After removing the needles, why does it hurt even more? Just 3 seconds had passed when the areas struck by the whip began to itch intensely. The poison that Nuan had used activated upon contact with water. She had calculated that the discoloration on Sushiwero's skin could not be washed away, necessitating a bath, which would dissolve the medicinal powder on her wounds. Sushiwero began to scratch incessantly. The more she scratched, the itchier it became, a maddening sensation. The itchiness concentrated on the wounds, evolving into pain. Wet nurse, what shall we do? We must find a doctor to examine this. The physicians are all men. What is to be made of this? Are they to examine the young lady's legs or her posterior? It is a well-known adage that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Huayan, go to Tongwei Hall and inform Dr. Sun of the young lady's symptoms in detail. If he is able to provide treatment, have him come over. Huayan hurriedly made her way to Tongwei Hall. Dr. Sun, who shared a hometown with the wet nurse, had always maintained a cordial relationship with her. After listening to Huayan's account, Dr. Sun hesitated for a moment before stating, Your young lady has undoubtedly been poisoned. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. I shall go and examine her. After making the necessary arrangements, Dr. Sun shouldered his small medicine box and accompanied Huayan to the Dingbei Marquis' residence. At that moment, the young lady, Sushiwero, had already donned her clothing and lay on her side upon the bed. Dr. Sun promptly clasped his fists and addressed her. Young lady, Dr. Sun, please examine me. My wound itches unbearably. Young lady, extend your hand. I shall take your pulse first. Sushiwero extended her right hand, and Huayan swiftly placed a silk handkerchief atop it. Dr. Sun meticulously examined her pulse, but suddenly his brow furrowed in concern. He mused to himself, This young lady is indeed with child, and not more than 2 months along. It seems her temperament is rather wild. Continuing his examination, he confirmed that the young lady had indeed been poisoned with a common toxin known as Chiang frost. This powder, when applied to a wound and exposed to water, would provoke an intense itching sensation. The remedy is straightforward. Daily application of a mixture of cat feces and horse urine to the wound for 2 days will suffice for healing. That is exceedingly foul. Is there not another remedy? Inquired the wet nurse. There is an alternative, replied Dr. Sun, but it involves the use of a standard ointment applied persistently for half a month, during which one must endure the torment of itching each day. I must find alternative methods. Under no circumstances should we resort to horse urine or cat feces, Sushiwero declared. Very well. I shall prepare some ointment for the young lady. Dr. Sun hesitated, torn between his desire to reveal the young lady's pregnancy and the fear of causing a scandal. After all, an unmarried woman in such a condition would be a source of great shame. The Dingbei Marquis could not afford such disgrace, and it would be better for the young lady to discover this on her own rather than him voicing it. Dr. Sun produced 2 boxes of ointment and handed them to the wet nurse, who then paid him and escorted him out. Filled with rage, Sushiwero's animosity towards Nuan deepened. She believed that Nuan was the architect behind her misfortunes, driven by jealousy over her relationship with the 5th prince, leading her to act with such malice. In the Ningxiang courtyard, by the time Nuan awoke, it was nearly noon. Upon hearing movement from within, Hongyu promptly brought in water for her to wash her face. After refreshing herself and having a light meal, Nuan instructed Hongyu to summon the wet nurse. Wet nurse, take this month's allowance and exchange it for silver notes at the bank. Keep it on your person. The courtyard was graced by a towering ancient tree, and just beyond the wall lay a narrow alley on the west side of the marquise. Reaching the wall, Sun Wan seized the wet nurse and Hong Yu, leaping effortlessly over the barrier. The trio first visited the bank to convert their coins into notes. Sun Wan then purchased some pastries and candies before heading towards Wan Wan's residence. Upon arriving, Wan Wan was overjoyed to see her elder sister. Once inside, Sun Wan introduced, Wan Wan, this is the wet nurse, and this is Hong Yu, they are my family. Nurse. Hong Yu, this is Wan Wan, a younger sister I have taken in. You must treat her as you do me. Jixiang and Rui are Wan Wan's maids, both skilled in martial arts. Hong Yu, regardless of who teaches Wan Wan, you must also learn alongside her. Mastering these skills will at least enable her to protect herself. Having made these arrangements, Sun Wan took Baiji and Xuejun to the pawn shop. Upon their arrival, the shopkeeper greeted them with a warm smile. Esteemed guest, please come in. What kind of attendance do you seek? Hearing this, Sun Wan pondered for a moment. Initially, she had intended to purchase 2 maids, but to establish her shop, it was imperative to have her own people. You have come to the right place, for I have all kinds of individuals available. Chuanchi, go inform the newcomers to stand in the courtyard so that our esteemed guest may choose. A few individuals proceeded to the courtyard, where they formed 2 rows. Sun Wan observed as the skilled maids emerged, along with the cook, who also possessed martial prowess. As soon as she finished speaking, 7 or 8 martial maids stepped forward. Their ages comparable to Baiji's, and their appearances quite agreeable. Sun Wan regarded them and instructed, pair up and spar. Let me observe your skills. The courtyard transformed into a battleground. Some displayed genuine martial prowess, while others merely showcased flashy yet ineffective techniques. Soon, 4 individuals were defeated. Baiji and Xuejian. You shall face those 2 once more. The shopkeeper was taken aback, thinking, I have seen selections made before, but never in such a manner, commencing with a contest. She resigned herself to the proceedings, recognizing that all were for sale. Xuejian and Baiji stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute before engaging in combat with the 2 formidable opponents. One of the women surpassing Xuejian in skill, while the other was evenly matched with Baiji. Halt! Sun Wan called out, and everyone froze in place. Baiji, Xuejian, you shall spar with the other 2 once more. Halt! Sun Wan commanded again, and all resumed their stillness. She gestured towards the 4 individuals before her. Are you 4 willing to follow me, provided you pledge absolute loyalty? We are willing, and we vow to serve our master unto death, the 4 responded in unison. Kneeling before her, Sun Wan then turned her gaze to the elder women, stating, those adept in both culinary arts and martial prowess, step forth. 2 elder women emerged, and Sun Wan instructed them to compete. Ultimately, a slender elder woman emerged victorious. I am willing, she declared. Very well, you 5 shall accompany me, Sun Wan replied. She bestowed silver upon the matron, who in turn presented Sun Wan with their contracts of servitude. Sun Wan first procured 2 sets of garments for each of them, and then they proceeded to a tavern named Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Xian Yuan Yi also arrived at the 2nd floor private room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, conveniently adjacent to Sun Wan's quarters. Chapter 37. The Wicked King encounters her again as Sun Wan and her companions entered the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The waiter promptly approached them. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Very well, to the 2nd floor private room. Please lead us, she replied. They ascended to the elegant chamber above. Sun Wan perused the menu, selecting 10 delectable dishes before the waiter departed. Subsequently, the 5 individuals knelt in unison, imploring, please bestow upon us names, master. Sun Wan glanced at them and declared, the matron shall remain unchanged. You shall be named according to your ages, Chunhua, Xiuyu, Su Ying, and Ran Qing. The 4 individuals knelt down, expressing their gratitude for their master's bestowed names. From this day forth, we shall be a family. You must remain loyal and heed only my commands. Should you betray me, I will not tolerate disloyalty. And I possess 100 methods of torment that will render your existence unbearable. We dare not. We shall remain steadfastly loyal to you, my lord. Very well, rise. Today's feast is to welcome you 5 into our fold. Sun Wan smiled. Among you, who has experience in management or accounting? Su Ying clasped her hands. Miss, I am the maidservant of the First Lady and have experience in overseeing accounts. Ran Qing followed suit. Miss, I am a maidservant to the old lady and have served as a steward, managing all her establishments. Xiuyu added. Miss, both Chunhua and I hail from the shadows, tasked with ensuring your safety. Excellent. Each of you shall have your responsibilities. Follow my lead, and you shall not suffer. The group exchanged glances, sensing that their mistress spoke with the demeanor of a wandering merchant. It must be an illusion, a mere trick of the mind. Once we finish our meal, we shall seek out a shop to embark on our journey to wealth, starting from our very first establishment. The others mused, so, our mistress aims to become a merchant herself. At that moment, the waiter brought forth the dishes, then retreated. Sun Wan surveyed the group. Today is a celebration for you all. Please, take your seats. My lord, we are but servants and cannot dine with our master, Chunhua remarked. Today is a gathering. There shall be no distinction between master and servant. Let us dine together and feast to our heart's content. Bai Ji and Xue Jian took their seats. And after a glance around, the others followed suit. To dine alongside the young ladies was a dream come true for the 5 newcomers. They felt somewhat constrained. Yet Sun Wan chose not to dwell on it, believing that with time, they would grow more comfortable. Meanwhile, the enigmatic King Xian Yuan Yi sat next door, sipping tea, his keen hearing capturing every word spoken by Sun Wan and her companions. The voice of this young woman resonated strikingly like that of Miss Su. Her words sharp and incisive. Could it indeed be her? Long Tianju, the chief steward of Xian Yuan Yi, managed various establishments across the region. Noticing that everyone had finished their meal, Sun Wan stood and declared, "Let me take you for a stroll in the streets. Perhaps we might even discover a shop or two." Thus, the group descended the stairs in unison. Upon hearing their intention to leave, Xian Yuan Yi gestured for Shadow One to follow them and investigate every detail about that young lady. Understood, Shadow One replied before vanishing from sight. Xian Yuan Yi gazed out from the second-floor window, contemplating the silhouette of Sun Wan. Could she be the girl who had rescued him? Her figure bore a resemblance. Slender and delicate, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. It was only when Sun Wan's figure disappeared from view that he lifted his teacup once more, realizing, indeed, it was her. As Sun Wan ambled along, she sought opportunities for business. She noted the presence of several apothecaries, jewelry shops, cosmetic stores, silk merchants, and ready-made clothing outlets. As she walked, she suddenly spotted a fabric shop for sale, situated in a favorable location, and decided to enter. "Good day, esteemed elder. Might I inquire if this fabric shop is for sale? How much silver would this property require?" 5,000 taels. Sun Wan surveyed the room, contemplating the exorbitant price of the house. The elderly man stated, "The minimum is 4,000 taels. It cannot be any lower." Sun Wan replied, "I offer a flat price of 3,000 taels, without any textiles." The elderly man added, "If you cannot purchase it, we shall part ways." With that, Sun Wan turned to leave. "Young lady, please wait. I shall take charge. This house will be sold to you," the elderly woman interjected. Sun Wan retrieved 3 1,000 tael silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to the elder, as both parties signed the transfer agreement. The elderly man also presented the land and property deeds to Sun Wan. Turning to Su Ying and Ran Qing, Sun Wan instructed, "You two accompany the elder to the government office to register and alter the names. Here are 50 taels of silver. Take it." The elderly man, along with Su Ying and Ran Qing, proceeded to the official office. Sun Wan then ventured into the back room, which, in a modern context, comprised 3 front chambers, 2 serving as shops and 1 as a storeroom. There were additional rooms including a kitchen and bedrooms. This arrangement is quite suitable. Let the 4 of you, Ran Qing, Su Ying, Chunhua, and Xue Jian, reside here, for young ladies will not feel fear. Ran Qing handed over the newly named property deed to Sun Wan, who glanced at it before discreetly storing it away. The elderly man soon arrived with a cart, loading the remaining textiles and other necessities. The acquisition of the shop proceeded smoothly. Sun Wan beckoned everyone to sit and declared, "To be candid, I am Sun Wan, the second daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, living a life even less fortunate than yours in the Duke's residence. This is my first shop. I cannot visit daily, so I entrust it to you 4, Ran Qing, Xue Jian, Su Ying, and Chunhua. Su Ying is responsible for managing the accounts and finances, while Ran Qing serves as the overseer. The 2 of you should entrust all matters to Xue Jian and Chunhua, enabling them to handle things independently." Chapter 38, Malicious Intent of the Grandmother. Sun Wan continued, saying that it would not be long before Su Ying and Ran Qing would need to head to the second shop, as she intended to open a medical clinic. Xue Jian, Chunhua, make sure to learn from Su Ying and Ran Qing. The 4 women expressed their delight, and Ran Qing inquired, "My lady, what business shall we undertake?" "We shall sell some intriguing items." Su Ying, here is a blueprint for the renovation. Please examine the layout and prepare the shop accordingly. This is 200 taels of silver. Discuss with Ran Qing what is necessary. The shop shall be named Ling Long Go. You may also prepare the signboard. Once the storeroom is organized, I will deliver the goods. Never before had Su Ying and Ran Qing experienced such attention and regard. They silently vowed to work diligently. Recognizing the rarity of having such a commendable mistress, Nuan handed the blueprint to Su Ying and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I reside at Ningxiang Garden. Next time, let Bai Ji assist everyone in scaling the wall to find my lair. However, do ensure that the wolves and beasts of that residence do not catch sight of you. Otherwise, our shop would be at risk." Upon entering the inner chamber, Nuan addressed the matron, saying, "Matron, I shall be relying on you from now on. Our meals will depend solely on your efforts. Bai Ji and Qiu Yu will assist you when they have the time. Should you require anything, just ask Bai Ji to take care of it. Choose whichever room you prefer. This courtyard is for the four of us. Should any troublemakers arrive, do not regard them. Send them away, and I shall bear any consequences." The elderly matriarchs, having spent considerable time in opulent households, were well aware of the intricacies involved. They assured Miss, "Rest assured that everything in the kitchen will be managed with utmost care. No one shall dare interfere." Nuan nodded, presenting 20 taels of silver to the matriarch. Typically, one could procure ingredients from the grand kitchen, but if unsatisfactory, one must venture out to purchase them oneself. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of Ran, a maidservant of the fourth concubine, who carried several sets of garments. "I have come to pay my respects to the second miss, sent by the fourth concubine with these outfits. Do you find them to your liking?" Nuan glanced at the exquisite silks and fine fabrics, smiling appreciatively. "I thank the fourth concubine for her thoughtfulness." And Ran observed the two unfamiliar maidservants and the matron. The selection seemed rather scant for a legitimate daughter. "I prefer tranquility. Too many people create a cacophony, whereas fewer bring serenity. They are all quite nimble." And Ran was an efficient worker, a maid brought by the fourth concubine from her family, well aware of her duties. Nuan instructed Bai Ji and the other two maidens to find a room to rest. She then took out a piece of paper, sketching the items to be displayed within the Linglong Pavilion. Subsequently, she entered her space, discovering she had accumulated several thousand points. She mused, "I must incite some resentment from the second concubine to amass more grievance points." The situation at the Fengya courtyard, orchestrated by the second concubine, had become quite overwhelming for Nuan. That day, in an effort to fulfill the dowry requirements for the Shin family, she had cobbled together funds, yet still fell short by several tens of thousands of taels. At that moment, Su Qingyao was playing in the garden when she heard her mother had matters to discuss. She accompanied Chuanqi to the elegant residence. Su Qingyao slightly bowed and said, "Greetings, aunt." The aunt responded, "Qingyao, I have summoned you today to discuss an important matter. Those items were originally intended for you and your second sister. However, your father has given his consent. They will either be bestowed upon your grandmother or presented to consort Shu. Your grandmother is rather avaricious, and if I approach her for them, she will undoubtedly be furious. At that moment, you must mediate the situation." Su Qingyao retorted, "Why doesn't he that Nuan just perish? Mother, rest assured, although I am raised by the old lady, you are my true mother, and I shall certainly assist you." Having said this, Su Qingyao exited the room. The second aunt, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, accompanied her maids Chuanqi and Chenjin to the old lady's Jing'an courtyard. Upon arrival, she saw her youngest daughter, Su Qingyao, amusing the old lady to laughter, and therefore she stepped inside. She bowed respectfully, greeting the old lady. The old lady raised her head. "Ah, it is you, second aunt. Please, take a seat." The second aunt immediately knelt down. "I have a matter to discuss, and I seek the old lady's support." The old lady, observing the unusual demeanor of the typically bold Qin Kaiqing, inquired, "What is it?" The second aunt replied, "I am here to request the dowry of the Shun family from the Marquis. The master has consented but warned that should I receive one less item, he would cast me aside. However, those dowries are either given to consort Shu or to you. Grandmother, please calm your anger. That Nuan is merely a child born of a mother but raised without one." Su Qingyao interjected, "What if the old lady refuses?" The old lady replied, visibly displeased, "Madam, I implore you to show me some mercy. After all, I have borne 3 children for the Marquis. Please return my belongings, otherwise my husband may cast me aside." The matriarch cast a sidelong glance at the secondary concubine. "Is this all you are capable of? In the past, you sought to curry favor with me by gifting items that belong to others. Why do you not present your own possessions? Such behavior, if known, would be utterly disgraceful. Grandmother, see how distressed my aunt is. I beseech you to return her possessions. You are well aware of my father's temperament. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon that audacious Nuan, who truly lacks self-awareness. The matriarch, observing the secondary concubine's tearful demeanor and glancing at Su Qingyao beside her, felt her spirits dampened by their commotion. "Zhou Mama, go to the small storeroom and retrieve the gifts that the secondary concubine has presented over the years," commanded the matriarch. The secondary concubine bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, madam. Thank you." Once the secondary concubine had departed with her belongings, the elderly lady felt an acute pang of loss, as if her heart were being wrenched apart. Enraged, she declared, "Qiao Qiao, summon that audacious Su Nuan to me." In Chapter 39, The Matriarch's Mischief, Su Nuan was admiring the lotus flowers in the courtyard when Qiao Qiao, the matriarch's capable maid, approached with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the second miss. The matriarch requests your presence." Su Nuan appraised Qiao Qiao, noting that she was a trusted maidservant of the matriarch. The silver hairpin adorning her head was a testament to the matriarch's frugality regarding those in her service. In contrast to her secondary concubine, her devoted maid, Chuanxi, adorned herself with a golden hairpin and wore a jade bracelet on her wrist. Though the quality was not exquisite, it nonetheless represented a modest expenditure. Su Nuan rose gracefully and smiled, inquiring, "Sister Qiaoke, what has the old lady summoned me for?" Upon speaking, she produced 5 taels of silver from her sleeve and placed it into Qiao's hand. "Miss, this is truly too much. You would overwhelm a mere servant." Qiaoke hastily declined the offer. "Sister Qiaoke has diligently served our grandmother for many years and has endured considerable hardship. This is only fitting recompense. I trust you are aware of my modest circumstances, and I hope you do not find the amount lacking." Su Nuan's lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Qiaoke, once more insisting on placing the 5 taels into her hand. Su Nuan mused. Although Qiaoke had been by the old lady's side for many years, her rewards were scant. Aside from the monthly allowance, there were few other sources of income, leaving her financial situation rather tight. Seeing the sincerity in the second young lady's gesture, Qiaoke could not refuse any further and accepted the offering. "Thank you, miss," Qiaoke exclaimed, stepping closer to Su Nuan. She placed a hand over her mouth and whispered softly, "The old lady has a particular fondness for those items, but alas, they have been taken by the secondary concubine from the storeroom, which has caused her great displeasure. You must be prepared for what lies ahead." Su Nuan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for Qiao's counsel. "Please wait a moment. I shall change into another dress and accompany you." Qiaoke settled by the lotus pond, while Su Nuan donned a white dress and applied a touch of makeup. The delicate and frail figure she presented, combined with her pallid complexion, evoked a sense of tender pity in those who beheld her. Bai Ji followed Su Nuan, and the 3 of them made their way to the Jing'an Hall of the old matriarch. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Qiaoke bowed and said, "Second miss, allow me to report first." Su Nuan nodded slightly, and she and Bai Ji stood in the sweltering sun. After a moment, Qiaoke emerged from within, saying, "Second miss, the matriarch has yet to awaken. Granny Zhou requests that you wait a little longer, as the matriarch is expected to rouse soon. She will summon you then. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Su Nuan thought to herself, "Is the old matriarch attempting to assert her dominance? How long will it take for you to awaken? For every moment of my suffering, I shall ensure you endure tenfold. Since the original owneress' birth, you have never shown her any concern. Given that you harbor no feelings for me, I, an otherworldly soul, share no connection with you and shall not be at your mercy." Looking around the courtyard, she noticed the flowers drooping listlessly, their leaves wilting under the oppressive heat. The sounds of laughter occasionally drifted from inside the house. Su Nuan called out, "Let grandmother sleep. I shall take my leave." Upon uttering these words, she realized their effectiveness. An elderly woman with a face lined with wrinkles emerged from the house. "This must be Granny Zhou, as mentioned by Qiao Quebec." Granny Zhou bowed and said, "The old servant greets the second Mississippi. The matriarch invites you inside." Disregarding her, Su Nuan strode directly into the inner hall with Bai Ji. Upon entering, she beheld an elderly matriarch clad in a deep purple gown, seated gracefully on a daybed. She adorned her head with a golden peony hairpin, and on her hands rested a pair of exquisite jade bracelets. Her forehead was etched with wrinkles, her hair a cascade of silver strands, and a small mole, the size of a bean, graced the lower right corner of her lips. Beside her sat the younger daughter of the second concubine, Su Qingyao. Nuan performed a courteous bow, her voice gentle as she addressed, "Grandmother, Nuan pays her respects." Upon seeing Nuan, the old matriarch's ire flared. Her thoughts drifting to the jade screen, the purple gold headpiece, and the white jade guanine. Nuan, you possess an audacious spirit, neglecting to pay your respects daily. How could our esteemed Dingbei Marquis mansion produce such an unfilial descendant? The old lady's brows furrowed fiercely, her face flushed with anger. System. Old matriarch's grievance value increased by 200 points. With the accumulation of points, Nuan felt a surge of joy, contemplating how to further incite their ire for additional gains. She regarded the old matriarch, realizing that no facade of weakness would serve her purpose, and thus decided to abandon the pretense. I was born of a mother but raised without one, and with a father who shows no affection. Cast into the most dilapidated corner of the estate, who was there to teach me? Who was there to nurture me? For years, I have not even caught a glimpse of the monthly allowance, surviving solely on the meager earnings of my wet nurse who embroidered handkerchiefs. It is only due to my wet nurse's modest literacy that I am not entirely blind to the world. How could I possibly compare to the other young ladies of the household who were cherished? Cease your futile arguments. The second concubine has treated you well. The old matriarch retorted angrily, her breath labored. You have always attended banquets in fine attire, and over the years, have you lacked for gold and silver ornaments? System. Old matriarch's grievance value increased by 400 points. My esteemed great-grandmother, before the banquet, the concubine sent someone to deliver garments, and immediately after the banquet concluded, she intended to reclaim these items, one set for the public and another for private. Such is the nature of the concubine. Su Qingyao, displeased, pointed a finger at Nuan. Do not slander my aunt here. Her kindness towards you is witnessed by all in the residence. Nuan continued, you are absolutely correct. I once fell gravely ill and remained in a coma. My wet nurse sought the concubine to request the monthly stipend to summon a physician. The concubine refused, denied the funds, and even struck my wet nurse, leaving her bedridden for over half a month. When I approached my father for the monthly allowance, before I could even see him, the concubine's spies spotted me, forcibly dragged me away, and subjected me to another brutal beating. As Nuan recounted her tale, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the scars on her arms. The maidservants and matrons in the old lady's courtyard were well aware that Nuan spoke the truth, as they were all servants in the same household and privy to the events. Do not spew such baseless accusations and tarnish my mother's reputation. She is not that kind of person. Su Qingyou's eyes widened in disbelief. The system noted, 300 points added to the resentment value from the fourth young miss. You, fourth young miss, your mother is merely a concubine, a secondary wife. Only the rightful matriarch may be called mother. Alas, in this Marquis household, a concubine wields immense power. Who can hold her accountable? Listening to Nuan's words, Su Qingyou feigned tears, deliberately sobbing. Grandmother could hardly bear to see her precious granddaughter in tears. Chapter 40. The Harshness of Reality. The elderly lady looked at her beloved treasure, whose pain pierced her heart, and embraced Su Qingyou tightly. Ah Yao, do not cry. Your tears shatter my heart. She then turned her furious gaze upon Nuan. You wicked girl, if you utter another word of nonsense, I shall shatter that insolent mouth of yours. Bring forth the family law. Today, I shall teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Nuan merely curled her lips in disdain. Do you truly think you can strike me, grandmother? Do you not feel even a twinge of guilt? The old lady retorted angrily. Your mother's dowry was already the property of the Ho residence. How can an unmarried daughter be entrusted with it? Nuan stood her ground. According to the customs of the Baiming dynasty, after the death of the birth mother, the dowry is to be passed on to her own daughter. If this matter reaches the emperor, it shall be justified. You, wretched girl, you infuriate me. The old lady began to cough violently. Someone, take this insufferable brat, and give her 50 lashes to instill some sense. Grandmother, you have a heart of stone. Let us see who dares to strike me. Bai Ji positioned herself protectively in front of Nuan, ready to defend her mistress. I shall risk my life to protect you, my lady. You all, hurry up and silence her. Su Qingyao commanded sharply. A group of 7 or 8 maids and servants rushed forward to seize Nuan. Nuan raised her voice defiantly. Grandmother, are you truly prepared to sever our ties? If you act unjustly, do not blame me for being ruthless, my dear grandmother. Bai Shi charged forward, fists flying towards the faces of 2 matrons. With a few cries, the 2 matrons fell to the ground. She executed a swift kick, sending another maid flying towards the old matriarch. Caught off guard, the old lady, her arm still around Su Qingyao, was heavily struck by the plump maid. "Oh dear. My poor back," the old lady exclaimed. Su Qingyao exerted all her strength, desperately pushing the hefty maid away. Others rushed forward to assist, lifting the maid from the ground. The old lady began to cough incessantly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen their household. What a calamity! How could the Su family produce such a wretched creature? The 7 or 8 maids and matrons were swiftly subdued by Baiji, each sprawled on the ground, groaning in dismay. Notably, the favored Zhou Mama had lost 2 of her front teeth in the fray. Su Nuan, wearing an expression of exasperation, declared, "Grandmother, since all is well now, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response from the old lady, she departed the Jing'an Hall, accompanied by Baiji. "You could have been even harsher, truly. She is a capable aide of mine." Baiji blushed slightly at the praise, replying, "They were indiscriminate in their actions. I had to protect my lady." In the elegant courtyard, the second concubine, Qin Kaiqing, seethed with anger as she gazed at the dowry of the Shun family that had been taken from the old lady. "Chuanqi, all these years I have endeavored to curry favor with that old hag, merely to secure a position as a legitimate wife. Yet, she proves utterly useless. Incapable even of managing her own son, squandering my valuable assets. Just look at these items. They must be worth a fortune in silver. This white jade guanine, devoid of any impurities, gleams so brilliantly. The jade green screen, not shaped by human hands, naturally forms a picturesque scene, resembling a celestial mountain. Upon this mountain, pavilions and towers rise, shrouded in swirling clouds and mists, while cranes dance in the heavens. Furthermore, there are these luminous pearls and this exquisite golden silk attire. I can hardly bear to part with them, having given them all to her, and now I must relinquish them to that little wretch. The mere thought incites my ire." "My lady, do see such thoughts," Springjoy advised. "Consider, our eldest daughter will soon wed the 5th prince and ascend to the status of a legitimate consort. In due course, as the esteemed matriarch, you shall possess all that your heart desires. For now, let us tally how much silver we still require for the dowry." Springjoy and Springji were brought by the Qin family from their maternal home. Springjoy was steadfastly loyal, while Springji initially shared that loyalty. However, after a particular incident, she began to feel that since they all hailed from the same household, it was unjust that her lady was so partial to Springjoy. And her sentiments began to shift gradually. Springjoy assisted her lady in calculating their needs. "My lady, we are still short by nearly 60,000 taels of silver." The second concubine sighed heavily, her brow furrowed. "I have already contributed everything I could. All the necessary funds have been covered by my own resources. Yet it still falls short. What shall we do?" Springjoy considered and suggested, "Why not seek assistance from our uncle? We have often provided them with support." Upon hearing this, the second concubine felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. After a while, Springji entered, exclaiming, "My lady, let us depart." As night deepened, Sun Wan deftly slipped into the old matriarch's treasury. She retrieved a silver needle, deftly unlocking the padlock, and with a lantern in hand, she ventured inside. With a sweeping gesture, she gathered all the exquisite jewels and treasures into her spatial realm. In the shadowy corridor, a voice echoed, "For today, this shall suffice. In the future, should you possess treasures, I shall return to collect." At the Qin residence, Chuanji knocked upon the door. The doorkeeper, upon opening it, stepped forward with a bow and clasped hands. The carriage of the second concubine entered the courtyard, and as she disembarked, her elder sister-in-law and elder brother emerged with welcoming smiles. The elder sister-in-law, Fong, fixed her gaze upon the carriage, noting that while the maidservants had alighted, they carried nothing this time. Observing the second concubine's modest adornments, she pondered silently, could it be that she has fallen out of favor? Once inside, the second concubine spoke first. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, I have a humble request. Previously, I utilized Shen Jiwa's dowry, and now I must replenish it. The public funds cannot be touched, yet I have liquidated all my possessions, and I am still short by 60,000 taels. Might you lend me this amount to navigate through this hardship? Once this storm is past, I shall return the favor." Upon hearing this, Fong remarked, "Ah, so she has indeed fallen on hard times. No wonder she brought nothing with her this time." Qin Wanjing glanced at Fong, who shot a piercing look in his direction, prompting him to lower his head in silence. This scene did not escape the notice of the second concubine, causing her heart to skip a beat. Fong then addressed the second concubine. "Aching, it is not that I am unwilling to lend you silver. It is merely that I have just procured goods and opened several new branches. I truly cannot spare any silver at this moment. You have many good friends. Perhaps seek assistance from others. 60,000 taels is not an insurmountable sum. Spring Shi, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, Uncle, how can you treat her this way? Over the years, how much has the lady spent on you? This amount is merely a fraction of what you have received. In this moment of distress, the lady found herself abandoned, prompting her to lament, How can you be so heartless? She collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum. You wretched Qin Wenjing, look at this. Even the maid who has left has returned to bully me. I cannot endure this any longer. Overwhelmed by despair, tears streamed down her face. Madam, please do not cry. Let us leave and consider alternative solutions, suggested Chuanxi. As the three prepared to exit, the matriarch of the Qin family, supported by a maid, entered with her cane. You two scoundrels, have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Your sister is in dire straits, and you refuse to lend even a mere 60,000 taels. Qin, come. Let us go to your mother's chamber. Chapter 41. Retaliation against grandmother. Upon seeing the elder matriarch, Qin Shiqing's eyes reddened and tears fell, as if she bore an unbearable grievance. The old matriarch observed her daughter and sighed, Qin has always been headstrong. When has she ever worried about money? Unable to contain her own tears, she feared her daughter would notice. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she reassured, Qin, do not cry. Your mother will assist you. Noticing the ornaments atop her daughter's head, the old matriarch understood. Qin had a penchant for the extravagant and must have pawned her valuable jewelry. Upon entering the old matriarch's chamber, she pressed a stone on a landscape painting, revealing a concealed compartment that held a box. Placing the box on the table, the old matriarch revealed a stack of silver notes. Qin, here are the 100,000 taels in silver notes your father left for me. Take them and use as you wish. She opened the jewelry box once more and presented the precious trinkets within to her second aunt, saying, These are fit for display. You take them. Mother, these are the fruits of your years of labor. I cannot accept them. Qin, you must take them. At my age, I have no need for such adornments. Chuanxi interjected, Madam, please accept them. Your collection of jewelry has dwindled. Tears streamed down Qin Shiqing's face like scattered pearls. Mother. At that moment, she truly felt the weight of her burdens, an overwhelming difficulty. She nodded, and Chuanxi took the jewelry from her hands. Adversity can be surmounted. Let us strive to live well. The old matriarch Qin wiped the tears from her second aunt's eyes. After Shin's passing, all her dowry had been transferred to the elegant courtyard. Now, it seemed that their efforts were in vain. When the fourth aunt arrived, she meticulously counted the items. Those that were missing had already been appraised and accounted for. Thus, she dispatched someone to deliver all the dowry to the fragrant condensation courtyard. Nuan was in the courtyard when she noticed the fourth aunt entering with the dowry list. The fourth aunt bowed and said, Second miss. I have brought in Madame Shin's dowry. The other missing items have been converted into silver, totaling 25,000 taels. Here is the dowry list from that year for your verification. Nuan handed the list to Bai Ji, who, along with Chiu Yu, began to tally the dowry. Fourth aunt, you must be weary. Please, fetch a chair. Nuan instructed. Chiu Yu brought over a chair, and the fourth aunt sat down. Before long, Bai Shi approached Nuan. Miss, everything has been accounted for. The missing items have been compensated with silver. Nuan smiled at the fourth concubine and said, Dear aunt, I truly appreciate your efforts. The second young lady replied, You are too kind. Since the numbers align, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Nuan nodded in acknowledgement. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the hour of the pig. Sitting in a chair, Nuan pondered for a moment. She removed her human skin mask, applied her makeup anew, and retrieved a splendid crimson dress from the Shin family's dowry chest. With a few agile leaps, she arrived at the old matriarch's Jing'an Hall. At the entrance of the inner chamber, two large maidservants stood guard. With a mere wave of her hand, they collapsed. She collected all of the old matriarch's jewelry and stored it away, then proceeded to the storeroom, seizing all its contents. Nuan entered the matriarch's chamber, where a solitary candle flickered. Despite being asleep, the old matriarch was remarkably alert. At the slightest sound, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing a figure clad in red, she exclaimed, Who are you? What are you doing here? Nuan replied with a mysterious smile, Dear matriarch, have you truly forgotten me? It has been 13 years since we last met. I missed you and came to visit. Are you Shin Jiwa? The matriarch stammered. Do you still remember me? Over these 13 years, have you ever cared for me, Nuan? I. What do you mean? Have I ever been indifferent to you, and today I wish to harm her? Today, I merely wish to teach her a lesson. I never intended to take her life. Matriarch, why do you not inquire about her past? What kind of life did she endure? Madam, in that cold and desolate underworld, I find myself utterly alone. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me? I'm at a tragic end. No, Shun, I cannot accompany you. You are already dead. And I have no desire to join you. Nuan chuckled softly, tossing a pill into the old woman's mouth with a swift motion. At that moment, the old woman felt something slide down her throat. What have you given me? She attempted to inquire, but before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Nuan smiled, placing the old woman into her space and leaping gracefully to the bamboo melody cottage. She glanced at the petite lotus pond, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. From her space, she deposited the old woman into the pond. The water barely reached her knees, and Nuan instructed her to sit. Leaning against the edge of the pond, she casually sprinkled some fragrant powder to attract mosquitoes. Producing another pill, she made the old woman take it. At that moment, the old woman slowly regained consciousness, yet found herself unable to utter a word, her limbs devoid of strength. Madam, you shall rest comfortably here. Should you happen to fall asleep and drown in the pond, you will be right here with me. If you manage to survive, I shall return to visit you. With that, Nuan vanished into her space, leaving no trace behind. The old woman had always dismissed the notion of spirits and the supernatural. However, upon witnessing Shinjihua's sudden disappearance, a wave of terror washed over her, causing her scalp to prickle and her teeth to chatter, her entire body trembling in fear. Nearly fainting from the shock, that night, she dared not close her eyes, terrified that if she did, she would fall asleep and drown in the pond. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, she kept her eyes wide open. What tormented her were the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes around her, which took advantage of her inattention to bite her. That night, the mosquitoes bestowed upon the old lady numerous unwelcome gifts. She itched unbearably, yet her hands were immobile, leaving her at the mercy of their relentless onslaught. Even more infuriating were the myriad of insects in the water, creeping towards her, traversing the waistband of her trousers and ascending her legs. Alas, she could neither move nor utter a word, enduring the torment in silence. She then ventured into the small storeroom, where she beheld the dowry of Lady Shin. With a mere wave of her hand, she encapsulated it all within her own space. Only by holding things in her grasp could she ensure their safety. The following morning, Magpie discovered two maids lying asleep at the entrance. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within her, accompanied by an ominous premonition. For these young women had not slept in years. She rapped on the old lady's door, yet was met with complete silence. Chapter 42. The mosquitoes bestow gifts. Magpie pushed the door open and called out, "Old lady?" Still, there was no response. Approaching the bedside, she noted that the quilt remained in place, but the occupant was nowhere to be found. In a panic, she cried out, "Someone come quickly. The old lady is missing. Hurry." Chaos erupted in Jingen Hall as the numerous servants scrambled about, having inexplicably lost their mistress. What a predicament! They commenced a frantic search. Meanwhile, Duke Dingbei, situated in the courtyard of his fourth concubine, overheard the commotion outside. At that moment, a maid rushed in with alarming news. "My lord, fourth mistress, it's terrible. The old lady is missing." "What do you mean? How could the old lady be missing? When did this happen?" "She was here last night. But this morning she has vanished. Hurry, search the entire residence to see if the old matriarch has risen early and is wandering about." Thus, chaos erupted once more throughout the estate. The old lady heard the commotion outside, yet having taken her medicine, she could not utter a sound, confined instead to soaking in the water basin. At that moment, she realized just how secluded this courtyard was. If this continued, she would surely starve. If not from hunger, she would be drowned alive. Weary to the point of being unable to keep her eyes open, her stomach growled incessantly. By noon, the scorching sun rendered the very scalp unbearable, threatening to roast one alive. Although the old lady was in the lotus pond, it felt akin to being trapped in a steamer. She had never endured such torment in her entire life. At midday, a few black bees, having emerged from who knows where, began to swarm towards her. Initially, they behaved somewhat civilly, buzzing around her, but soon they boldly landed upon her face. One particularly large black bee stung her directly on the cheek. Helplessly, she could only watch, the sensation akin to a hand being seared against the edge of a hot pan. Then, she felt her face swelling increasingly, the pain intensifying. At that moment, had there been a mirror, she would have fainted from the horror. After being stung by that venomous bee, her face was a sight to behold. Grotesquely swollen with large welts that merged into a single mass, causing her immense pain even without touch. The old lady glanced at the 3 dilapidated little rooms. The paper on the windows was patched over and over, layer upon layer. The windows and doors bore deep cracks, with the original color entirely obscured. She mused to herself, how could our Marquis possess such ramshackle quarters? That wretched girl had endured 13 years in such a place. And what a truly lamentable situation for the second concubine. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the courtyard in a crimson hue. The elderly lady, in a moment of unintentional movement, suddenly realized that she could indeed move her hand. Encouraged, she attempted to move her arms and legs, discovering with great delight that they too were responsive. The edge of the pool was not particularly high, and summoning all her strength, she managed to crawl out of the water, collapsing onto the ground. Oh dear! To her astonishment, she found that she could emit sounds once more. However, in the process, she had inadvertently knocked out 2 of her front teeth. Help! Help! She cried out repeatedly, but as her throat grew parched, no one came to her aid. Determined, she began to crawl towards the gate of the courtyard. Once outside, she beheld a dense bamboo forest ahead, suddenly recalling that this courtyard was the farthest from her home. At her current pace, it would take her all night to crawl back. Yet, if she did not summon help, she might very well perish here. Thus, she shouted with renewed vigor, help! Help! Beyond the bamboo grove, Li Dineo, a horse caretaker, was preparing to chop some bamboo with his machete. As he approached the edge of the forest, he faintly heard cries for help. He ventured further into the bamboo, hearing a few more calls before silence enveloped the area. What on earth is going on? He muttered to himself. The cries for help rang out again. Assessing the fading light, Li Dineo noted that it was still not too dark, and he proceeded towards the source of the sound. As he drew near, he beheld a grotesque figure sprawled on the ground, a creature that seemed almost human yet grotesquely deformed. Its face was swollen, resembling a crimson basin, with sunken eyes. Stammering, Li Dineo raised his machete. What kind of monster are you? The elderly lady glanced at him, equally bewildered. I am the old lady. Dear madam, how did you come to be here? Pondered Li Dineo, having searched the residence for the venerable lady all day. Yet in her current state, who could possibly recognize her? Consequently, Li Dineo hastened towards the Marquis' study, calling out, Marquis, we have found the old lady. The old lady has been located. Upon receiving this news, the Marquis promptly instructed a maid to prepare a sedan chair to bring the old lady back. Upon arrival at Jingen Hall, the onlookers failed to recognize her, as she was covered in mud. The maid, Chi Chiao, immediately ordered preparations for a bath for the old lady. Upon noticing the numerous welts covering her body, they were all taken aback. What torment has the old lady endured? Chi Chiao exclaimed. Hurry, summon the house physician. After a brief run, a middle-aged man appeared, carrying a small medical box, rushing to their aid. By this time, the old lady had bathed, donned fresh attire, and lay in bed, utterly exhausted. Her eyes closed in slumber. The physician checked her pulse, determining that she had merely suffered from excessive fright and was not in grave danger. She simply required rest. As for her lost front teeth, there was little to be done. The welts caused by insect bites would heal with the application of ointment within 3 to 5 days. However, the swelling from the bee stings on her face would take at least 10 days to subside. I shall prescribe some calming medicine for the old lady to take, he advised. In her sleep, the old lady murmured in distress, Shin, do not take me away, do not take me away. The Marquis and the various ladies of the household, upon learning of the old lady's discovery, made their way to Jingen Hall. Seeing her in such a state, Su Qingyao began to weep uncontrollably, unable to recognize her grandmother. In the fragrant garden, she hurried to Su Nuan's side and said, Miss, the old lady has been found. It is said she went to the Bamboo Melody Cottage. Su Nuan merely uttered a soft "oh" and said nothing more. It was to be expected that the old lady would be located, had it not been for the old lady's insistence on making her endure the sun in the courtyard. Threatening to administer 50 strikes, she would not have taken it upon herself to discipline her. Little did she know, this time, the old lady was genuinely frightened. Henceforth, the old lady insisted on having 4 or 5 maids by her side while she slept, with candles lit to illuminate the room, for she feared that Shun Jihua might come seeking her again. The following day, Chi Chiao assisted the old lady with her grooming. Madam, which hairpin would you like to wear today? Let us adorn ourselves with the golden phoenix hairpin. Upon opening the jewelry box, Chi Chiao exclaimed in dismay, Oh no! The golden phoenix hairpin is missing. The old lady hurried to the jewelry box only to find every compartment empty. Where are my jewels? What has happened to my treasures? she cried, unable to contain her tears. At that moment, a wet nurse entered in haste from the storeroom, exclaiming, "Madam, dreadful news. The storeroom has been robbed. Nothing remains." Upon hearing this, the old lady felt as though the world was spinning around her, and both the wet nurse and Qiqiao rushed to support her. To the storeroom, they urged. Upon arriving, they discovered that all the belongings had vanished. This storeroom contained the old lady's lifetime savings, enough to fill several carts. Consequently, they began interrogating the household staff, but no one had witnessed the thief. The items had seemingly evaporated into thin air. This incident was reported to Duke Dingbei, who dispatched individuals to investigate, yet results were equally fruitless. The elderly lady, after all, is his biological mother. He sent 2 carts full of goods to her. In the afternoon, the second concubine summoned Sushiwero and said, "Rower, I have something to tell you. You and your brother are not the biological children of the Duke of Dingbei. Your true father is your cousin." "How could this be? Why am I his daughter?" "It is a long story. 5th concubine's daughter, Qinyao, is also his daughter." "What you say cannot be true. It cannot be." Sushiwero was somewhat incredulous. The second concubine took out 2 packets of powder from the table. During the blood test for parentage, this powder, when mixed with water, will reveal whether one is a true parent. You must carry it with you every day. Otherwise, if the truth is uncovered, you will be expelled from the Duke's residence, and the 5th prince will not marry you. Sushiwero immediately tucked the powder away and left. In the evening, Nuan began to enter the space again. The Linglong Pavilion was about to open, and she had to prepare everything. These items were to be limited in quantity, as rarity enhances value. But they needed to be transported to the Linglong Pavilion without being traced back to the Duke's residence. After much contemplation, she decided to go to the market the next day to hire a cart to conceal the items. This way, others would not know where they originated. The 2 maidservants could not accompany her. She would assign them other tasks. "Yes, miss." The 2 left. Nuan also scaled the wall to leave Ningxiang courtyard, heading towards the horse market. Chapter 43. The 7th prince seeks revenge. Nuan arrived at the horse market, where horses were sold and carts could be rented. After negotiations, Nuan opted for a pay-per-use arrangement rather than a monthly subscription, settling on a fee of 300 won per trip, which she found reasonable. Otherwise, she pondered, where would she store the carriage for an entire month? After paying the deposit, she personally drove the carriage to Linglong Pavilion. Upon parking, she had already loaded all her belongings into the carriage. The door of Linglong Pavilion stood ajar, and upon noticing her arrival, Shuejian hurried out to greet her. "Shuejian, please have these items carefully moved into the storeroom." Shuejian then summoned Suing and Ran Qing to assist in transporting the goods. The establishment required minimal decoration. A simple tidying would suffice, with plans to open in 10 days. Inside the shop, Nuan instructed them on the function of mirrors, effective promotional strategies, and the proper use of dental tools. In the Xie Wangfu, the staff moved with utmost caution, all of them men clad in uniformity. Xie Wang Xinyuan Yu was engrossed in a book within his study when a knock interrupted his solitude. "Enter." Ing Yi bowed respectfully, clasping his fists. "Master, I have diligently followed and investigated the young lady. She is the legitimate second daughter of the Dingbei Marquis, named Nuan, currently residing in Ningxiang courtyard. Her biological mother passed away early, and she was raised by her mother's wet nurse. Her circumstances are pitiable, worse than that of a maid. The Dingbei Marquis neglects her entirely, as if she does not exist. Her stepmother mistreats her, her half-sisters frequently bully her, and her grandmother has never shown her any concern. Very well, continue to follow her." "Yes, I shall obey." With that, Ingyi vanished. Once he departed, a playful smile crept onto Xinyuanye's lips, accompanied by an exhilarating thrill within his heart. Outside the door, 2 individuals were engaged in conversation. Xinyuanye glanced over and called out, "Ing Air has returned. Come in." A figure clad in black entered, bowing respectfully. "My lord, what is my second royal brother up to lately?" Xinyuanye inquired. "He has gone to the garrison. Due to a minor infraction, he has replaced 2 major generals with his own men. Upon returning to the Iron Killing Gate, he has arranged for an assassination attempt on you. Ah, my dear royal brother nearly brought about my demise. I must ensure he encounters some obstacles. Make arrangements to eliminate his clandestine operatives tonight. Also, eradicate the notorious Iron Killing Gate, which has been wreaking havoc in the realm. I have indulged him too much. During my absence from the capital, I unwittingly granted him an opportunity to strengthen his position. He has grown bold enough to confront me directly. Perceiving me as his sole adversary, solely because I have earned military accolades and been granted titles. His true rival should be the crown prince, the one destined for the throne. It baffles me how his mind operates. Instead of contending with those who covet the imperial seat, he seeks my destruction. Furthermore, I shall dismantle several of his profitable establishments. The malevolent king's expression turned icy, and an ominous breeze seemed to sweep through the room. This night was destined to be extraordinary. As midnight approached, several of his covert operatives in the outskirts of the capital had succumbed to slumber. Typically, no one dared to disturb them, save for 2 guards keeping watch. At that moment, 500 to 600 individuals clad in black surged in. The sound of their entrance roused the slumbering assassins, but it was too late. They were caught off guard, unable to don their garments or grasp their weapons. The dark guards of the wicked king were each valiant and invincible, meticulously selected from the ranks of the shadowy camp, having clawed their way out from the heaps of the deceased. Ultimately, under the command of Shadow 5, flames erupted into the sky, the inferno dancing like serpents around several houses, and soon all structures were engulfed. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning corpses. In approximately half an hour, what had once been intact homes had transformed into mere ruins. In the capital, several prominent merchants were besieged by another group of masked assailants descending from above. They plundered each establishment, with the largest jewelry store stripped bare of all its gems, leaving not a single coin behind. It was as though a swarm of locusts had ravaged the land, leaving nothing in their wake. The grain shops fared no better, with not a single grain remaining. Whatever could be seized was taken, and what could not was set ablaze. Chapter 44. The king of the underworld fumes with rage the following morning. Xianyuan Ming lay comfortably in his warm embrace. A beautiful concubine nestled beside him. The delicate beauty cooed, "Your Highness, you are so wicked. You have left me in pain. With such vigor, I fear I shall not be able to rise from my bed today." Hearing this, Xianyuan Ming felt a swell of satisfaction within him, chuckling heartily. Did my little brother truly labor all night in vain? The man's sense of accomplishment surged. Am I not formidable? Do you not enjoy this? The woman reclined beneath Xianyuan Ming, who gently lifted her chin with his fingertip. Do you wish for another round? I have yet to fully indulge in the delights you presented last night. I believe we can do better now that I am invigorated. Shall we play once more? Xianyuan Ming teased provocatively. Upon finishing his words, his hands grew restless again, fervently kneading those 2 soft, sausage-like lips, mimicking the act of gnawing on pig's trotters. The enchanting beauty beneath him twisted her slender waist, barely fitting in his grasp, appearing even more alluring and captivating. The lovely concubine playfully struck Xianyuan Ming's chest with her cotton-like fist. In a voice both sweet and teasing, she exclaimed, "My lord, you are so wicked. Please spare me. You ought to bestow your affections equally, lest I incur the wrath of the princess and hear the scorn of my sisters. My affections lie with whomever I choose. Their opinions hold no weight. If they wish for my favor, they must prove themselves worthy. As for the other women in this estate, they evoke not the slightest interest in me. Being with them feels akin to associating with wooden figures, allowing me to manipulate them without any reciprocation, unlike our little A Jiao, who possesses a myriad of charms and ignites passion in our encounters." With that, he prepared himself for a singular confrontation, ready for battle. "My lord, please grant me a day's respite. Such matters are hardly suited for daylight. I have conceived a new idea for the evening, and we shall indulge together. You little vixen, do you feel discomfort if I do not dote on you for a single night? You've already scheduled our evening escapades." He laughed heartily. Ajiao then continued in a sultry tone, "Oh dear, my lord, you are so cruel. You've caused me pain. The hairpin I wear. My sisters all say it is unappealing. I, too, feel that the adornments I wear lack dignity. My fellow sisters mock me, saying that no matter how favored I am, my attire remains woefully inadequate. They claim that the prince merely toys with me, and once his interest wanes, I shall be cast aside to some remote, cold courtyard, forgotten and ignored." Xianyuan Ming let out a cold laugh, pondering, "It seems you truly do not comprehend my frugal nature. You desire something. Thus," he declared, "I am not one to abandon those I cherish. Those yellow and white trinkets are far too common, too ordinary. I much prefer a Jiao's attire, which is refreshing, exquisite, and uniquely your own. Be obedient, my dear. We shall dismiss those gaudy yellow and white trinkets, for they reek of rusticity and lack elegance. A Jiao, be compliant. We shall not indulge in those garish cosmetics that render faces as if they were ensconced in a flour sack. Lips appearing as though freshly stained with blood, their cloying scent detectable from 5 miles away. They are irksome to behold, yet here, one can witness a different essence. This beauty must be preserved by a Jiao. Otherwise, She may indeed find herself in the cold courtyard. A Jiao silently scoffed. The prince is indeed, as the inhabitants of the courtyard say, excessively stingy. He is truly a miser, indulging in women without parting with a single coin. The meager monthly allowance from the household is spent in a mere fortnight. Meanwhile, a man lingered outside the door, having overheard the flirtations within. This matter was far from trivial. He pondered whether to knock or remain silent. To knock might provoke the prince's ire, resulting in expulsion accompanied by 50 lashes. Yet, to refrain from knocking, given the gravity of the situation, would necessitate the master's decisive intervention. Upon seeing him, the maid Fanger exclaimed, "Brother Luoyun, if you continue to pace about like this, my head shall surely spin." "Fanger, please come in." A voice resonated from within the room, prompting Fanger to step inside. Shortly thereafter, she emerged once more, stating, "Brother Luoyun, the prince requests your presence." With trepidation, Luoyun entered the chamber, kneeling before his master. "My lord, grave news has arisen. The clandestine operatives in the eastern capital have all been eradicated. Numerous profitable establishments have been plundered, particularly the jewelry shops, which have been left utterly bare." Xian Yuanming could scarcely believe his ears. "Luoyun, what did you say? Repeat that." Luoyun reiterated his previous statement, clenching his fists. Xian Yuanming struck the edge of the bed with such force that blood began to flow from his knuckles. "These were my carefully cultivated shadow guards. How can their disappearance be so simple? Those shops were of paramount importance, and just like that, they are gone. Go swiftly and ascertain who is responsible." "Yes, I take my leave," Luoyun responded. However, Xian Yuanming, overwhelmed by the news, suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "My lord, prince!" Luoyun cried out, rushing to the door. In an instant, a shadow darted away. After a brief interval, an elderly physician entered, carrying a small medical kit. At that moment, the prince lay on the bed, appearing as though he were merely asleep. The old physician took his pulse and concluded, "The prince is suffering from anger and stress. Why must he persist in such a temperament? This is even more severe than the last time. Please, esteemed physician, administer some effective medicine to awaken the prince." Luoyun implored anxiously. "It is easy to fall ill, but arduous to recover. The prescription I have provided requires at least 2 weeks of medication." The physician, after completing the prescription, instructed an attendant to fetch the medicine. By the time the emperor of the underworld regained consciousness, it was already dinner time. Upon seeing him awake, Ajiao rushed over, her tears flowing like pearls that had lost their string, her sorrow beyond words. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You have terrified me so," she exclaimed. "The doctor said you were angered to the point of distress. Please do not let such fury consume you again, or what shall become of me?" Xian Yuanming sighed, his voice faint. "Everyone else may leave. Only Luoyun shall remain." Ajiao grasped Xian Yuanming's hand, gazing at him with deep affection, indifferent to the others. Xian Yuanming waved his other hand, prompting them to depart. "Luoyun, who is responsible for this? Was it eldest brother, 4th brother, 5th brother, or 7th brother?" "Your Highness, I have been investigating diligently. However, the adversary has left no trace. We were ambushed in the dead of night, caught completely off guard. In the end, they set fire to erase all evidence. These despicable fiends. I have devoted years and immense effort to cultivate my shadow guards, only to have them all slaughtered. Luoyun, dispatch more capable individuals to investigate what my brothers have been up to these past few days. Identify the most suspicious among them. But, Your Highness, your health? It is of no concern. There are others in the residence." "Then I shall take my leave," Luoyun replied before departing. After a little over an hour, another visitor arrived at Xian Yuanming's door, where 2 guards stood sentinel. Upon recognizing the esteemed Captain Zhua, the guards hastily clasped their fists in salute. "Captain Zhua, is the prince within? I urgently seek an audience." "The prince is inside. Allow me to announce your presence," one of the guards replied, entering the chamber. Bowing respectfully, he reported, "Your Highness, Captain Zhua has an urgent matter to discuss." "Shall I admit him?" "Let him in," Xian Yuanming commanded. Captain Zhua found himself at a loss for words as he stepped into the room. He bowed deeply and said, "Your Highness, grave news has arrived. Our Iron Kill sect has been annihilated overnight, with no survivors, and the perpetrator remains unknown." "What did you say? The Iron Kill sect has been destroyed?" Xian Yuanming's face paled at the shocking revelation. "Indeed, Your Highness, you heard correctly. His health, already frail, could not withstand such overwhelming despair." "Ah," he exclaimed, before collapsing once more. Chapter 45, The Aphrodisiac Potion. Captain Zhua shouted, "Your Highness, Your Highness. Quickly, someone fetch the imperial physician. One of the guards outside, upon hearing the commotion, immediately dashed away. After a brief interval, the esteemed physician Liu arrived, laden with his medical kit, appearing somewhat disheveled. He took the prince's pulse and sighed heavily. Alas, the prince is suffering from acute distress. He must not be agitated further. He then produced a pen and began to compose a prescription, listing ingredients such as Pinellia, Southstar, and ginseng, along with their respective costs. Upon completing the prescription, he stated, "These remedies will alleviate phlegm, reduce fire, ensure smooth meridian flow, and relieve the prince's distress. The medicine should be taken for half a month. Do not further distress the prince, for each repeated blow makes the healing process even more arduous. His temper is exceedingly volatile. Take good care of him, alas." After speaking, he carefully placed the pen and paper back into the medical box, resolving to return to see the prince in a couple of days. Luo Chun, send a few capable individuals to attend to the prince. Yes, Commander Zhua. From that moment forth, Xian Yuanming fell gravely ill, succumbing to despair. Despite the efforts of those who advised him, they could not sway his heart. The household was rife with concern for the prince, fervently wishing for his swift recovery. The prince of the Ming kingdom, Xian Yuanming, was wed to the princess of the Easternly kingdom, Chu Yuyu, who was a political bride. 3 years prior, in a bid to strengthen ties between the nations, a marriage alliance was formed. Chu Yuyu is the half-sister of the current emperor of Easternly, Chu Qingyi. At the time, the emperor was merely the fourth prince. As the heir apparent's family had been slaughtered overnight, it was said that the only surviving children were spirited away, while the rest perished. The old emperor was too ill to attend to such matters. Chu Qingyi seized the palace and claimed the throne. His reign could be deemed illegitimate. Yet no one dared to challenge his authority. 2 years ago, Chu Yuyu was sent to marry, having caught the eye of the second prince, and thus became the principal consort. Originally, she had a childhood sweetheart, her cousin from her maternal uncle's side. However, as Easternly required a political bride of suitable age, she was forced by the emperor to marry into the northern Ming dynasty. Although Xian Yuanming was indeed a handsome figure, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and opinions differ among hearts. No matter how hard Xian Yuanming tried, he could not stir the heart of Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu remained indifferent towards him, and as time passed, Xian Yuanming's patience and interest waned, treating her as a mere ornament. In the Ningxiang courtyard, after thorough analysis of the symptoms faced by the Shen family, it was revealed that the original protagonist's birth mother, Shen Jihua, did not succumb to complications during childbirth, but rather fell victim to a bowl of spiced ginseng soup prepared by the second concubine. Mimicking this treachery, she tore off the human skin mask and donned a crimson garment, a wicked smile gracing her lips. She leapt into the elegant courtyard of the second concubine. At this hour, nearing midnight, Nuan first ascended the roof of the second concubine's chamber. Lifting a tile, she was immediately met with a shocking sight that left her momentarily stunned. A man lay beside the second concubine. She mused to herself, "Who is this man? He is certainly not the original protagonist's worthless father. This fellow is quite portly. Who would have thought the second concubine would stray so far?" With a sigh, Nuan reflected on the situation. She had intended to don her disguise and teach the second concubine a lesson that evening, but to her surprise, another person occupied the bed. A new idea sparked in her mind. Observing the doorway, she noticed not a soul in sight. Of course, would those engaged in infidelity allow a maid to stand guard? As a modern individual, while she may not have personally experienced such matters, she had certainly witnessed them on television. She glanced at the couple entangled in their affair and thought, "Allow me to lend a hand. Let the storm be more tempestuous." With that, she casually sprinkled a handful of powder. This concoction was designed for the larger animals in the zoo, such as tigers and lions, to aid in their reproduction. When the female tigers entered their ovulation period, the males might not always be inclined towards them. Thus, medication was required to stimulate the male tigers into a fervor to fulfill their duties. Nuan mused inwardly, "Oh dear, this is bad. It has escalated to a tiger's measure. Can a person truly endure such a thing? Alas, let you indulge in your whims and let your blood run hot." This medicine indeed acts with remarkable immediacy. Suddenly, the piercing howl of a man echoed, accompanied by the distressing sounds akin to a slaughtered pig from the concubine. Nuan couldn't help but shiver, for the noise was utterly unbearable. Squatting atop the roof, she peered into the room once more, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed an eyesore, resembling a living tableau of debauchery. Abruptly, someone seized her waist from behind, exclaiming, "What are you looking at?" Are you not afraid of defiling your eyes? With that, they employed light agility and soared towards Nuan's courtyard. Release me, you scoundrel, she cried, striking out at him with her palm. The summer's deep night was enveloped in an eerie stillness, juxtaposed with stifling heat. Most people, unable to withstand the sweltering temperature, had their windows ajar as they slept. As the chilling cries reached the ears of those in slumber, they jolted awake. Some children, frightened by the commotion, wept, fearing that wolves had come. Dingbei Marquis Su Junshin was resting in the quarters of his fourth concubine. The two engaged in conversation about Su Linglong. As their dialogue unfolded, the hours slipped into the deep of night. Suddenly, the unsettling sounds from outside caught the attention of the fourth concubine, who couldn't help but inquire, "My lord, do I hear what seems to be wolves devouring pigs? This noise is quite disconcerting. How can it sound so close, as if it were in the estate? Could it be that wolves have entered the city?" The Dingbei Marquis listened intently and replied, "Strangely enough, it does not sound like wolves have entered the city, but rather as if they have infiltrated our residence." This was alarming indeed. Thus, he called out, "Someone, fetch weapons. Let us ascertain the source of this sound." The fourth concubine felt a twinge of fear. However, the Marquis had already ventured forth, leaving her no choice but to follow suit. A dozen or so shadow guards and attendants, armed with blades, positioned themselves before the Marquis for protection. The group proceeded towards the source of the cacophony, the howling resembling that of wolves, growing ever louder, accompanied by the increasingly piercing sounds akin to pig slaughter. As they walked, the fourth concubine found herself perplexed. How had they arrived at the second concubine's courtyard? Was it possible that the second concubine, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Upon raising his gaze, the Marquis's eyes fell upon the character's Fingya courtyard, which ignited a surge of fury within him. Chapter 46. Caught in the act at the entrance stood two gatekeeping matrons, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily obstructed the Marquis's path. "Greetings, my lord," they exclaimed, bowing deeply. Their voices, amplified beyond their usual tone, resonated like a thunderclap, signaling to those within the premises that the Marquis had arrived. One of the matrons quickly stepped forward to intercept him. "My lord, please hold on a moment. I shall inform the lady." Upon entering the courtyard, the sounds of intimate exchanges grew thunderous. The fourth concubine, despite her prior awareness of the situation, felt her cheeks flush in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Marquis's complexion darkened. Veins on his forehead bulging with each exhalation, his face transforming into a deep crimson, as if on the brink of eruption. In a fit of rage, he kicked the speaking matron to the ground, bellowing, "Get out of my way." His voice reverberated with a fury that seemed capable of consuming the entire courtyard. None within that space were to be permitted to escape. With that declaration, he continued forward, arriving at the second concubine's chamber, where even the most oblivious bystanders could ascertain the unfolding drama. They all beheld the verdant expanse of grass above the Marquis's head, silently reflecting that this concubine truly had a talent for creating chaos. Instead of appreciating the good life, she had conjured such a scandal. If she wished to indulge in infidelity, she could have done so discreetly, yet here she was, causing a commotion akin to the slaughter of pigs. Now known to all in the household, a most egregious embarrassment. At that moment, the Marquis of Dingbei's countenance shifted from pale to ashen, his brows knitted tightly, and his eyes blazed with a fury that could slice through flesh. He declared menacingly, "Listen well, all present. Should anyone dare to utter even a whisper of today's events, your head shall be forfeit." The others stood frozen, heads bowed in submission. The Marquis advanced alone, forcefully kicking open the door, revealing the two figures entwined on the bed. Lost in a fervent embrace, a scene bursting with passion. Suppressing his wrath, he commanded, "Bring me a basin of ice water to awaken these wretched souls." A maid swiftly approached, carrying a basin of ice water, which she splashed upon the concubine and her cousin. The two emerged from their stupor with gasps of shock. The concubine, glancing at herself, then at her cousin Wang Yukai, and finally towards the doorway, was left utterly bewildered. The maid hurriedly assisted the concubine in donning her garments, revealing the bruises and injuries marring her body, a testament to their vigorous encounter, and her lower half was stained with blood. She felt as though her very bones had been shattered, devoid of strength, her voice nearly lost to despair. The concubine hastily slipped on her shoes and knelt before the Marquis, tears streaming down her face. "My lord, it is not as you think. We have been wronged." At this moment, Su Junshin gazed upon his second aunt with a profound sense of revulsion. She was nothing more than a tarnished soul. He mused silently. "You seek fleeting pleasure, yet you must consider your daughter's future. She is destined to marry the fifth prince and become a royal consort. How can she hold her head high with a mother of such disrepute? At this juncture, Wang Yukai, who lay upon the bed, regained consciousness and noticed the bloodstains. He pondered in distress. What has transpired? This is dire. The Duke of Dingbei has arrived. He hurriedly donned his garments, descended from the bed, and knelt before the Duke, pleading, "My lord, please spare me. My cousin and I were merely reconciling our accounts, yet I do not know how we ended up in this predicament. Surely someone has drugged us." The Duke of Dingbei's countenance twisted in fury, akin to a raging lion, his eyes blazing with wrath as if he intended to incinerate the man before him. "How long have you been entangled with her? Is that so? I perceive otherwise. Nurse, speak the truth. Your silence does not exempt others from their words. I shall interrogate each one of you, and should you utter a single falsehood, I will take your life this very moment." Su Juanqing's eyes sparked with hatred as he roared. The nurse glanced at the second aunt and thought, "Madam, I have watched you grow from childhood to marriage and motherhood. I have long considered you as my own daughter. I must ensure your safety. Yet today, I am perplexed as to why such a sordid affair has transpired. Could it truly be that someone has poisoned you?" The Duke of Dingbei observed the flicker of uncertainty in the nurse's gaze and called out, "Chuanji, you speak now. There is but one chance. Your life hangs in the balance." Seizing the opportunity, Chuanji eagerly prepared to cast further blame. In recent years, the second concubine has not treated her kindly, unlike Chuanji, frequently resorting to slaps. She understands that even if she remains silent, others will speak, and that could very well lead to her demise. "My lord, they have been entangled for quite some time. Even before the eldest young lady was born, their bond had already been forged in secrecy. This revelation is startling. The onlookers, akin to mere spectators, are captivated by the unfolding drama." Someone exclaims, "What? They were together before the eldest young lady's birth? So, who is her biological father? The Duke of Dingbei, or that cousin?" Upon hearing this, the wet nurse swiftly delivers a slap to Chuanji, admonishing her, "You foolish girl. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Chuanji replies, "Wet nurse, given the current state of affairs, it is inevitable that one gets their feet wet while traversing the riverbank. The second concubine's exposure today is quite normal. This is not their first encounter." She conveys the truth, recalling that last year, when her own feelings began to blossom, she cast several glances at the master, and the second concubine's punishment of 30 strikes nearly cost her life. "Bring forth the wet nurse and execute her on the spot." The second concubine, Qin Kai-ching, realizes the gravity of the situation, pondering whether her 2 children are indeed his. At this moment, she senses trouble brewing. Should those children be discovered, it would spell disaster. Someone, summon Sushiwero. Let her witness the misdeeds of her aunt. Only then does the Duke of Dingbei feel an intense anger, wondering why Sushiwero gave birth mere months after their marriage. It becomes evident why he was ensnared in a plot at the brothel, leading to an intimate relationship with Qin Kai-ching. It was all part of a premeditated scheme. At that moment, the concubine declared that the shop required a steward, and her cousin possessed the requisite skills. The Duke of Dingbei, without further contemplation, readily acquiesced. Each month entailed meticulous account reconciliations and formal inquiries. The concubine, however, abruptly reversed her stance, exclaiming, "My lord, it was that Wang Yukai who coerced me tonight. Should I refuse, he threatens to disclose this matter to you." This statement incited Wang Youcai's ire. "Oh, Qin Kai-ching, have you not always criticized the Duke for being ineffectual and for your dissatisfaction with brevity? You, a Nuan woman, aspire to be both a harlot and a paragon of virtue. How blind I must be to have chosen you." Onlookers observed, muttering to themselves, "What a spectacle, dogs biting dogs. All fur and no substance, it appears the quarrel has commenced." At that juncture, Su Shuero and Su Qingao arrived. Along the way, they inquired of the maidservant about the unfolding situation. Su Shuero thought to herself, "Mother, are you courting disaster? Not only for your sake, but consider mine. I am to become the consort of the 5th prince. How will this reflect upon me?" Chapter 47. A verdant canopy above the concubine, caught in the act, found herself at Fengya courtyard, prostrating on the ground in distress, her hair disheveled, face streaked with tears, her garments soiled and stained with blood. Beside her knelt her uncle, equally disheveled. Su Shuero and Su Qingyao hurriedly bowed to Su Junshin, exclaiming, "Father, do not address me as father. Your lineage remains uncertain," the Duke of Dingbei retorted angrily. Su Shuero's heart sank. "This is disastrous. Without this father, my connection to the 5th prince would be irrevocably severed." "No," she resolved. Even if he were not her true father, she must feign the role. Su Junshan gazed at the 2 individuals kneeling on the ground and bellowed, Summon someone, and have this Wang Yukai beaten to death. Subsequently, 2 guards stepped forward and dragged Wang Yukai away. As for this harlot, confine her temporarily in the woodshed, forbidding her any food. We shall determine her fate on the morrow. 2 more guards then seized the second concubine and forcibly removed her. Su Shuero and Su Qingyao hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Father, we implore you to show mercy to the second concubine. Over the years, though she may not have rendered great service, she has endured her share of hardships. We beseech you to spare her." Su Qingyao glanced at the second concubine and mimicked her elder sister by kneeling as well. "You need not intercede. Otherwise, you shall be imprisoned alongside her," thundered the Duke of Dingbei, his fury palpable. The 2 daughters could only silence their pleas and stand aside. Su Junshin scrutinized his daughters closely. He could not shake the suspicion that both bore a resemblance to Wang Yukai. "Bring forth 2 bowls of clear water. I shall perform a blood test to ascertain kinship." This declaration left all present in utter shock. Could it be that the Duke doubted the lineage of his own daughters? Su Qingyao reflected, recalling that the second concubine had once mentioned her mother was the 5th concubine. There had been an incident where her cousin, inebriated, had mistakenly entered the 5th concubine's chamber, resulting in the birth of Wang Yukai's daughter. Su Shuero felt a chill sweep over her at the thought. If this blood test revealed that they were not of the Su family, all their efforts would be for naught. At that moment, a servant approached, bearing 2 bowls of water. Su Shuero feigned tears, discreetly retrieving a small paper packet from her waist containing a white powder. She applied the powder to her palm just as a servant presented the water before her, accompanied by a knife. Su Shuero gazed at Su Junqing, her father, and said, "I am afraid. Can we not proceed with the blood test? I am your daughter." At that moment, the Duke of Dingbei did not spare her a glance and insisted, "Do it." A bitter smile crept across Su Shuero's face as she thought to herself, "Su Junqing, remember all that you have done today. One day, you shall surely regret it." She picked up a knife and made a small incision on the tip of her middle finger. With her other hand, dusted with powder, she squeezed out a drop of blood, which fell into the clear water below, mingling with it. This bowl of water was then presented before Su Junqing, who also made a small cut on his hand to let a drop of blood fall. Su Junqing's eyes remained fixed on the 2 drops of blood in the bowl, which swiftly expanded and merged into one. Observing the expression on the Duke's face, Su Shuero noticed the corners of Su Junqing's mouth lift and his brows relax. Understanding dawned upon her. She stepped forward and declared, "Since you doubt my lineage, I shall take my leave. Regardless of whether I am truly your daughter, I cannot remain in this household. I am grateful for your upbringing." With that, she knelt down and bowed 3 times before attempting to depart. "Miss, you cannot leave. This is your home. Where will you go?" Xiangcao exclaimed, urgently grasping Su Shuero's arm. "Let go of me, Xiangcao. It is better to face suspicion outside than to endure it here. Whether I live or die, I accept my fate." "Chang'er, what are you doing?" At that moment, a frail voice resonated through the air, drawing everyone's attention. It was the old matriarch, slowly approaching with the support of Granny Zhou and the magpie. "Do you not feel sufficiently embarrassed? Aishui and Yao are both daughters of my esteemed family. How dare you cast doubt upon them?" The old matriarch approached the bowl and observed that the 2 drops of blood had already merged, thus gaining clarity in her thoughts. Since Aishui's blood had combined, it was certain that Yao's blood would do the same. "Everyone may disperse now," the matriarch declared. Upon hearing her words, the others gradually withdrew. The matriarch surveyed the courtyard, which would henceforth be sealed off, with the maidservants and concubines sent to the laundry. "You 2 girls shall consider her as if she were not your mother. It is already a mercy that she has not cast you into a pig pen. With a mother like that, do you truly believe you could ever marry into a respectable family?" Su Shui and Su Qingyu remained silent. Su Qingyu thought to herself, "Having such a mother is indeed a disgrace. If outsiders were to learn of this, we would be unable to hold our heads high. Despite being raised under her care, I cannot bear this shame." Su Shui glanced at her sister, relieved that her cleverness had prevailed. After learning the truth from their mother, she had dreaded this day. Each day, she had concealed a pouch of powder within her garments, and now, that day had finally arrived. Without the powder, both sisters would have been deemed bastards today. Thus, the sisters spoke in unison, "Grandmother, you are right." The matriarch continued, "Without the concubine, there will still be a grandmother, as well as your aunt, the noble consort, along with the 4th and 3rd concubines. This is one moment, and that was another." The sisters nodded. The matriarch added, "If anyone inquires in the future, simply say that the 2nd concubine has fallen ill and has been sent to the countryside for recovery. Granddaughters take their leave." The 2 sisters gracefully departed, leaving the old matriarch leaning on her cane. Cheng-er, how foolish you are. To test kinship with blood in such a manner, what would you have done if the two drops had not mingled? You have supported another's wife and raised their children. People will surely whisper behind your back, and you would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. To wear such a green hat speaks volumes of your incompetence and uselessness. The reputation of the Dingbei Marquis is at stake. The matriarch's reprimand rang true, acknowledging that her son had acted rashly in a moment of haste. Su Junchen also recognized his folly at that instance. The old matriarch glanced at the bowl and then at Mother Zhou, who understood the unspoken cue. She took the bowl from Sui Hua and assisted the matriarch in leaving the elegant courtyard. The matriarch instructed, "You may all leave now. I need to speak with the physician." Everyone withdrew. The physician examined the matriarch's pulse and said, "Madam, since your fright, your heart has been rather weak. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. This prescription will invigorate your energy, nourish your essence, invigorate blood circulation, and calm the mind." After stating this, he wrote down the ingredients: ginseng, Ophiophagon, and planago seeds, among others. Once he completed the prescription, he placed it on the table and began to tidy up. The matriarch pointed at the bowl of water and inquired, "Dr. Yang, do you notice anything unusual about this water compared to what we usually have?" The physician examined and sniffed it, responding, "Though this water contains some blood, it has also been mixed with a small amount of alum." "Oh, I see. Let us not speak of tonight's events to anyone," she stated firmly. "Madam, I have been in your service for over 20 years. Do you still doubt me?" The old matriarch smiled and nodded, her trust reaffirmed. "In the secret passage, Su Shuero, or rather, Wang Shuero, you truly possess a strategy. It appears that you were aware of the truth long before, while my foolish son remains oblivious. You may have deceived others, but you cannot deceive me." Chapter 48. Encounter. Witnessing death without intervention, Nuan found herself ensnared by the man. Soaring through the air towards Ningxiang Garden, she felt as though he had encircled her waist, akin to hanging on a horizontal bar, causing her discomfort. Upon their arrival in the courtyard, as they took their positions, Nuan scrutinized the figure before her. Bai Shi, Qiu Yu, and Granny Li, alerted by the commotion, hastily emerged. "Miss," the two maidservants exclaimed in unison. Waving her hand, Nuan gestured for them to step aside. She appraised the individual before her, who was indeed strikingly handsome. Clad in white garments, his ebony hair was elegantly tied up with a jade crown. His face, chiseled with sharp angles, bore thinly pressed lips. His phoenix-like eyes slanted slightly, glimmering like polished lacquer, and a flame-shaped red emblem adorned his brow. His alluring visage, marked by a pallid complexion, exuded an air of noble elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being who had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. This individual was none other than the current, cold-blooded, merciless, and ruthless evil king, Shen Yuanyu. Upon learning of Nuan's whereabouts, he could no longer contain his excitement, disregarding his own affliction, and changed his attire to seek her out. Coincidentally, Nuan, dressed in resplendent red, was on a quest for vengeance against her secondary aunt. He stealthily followed her all the way to Fenya Garden. While Nuan was preoccupied with her plans against her aunt, she remained oblivious to the shadow trailing behind her. Moreover, this little tail possessed unparalleled agility, concealing its presence, which resulted in her being completely oblivious. "It's you. Let go. What do you want with me?" Nuan exclaimed, astonished to find this individual had sought her out. Upon realizing she recognized him, Shen Yuanyi felt a surge of excitement. His visit had not been in vain. A smile graced his lips as he nodded slightly. "Let go," Nuan insisted, hands on her hips. Her brows furrowed and eyes glaring at him. "You knew I was here all along, so why not return half of the money I worked so hard to earn? Give me back the money I used to save you. I risked my life to rescue you, yet you lack integrity. You're on my blacklist." Shen Yuanyi found her expression somewhat amusing. "Just leave. I will let you go. I have no need for the money from scavenging corpses. Saving you was merely a way to pass the time." He hastily declared, "Listen to my explanation." At that moment, he suddenly coughed up blood. A figure in black rushed over to support him. "My lord," the person urged, "your guards must escort you away immediately." The chill in his voice was so frigid it seemed capable of freezing water from 10 miles away. Witnessing Nuan's indifference, Shen Yuanyi clutched his chest and coughed up more blood, assisted by the figure in black as they leaped away from Ningxiang Courtyard. Upon arriving at the evil king's residence, Shen Yuanyi collapsed onto the bed. Shadow 3 quickly summoned the healer. Shadow 2 instructed. At this moment, Shen Yuanyi's complexion was ashen, his breath even more feeble than before. The healer, Ouyangchen, arrived with a small medical kit, bowing respectfully. "My lord." Xian Yuanyi, unwilling to utter a word, simply gestured dismissively. The venerable physician examined Xian Yuanyi's pulse and remarked, "Your Highness, what have you consumed to be afflicted by the poison of the nether flower?" Ing Er hastily elucidated, "This afternoon, the second prince invited all the princes to his residence for a gathering, where our master partook of a meal and indulged in wine." The physician pulled back the sleeve of his garment, revealing a slender red line on the left arm, extending from the wrist almost to the elbow. "Your Highness," he warned, "should this line reach the end of your arm, even the most divine being could not save you." He then retrieved a pill from his medicine chest, instructing, "Take this to suppress the spread of the toxin, and I shall prepare a concoction for you afterward." As he spoke, the physician shook his head while writing, "How unfortunate this prince is, beset by calamities. Even in such dire straits, those brethren still wish to see him perish." Ouyang Chun pondered while jotting down the names of herbs such as rhubarb and forsythia, along with their respective quantities. Once completed, the physician handed the list to Ing Er, commanding, "Prepare the medicine according to this prescription." Xian Yuanyi lay upon the bed, his countenance devoid of color. His thoughts drifted to Nuan, pondering what could have transpired to render her so cold and heartless. She embodied a paradox, playful and endearing at times, yet fervent like fire, possessing a chivalrous spirit, while simultaneously exuding an icy demeanor that repelled others and remained indifferent to wealth. In Ningxiang courtyard, she reclined on her bed, contemplating the fate of her second aunt this evening. The wet nurse had mentioned that the original owner's biological mother had perished from a hemorrhage, yet her lips bore a tinge of darkness. This indicates that Xin Jihua met her demise due to poisoning. Tomorrow, I shall open the coffin to examine the remains. Chapter 49. The true cause of Shun's death. In pursuit of uncovering the genuine cause of Shun Jihua's death, early the following morning, Sun Wan, accompanied by Bai Ji and Qiuyu, embarked on a journey in a horse-drawn carriage. They hired several laborers at Renyazi's place, equipped with tools, and procured offerings and paper money. Their path led them westward to the ancestral grave of the Dingbei Marquis, located on Qingfeng Mountain. Upon arrival, the carriage halted at the foot of the mountain while the group ascended together. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had turned ominously dark. A pallid layer of clouds weighed heavily upon the earth, and the oppressive atmosphere rendered it difficult to breathe. At that moment, a chilling wind howled, and a few crows cawed, amplifying the eerie and fearsome ambience of the site. After a prolonged search, they finally located Shinjiawa's tombstone. Sun Wan began by laying out an assortment of fruits, pastries, and dishes before invoking the spirit of the deceased. She then requested the paper money to be brought forth and commenced the ritual of burning it. As she stood before the grave, she murmured, "Madam's death remains shrouded in mystery. Today, Sun Wan will open the coffin to examine the bones, seeking to ascertain whether Madam succumbed to poisoning. Should I inadvertently offend her spirit, I ask for forgiveness." After her words, she bowed 3 times in respect. Once the paper money was consumed, the ashes began to swirl in the air. Sun Wan turned to the hired men and commanded, "Commence the excavation." The laborers, bound by their employment, obediently set to work. Upon reaching the coffin, Sun Wan retrieved a box from the carriage, distributing masks and gloves to each individual while donning her own protective gear. As the coffin lid was lifted, the skeletal remains of Madame Shun were revealed. 13 years had elapsed, yet the jewelry she wore remained intact, though her internal organs had long since decayed, revealing patches of blackened bone amidst her leg bones. Sun Wan leaped into the coffin, picking up a black bone to examine it. How ruthless! She carefully placed the bone back in its original position and jumped out. She then instructed, "Ensure the coffin lid is properly secured and buried." The workers resumed their task of nailing and interring the coffin. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow, having watched Sun Wan and her companions depart from a tall tree, also took flight, heading towards the evil king's residence. At that moment, Shen Yuanyi lay on his bed, a faint flush of color gracing his cheeks. The cloaked figure entered the room and clasped his fist in greeting. "My lord." Miss Su, accompanied by several individuals, visited Shinji Hua's grave today and exhumed it. Exhumed? Xian Yuanyi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, to inspect the remains. She stated that Madame Shin died from the poison known as Crane's Top Red. Listening intently, Xian Yuanyi mused to himself, "This girl possesses remarkable audacity. Does she not fear the dead, unlike ordinary women? She becomes increasingly intriguing." He then commanded, "Send someone to follow her and ensure her safety. You need not accompany her." Understood, the subordinate replied before departing. At that moment, a myriad of ambiguous emotions stirred within Xian Yuanyi, whether it was gratitude, concern, or a desire to alleviate the poison remained unclear. Upon returning to Ningxiang courtyard, Sun Nuan lay alone on her bed, deep in contemplation. The sole individual responsible for Shinji Hua's demise was her second aunt. How to eliminate her? It was too far to reach her grave. Swift justice would suffice. That night, as the household succumbed to slumber, Sun Nuan donned a black ensemble, stealthily evading the hidden guards of the manor, and leaped towards the woodshed. With a swift gesture, she directed a vial of sedative towards the two guards, who promptly collapsed onto the ground. Sun Nuan retrieved a key from one of them and unlocked the door. There, she beheld her aunt, dejectedly seated on the floor, her complexion ghastly pale. Her lips parched and cracked, white as ash, smoke seemingly rising from her throat. She attempted to moisten her lips with her tongue, but only succeeded in peeling away layers of skin. Water, water, you wretched servants, at least bring me some water, she pleaded, her eyes closed. Upon hearing the door creak open, she assumed it was her daughter come to visit her, but to her astonishment, it was none other than the dark-clad Sun Nuan. With a sinister smile, Sun Nuan remarked, "Aunt, without my orchestrations, how could you find yourself in such a predicament? To be frank, while you and your cousin were indulging in your passions, I discreetly sprinkled a concoction to heighten your fervor. I neglected to mention that the aphrodisiac was intended for beasts. The cacophony of your pig-like wails and your cousin's wolfish howls that night roused the entire Ho residence. Naturally, it was upon hearing your cries that Su Junqing ventured into the elegant quarters. Perhaps you ought to express your gratitude to me." "Haha. So it was your doing, you little vixen. You are not Sun Nuan. Who exactly are you?" "Sun Nuan is a feeble, ineffectual creature, devoid of your audacity." Sun Nuan replied with an alluring grin, "I am not the true Sun Nuan. The genuine Sun Nuan was cast down a perilous cliff by your beloved daughter. I have come to exact vengeance in her stead, known as the Reaper of Souls." "Haha. Qin Kaiqing, you poisoned Shinji Hua with the deadly cinnabar, abandoning me. Still in swaddling clothes. You present yourself as an amiable person in public, yet behind closed doors, you reveal your true malevolent nature, employing every conceivable tactic against me. The expression in your aunt's eyes glinted with malice, akin to a multitude of sharp arrows, as if she were poised to devour Sun Nuan whole. That wretched Shin family. Why should they assume the role of the matriarch upon entering the household? Why must I pay my respects to her each day? It is solely due to her foolishness that two adversaries could ever be deemed good sisters. This has granted me a golden opportunity to seize the advantage. You are utterly oblivious to her plight. Had she not consumed that bowl of poison brought by your father, she would still be alive. Your mother's murderer is not I, but your father. Impossible. Do not speak such nonsense." Your aunt scoffed. "I speak thus because Shen bore you a month early. Furthermore, on the night of your wedding, your mother did not shed the red handkerchief. Do you not comprehend why, over the years, the Marquis has turned a blind eye to you, and the old matriarch has disregarded you? It is because they are aware that you are not a true daughter of the Marquis' household." Sun Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Is there more to this tale? Yet, at that moment, she found herself believing her aunt's words. A smile graced Sun Nuan's lips as she remarked, "I observe that your two daughters bear a striking resemblance to your cousin. If the Duke of Dingbei were to discover that he has been raising another's daughter for over a decade, what do you suppose his reaction would be?" Fury ignited in her aunt's eyes. "No, do not pursue this course of action. You cannot do this. My daughters are destined to become the consorts of the fifth prince." "Consorts of the fifth prince, you say? Do you truly believe that if the fifth prince were to learn she carries the child of a beggar, he would still take her as his wife?" At that moment, fear engulfed her aunt. Sun Nuan was nothing short of a demon, and she fell to her knees. "Dear second miss, I implore you, spare them. My death would be inconsequential, but I beseech you to let my daughter go. Do you truly believe me so merciful? In the depths of winter, you cast me into the lake, leaving me on the brink of death. Do you think you would show them any mercy? You forcefully administered poison to me and discarded me in a graveyard. Would I ever forgive her? She aspires to ascend as the esteemed consort of the fifth prince. Yet I shall ensure she falls from grace, utterly disgraced and shattered, ultimately meeting her demise by my hand. Rest assured, I shall not grant her the mercy of a swift end. The torment I have endured for over a decade cannot be alleviated by a mere stab. That would be far too lenient. However, once I have had my fill of this game, her time will come. The score must be settled, piece by piece. Wouldn't you agree? Yet, you shall witness none of it, for I lack the patience to continue this charade with you." Chapter 50. Revenge of the second concubine. Upon concluding her words, Sun Nuan drew a dagger from her sleeve and thrust it directly toward the chest of the second concubine. This strike was a reckoning for Shinji Hua. Sun Nuan exclaimed with fury. The speed of the blade was such that the second concubine's eyes widened in shock. Before she could utter a cry, she had already collapsed. It was unclear how many times she had been stabbed, but ultimately, the second concubine lay on the ground. A mere vessel of blood. Nuan was avenging the original owner of this body. Yet it felt more akin to the original owner releasing the pent-up grievances of years gone by. Original owner, Madam Shin, I have avenged you. The debts of others will be accounted for in due time. None shall escape my reckoning. With that, she wiped the bloody blade on the second concubine's garments and concealed it within her space. She then closed and locked the door before vanishing in an instant. The system, from the resentment of the concubine, a total of 1,000 points. Nuan listened, her heart blossoming with joy. This ridiculous system was rather considerate, providing enough points for 5 draws. The following morning, a guard awoke to find himself lying on the ground. He sat up and rubbed his head, pondering, "Dehu, how did I fall asleep?" Another guard also rose, remarking, "We must have been too exhausted. This wretched task. When will the Lord deal with that concubine?" Soon, surely. After such disgraceful behavior, how could the Lord allow her to live? Yet, it was rather late last night. After all, they had been married for many years, and he needed to contemplate how to handle her. Dehu, massaging his neck, remarked, "Do you think the concubine is foolish? If she wishes to elope, she ought not to make such a ruckus." The night was quiet, and her screams sounded like a slaughtered pig. That Hay's child, upon hearing her scream, was frightened into tears, causing a commotion that lasted half the night. The other guard chuckled, "Ah, passion, my friend. Haven't you heard the saying? A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is not as good as a secret affair." The same principle applies to the concubine. Dehu sneered, glancing disdainfully at the woodshed. Alas, this act of infidelity has tarnished her reputation. She might very well lose her life over it. As dawn broke, he decided to check on the concubine, thinking perhaps she had fallen asleep as well. For it was oddly quiet. Dehu took a few steps forward, approaching the doorway of the woodshed, peering inside. At that moment, he was taken aback, the hairs on his body standing on end. The concubine lay sprawled on the floor, the ground soaked in blood, and the room reeking of a strong metallic odor. He rubbed his eyes and, pointing towards the interior, stammered, You must come quickly, see. Hurry and look. Dehu, what has happened to you? Why are you stuttering?" Another person approached the doorway, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "Dehu, what did you see? We must inform the Marquis at once." Thus, the other individual dashed towards the study of the Marquis of Dingbei. Upon awakening, Su Junshin, the Marquis of Dingbei, felt a profound sense of frustration. For so many years, he had endured the humiliation of infidelity, while his wife squandered the household wealth on others. His 2 daughters, Shui-Ro, confirmed through blood tests, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Yukai, and Qing Yu was no different. How should he deal with this concubine? Should he kill her or send her away to the estate? At that moment, a knock sounded at the study door. "My lord, there is grave news." The Marquis was taken aback. "Come in. What has transpired? Is the concubine dead? How did this happen?" "Last night, I and Dehu were on watch when we suddenly saw several shadowy figures pass by, and after that, we lost consciousness. When we awoke this morning, we went to check on the concubine, only to discover her lying in a pool of blood, and the door was still locked." The Marquis steadied himself, pondering, "Dead? The concubine is indeed dead. Who could have committed such a deed? Let her live, not as an outlet for anger. Let her die, for after all, she is the mother of my daughter, a companion for over a decade. If she is to perish, so be it. It will be less of a burden. Come, let us go to the woodshed." Upon arriving at the woodshed, Su Juncheng inquired, "Has the young lady been here to bring food for the second concubine?" The response was negative. No one from the household had come. Su Juncheng mused silently. "Su Shui-Ro, it seems you possess a heart as ruthless as they come. Your mother languishes here without sustenance. Even if I forbade you from sending aid, she is still the one who bore you, who cared for you deeply. I did not expect you to be so callous." With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Su Juncheng, covering his nose, approached the second concubine. There, he beheld her disheveled hair sprawled on the ground, surrounded by congealed blood. "Turn her over," Su Juncheng commanded. Dehu complied, revealing a gaping wound in her chest, the result of countless stabs. "Dehu, convey the news of the second concubine's demise to Miss Shui-Ro and Miss Qingyao. I permit them one last glimpse of her, and then you shall find a mat to dispose of her in the mass grave." With that, the Duke of Dingbei deemed the second concubine utterly repulsive, casting her one final glance before departing. Upon receiving the news, Su Qingyao made her way to Su Shuirou's courtyard. They instructed the servants to leave. Su Shuirou remarked, "Qingyao, the second concubine has died. Father wishes us to see her, but I shall not go. If the fifth prince learns of her deeds, he will never marry me. You may go alone if you wish. Sister, I have been raised by the old lady since I was 5 years old. The second concubine has never cared for me. Despite our supposed mother-daughter relationship, there is no genuine affection between us. Furthermore, both grandmother and father are enraged due to the second concubine's infidelity. Our origins are already shrouded in mystery, so it is better to remain prudent." Su Shuiou then produced a packet of medicinal powder and handed it to Su Qingyao. "Qingyao, your reasoning is sound. Fortunately, sister had this packet of powder at that time. Otherwise, when father conducted the blood test for paternity, we would have been exposed. Take this powder and keep it with you. Regardless of what attire you wear, it must always be on your person. One can never be too cautious, as Lord Dingbei may suspect us again and demand another blood test." Su Qingyao accepted the powder and tucked it into her waistband. The sisters concluded that neither of them would visit and would sever ties with the second concubine. Upon learning of the situation, the third concubine, Qin Kaisher, despite her strained relationship with the eldest sister, considered her relatively kind compared to others. Since they were all daughters of the Qin residents, she decided to see her off. Thus, she took a sum of silver and made her way to the woodshed. Upon her arrival, she observed that Dahu was preparing to roll up a mat for the second concubine. "Wait, Dahu, this is 30 taels of silver. You too should purchase a coffin for the second concubine's burial. The remaining silver will be yours, but do not disclose this to anyone. It would be foolish not to profit from silver," Dahu remarked. The third concubine inquired, "Do the eldest lady and Su Qingyao know? Have they come?" "I have fulfilled the Lord's orders and informed them, but they stated that without such a mother, they would not come." The third concubine shook her head in resignation. Others might choose not to attend, including Su Qingyao, yet the eldest young lady, raised by the second concubine, had been utterly pampered. It was truly cruel that she did not even come to pay her respects after the death of her biological mother. After making the arrangements, the third concubine departed from the firewood room, and the second concubine's body was taken away for burial. Chapter 51. Deception. Gazing at the towering pile of ginseng, Anisho Wu, Nuan murmured to herself, "I intended to open a clinic a few days ago, but unforeseen circumstances delayed me. Tomorrow, I shall inspect the shops to determine which one is suitable for my practice." The following morning, Sun Wan, accompanied by Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, left with the land deed and property certificate in hand. The three of them ambled to the entrance of Qing Yutang. Opposite Qing Yutang stood another clinic named Shan Shengtang. At the entrance of Shan Shengtang, a line of people awaited their turn to consult the doctor, with patients continuously entering and exiting. In stark contrast, Qing Yutang had not a soul at its front, and inside were but two individuals. The shopkeeper sat listlessly in a chair, while the attendant swept the floor with little enthusiasm. Upon noticing the three young ladies entering, the shopkeeper hurriedly rose and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, young ladies?" "This is Sun Wan, the second young lady of the Dingbei Marquis household," Bai Shi replied, producing the property and land deeds. The elderly shopkeeper, trembling slightly, pointed at Sun Wan, exclaiming, You are the young mistress." He then knelt down. "At last, I have awaited this day. Everyone else has departed, yet I have remained here, hoping that one day the young mistress would return to take over this establishment. Alas, I have failed, nearly allowing this clinic to fall into disrepair." Upon finishing her words, tears streamed down her face. "Esteemed young lady, I am Su Bowen, a humble servant who once served in the household of the Minister of War. In those days, this establishment was part of a dowry. The Shin family fell afoul of the late emperor due to a certain incident and was subsequently punished, sent to Yuzhou. I remained here, ever watchful of your circumstances at the Duke of Dingbei's residence. It pains me to know that your situation has not been favorable. Yet such matters are beyond a mere servant's control. I can only safeguard this clinic in anticipation of your return. With your trust, dear young lady, I shall endeavor to manage this place diligently." As he spoke, Su Bowen wiped away his tears. "First, let us close the doors to reorganize. We shall post a notice seeking 2 physicians, offering a salary of 10 taels of silver per month. Additionally, a sign shall be hung proclaiming the availability of Millennium Ginseng and Fungus, with orders to be placed 2 days in advance." The shopkeeper, filled with urgency, interjected, "But young lady, we do not possess such items. Even other clinics rarely have them." "Do not fret about this, dear uncle. We do have them, and we shall sell them at market price. Nuan continued with her instructions. Let us replace the tables here and clear 2 rooms in the back. One will serve as an operating room, where I shall attend to patients treating various complex ailments. The shopkeeper gazed at Nuan in astonishment. Young lady, for many years, a skilled physician has visited nightly to impart his knowledge to me. When I finally mastered the art, he departed. Indeed, you have endured much hardship, young lady. The shopkeeper lamented, wiping his tears and expressing heartfelt admiration. Nuan then inspected the medicinal herbs in the storeroom, noting that while their quality was somewhat lacking, there were no counterfeit medicines present. Su Shu, please take charge of this matter. Here are 200 taels of silver. Ensure that any missing medicinal herbs are replenished, and dispose of any that are of inferior quality. Tomorrow, I will send over some herbs. Su Shu, I leave this in your capable hands. Rest assured, young miss, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. In 5 days, we shall commence operations. With that, he took his leave. Nuan and her companions made their way to Linglong Pavilion. The establishment was nearly ready for opening, awaiting only the final touches. Next came the promotion. She surveyed the 4 maidservants present. Shuejian, please procure 6 dresses in a deep emerald hue, all of the same design for a unified appearance. Otherwise, it will be difficult for patrons to distinguish between the sales staff and the customers. Suing, please inquire if there are any individuals responsible for beating drums and announcing events, much like those at weddings. We must attract attention. Otherwise, who would know what Linglong Pavilion has to offer, let alone find their way to our shop? The following morning, a procession appeared on the bustling street, led by an individual holding a sign proclaiming the unique wares of Linglong Pavilion. They paraded through the main thoroughfares, drumming and making a joyful noise. Accompanied by 6 women clad in emerald dresses, each carried a mirror the size of a tabletop, adorned with the name Beauty Mirror. The morning crowd was substantial, primarily consisting of servants responsible for procurement from various households. Upon encountering this unprecedented mirror, their curiosity was piqued as it revealed their true selves. That night, Nuan sat in her space, contemplating the ample points within the system. Succumbing to her impulsive nature once more, she activated the points system and began pressing the buttons for the lottery feature, with each draw costing 200 points. The system announced, you have drawn a complete barbecue grill set. The system continued, you have drawn a solar oven. Nuan's heart raced with excitement. These were splendid items. The system then declared, you have drawn a miraculous alchemy cauldron. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Subsequently, a cauldron over a foot tall emerged. It was rather large, yet she found it delightful. Nuan continued to press the button. The system announced, you have drawn 3 slaps for the evil king with a 10-day limit, which can earn you 5,000 points. What? Nuan was incredulous. Did I just hear that I have to slap the evil king 3 times? The system confirmed. You did not miss here. Indeed, that is correct. Fuming, Nuan exclaimed, do you have a grudge against him? Slapping the evil king. I don't even know what he looks like or where he resides. How am I supposed to find him? Moreover, the evil king is already a ruler. His martial arts must be formidable. Is it truly so easy to land 3 slaps on him before I can even reach him? His entourage of guards would surely knock me out. The system replied, Master, it is voluntary. To earn points, one must accept the task. 5,000 points can be exchanged for many wonderful items. But what if I lose my life in pursuit of those 5,000 points? Is that not rather unwise? She found herself wavering. After emerging from her space, she summoned Bai Ji and Xiaoyu. The 2 maidservants bowed respectfully. Miss. Nuan nodded and inquired, how much do you know about the evil king? Bai Ji, curious, asked, why does the miss suddenly inquire about the evil king? The evil king is the 7th son of the current emperor, named Xianyuan Yi. He is the first prince to be granted a title and has achieved numerous military victories. He is a ruthless and cold-blooded lord, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy. Over the years, he has led troops in battles to quell unrest, and it is through his efforts that the Baiming dynasty enjoys its current peace. Xiaoyu regarded Nuan with a different gaze. Miss, could it be that you have developed feelings for the evil king? I've heard he possesses striking good looks, yet he is notoriously indifferent to women. Chapter 52. The evil king on one's mind. Nuan shot a sidelong glance at Xiaoyu. What are you thinking? My ambition is to become the wealthiest individual on the Baiming continent. How could I possibly be enamored with a prince? She continued to inquire. Do you know where he usually frequents, or what his hobbies might be? Both maids shook their heads. He seldom appears in the capital, and we are unaware of his interests. Then we must take the time to investigate. Otherwise, your mistress's life may be at stake. Miss, is it truly that dire? Yes. It is exceedingly serious. Nuan weakly lowered her head. You may all attend to your own matters. At that moment, unbeknownst to Nuan, a figure took flight from the ancient towering tree in the courtyard. In the study of the evil king, a subordinate named Feng Yi greeted. I pay my respects to my lord. Feng Yi, come in, Nuan Yi replied, continuing to read. What brings you here? He raised his head, pondering why she was inquiring about such matters. She was unaware of his true identity. She even mentioned that otherwise, her life would be forfeit. No one was around. These past 2 days, she took over the medical clinic and subsequently visited the Linglong Pavilion. After that, she remained indoors, not venturing outside. All right, you may leave. Nuan Yi waved his hand. At this moment, he held a book in his hand but found himself disinterested in reading. The following morning, Nuan, veiled and accompanied by Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, arrived at the Linglong Pavilion. Thanks to the promotional efforts on the first day, the grand opening attracted a considerable number of guests, predominantly the esteemed matriarchs and young ladies of the community. These young ladies showcased their family heirlooms, knowing that rarity holds great value, and thus, these items would undoubtedly command a handsome price. Over here, Ranqing held up a mirror, enthusiastically promoting to the customers, while Shuijin demonstrated a lipstick application. Meanwhile, Chunhua spritzed herself with perfume, and Xiaoyu mimicked the act of brushing teeth with a toothbrush. Baiji extolled the virtues of their shampoo and body wash, while Suing busied herself with the checkout. By midday, the shelves were completely emptied, and those who arrived late left dejectedly empty-handed. Nuan assured them that more goods would arrive the following day. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shuijin closed the door. At that moment, Su Ying remarked, Miss, we sold a total of 150,000 taels this morning, handing the banknotes to Nuan. With a smile, Nuan replied, I did not anticipate such a successful sale today. The clinic is in dire need of funds. She then produced 6 banknotes of 50 taels each, declaring, as a reward for today's auspicious start, each of you shall receive 50 taels to enrich your pockets. From now on, work diligently alongside me, and you shall not be without your rewards. Thank you, second miss. The 6 of them chorused, their faces alight with joy at the unexpected bounty. In the past, my lord would bestow rewards, though merely 10 coins, at most 100. However, the young lady's generosity of 50 taels at once is truly remarkable. Nuan ventured alone to the storeroom, where, due to limited sales, the inventory remained plentiful. She began replenishing some goods. Once she emerged from the storeroom and entered the hall, she declared, Today marks our grand opening. Let us celebrate at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion. Xiaoyu, please fetch the matron as well. The group arrived at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion. The attentive waiter, recognizing them from their previous visit, greeted them with a warm smile. Ladies, please, upstairs. The private room on the 2nd floor is available. The young ladies joyfully ascended to the elegant chamber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the enigmatic King Nuan Yi sipped tea. This establishment was indeed under his ownership, and he occasionally visited to oversee matters. From his window, he spotted Nuan and her companions and instructed the waiter to escort them to the adjoining room. The waiter presented the menu. Esteemed guests, please make your selections. Nuan took the menu, glanced at it, and said, Each of you order a dish you fancy, without regard for the price. Consider this treat from your humble servant. We are not short on funds. Observing the waiter, she mused, Patrons of this place come from all walks of life. Thus, she inquired, Young man, may I ask your opinion of the King Yuan? At this question, the waiter shuddered, thinking, why would this young lady inquire about the king, who resides just next door? Nuan rolled her eyes and clarified, that is not my intent. I wish to know his preferences. For instance, some indulge in gambling, while others enjoy drinking, she elaborated. The attendant shook his head. The young one was merely a servant, only aware that the evil king enjoyed reading, often spending his time in the study. Where is the residence of the evil king? It is on this street, directly opposite the Golden Tower. Nuan mused aloud. That should be easy to locate. Is there anything else, esteemed guest? Nuan ordered a few more dishes, then remarked, That will be all. You may leave. Every word reached Nuan Ye's ears without fail. He thought to himself, why has she suddenly taken an interest in me? Does she have an ulterior motive? If my conjecture holds true, she will undoubtedly visit the evil king's study within 3 days. As the matron arrived, everyone began to eat with fervor. In the midst of their conversation, the matron said, Miss, I believe our courtyard lacks a few maidservants. Perhaps you should consider purchasing 2 more tomorrow. Nuan pondered for a moment and replied, You are right, matron. After arranging for those 2, I will have no one left by my side. I should find 2 who are skilled in martial arts and also acquire a sturdy maid to assist you. The matron interjected, Miss. There is no need to purchase a maid. I can still manage quite well. But you are overburdened, the young lady countered. It is fine. Chuyue and Baiji can assist me when they have the time. Very well. Tomorrow I will observe and purchase any suitable ones together. Once everything stabilizes, we shall consider opening other establishments. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Ye's lips curved into a smile at the mention of acquiring maidservants. He cast a glance at Ing. Master, why do you inquire about the evil king? Do you harbor a grudge against him? Baiji could no longer contain her curiosity. Nuan shook her head. Do you have an affinity for the evil king? Nuan cast a sidelong glance at Baiji. I have never even laid eyes on him. How could I possibly harbor such feelings? Baiji, in a state of urgency, retorted, Then why do you intend to seek him out? It is perilous. Just last time, a woman enamored with the evil king ventured into his study, only to have him command his guards to break her legs and unceremoniously discard her onto the street. What a character, Nuan remarked. My purpose in finding him is not to harm him, merely to attend to a trivial matter, which will be resolved swiftly. Resolved? Baiji questioned, her words igniting the imaginations of those present. Nuan pointed at Baiji's head. What are you thinking? Chapter 53, The Nurse's Retribution Throughout the Afternoon. Nuan busied herself within her space, categorizing and packing the prizes she had won, as well as sorting the medicinal herbs into boxes. This way, when she rented a carriage, she could effortlessly transfer the items directly from her space onto the vehicle. As the moonlight graced the tips of the willows, Nuan emerged from her space. Just as she stretched languidly, she heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. Approaching the window, she observed 2 men disguised as servants, stealthily approaching her door. Who goes there? Baiji called out. Autumn Moon, hearing the commotion, dashed out of the room. Together, they swiftly subdued the 2 men, capturing them with ease. The pair was brought into the room. Seated calmly in her chair, Nuan held a teacup, sipping leisurely as she regarded the 2 rather unsavory-looking men before her. Will you confess willingly, or shall we resort to more forceful methods? The 2 men exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. Nuan began to plead for mercy. Second miss, please do not strike us any longer. After all, we have done nothing wrong. We merely acted upon the orders of the eldest Mrs. Wet Nurse to tarnish your purity. We had no choice but to comply. We beseech you to spare us. Sunda chimed in. It was the Wet Nurse who compelled us to do this. Had we refused, she would have sold us. Nuan smiled enigmatically and remarked, The Wet Nurse, indeed, very well. I have been quite occupied these days and lacked the time to attend to you. Yet, you have graciously come to me. With a mere glance, Baiji and Xiaoyu swiftly rendered the 2 men unconscious with precise strikes. Look at them lying there. Now, each of you, take one and cast them onto the Wet Nurse's bed. Once they awaken, sprinkle this pouch of aphrodisiac powder upon them, allowing that old woman to revel in her desires. Understood. Baiji and Xiaoyu each took hold of one and made their way to the Wet Nurse's chamber. This Wet Nurse held a significant position in the esteem of the second concubine, and her quarters were relatively spacious. At that moment, the Wet Nurse was fast asleep when she suddenly heard a noise. Before she could rise, 2 figures came crashing down upon her, followed by a cloud of powder wafting toward her nostrils. The Wet Nurse began to feel dizzy, her vision blurred, and her complexion flushed. Meanwhile, the 2 attendants grew increasingly exhilarated. In their minds, the figure before them transformed into the second Mississippi. Like tigers descending from the mountains, they lunged at the Wet Nurse, taking turns to engage her. Nuan yawned and remarked, Well done. I am quite fatigued today. I shall deal with those clowns another time. Just as Li Mama mentioned, there seem to be fewer people in the courtyard. I must procure a few more maidservants tomorrow. You may also retire for the night. The maid respectfully took her leave. Nuan enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, within the confines of the Wet Nurse's chamber, 2 servants awoke. One of them silently pondered, Why does my back ache so? As they sat up and surveyed their surroundings, they were struck with disbelief. How did they end up in the Wet Nurse's room, where she lay there, wide-eyed and motionless, with the bed stained with blood? Nuan checked the Wet Nurse's breath and realized she had ceased to breathe. A sudden wave of dread washed over him. The Wet Nurse was dead. What were they to do? Their own lives were now at stake. Sunda, in a state of panic, urged, Quick, get dressed and flee. If we wait any longer, we will be trapped when the household awakens. They hastily donned their clothes and shoes, rushing towards the door. Has the wet nurse awakened? The young lady requests your presence. Xiang Cao called from the entrance. As she pushed the door open, she was met with Nio Air's piggish face and Sun Da's shoehorn visage. What are you two doing here? She exclaimed, glancing at the bed where the wet nurse lay exposed. Help! Someone, come quickly! Xiang Cao cried out. At that early hour, the courtyard was already bustling with activity. And upon hearing her call, people rushed toward the scene. Seize these two and await the young lady's orders. Xiang Cao commanded. With the collective effort of the onlookers, Nio Air and Sun Da were captured, and ropes were brought forth to bind them. Meanwhile, Su Shuero found herself inexplicably drowsy of late, lacking an appetite for any food, yet inexplicably drawn to sour flavors. After Su Shuero completed her grooming, she held a teacup in her hand and had just settled down when a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Miss, something dreadful has happened. The wet nurse has died. With a crash, the teacup fell from Su Shuero's grasp, shattering into pieces upon the floor. Startled, she sprang to her feet, seizing the servant by her collar, demanding, What did you say? Who has died? Who? The servant trembled as she replied, It is the wet nurse. She has passed away. How could the wet nurse die? Su Shuero's eyes blazed with fury. It was Nio Air and Sun Da who violated her. She could no longer endure it and met her demise. Su Shuero fell back into her chair, overwhelmed. The wet nurse held immense significance for her. She was not merely a caregiver, but akin to a mother. Throughout her life, her second aunt had only sought favor and wealth, while it was the wet nurse who had truly been by her side. Rushing out, Su Shuero arrived at the wet nurse's chamber. The servants had dressed the body, yet traces of blood still stained the bed. Wet nurse, she cried, collapsing in a fit of anguished sobs. After a moment, Xiang Cao grasped Su Shuero's arm, urging, Miss, please cease your weeping. The wet nurse, if she were aware, would not wish to see you in such despair. Su Shuero rose, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Wet nurse, you sacrificed everything for me. Sun Nuan, you vile wretch. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Stepping into the courtyard, she found Nio Air and Sun Da still kneeling in supplication. Miss, spare us. We did not know how we ended up in the wet nurse's bed. How could you two vile servants harbor such impure thoughts towards the wet nurse? Bring forth the staff and ensure they are beaten to death. Lu Momo commanded. Arrange for a proper burial for the wet nurse. In the morning, Xiao Yue approached Sun Nuan and whispered, Miss, the wet nurse has passed away. Dead? Such a fragile life. Nevertheless, she was a wicked woman, having committed countless heinous acts. Her demise is a relief. It spares others from her malevolence. In the Duke of Qi's residence, the Duke's wife implored my lord, beseeched the Empress Dowager to bestow Dream Han upon Xianyuan Yi as his legitimate wife. Why do you even mention this? Are you not aware that the wicked prince is poisoned and has no antidote? He has but a year to live. Would you have her marry him only to become a widow? Such folly. Abandon this notion. The Duke retorted, flinging his sleeve in anger. But look at Dream Han. She is in despair each day. At 15, she refuses all suitors and clings to that ailing tree, Xianyuan Yi. What shall we do? If she does not marry soon, she will remain at home forever. Pay her no mind. Consider the other princes. The fourth and fifth princes lack legitimate wives. Marrying any of them would be far better than tying herself to that sickly prince. Let this matter rest. Do not broach it again. Seeing the Duke's steadfastness, the Duchess chose to remain silent. A little maid hurried to Chun'an Pavilion, reporting, Miss, the Duke still does not consent. At that moment, Dream Han was fiddling with a pendant in her hand. Upon hearing the maid's words, her spirits began to plummet once more. Despite my father's objections, I shall one day enter the palace to seek the favor of my royal aunt and implore her to bestow a marriage decree upon me. That way, their descent would be rendered moot. Chapter 54. The Thorn in the White Lotus. After breakfast, Sun Nuan took Bai Ji to the tea house. It must be said that Xianyuan Yi was quite adept at orchestrating matters. Within a single night, more than a dozen new maidservants and matrons had arrived. They were skilled in both martial arts and agility, having previously served as guardians for noble ladies. Sun Nuan found herself enamored with each of them, ultimately selecting 4 maidservants and a cook from among them. True to her usual practice, Sun Nuan bestowed upon them names, Ban Xia, Rendong, Zhenju, and Bai He. Ying felt a pang of sorrow, as the 4 capable shadow guards, Feng Yi through Feng Si, had all been chosen. Even Qin Posey had been selected. Her discerning eye was indeed sharp. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Ye's lips curled into a smile, his gaze seemingly filled with affection. He playfully toyed with a piece of exquisite jade pendant, contemplating how slender Nuan had become. He had dispatched his own wet nurse to ensure she received more nourishing meals. After they had dined, Nuan inquired of the four, "Are you aware of the location of the evil king's study?" The maidservants shook their heads in unison. That was to be expected, as shadow guards. How could they possibly know? Could you perhaps glean the whereabouts of his study? "Miss, what do you intend to do in the evil king's study?" Zhenju asked curiously. With a smile, Nuan replied, "I wish to engage in something meaningful." Upon hearing these words, Granny Qin was momentarily taken aback. The notion of a solitary man and woman sharing a space was indeed a combustible one, ripe for meaningful pursuits. Over the years, she had never witnessed her master take a genuine interest in any woman. Perhaps this was destined to be the future princess. It was no wonder her master had dispatched her to this place. The more she observed Nuan, the more she found her pleasing. Though it would be even better if those few red moles on her face were absent. This young lady was rather slender. She needed proper nourishment to gain weight, thus enabling her to bear several little lords and princesses. If Nuan had overheard Granny Qin's musings, she would likely have been utterly disgusted. That night, under a dark and windy moon, Nuan grasped the shattered dragon soul whip in her hand and requested some sewing needles from Baishi. After a few agile leaps, she arrived at the snowfall courtyard. By this time, most of the inhabitants of the courtyard had succumbed to slumber, with 4 maidservants stationed at the entrance. With a swift motion, Nuan sent all 4 of them crashing to the ground. She pushed open the door and approached Sushiwero, who was not asleep, but rather reclined on her bed in a thin gauzy garment. "Nuan, you wretched little creature, what brings you here?" Sushiwero bellowed. Nuan replied with a mischievous smile, "My dear sister, you remain as arrogant as ever. Your 5th prince? He is of no consequence to me. Yet you treat him as if he were a treasure. Tonight, dear sister, you shall experience the sting of needles and the lash of a whip. How delightful will that be? Since my earliest memories, you have tormented me, but rest assured, I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift demise. A singular strike would be far too lenient. For one who has long inflicted suffering upon me, revenge must be a slow and meticulous affair. Nuan, you dare? What I have to fear? Indeed, I am aware that both you and Su Qingyao should not bear the surname Su. You are both the progeny of Wang Yukai. You mentioned next time I should have my father conduct another blood test. You cannot manipulate the situation. What do you think the outcome will be? You wretched creature. You are less than human. Someone come here." Before the words could fully escape her lips, a pill was thrust into Sushiwero's mouth. She cried out desperately, yet no sound emerged. Nuan produced a sewing needle, saying, "Sushiwero, do you see this needle? It will pierce your flesh little by little." With that, Nuan slowly drove the needle into Sushiwero's back, embedding it to the point of no return, causing tears to stream down Sushiwero's face in agony. "My dear lady, now you understand the sting of the needle, do you not? But fret not, there are still 9 more needles to go. Ultimately, I shall transform you into a hedgehog." Sushiwero yearned to resist, but Nuan had sealed her acupoints with 2 silver needles, rendering her immobile. After embedding all 10 needles, Nuan brandished a whip and struck Sushiwero's backside with force. With the first lash, the delicate fabric of her garment tore apart, followed by a cascade of crimson staining her attire. The second lash, the third lash. Nuan wielded the whip without infusing it with internal energy. This method only inflicted surface wounds, sparing her bones. Once the ordeal concluded, Nuan gleefully remarked, "Sushiwero, was today not exhilarating? Have you not experienced the sensations I once endured? You need not fear disgrace. Feel free to disclose this incident to your father and grandmother. I shall inform him that even with alum in the water, the bond between father and daughter will remain intact. Be wary of your own hands. Though my father has treated me poorly, he still believes in me, and I shall trust in you. From now on, you shall be addressed as Wang Shuero. You may choose how to proceed." With that, Nuan departed. Sushiwero's eyes widened in fury, her entire body trembling with pain. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The agony in her back was excruciating, and her hips burned with an intense heat, forcing her to lie down, emitting muffled whimpers. In that moment, the pain made her wish for death. Indeed, she had initially contemplated reporting to her father, but the mention of a blood test extinguished that thought entirely. Her teeth ground together audibly as she cursed inwardly. "That wretched girl, I shall make sure she pays for this. Just wait, I will have you killed." At that moment, she perceived Nuan as less than human. She was a devil, no, far worse than a devil. Pearl and Lily stealthily followed Nuan, acting as her loyal attendants. They sensed the intense, murderous aura emanating from Miss Su, rivaling that of their mistress. They would need to be vigilant in their service. However, their brief exhilaration was quickly overshadowed by the painful memory of the 3 resounding slaps. What to do now? She thought to herself. It is commonly said to strike the body, not the face. Alas, this will not do. I must act swiftly. For should he leave the capital again, where shall I find him? Time is of the essence. As Nuan glanced outside, a thought struck her. If I could incapacitate him, it would be easy to strike. But can I truly gain entry into the evil king's residence? When Nuan approached to deal with Sushiuro, she sensed the presence of Pearl and Lily. Pearl, Lily, come in. Miss. The two greeted with cupped fists. Nuan regarded them solemnly and said, I must discuss something important with you. I intend to infiltrate the evil king's residence tonight to accomplish a small task. And it is imperative that I see the evil king. You have heard the terrifying rumors about the wicked king, who is said to feast on human flesh and drink human blood. It is far too perilous for you two to accompany me. Should we be captured, it would spell trouble. No, miss, we must accompany you. We cannot allow you to face danger alone. The 2 maidens said anxiously, gazing at Nuan. I know your loyalty is unwavering. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Just keep watch over the courtyard. Miss, with us by your side, we could at least fend off a few guards and aid you in times of peril. That is unnecessary. Your presence would only complicate matters. I am not going to slay the wicked king. I merely seek to request something from him. Very well, we shall wait for you outside the estate. If trouble arises, we will come to your aid. Agreed. Thus, Nuan changed into a more agile attire, adorned with pearls and lilies, and arrived at the gates of the wicked king's estate. The group ascended to the rooftop of the king's residence. Lily pointed toward the southwest, whispering to Nuan, Miss, observe that direction. The lights there burn the brightest. Surely, the study must be located in that area. Nuan glanced at them, instructing, you all wait here. In a swift motion, she vanished from sight. She successfully eluded the hidden guards of the estate, drawing near to the study. She faintly discerned a figure seated within. At that moment, another individual entered, saying, Your Highness, the tea has cooled. I have come to replace it. Nuan was certain that the person inside was indeed the wicked king. Once the figure departed, she emerged from her concealment and approached the door, contemplating, should I knock or not? Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. Since you have arrived, what is there to hesitate about? Why do you not come inside? Chapter 55, edition. The evil king takes a beating as Nuan pushed open the door and entered the room. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xianyuan Yi. You are the evil king? The expression on Xianyuan Yi's face, which resembled that of a block of ice, softened slightly as he smirked and replied, I have always been the evil king. Where did you go that day? I searched everywhere for you. After pondering for a moment, Nuan could only fabricate a vague excuse. I was inexplicably swept away by a gust of wind. By the time I realized it, I had arrived at Xiushui. Miss Su, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention that day, including the silver for the antidote. I will provide it all to you. With a smile, Xianyuan Yi approached a nearby drawer and retrieved a stack of silver notes. I have yet to find the medicinal herbs, so I cannot cure your poison at this moment. However, there is no rush. I will inform you once I acquire them. You must accept this sum of 100,000 taels. Now, come with me to the treasury. Choose whatever you desire, and take as much as you wish. Without regard for the proprieties of gender, Xianyuan Yi took Nuan's hand and began to lead her outside. I don't want anything. Nuan laughed, gently pushing Xianyuan Yi's hand away with her other hand, her voice soft and soothing. I won't go. I do not wish for any treasures. Had I known you were the evil king, I would not have come here at all. But since I am already here, shall we play a game? You wish to play a game with me? Xianyuan Yi questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Indeed. What game shall we play? Nuan replied. Look, I have 2 small balls in my hand. Inside each ball is a slip of paper. Whatever you draw, you must fulfill the task written on it, all right? Nuan gazed with her sparkling, watery eyes, playfully glancing at Xianyuan Yi. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself that such antics were merely the whims of a child. Seeing her serious demeanor, he decided to indulge her. Thus, he picked up 2 small orange balls, curiously feeling their texture. Uncertain of the material from which they were crafted, he let out a wry smile, pondering whether the notes inside the 2 balls bore identical messages. Perhaps designed to ensnare him. How could it be? Encountering this on a late evening seemed rather tedious. If it were to be a game, then perhaps he should take his leave. Upon hearing this, Sun Wan grasped a ball and prepared to depart, but Xin Yuanyi swiftly halted her. You appear quite weary. Let us first enjoy a cup of tea before we indulge in our game. Very well, Sun Wan replied, taking a sip from the cup of tea that Xin Yuanyi had poured for her. Once she set down the cup and noticed Xin Yuanyi about to open one of the balls, she exclaimed, Do not move. If you open it, the game shall be over. Sun Wan declared, Let us commence with the principles of fairness and justice. We shall wager willingly and accept our fates with grace, victorious without pride, defeated without ire. What say you? Seeing Sun Wan's earnest expression, Xin Yuanyi couldn't suppress a smile. To be honest, he wished to preserve her enthusiasm. Sun Wan's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Now, I invite our esteemed Prince of Darkness to draw first. Xin Yuanyi contemplated the first ball, casting a glance at Sun Wan. He then touched the second ball, scrutinizing her expression, before ultimately choosing the first ball. I shall select this one, he announced, as Sun Wan collected the other ball, taking the chosen one from his grasp. She opened the ball and retrieved a small note from within. Sun Wan read aloud, slapped 3 times by the opponent. What did you say? Can you even read? Xin Yuanyi exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Wan handed him the note. He took it, read it once, rubbed his eyes, and read it again. It indeed stated, slapped 3 times by the opponent. He thought to himself, what a trickster. But I've never encountered such a deceitful one. Sun Wan continued to exclaim, a bet is a bet. A wager demands acceptance. Xin Yuanyi mused internally, throughout my life, I have never been struck, let alone slapped. I am a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promise. Go ahead and strike. With that, he closed his eyes and presented his face. Sun Wan gazed at that fair complexion, feeling a twinge of reluctance to strike. However, for the sake of those 5,000 points, she had no choice. If she struck too lightly, the system might not acknowledge it. There was only one chance. So she resolved to strike firmly. Thus, she delivered 3 resounding slaps to Xin Yuanyi's face, gradually increasing her strength. He was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Sun Wan's strength. She was indeed slapping him. 5 clear fingerprints, misaligned from the force, became evident on his face. Moreover, they began to swell, making the left side of his face appear grotesque in comparison to the right. The system announced, Congratulations, Master. You have earned 5,000 points and additionally received a secret manual of divine power to be bestowed upon the evil king. Xin Yuanyi's sins are too grievous. He has been punished. Sun Wan scratched her head, producing a tube of ointment, and shyly remarked, the pressure might have been a bit excessive. This ointment will reduce the swelling within a day. Here is the secret manual of divine power, a reward for losing. We agreed not to take offense at defeat. Chapter 56, Have you provoked this king? Although the task had been accomplished, Sun Wan felt no joy, burdened by a sense of guilt. Someone had shown her genuine kindness. Fully aware of the deception, yet still chose to partake in the game, only to end up receiving a beating. Xin Yuanyi touched his left cheek, and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, Is the game finished? Sun Wan nodded, feeling somewhat remorseful as she replied, It's over. This game is too intense. We can't play it again. You, a woman, are the first to strike this king. You have successfully captured my attention. Are you not afraid of inciting my wrath? Not at all, for this is merely a game. With a respectful salute, Sun Wan expressed her gratitude for Xin Yuanyi's cooperation, saying, I take my leave. With that, she dashed away. The hidden guards in the courtyard were astonished. How could this young lady emerge unscathed from the study, her legs intact? Xin Yuanyi, holding the secret manual of divine power and rubbing his cheek, found himself momentarily speechless. Thus, Sun Wan boldly exited the evil king's residence. Pearl and Lily, seeing Sun Wan emerge from the courtyard, hastily flew toward her to reunite. Miss, how did it go? Did you meet the evil king? Lily inquired. Indeed, I did. And did you accomplish your task? Pearl asked. The 3 of them soared toward the fragrant nurture pavilion together. Xin Yuanyi felt a sense of frustration within him. He gazed into the mirror and noticed that half of his face was so swollen that it barely resembled a human visage. He then retrieved the ointment gifted to him by Sun Wan and began to apply it. Internally, he muttered to himself, Sun Wan must have come to deliver 3 slaps to my face. She was unaware of his identity as the evil king, yet she sought him out nonetheless. Was this task truly so simple? If it were orchestrated by others, it could not possibly be this straightforward. The corners of the evil king's mouth curled into a smirk, a hint of mockery and amusement dancing in his eyes. Sun Wan, you are the one who has dared to provoke me. Sighing, he decided to dismiss these thoughts, considering it merely a repayment of a life-saving grace. The following morning, Nuan scaled the wall to reach the horse market and rented a carriage once more. This time, it was filled to the brim with items, and she arrived at Linglong Pavilion just as Xue Jian was opening the door. "My lady," she commanded her attendants to unload the contents of the carriage into the storeroom. Once again, it was Nuan who was unloading from the vehicle. And soon others began to wonder, is this truly a horse-drawn carriage? It seems as though these goods could fill 2 carriages. They were baffled by how their mistress had managed to fit so much inside. Regardless, they thought it best to simply follow her instructions and place the items in the storeroom. She instructed Bai Ji to summon Zhenju, and Bai He, inquiring, "Are you too familiar with the Chihuaju?" Bai He responded, "Chihuaju holds an auction on the 5th of every month. It specializes in auctioning high-end items that only the wealthy can afford. Anyone with valuable goods can also sell them there, though they take a commission of about 10%. My lady, why do you wish to inquire about Chihuaju?" "Naturally, I have items to sell." The 2 maidservants exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, why does the second young lady seek not only her mistress but also her mistress's enterprises? They replied eagerly, "We are well aware." "Very well, you too. Please prepare yourselves and take the carriage from the manor. Let us journey there together. Do not forget to load the boxes from the house. Once everything is arranged." The 3 of them set out. Nuan packed a box of Hercules water, containing 20 bottles, each akin in size to a standard mineral water bottle. They meandered through winding paths until they arrived at the curio shop. Upon entering, a shopkeeper emerged, courteously inquiring, "May I assist you, miss? I possess a unique concoction known as Hercules water for sale. Consuming this elixir bestows immense strength," Nuan declared. The shopkeeper, somewhat skeptical, observed the trio. He recognized Feng Yi and Feng Er, who were in the company of this remarkable young lady. It was evident that she was extraordinary, for the prince would not entrust such individuals to just anyone. Thus, he replied, "Might I see this Hercules water?" Nuan instructed, "Zhenju, please fetch 2 bottles." When Zhenju returned with the bottles, the shopkeeper was taken aback, pondering the unusual vessel. "Excuse me, where did you procure these bottles?" "Ah, they were purchased from a Persian merchant. As for their specific origin, I am uncertain," Nuan replied. The shopkeeper then queried, "How can one ascertain the miraculous properties of this water?" "Simply find someone to test it, but be forewarned, upon consumption, it will grant them unparalleled strength for a lifetime, albeit at the cost of their hair, which will eventually regrow," she explained. "May I conduct a trial?" he asked eagerly. "Certainly. You may select an individual and provide 2 identical, solid bricks for them to attempt to break," she responded. The shopkeeper glanced over and called out to Dongzi, "Come and give it a try." Dongzi, with a simple demeanor, approached in response to the shopkeeper's command. "Today, Dongzi, you shall undertake a task for the store. For a time, you will become bald, but fear not, for your hair will gradually regrow. Consider it akin to a monk's temporary retreat, and you shall gain immense strength. A boon for a lifetime. You will also receive 10 taels of silver. What say you?" "Dongzi, I will heed your words," he replied. "Excellent. Now, use your palm strength to split this brick." Dongzi was momentarily taken aback, looking at the shopkeeper and exclaiming, "But I can't split it either." "Exert all your might and give it a try." With newfound determination, Dongzi raised his hand and struck the center of the brick. To his dismay, the brick remained unyielding, while his palm began to swell and redden. He continued to shake his hand in agony, exclaiming, "It hurts terribly." Chapter 57. Capturing Nuan. Nuan handed over the bottle of strength elixir. "Just treat it like your usual tea, don't overthink it." Dongzi glanced at the shopkeeper, who nodded in encouragement. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and gulped it down, finishing an entire bottle in the blink of an eye. Nuan and the others present watched him intently, causing Dongzi to feel somewhat embarrassed. After a brief moment, he instinctively reached up to touch his head. As his hand descended, his hair began to fall away like leaves caught in a tempest. Startled, Dongzi exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, you were telling the truth." His expression was one of profound dismay, as if he could scarcely believe the reality of the situation. "Did you think I was jesting with you? Do not concern yourself with trifles. Hair will eventually grow back." Nuan suppressed her laughter and remarked, "Why not try to split that brick again?" Dongzi timidly approached the brick, extending his right hand slowly to strike it. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered into 2 halves, tumbling to the ground. Instantly, Dongzi emerged from the anguish of his hair loss, transformed into a state of exhilaration. Nuan continued, Why not gather a few more bricks and see his limits? How many can he split at once? The shopkeeper gestured, and soon, someone brought in blue bricks from outside. 2 bricks placed together were split apart. 5 bricks were cleaved asunder. 10 bricks together met the same fate. The shopkeeper, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Miss, whatever quantity you possess, we shall take it. The bidding starts at the base price of 5,000 taels of silver." "Very well," replied the shopkeeper. "I have brought only 1 box today, leaving 19 bottles remaining. Then we shall keep these. Our esteemed establishment holds an auction on the 5th of every month. Here is your VIP entry card, and welcome, miss. This is a banknote for 10,000 taels. A portion is to be paid up front, and the remainder upon completion of sales. Henceforth, Pearl will be in touch with you." "Agreed," said the shopkeeper. Soon Nuan and her companions departed from the esteemed establishment. At this moment, a few women entered from outside, with the foremost being Qi Menghan from the Qigua Duke's residence. Following her were Su Xuero and others whom Sun Nuan could not recall. Upon noticing Sun Nuan, Qi Menghan disdainfully remarked, "Come quickly, everyone. Behold, this is the feeble and incompetent young lady from the Dingbei Marquis' residence. She, too, is a woman who has been jilted by the 5th prince. And she has arrived here. Is this truly where she belongs?" As Jinzhu was about to confront her, Sun Nuan pulled her back. Sun Nuan approached the grandest mirror, priced at 5,000 taels. She gazed into the mirror, her hand caressing her face. "Why should I not be here? You may have come, yet you may not afford it. Look at this mirror, it is splendid, reflecting my entire form, unlike those diminutive mirrors that only capture the face." After speaking, Sun Nuan twirled before the mirror. A woman clad in yellow scoffed, "How dare you stand before this mirror? Only the young ladies of the Qigua Duke's household are worthy." Su Xuero tugged at Qi Mengxiang's sleeve, her eyes wide with trepidation. "Sister Mengxiang, let us depart swiftly. She is here." "Xuero, fear not, for I am here," replied Su Jiaojiao. "What gives you the right to stand before this mirror? Only I am worthy." With that, Qi Mengxiang shoved Sun Nuan aside. Yet, Sun Nuan did not take offense. Instead, she retorted with a smirk, "What does your worth amount to? This mirror does not belong to you. A legitimate young lady receives a monthly allowance of merely 30 taels, while a mirror costs 5,000. How could you possibly purchase it? Do not underestimate me. I have indeed taken a liking to this mirror and shall purchase it. Wrap it up and deliver it to the Qigua Duke's residence," Qi Mengxiang declared. Upon witnessing this, Chunhua called out, "The young lady of the Qigua Duke's residence has purchased a large beauty mirror. Please wrap it carefully for delivery." Suing stepped forward, addressing Qi Mengxiang, "Miss, this mirror is priced at 5,000 taels. May I kindly request you to settle the account?" "What?" Qi Menghan asked, bewildered. "How much is it? Why is it so expensive? Why don't you just steal it?" She exclaimed in frustration, internally lamenting her situation, as her meager monthly allowance was quickly depleted, leaving her dependent on her mother's support. 5,000 taels. Where on earth can I procure such a sum? Alas, if I cannot afford it. I should not pretend to be affluent. I thought you had considerable means, yet you cannot even purchase a mirror, a mere trinket fit for a noble lady. How laughable." Sun Nuan scoffed derisively, prompting Pearl and Lily to join in the mockery. The sound of their laughter pierced Qi Menghan's ears, yet she found herself trapped in a predicament. Thus, she declared, "The Qi Duke's residence is not lacking in wealth. We can certainly purchase a mirror. I never said I wouldn't buy it, only that it is excessively priced. Wrap it up and deliver it to the Qi Duke's residence." Suing stepped forward, "Miss Qi, please sign here so we can arrange for delivery. Who should we settle the payment with?" "The housekeeper will handle the payment," Qi Menghan replied as she inscribed her name on the paper. Once finished, Suing held up the document for inspection before storing it away, instructing Shui Jian and Chun Hua to deliver the goods. Observing Qi Menghan's demeanor, Sun Nuan smirked, then departed Linglong Pavilion with Pearl and Lily. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lily asked, "Miss, weren't you offended by Miss Qi's rudeness just now?" Meanwhile, in the 5th prince's residence, he summoned a personal guard. "Jingyang, do you believe a person can undergo a transformation in just a few days? From being utterly inept to mastering skills, from weakness to fierce determination?" The guard replied, "I have not encountered such a phenomenon. Before me stands the second young lady of the Dingbei Marquis, and it is she. This prince intends to teach her a lesson, this audacious individual, and ensure that she feels the pain to avenge my fractured bones." The subordinate accepted the command. Jingyang dispatched his shadow guards, contemplating that, regardless of the second young lady's prowess, capturing one individual should be a simple task for 5 shadowy figures. Thus, On a night adorned with a luminous moon and scattered stars, several cloaked figures stealthily approached Ningxiang courtyard. As they stealthily entered the courtyard, they were met with the startled cries of Zhenju and Baiji, demanding to know who dared intrude. Other maidservants also rushed out. One of the cloaked men chuckled, declaring, "You foolish maidens, step aside. Blades show no mercy. We are here to apprehend Nuan. Otherwise, my comrades will not spare your delicate forms. Prepare for action." With that, the 5 cloaked figures engaged in combat with the 6 maidservants. The sight of the maidservants soaring and tumbling was akin to stars colliding in the night sky. The sound of clashing blades piercing the air with an excruciating shriek. At that moment, Nuan emerged. Chapter 58. Yet again, I am beaten. Nuan surveyed the cloaked figures, commanding loudly, "Halt! Halt!" Instantly, all combatants retreated a step, halting their actions. "Why have you come to capture me?" Nuan inquired. One cloaked man retorted angrily, "You have offended someone you should not have. I have not wronged anyone. Allow me to ponder. Could it be the 5th prince?" Nuan mused. "Come here. I wish to discuss something with you." The cloaked figures regarded Nuan with disdain, dismissing her as an insignificant, withered bean sprout, incapable of any substantial power. As they gathered around Nuan, it was quite fortuitous and convenient. After Nuan finished speaking, she elegantly flicked her hand forward, sending a colorless, odorless powder hurtling towards the faces of several individuals. By the time they attempted to hold their breath, it was too late, and they collapsed to the ground. See how effortless this is. How tiring it would be to fight. My hands still hurt. I shall never resort to physical confrontation when a touch of poison will suffice. The onlookers glared at Nuan, secretly lamenting, "Indeed, it is a challenge to manage both women and scoundrels." "What are you staring at?" Nuan retorted fiercely. "Do you not understand the art of deception in battle? Keep glaring, and I shall pluck out your eyes and use them as balls to kick." At this, the cloaked figures immediately averted their gazes from her. The maidens, particularly the 4 female shadow guards from the evil king's mansion, were even more in awe of Nuan. "Our lady is truly formidable, albeit a tad cunning. It is no wonder they sent us. Our master possesses remarkable discernment. Tell me, did the 5th prince send you?" Nuan inquired. The 5 individuals remained silent, their heads bowed. Observing the black-clad figures being hoisted, Nuan continued, "The 5th prince is so capable. Let him resolve the poison himself. If he cannot, you shall merely await your demise." Each of the 5 maidens seized one of the captives. Soaring towards the 5th prince's mansion, Nuan mused to herself, "Thank goodness I heeded the matron's advice and acquired a few extra hands. Today, they have proven invaluable. My goodness, in this chaotic daily life, I've lost track of the date. I can scarcely recall whether it is the 1st or the 2nd of the month. It seems it's high time to confront Sushiwero." As she changed her attire, she continued to talk to herself. "Oh, never mind. I shall choose any day I wish to strike. Consider it merely an extension of work." After changing her clothes, she swiftly made her way to the courtyard of falling snow. Upon arriving, Nuan observed that the petite courtyard was only attended by 4 maidservants at the entrance. While hidden in the corners and among the trees were at least a dozen hidden guards. A smirk danced upon Nuan's lips. "Ah, they've gained some skills and added more hands. No matter how many people you arrange, they cannot thwart the effects of my mesmerizing potion." Positioned strategically, Nuan scattered a couple of handfuls of powder. In an instant, a series of splashes echoed through the air. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she declared, "Done," and leapt gracefully to the entrance. "What noise is that, Xiangxiao?" Sushiwero inquired from within the room. The door creaked open, and she peered outside, pointing an accusatory finger at Nuan. You little wretch, why are you here again? What are those outside?" With disdain, Nuan replied, "Oh, my dear sister, your tongue remains as unruly as ever. You may not comprehend the meaning of deserving a beating. A sharp tongue invites a sharp response." Taking a seat, she continued, "I figured your wounds from the last encounter should have healed by now, so I thought it fitting to return. Are you here to strike me again?" Sushiwero shuddered at the thought. "Well, if I had nothing to do with my hands, who else would I strike? It is not merely about striking you, but also about pricking you. However, I am far more merciful than you. I waited until your injuries were nearly healed before I came to confront you. Yet you, regardless of my state, take pleasure in tormenting me whenever you feel discontent." Fuming, Sushiwero placed one hand on her hip while pointing accusingly at Nuan. "You little wretch, do not presume you are so noble. Your deceased mother did not have a red wedding handkerchief at her marriage. You were born a month prematurely. the offspring of an illicit affair, a mere bastard. The reason you were cast into that courtyard, neglected and ignored, is simply because you are a child of shame. Su Shuirua sneered wickedly, relishing the venom of her words. Nuan, however, chose not to engage in further banter. Have you said enough? She inquired, before casually tossing a tiny pill into Su Shuirua's mouth. Subsequently, 2 silver needles appeared in Su Nuan's hands. See, isn't this harmonious? No more quarrels, I presume? She continued, as the needles pierced 2 vital points on Su Shuirua's body. Su Shuirua collapsed onto the bed, rendered motionless once more. Su Nuan then picked up a long sewing needle and plunged it forcefully into Su Shuirua's back. This action reminds me of a scene I once witnessed involving a little swallow. What was her name? Ah yes, the maid. Here I am. With that, she drove the second needle in, only to withdraw it shortly after. Su Shuirua grimaced in pain, her teeth gritted, yet she could not utter a single word. Tears streaming down her face as she glared at Su Nuan. Seemingly unfazed, Su Nuan remarked, "Today, you're fortunate. I possess only 1 needle, so I can only thrust and withdraw and thrust." Beads of cold sweat adorned Su Shuirua's forehead and nose. Su Nuan then produced the shattered bone dragon soul whip, declaring, "Enough of the needles." She swung the whip down upon Su Shuirua's backside with great force, all the while chanting, "This move is called a red flower amidst a sea of green. This one is named the blazing sun reflecting upon the river." Exhausted from her exertions, Su Nuan observed the tears in Su Shuirua's eyes and fell silent. "Su Shuiro, or should I address you as Wang Shuiro? Do you feel it now? Is it particularly exhilarating?" Having concluded her task, Su Nuan clapped her hands and stepped outside, gracefully vanishing from sight with a few agile leaps. Su Shuiro seethed with fury, her teeth gnashing in frustration, wishing fervently for the most excruciating fate to befall Su Nuan. She thought to herself, "Su Nuan, just you wait. I shall ensure your demise." "Miss, the mission is accomplished." Su Nuan commended her companions with a thumbs up, pleased with their performance today, and hinted that such occurrences would arise again. "What of Lian? She has gone to the old lady's courtyard. Let us depart first. There is nothing more to attend to this evening. You may leave." She understood that these words were not mere expressions of irritation. The second concubine had proclaimed before her demise that it was Su Junshun who caused Lady Shin's death. This matter had to be true, and the fallen red handkerchief was indeed authentic. However, whether the child was illegitimate remained uncertain. As a physician, she knew that some women possess a particularly thick hymen, which may not rupture in a single encounter, while others may have a thin one that could break due to vigorous activity. As for premature birth, it was not uncommon. Various factors could lead to some infants arriving 2 to 3 months early. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, recalling the box that the wet nurse had gifted her. It was a legacy from Lady Shun to the original owner, prompting her to retrieve it from her space. The box was modest in size, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, 15 centimeters in width, and around 10 centimeters in height. Its exterior was exquisitely carved, adorned with a dragon and phoenix design, embellished with gemstones. Atop the box rested a circular disc featuring 7 square button compartments. Su Nuan mused to herself, "This is clearly not an item belonging to an ordinary household. The dragon and phoenix motif can only be utilized by royalty." After studying it for a while, she heard a click, and the box opened. Inside the first compartment lay a few sheets of blank paper and a jade pendant. Su Nuan picked up one of the sheets and examined it, exclaiming, "A wordless book, how intriguing." She then held the paper over a candle for a moment, but not a single character appeared. "Perhaps water will reveal its secrets," she thought. She retrieved a small spray bottle from her space and spritzed a bit of water onto the bottom of the page. Gradually, faint characters began to emerge. Chapter 59, Su Nuan's heritage. At that moment, a smile spread across Su Nuan's face. She submerged the paper in a basin of water, and the characters became fully legible. It read, "My child, by the time you read this letter, your mother will have departed from this world. But you must believe that I love you dearly. My health has been declining rapidly, and I fear I may not have long left. Hence, I leave you this letter. You are not the biological child of Su Junsheng. Rather, you are the daughter of the Crown Prince Feng Chun of the Great Zhou Kingdom." After finishing one sheet, she dampened the next and ultimately read through all of them. It turned out that the Crown Prince Feng Chun, having encountered a calamity and suffering from poisoning and a sword wound, was on the brink of death when he fell into the garden of Shen Jihua. Shen Jihua promptly assisted Feng Chun into a nearby room. He was unconscious, and his wounds continued to bleed profusely. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit. Driven by her compassion, Shen Jihua summoned the physician of the estate to treat him. After 6 months, Feng Lichen's wounds healed, and the poison within him was purged. As he belonged to royal lineage and possessed remarkable looks, over time, an affection blossomed between the two. Feng Lichan did not conceal the truth. He revealed to Shen Jihua that the prince's residence had previously been graced by several concubines and 2 secondary wives bestowed by the Empress Dowager, along with a few children. Shen Jihua expressed her perspective, asserting that it was quite customary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Under Feng Lichan's ardent pursuit, Shen Jihua eventually harbored feelings for him. On a night illuminated by a resplendent moon, their bond deepened, culminating in the creation of a love child, Nuan. The man left behind 2 precious items, a BU pendant inscribed with the characters Lichan, and a command token bearing the words Heavenly Dragon, Earthly Fiend. Within the second tier, a bundle of silver notes was found, amounting to several 100,000 taels. Nuan pondered that these must have been left by Feng Lichan. Otherwise, how could Shen Jihua possess such wealth? This sum would be beyond Shen Jihua's lifetime expenditure. However, just 2 days after Feng Lichan's departure, the emperor decreed a marriage. Ultimately, Shen Jingde confined her until her wedding day. Reluctantly, Shen Jihua married Su Junshin. Su Junshin had encountered Shen Jihua at a royal banquet and found her quite admirable. Nuan speculated that on their wedding night, that fleeting moment of spring was priceless. Su Junshin likely forced himself upon Shen Jihua, only to discover there was no trace of blood. From that point onward, he neglected her, and coupled with her noble lineage and the emperor's decree, she could not seek a divorce, thereby suffering in silence. Shen Jihua's heart remained solely with Feng Lichan, and she would undoubtedly disregard Su Junshin. Furthermore, as Nuan was born a month earlier, Su Junshin harbored malicious intent. After Nuan's birth, she was left to the whims of the second concubine, who acted with impunity. Yet, out of respect for familial ties, they could not abandon Nuan, allowing her to fend for herself in that dilapidated courtyard. The old lady is also aware of the truth. Otherwise, she would prefer to keep Su Qingyao by her side and disregard Nuan. Nuan silently reflected, I understand now. I have unraveled the situation. I will avenge the grievances of Su Junshin and Shen Jihua, and once I have exacted my revenge, I shall depart from the Duke of Dingbei's residence. At the entrance of the 5th prince's manor, 5 maidens each cast a figure into the courtyard before the grand gates. Our master has warned you, 5th prince, that should you dare to provoke us again, there will be no mercy. Upon uttering this, Jinju swiftly departed. Observing the fallen figures, the 5 were utterly weak and speechless. Jingyang checked their pulses and confirmed they were poisoned. He then instructed, Jingyi, hasten to find the manor's physician and have him concoct an antidote. Without a remedy within 7 days, they are doomed to perish. The poisoner operated under the principle of either providing an antidote or ensuring death. It was a more merciful approach than simply ending their lives outright, as there remained a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, I possess a detoxifying pill. If each of them consumes one, it may temporarily alleviate the toxicity while I prepare the antidote. They carried the poisoned individuals indoors. Thus, she dismissed the others and ascended to the rooftop alone. Baihe lifted a tile and overheard the ongoing discussion. The son greeted his mother, Cheng-er, quickly take a seat. What brings you here at such a late hour? This illegitimate child cannot be allowed to remain, one of them asserted. The old lady remarked. You are solely focused on eliminating her. Indeed, that Su Nuan is not of our blood. Does that mean Su Xuero and Su Qingyao are? Su Junshin bore a look of skepticism. Mother, are you speaking the truth? The old lady sighed, lamenting, can a mother truly deceive you? Even that son studying abroad may not be yours. Your only daughter is Ling Long. She continued, you spent merely a few taels of silver on Su Nuan. Yet you regard those 3 as treasures. How much silver have you squandered on them? Consider it from another perspective. Since they are not our own children, they must bring us benefits in return for our support. Only then will our years of investment not be in vain. Otherwise, if they are not our flesh and blood, the shame will be unbearable. Su Junshin began to inquire, Mother, but what sort of person should Su Nuan seek now that her engagement has been annulled? The old lady, with an air of confidence, replied, we can arrange a betrothal for her. As for the other 2, one shall marry the 5th prince. Qingyao has always been raised by my side. Though not my biological child, I have affection for her as well, and I must find her a good match. Isn't the princess of Dongping said to have a simple-minded son? He is already over 20 and remains unmarried. I think he would be quite suitable. Sun Wan marrying him would not be a poor match. The princess's household is affluent, so I expect the betrothal gifts would be substantial. What do you think? Su Junshin seemed uncertain. Let me contemplate this matter further. There is no rush. He took his leave. The old lady waved her hand. Very well. If this plan comes to fruition, we shall have Shu Fei make the arrangements, thereby allowing the princess of Dongping to owe her a favor. Bai Hao arrived at Sun Wan's door and knocked gently. Miss, are you asleep? Upon entering, Bai Hao relayed the conversation between the old lady and the Duke of Dingbei to Sun Wan. At that moment, Sun Wan was infuriated. She had not anticipated that instead of confronting them, they would strike first. Very well, it seems I must secure a residence and act preemptively. After Bai He departed, she soared towards the evil king's residence. Upon arriving at Xian Yuanya's study, she announced, Master, Feng Er Bai He has matters to discuss. Enter, Feng Er. Bai He recounted the words of the venerable matriarch and the Duke of Dingbei. The evil king's expression grew somber. You have performed admirably. Ensure the safety of your young lady. Should an emergency arise, you may take decisive action against them. I shall bear the consequences. Yes, I take my leave. Bai He leaped away towards Ningxiang courtyard. Xian Yuanyi touched his left cheek. Several days had passed, and both sides of his face had returned to normal. He silently vowed, Nuan, no matter how long I may live, I shall protect you thoroughly. I cannot allow them to dictate the course of your life. Tomorrow, I shall petition for permission to wed. Chapter 60. Petitioning for marriage permission the following morning. Xian Yuanyi adorned himself with a golden crown and donned a dark-hued narrow-sleeved dragon robe, the cuffs intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting auspicious clouds. A finely crafted white jade pendant hung at his waist, exuding an air of elegance and commanding presence. He traversed the palace with ease and arrived at the imperial study. Due to the poison coursing through his veins, he could freely attend court in the capital, going as he pleased. The emperor, accommodating his whims, would summon him when necessary. Chief eunuch Yu De rang out, announced the evil king for an audience. Xian Yuanyi, pallid in complexion, knelt and declared, Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Long live the emperor. Xian Yuan Linlai gazed at the kneeling figure below, his beloved son, who possessed a fiercely independent spirit. Having trained in martial arts since the tender age of 4, he had led troops into battle in his teenage years, displaying remarkable valor and earning numerous accolades. He was the son Xian Yuan Linlai cherished most, the one destined to inherit the throne. Yet, tragically, he had fallen victim to poison on the battlefield. Despite searching far and wide for renowned physicians, the final verdict was disheartening. His son had but a year to live and would be unable to ascend to the throne. The eunuch reminded him, Your Majesty, young master, please rise and take your seat. Father, I have a request. What is it, my son? Speak freely. I wish to request a marriage. Marriage? A marriage? The emperor asked, astonished. This son of his was known for his disinterest in women, in stark contrast to other princes who indulged in a multitude of concubines. Aside from his wet nurse, there was not a single woman in his household. The empress and the dowager empress had previously bestowed upon him several beauties, all of whom he had dismissed after a thorough beating. Consequently, the empress and dowager empress had lodged numerous complaints against him. Xian Yuan Linlai's face brightened. This is indeed good news. I wonder which noble lady has captured my son's attention? Sun Wan. That name does ring a bell. Xian Yuan Linlai pondered for a moment. As far as I know, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei is named Su Shuirou. She is celebrated as the foremost talented woman in the capital, being the niece of the noble consort, and possesses a pleasing appearance, truly a beauty. The wicked prince interjected. Father, it is not her. She is of illegitimate birth. Ah, now I recall, Su Junsheng has such a daughter. Timid and weak, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, her appearance is exceedingly unattractive. In the grand banquet, her presence was never witnessed. Are you referring to her? Indeed, father. She is the granddaughter of Shun Jingda, the former deputy minister of war. I disapprove. You may choose any other noble lady, but her, she is unworthy of you. My son, a paragon of elegance, must seek a bride of exceptional beauty. Father, I am but a dying man. Such matters hold no significance for me. I implore you to grant my wish. Upon hearing these words, Xian Yuan Linlai's heart trembled. Alas, if it is your desire, I shall not hinder you. I will fulfill your wish. Thank you, father. I request that you issue the decree at once. Why the haste? With resignation, he added. Very well. You Durong. Draft the edict. Xian Yuan Yu received the imperial edict, expressing gratitude to his father for the fulfillment of his wish, and took his leave. Xianyuan Lianlia nodded in acknowledgement. In Ningxiang Garden, after breakfast, Sun Wan summoned Banskxia and Rendong. You two shall venture out today to seek a suitable residence, as we are soon to relocate. Here is a banknote for 5,000 taels. Take it and purchase a property if you find one that fits. Certainly. The two maidens accepted the banknote and set off. Throughout the morning, they first visited a pawn shop but found nothing suitable, opting instead to stroll along the street. By chance, they noticed a family moving their belongings, and they approached to inquire. It turned out that this family was indeed relocating and intended to sell their house. The two maidens entered for a closer inspection and found the house to be quite impressive, conveniently located next to the Prince of Evil's residence. Banskxia instructed Rendong to fetch the young lady to view the property. Upon Sun Wan's arrival, she was struck by the grandeur of the house. The courtyard, albeit somewhat extensive, is a traditional 3-entry residence. Upon entering, the layout proved quite satisfactory. The thought crossed my mind. Larger is indeed better. Consequently, I expended 3,000 taels of silver to acquire this estate. Half-Summer accompanied the owner to the government office to facilitate the name change. While Sun Wan awaited in the main hall, Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, I leave this in your capable hands. Here is 500 taels of silver. Please procure all necessary replacements. It won't take long before we move in here. Bai Ji remained unfazed, but Rendong was overjoyed. For the neighboring estate was none other than the residence of the evil king. This is my home, my true home. These two are Feng San and Feng Si, the female shadow guards of Xin Yuanyi. As if caught in a trance, they stood motionless. Being situated on the main thoroughfare, a throng of passers-by soon gathered. Isn't that Aunt Wang? What has happened to her? Indeed. I saw her in good health just moments ago. How could she suddenly faint? The two called out, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang. Yet, the woman on the ground showed no signs of awakening. This is close to the Good Life Hall. We must fetch Dr. Sun. One suggested. Someone hastened to the Good Life Hall. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached the fallen woman. He felt her pulse, contemplated for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. Rising, he declared, prepare for the necessary arrangements. Doctor, please reconsider. Aunt Wang is a good soul. She cannot perish. Implored those who had gone in search of aid. What shall we do? What can be done? One person cried out. She took a few quick steps forward and exclaimed, Everyone, step aside. Let me take a look. Upon hearing her words, the crowd parted. It became apparent that she was a slender young girl who quickly lowered her head again. Child, do not meddle in matters of life and death. Go play elsewhere. No, she was not an ordinary person. I have seen her before. Sun Wan disregarded their incessant chatter and stepped forward to check the woman's pulse, activating her scanning chip as her gaze fell upon the lady. It was a case of sudden cardiac arrest. Everyone, please step back. Your crowding is making it difficult for her to breathe, Sun Wan instructed. The onlookers retreated, creating a space for an elderly man in white to observe closely. Sun Wan swiftly retrieved emergency heart pills from her space, taking out 10 and placing them in the elderly woman's mouth. She then produced 13 golden needles and began her acupuncture. The precision of her technique was remarkable. The only distinction was that the needles, once inserted at the acupoints, vibrated incessantly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The spectators gaped in astonishment. While the use of gold or silver needles was not extraordinary in this era, needles that emitted sound were unheard of. Chapter 61. Confronting Sun Wan, the elderly man in white was the very same one who had previously attempted to seize rabbit meat from Sun Wan and her companions in the woods. Stroking his beard in disbelief, he remarked, the foaming 13 needles. He mused inwardly. This technique has been lost for centuries, only vaguely documented in ancient texts. I never anticipated that this girl would possess such skill. From whom has she learned? After approximately the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, Sun Wan removed the needle. The elderly woman gradually awoke. Aunt Wang, you have regained consciousness. The woman on the ground, noticing the multitude of eyes upon her, appeared somewhat astonished. What has happened to me? Where am I? She sat up, recalling only the suffocating pressure in her chest, which made it difficult to breathe. Her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her throat. Then, everything went dark, and she lost all awareness. It is truly astonishing that such a young individual possesses such remarkable skills. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a mere pint. One person exclaimed, I have heard that this young miracle worker makes her rounds every 5 days, and one must secure an appointment in advance. She attends to ailments that even the physicians in the main hall cannot treat. Having such a young healer among us is indeed a blessing for the common folk. Sun Wan listened to the various discussions among the townspeople, her heart swelling with joy. This was the promotional effect she desired. The elderly woman then knelt before Nuan, exclaiming, "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Nuan quickly assisted the woman to her feet. "Dear aunt, there is no need for such formality. A healer's compassion compels us to save lives." She then retrieved a small, earthy-hued porcelain vial, inscribed with the words "Rapid Effect Heart Rescue Pill." "Auntie, keep this medicine close at hand. Should you experience symptoms akin to those earlier, take 4 or 5 pills under your tongue if mild, or 7 to 10 if severe, for self-rescue." The woman, whose attire was patched and worn, hurriedly pulled out a handful of copper coins from her clothing. She shyly said, "Miss, today I possess only these coins. Please accept them. I am aware that this remedy is worth far more than this sum. Tomorrow, I shall bring more money." Nuan glanced at the woman and decided, "Just keep the coins. Consider this medicine a gift for you, dear aunt." "Miss, how can this be?" The townsfolk began to murmur once more. The elderly man with a white beard nodded and departed as well. At the falling snow courtyard, Sushiwaro, who had endured pain throughout the night, finally succumbed to slumber just as dawn approached, only to awaken again in agony. She dressed with great effort and managed to rise. Fragrant Grass entered with her head tilted. "Miss, oh, the pain is unbearable. You 4, come here," Sushiwaro commanded. The 4 maidservants knelt in unison, pleading, "Miss, spare us. Miss, we were standing perfectly fine." When suddenly the dark guards fell from the trees, and thereafter, we knew nothing. Indeed, when I collapsed, my neck must have twisted against the doorframe. Consequently, this morning, I cannot straighten it. "Miss, it is not our negligence. It was the opponent's poison powder. Yes, we had no knowledge of their arrival or when they might strike. It is truly unpredictable." Outside the door knelt a group of dark guards, who had fainted before tumbling down, each one bearing bruises and injuries, a sight most pitiful. Sushiwaro waved her hand and instructed Fragrant Grass, "Call in 2 more maidservants to assist me in my grooming, and help me to the old lady's courtyard." Fragrant Grass complied and exited promptly. Before long, the 2 sisters, Sayu and Biyu, arrived to assist Sushiwaro in completing her washing, and together they supported her to the old lady's courtyard. Upon entering the inner hall, Sushiwaro knelt before her grandmother, with Su Qingyao standing by her side. "Grandmother, I implore you to save your granddaughter's life," she cried, tears streaming down her face. "Shiwaro, what has happened to you so early in the morning? Quickly, rise." The old lady furrowed her brow. "Qingyao, help your sister up. Grandmother, you must save your granddaughter. Otherwise, she truly will lose her life." Sushiwaro sobbed. "Why did she strike you?" "She claimed that my second aunt had treated her poorly over the years, and thus, she made me suffer the punishment in her stead." The old lady dismissed the servants, leaving only the magpie and Grandma Joe present. Indeed, the second aunt had not treated her well during those years. But those were bygone days, and moreover, the second aunt had already departed. Yet, Sushiwaro did not share this sentiment. "Grandmother, the needles in my back have yet to be removed, and I have been beaten to the point of raw flesh. I am nearly dying from the pain." Upon finishing her words, Sayu assisted her in removing her outer garment, revealing countless red spots. "Grandma, please check if there are any needles inside, and help her remove them." The old lady approached Sushiwaro, channeling her inner strength, her palm directed towards her back. "Ah!" Sushiwaro cried out. 5 or 6 needles were extracted and fell to the ground. "Ah! More needles are falling." Upon seeing the needles scattered on the floor, the old lady struck the ground with her cane. What a sin! Truly a sin. She then noticed the gruesome whip marks on Sushiwaro's waist. How could the Duke of Dingbei's household raise such a calamity? "Come here, that little wretch Nuan," commanded the matriarch. "Please, grandmother, calling her will yield nothing. She will not admit to anything," cried Sushiwaro. "When she arrives, she will simply daze the people in my courtyard before coming in to strike me. And there are no other witnesses." Su Qingyao, filled with anger, declared, "In the Duke of Dingbei's residence, it is grandmother's word that prevails. She must acknowledge it, whether she wishes to or not." "Madam, we must deliberate on this matter," advised Granny Zhou. "Indeed, grandmother," Su Qingyao replied. "Sister, come here. I have something to tell you." Su Qingyao leaned in to whisper to Sushiwaro, who nodded repeatedly. The maidservants assisted Sushiwaro as she departed, leaving the inner hall in a state of quietude. Su Qingyao then whispered to the matriarch for a while. "Is what you say truly so?" The matriarch inquired. "Indeed, I would never dare deceive grandmother. It was my elder sister who informed me directly." The matriarch pondered. "Though Sushiwaro is not my biological granddaughter, She carries the blood of my grandson. She sipped her tea. Shuero is destined to marry my grandson. We are all family. Granny, what do you suggest we do about this? Madam, the second young lady belongs to this household and cannot be dealt with here, but we can take action outside. The matriarch's eyes glimmered with thought. Granny, go find Master Wanqin from Jingzhou Temple and instruct him to make the necessary arrangements. After a moment's contemplation, she added, simply state that Shinjua's memorial tablet shall be enshrined in the temple, personally delivered there by her daughter. I understand. Utilizing the golden scale guards left by the late Lord Ho, we shall not cease until her removal is accomplished. The matriarch produced a token and commanded, proceed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao's heart soared with delight. The matriarch continued, Xiao, instruct the second miss to journey to Jingzhou Temple. Bring along the spirit tablet of Madame Shan, and let her set forth tomorrow. Arrange for a large carriage from the manor, accompanied by her maid. Additionally, procure 100 taels of silver from the storeroom, allocating 60 taels for incense offerings, with the remainder for expenses. The matriarch coughed a few times and added, Xiao, you shall oversee these arrangements. Yes, esteemed matriarch. Xiao responded, departing promptly. Chapter 62. The fire in the storeroom. Certainly, access to the storeroom was restricted to others. With a beaming smile, Xiao approached. Second miss, I have visited several times, yet you were always absent. What brings you here, Sister Xiao? Nuan replied with a serene smile. The matriarch has decreed that you shall depart tomorrow, bearing your mother Madame Shin's spirit tablet to Jingzhou Temple for worship. With that, she placed a tray down, saying, Second miss, here is 100 taels of silver. The matriarch instructed that 60 taels be allocated for incense, with the remaining 40 for travel expenses. Xiao leaned closer to Nuan and whispered, please be cautious on your journey. Then, raising her voice, she asserted, Second miss, you must accept this. It is the matriarch's heartfelt intention. A large carriage will be selected from the manor, accompanied by your maid. Xiao, please convey my gratitude to the matriarch, Nuan replied. May your journey be smooth. I take my leave. Lily, please secure the silver. The road is long, and we shall rely on these 40 taels for our sustenance. Pearl, Lily, Banksia, and Honeysuckle, accompany me to procure some items. Utilize the carriage from the manor, opting for a large and sturdy one. Yes, Mississippi. Nuan then took her companions to acquire suitable weapons, along with an assortment of pastries, provisions, and clothing. As night fell, Nuan sat upon her bed, contemplating. Oh, matriarch, how ruthless you are. Are you not fond of wealth? Do not blame me for my own harshness. She donned a set of black attire, agile and fitted. And with a few leaps, she reached the rooftop of the matriarch's abode. There, she discerned voices within. Lifting a tile, she eavesdropped on a conversation between the Duke of Dingbei and the matriarch. Mother, do you truly intend to eliminate Nuan? Inquired Su Juncheng. Indeed. Shuero is already with child by the fifth prince. If Nuan continues down this path, this piece on the board will become a dead weight. Is it truly Nuan's doing? Su Juncheng questioned skeptically. If not her, then who else? Nuan must not be allowed to remain. Since you wish to rid yourself of her, I shall refrain from protest, for she is but a bastard. Nuan could endure no more, silently vowing, very well. Let us see how you manage your lives henceforth. Since the last incident, when the matriarch's storeroom was completely ransacked, the Duke of Dingbei, upon learning of it, had dispatched 2 carts of goods from the large warehouse, which fortuitously caught Nuan's eye as she strolled about. She would not let this opportunity slip by. Employing a silver needle, she picked the lock and seized the few treasures from the matriarch's small storeroom into her space. Following this, she ventured to the Duke of Dingbei's study, convinced that a wealth of items awaited her therein. She enchanted the guards at the entrance and stealthily slipped inside the study. In her childhood, she stumbled upon this place and witnessed Su Juncheng spinning a vase. Imitating his actions, she too began to rotate the vase, and as a result, a door creaked open. The space within was modest yet filled with an array of gold, silver, jewels, and ancient artifacts. With a swift motion of her hand, everything vanished, including the silver notes hidden within a secret compartment and several significant letters. She then exited hastily, turned the vase once more, and the concealed door shut behind her. Just as she was about to leave the study, she suddenly heard footsteps. With a quick movement, she slipped into the hidden space. At that moment, Dingbei Ho entered, calling out, Lao Yang. A middle-aged man stepped in, replying, My lord, have you discovered anything about those tokens? No, all we found is that Sun Wan's biological father is the current emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. There are no leads regarding the tokens left for the Shin family. Very well. Tomorrow, Sun Wan must depart from the Marquis' residence. Some items cannot be taken away. So thoroughly search her courtyard. Understood, my lord. After Dingbei Ho concluded his orders, he too exited the study. Sun Wan quickly emerged from her hiding place and, with a few agile leaps, made her way to the Marquis' storeroom. Why were there so few dark guards in the courtyard today? Because they had all been dispatched by Dingbei Ho to fetch his son, Xian Ting. Upon reaching the storeroom, which was of paramount importance, she noted the presence of 4 guards stationed outside. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed 2 puffs of poison powder, and the guards collapsed instantly. Swiftly dragging their unconscious forms into a nearby thicket, she assessed the situation. It was still not time for the shift change, and the patrolling guards had yet to arrive. She needed to act decisively. With ease, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. Sun Wan illuminated the storeroom with a flashlight in her left hand, revealing it to be filled to the brim. The spacious room was partitioned into several sections, each displaying a different array of items. One compartment housed an assortment of gold, silver, and jewels. Another was filled with luxurious silks and satins. The next contained boxes of jade and exquisite ornaments. And adjacent to it lay a collection of precious medicinal herbs. Sun Wan mused to herself, if you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Marquis' residence certainly possessed substantial wealth. The savings of 3 generations of the Marquis would now belong to her, for they had sought her life. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commenced her collection of valuables. In a brief moment, the storeroom was entirely stripped of its treasures, be it gold, silver, silks, or rare herbs. Upon her departure, she poured gasoline throughout the storeroom and cast a lit lighter into the midst. Before long, flames erupted in the northwestern corner of the Marquis' residence, rapidly escalating in intensity. The fire danced like serpents, slithering in every direction, while thick smoke billowed skyward. Nearby structures soon caught fire as well, and people began to shout, "The storeroom is ablaze! The storeroom is ablaze!" Crowds surged towards the storeroom, some carrying buckets, others fetching water. Fortunately, the buildings near the storeroom lacked main residences. Most were unoccupied, though several were nonetheless consumed by the flames. Sun Wan sat within the room, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Let them endure a taste of hardship, for they sought to take my life, she thought. At that moment, he called from the doorway. "Miss, the storeroom is on fire." "Oh, I am aware. There is nothing of mine there." Meanwhile, Duke Su Junqin was resting at the quarters of his concubine, Qin Kaisher. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a frantic knock resounded from outside. "Alas, my lord, calamity has befallen us. The storeroom is ablaze." The steward cried out. "What did you say?" The lord hastily donned his outer garment and opened the door. "My lord, the storeroom is on fire." The storeroom had remained untouched for many years. How could it possibly catch fire? "We are uncertain of the cause," came the reply, as the Duke of Dingbei stepped into the courtyard and cast his gaze northwest. He staggered slightly, his head spinning. The steward quickly supported him. The Duke stumbled forward, his feet seemingly heavy as lead. Within that storeroom lay all his possessions. A legacy accumulated since the time of his grandfather, now reduced to ashes overnight. Finally arriving at the storeroom, he beheld the structure in ruins, with only the 4 walls of each room still standing. "Where have the 4 guards gone?" "Find them," commanded the Duke. "Report, my lord." "Those 4 men lie unconscious in the nearby grove. Quickly summon the physician and revive them." "Yes." One person dashed away. When the physician arrived, he administered a potion to the fallen guards, yet they remained unresponsive. "My lord, they have been ensnared by a specially concocted sedative. My antidote is too rudimentary to counter it. We can only await their awakening." With so many items in the storeroom, they must have been stolen before the fire was set. Indeed, it must be the work of bandits. The steward concurred. But how could they have transported so much? "My lord, they must have taken the precious items, leaving behind what was of lesser value to be consumed by the flames." Su Junqin pondered for a moment. There was indeed some merit to that statement. If the goods were transported during the day, with so many people coming and going, they would surely be noticed. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly made his way to his study. Chapter 63. The robbery. The Duke of Dingbei finally sprinted to his study, closed the door, and approached the vase, turning it. With a creak, a hidden door swung open. Su Junqin rushed inside, only to find the secret chamber utterly barren, devoid of any items. He staggered slightly, steadying himself against the wall as he approached the hidden compartment. That compartment held a substantial amount of silver notes. Upon opening it, he discovered it was completely empty. He thought to himself, could it be that he was mistaken? Rubbing his eyes, he found the compartment still devoid of contents. How could this be? He exclaimed in frustration. Why has this happened? He shouted in despair. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. He then collapsed onto the ground, murmuring to himself, I have become utterly destitute. He lamented, not a single coin to my name. The Duke's residence is in ruin. How could this occur? With no silver. How can one survive? All of this is Su Yunhing's fault. If he hadn't gone to fetch him, there would have been hidden guards in the courtyard. At this moment, he was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered as to who possessed such audacity. In a single night, they had plundered both the study and the treasury. Those belongings would require days to transport by cart. The Duke of Dingbei sat in the secret chamber. His hair turned white by the night's anxiety. He appeared to age decades in an instant. Meanwhile, after the Duke had departed, the matriarch had barely settled down when she was disturbed by a commotion outside. "Zhou-mama, what has transpired?" the elderly matron inquired. "Has there been a water leak in the storeroom?" Madame Zhou hurriedly entered from outside. The storeroom is a crucial area within the estate, guarded by sentinels. How could it possibly have sustained any leakage? The specifics remain unknown to me, she replied. Could it be that thieves have invaded, pilfering from the storeroom and perhaps igniting a fire? The elderly matron was taken aback and uttered, "Let us check if our small storeroom is unharmed. Also, please retrieve my string of rosewood prayer beads. I have been restless in my sleep these past few nights, as if some calamity is impending." Those beads were a gift from Master Wang Chuan of Jingzhou Temple. They might help to soothe my unease. Upon finishing her words, she produced a set of keys and handed them to Madame Zhou. "Yes, my lady," Madame Zhou responded before heading toward the small storeroom. Upon reaching the door, Madame Zhou called out, "Chichio, come and light the way. Accompany me to the small storeroom and fetch the elderly matron's rosewood prayer beads." "As you command, madam," Chichio replied, before fetching a lit candle from another room. With the candle illuminating their path, Madame Zhou unlocked the door, and as Chichio shone the light inside, her heart sank. "Why is this storeroom empty? Surely we have not entered the wrong room," she exclaimed. "Chichio, what do you see?" Madame Zhou asked. "Madam, did we mistakenly enter another room? Is this truly the storeroom? There's nothing here. Let us step outside and reassess." The two ventured outside, confirmed that they were indeed at the storeroom, and upon re-entering, found it still devoid of any contents. "Madam, where have all the items from our storeroom vanished? This is the same place that was previously robbed. And after the master replenished it with 2 carts of goods, it is all gone. Magpie, please go and find the physician waiting outside. I fear the old lady may not be able to accept this reality." "Yes, ma'am, I shall go at once." With that, Magpie handed the candle to Nurse Zhou and hurriedly made her way to the physician's quarters. "Physician, open the door. Please hurry." The physician, engrossed in his book, replied, "Little Magpie, are you summoning spirits?" Upon finishing his words, he set down the book and opened the door. Magpie, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Physician, the old lady's storeroom has been robbed. Shortly, Nurse Zhou will inform the old lady. She will undoubtedly struggle to accept this news. Consider the possible repercussions and prepare the medicine in advance." Upon hearing this, the physician swiftly gathered emergency supplies, slung the small medicine chest over his shoulder, and followed Magpie to Jing'an Hall. Nurse Zhou had been anxiously awaiting in the courtyard and dared not disclose anything to the old lady until the physician arrived. Once he did, she and Magpie proceeded to the old lady's chamber. "Nurse Zhou, have you brought the string of prayer beads?" Both Nurse Zhou and Magpie knelt before the old lady. "Madam, the small storeroom has been robbed, and everything is missing." "What do you mean missing? How could so many items simply vanish?" "Just the other day, I went to fetch a pair of jade earrings for Qing Yao." "Madam, it is true. If it were merely 1 or 2 items that were lost, you might believe it. But with so many gone, how could that be?" She donned her shoes, assisted by Magpie, and made her way to the small storeroom, with the physician trailing behind. Nurse Zhou held the lamp, and as the old lady entered, she gasped in shock. Who could be so audacious as to steal my belongings? These are all my possessions." The elderly lady could not bear this reality and began to weep uncontrollably. "How am I to survive this?" She sat on the ground, her head bowed as she cried out in despair. Suddenly, she gasped for breath and fainted. "Madam, madam," called out Zhou-mama and the magpie. The physician hurriedly took out a pill, instructing the magpie to administer it to the lady, while also preparing acupuncture. Moments later, the lady awoke with a sigh. The second concubine is dead. Shuero has been beaten to the brink of existence. My granddaughter has fallen into the water. I have been left to suffer in that wretched courtyard for an entire day and night. The storeroom caught fire, and my small storeroom has been robbed twice. She must be a harbinger of doom. The elderly lady gritted her teeth and declared, she must be eliminated. She must be killed. Otherwise we shall never know peace. In a single night, the study was plundered, and the storeroom was ransacked. Those items must be transported by cart, which will take several days. Early the next morning, Nuan departed from the Dingbei Marquis' residence with 4 maidservants and Qin Mama, traveling in a carriage to their newly purchased house. Qin Mama, I cannot leave you in Ningxiang courtyard. It makes me uneasy. This is our new home from now on. Here are 500 taels of silver. You, Baiji, and Xiao, you shall live here. Miss, this amount is excessive. It is not too much. There are urgent matters at hand. If funds fall short, let Baiji seek assistance from Suing. Jingju Temple is too far. There are those who would seek our lives along the way. Mama, those 2 maidservants are young. I entrust this household to you. Rest assured, my lady, I shall take good care of this household. Nuan nodded in response. Subsequently, Junju drove the carriage towards the horizon. Granny Qin glanced at the newly purchased courtyard and chuckled to herself. It must have been one of those 4 maidens who made the purchase. They truly have an eye for property. Having secured a place next to the residence of the sinister prince, she approached the study of Xin Yuanyi. Is the prince in? Madam, please enter. What brings you here with such urgency? Xin Yuanyi inquired. My lord, Miss Su has gone to Jingzhu Temple to place the memorial tablet for the late Madame Shun. She has taken the 4 maidens from Ningxiang courtyard with her. This journey may prove perilous. She is concerned for my safety and has settled me in the newly acquired neighboring courtyard. Understood, Granny Qin replied and retreated. Ingyi, dispatch 20 men to safeguard Nuan. On second thought, I shall go personally, Xin Yuanyi declared. An hour later, a man clad in black attire and wearing a mask departed from the residence of the sinister prince with his shadow guards. Chapter 64. A trap without negotiation. That afternoon, the biological brother of the second concubine, Qin Wenjing, and his wife, Fong, arrived at the residence of the Duke of Dingbei. Previously, they had often visited the second concubine, and the gatekeepers readily recognized them. However, this day was unlike any other. Let my uncle enter, Qin Wenjing proclaimed with an air of superiority. The Duke has commanded that no outsiders are permitted entry, the gatekeeper replied. Am I an outsider? My biological sister is the lady of your household. Lady? Huh. One of the gatekeepers chuckled. Your sister is no longer within the residence. Another added. And where has my sister gone? Fong inquired. Has the second aunt departed for the afterlife? Are you all deliberately deceiving me? What purpose would it serve us to deceive you? Would we gain gold or silver? Fong took Qin Wenjing aside, and it appeared that their words rang true. How did my sister meet her demise? How is it that we remain utterly uninformed? What shall become of the 100,000 taels of silver? Who shall we seek for recompense? Fong lamented. Qin Wenjing glanced around, expressing, debts of parents are to be repaid by their children. We must approach Su Shuero. She is the eldest daughter and should be accountable. Indeed, let us seek her out, Fong concurred. She addressed the doorman. We request an audience with the eldest daughter. Our niece is Su Shuero. Very well. Please wait while I convey your message. Whether she receives you is beyond my jurisdiction. With that, a guard proceeded into the courtyard. Upon reaching the Snowfall courtyard, he announced, Eldest miss, your uncle is here to see you, waiting at the gate. Will you grant him an audience? Upon hearing this, Su Shuero thought to herself, these 2 gluttonous individuals, who devour without remorse, have received so many favors from my mother, yet in this critical moment, they refuse to lend even a single coin. She smiled wryly and replied, let them enter. She summoned Xiang Cao and whispered a few words into her ear, to which Xiang Cao nodded emphatically. Just then, footsteps were heard approaching from outside. Su Shuero remarked, Xiang Cao, you mentioned that the 5th prince desires me to arrange for the county magistrate of Dingyuan among our relatives. Where shall I find suitable candidates? Miss, I have heard that the annual salary for the county governor is 100,000 taels of silver. Just imagine how much silver one must accumulate over 5 years. It would amount to a veritable mountain of gold and silver. However, the 5th prince stated that to become a county official, one must present 200,000 taels of silver. It is essential to navigate connections, as he intends to cultivate his trusted aides. Starting from the position of a county official and gradually advancing to that of a prefect, taking it step by step, I am currently troubled by the lack of suitable candidates. Xiang Cao, Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Tomorrow I shall inform the fifth prince that if no appropriate individuals exist, then it is futile. Madame Fang's mind raced as she nudged Qin Wenjing, envisioning the official's cap adorning his head, thereby elevating herself to the status of an official's wife. Niece? Ah, uncle and aunt, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Qin Wenjing inquired with a smile. Your mother last time. Before he could finish his sentence, Madame Fang covered his mouth. It's nothing. Your uncle merely meant that your mother did not stay long during her last visit, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable about it. By the way, niece, upon our arrival, we overheard you mention that the fifth prince is selecting individuals to serve as county officials to bolster his influence. Oh, yes. Then what do you think about your uncle? We are family after all. The water from our well should not flow to others' fields. Uncle? No, no. Sushiwero repeatedly shook her head. Your uncle possesses a sharp business acumen and is adept at managing people, but this is a matter of governance. Trust your aunt. If I say your uncle is capable, then he is indeed capable, Madame Fang explained. No, aunt, the donation for the office requires 200,000 taels of silver. That amount is exorbitant. Where would we procure such funds? Sushiwero protested. As for the financial aspect, rest assured that we shall not be short of a single coin, Madame Fang asserted. Aunt, are you truly considering donating for this official position? Indeed. Shuiro, do not jest with your aunt. The fifth prince is the son of the emperor and the offspring of consort Shu. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Should the fifth prince fail in his endeavors and your funds vanish, do not place the blame on me, Su Shuiro remarked. Rest assured, on the day you become the county magistrate's wife, you must maintain a low profile. Fang's eyes narrowed into slits, her lips stretching from ear to ear. Fear not, dear aunt, I shall remain discreet. Tomorrow, I shall deliver to you 200,000 taels in silver notes. Uncle, aunt, I urge you to refrain from acting impulsively and to ponder carefully. However, there are several individuals already in line. The fifth prince mentioned this matter, and within 6 months, he will likely assume his position. Very well, there is no rush. 6 months will suffice. Niece, we shall take our leave. Su Shuiro nodded. The two departed with evident delight. As they receded into the distance, Xiang Chao questioned, Miss, do you think your uncle and aunt will be deceived? Su Shuiro chuckled coldly. They will undoubtedly fall for it. For years, Fang has aspired to be a dignified official's wife, to hold her head high. Yet, she has never had the opportunity. Now that it has arisen, she will not let it slip away. Over the past decade, since her stepmother gained control of the household, they have received numerous valuable gifts each year. They have amassed quite a fortune, all squandered in the wolf's den. That white jade screen alone cost 70 to 80,000 taels of silver. Whenever her uncle sought to borrow money, he was always accommodated. However, when my mother fell into hardship and sought to borrow 100,000 taels, they refused her. Fortunately, my grandmother provided the silver notes. This time, the 200,000 taels in silver represent the conversion of my mother's possessions into currency, reclaiming what is rightfully hers. Vanilla. Tomorrow you shall remain here while I venture to another courtyard. Simply inform them that I have stepped out and leave the banknotes behind. Ultimately, he claimed to have handed over the silver, yet there is no proof to substantiate this. Sushiwaro glanced outside. Realizing that the Ho residents had fallen into dire financial straits, they are unable to disperse even the monthly allowance. Once I am wed to the fifth prince, I will possess no dowry. All my mother's wealth has been squandered on Nuan. Let that be considered my dowry. Indeed, if this silver reaches the fifth prince's hands, and no affairs are accomplished, will the silver not be rendered futile? Her aunt is the noble Shu Fei, and they are cousins. The Ho family, with its vast estate, is not lacking in funds. Qin Kaiqing sought to borrow money because the Ho family required her to compensate for the deficiencies in the Shin family's dowry. She continued, moreover, Shuero is the eldest daughter of the Ho family, the foremost talent in the capital. How could the Duke of Dingbei deny her funds? How could the fifth prince fail to bestow upon her fine gifts? What royal possession is not worth a few pieces of silver? Rest assured, your niece will not deceive you. Mother, uncle. However, we must wait for a little over 6 months. The time indeed feels rather lengthy. Once I become the county magistrate, we shall possess endless wealth. Then, Madame Wang and Madame Lu will no longer flaunt their power before me. We shall also be a family of officials. Fang Shi seemed to envision herself in the company of those two ladies, anticipating their sycophantic demeanor towards her. Upon concluding her words, she rummaged through a vase and ultimately extracted a stack of banknotes. 1, 2. A total of 20 notes, amounting to 200,000 taels. Take care of this. It is already late, and tomorrow morning you shall deliver it. Chapter 65. Elevated to the status of a side concubine early the next morning. Qin Wenjing arrived at the gates of the Marquis' residence, holding a bundle of silver notes. At that moment, Xiang Cao was exiting the door. "Uncle, you have arrived," exclaimed Xiang Cao. "Indeed. Where is your young mistress?" "The noble consort misses the young mistress and has sent for her." "The young mistress departed in a carriage. The stewards from the shops are coming today to settle accounts, and I must wait here in the residence." "I cannot say for certain," replied Xiang Cao. "Very well," she continued. Qin Wenjing handed the small package of silver notes to Xiang Cao, and then departed from the Marquis' residence. "Young mistress, you truly have a remarkable foresight. This is the silver notes. I waited at the door, as uncle just delivered them." Su Shuoro received the silver notes and counted them. "Xiang Cao, this matter must not be mentioned to anyone. Had they lent money to the second aunt back then, I would never have accepted these funds. Indeed, young mistress, you have done no wrong." Chuanji accompanied the madam to the Qin residence at that time. The Fong family claimed they had no money and suggested seeking loans elsewhere, as the little silver in the residence had just been used to purchase shops. Ultimately, it was the old matriarch of the Qin family who, upon seeing the madam in tears and feeling utterly helpless, produced the silver notes she had saved over the years and sent them off, awaiting news for over 6 months. Excellent. How wonderful. The fifth prince, who had once chastised Sun Nuan with a whip, found himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of a fierce beating from Sun Nuan wielding the bone-shattering dragon soul whip. The lashes resulted in multiple fractures in the fifth prince's leg bones and several broken ribs. Consequently, he had been confined to his bed for recuperation these past few days. Now, his leg has healed, and he arrived at the Duke of Dingbei's residence in a carriage. As soon as the carriage reached the estate, Su Shuoro received the news. She immediately refreshed her appearance. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Su Shuoro silently mused. "Fortunately, Cousin Chun has not visited these past few days. I have managed to wash out the colors from those small garments." Su Shuoro feigned reading. While Xiang Cao called from the doorway, the servant pays her respects to the fifth prince. The fifth prince, Xianyuan Chun, donned a cerulean brocade robe, adorned with a golden silk sash embroidered with a coiling dragon, and a magnificent purple-gold crown perched upon his head, from which hung an exquisite piece of jade. He waved his hand to push open the door and entered. Su Shuoro, with a gentle voice, performed a graceful bow. "Shuoro has seen Cousin Chun." Upon hearing this voice, Xianyuan Chun felt a delightful shiver course through him. Seeing the person he had long yearned for, he wished to envelop her entirely. Su Shuoro wore a gossamer moonwhite gauze dress, with an inner garment of delicate pastel silk. Her waist was as slender as a willow, her skin smooth and radiant like fine jade, glowing softly. Her eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, resembled painted ink, and her cherry-red lips were naturally alluring, dripping with vibrance. A blossoming plum blossom hairpin adorned her intricately styled hair, while 2 strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, adding an enchanting allure to her charm. Xianyuan Chun felt as though 10 feline paws were scratching at his heartstrings, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, and a warmth began to envelop his entire being. He took Su Shuoro's delicate hand, resembling a fragrant green onion. "Cousin, please rise." As he looked at Shuoro, his gaze fell upon her ample bosom, revealing a profound allure. Su Shuoro fell gracefully into Xianyuan Chen's embrace. The sheer garment, already loose, now revealed her delicate shoulders, as white as congealed fat. Xianyuan Chen tugged at the fabric that threatened to slip away, while Su Shuoro withdrew her jade-like hand. The garment was cast aside, unveiling a unique strapless dress, meticulously designed by Su Shuoro exclusively for the fifth prince. The back mimicked a traditional bodice, secured with silk ribbons. With the sheer garment removed, Xianyuan Chen's hand caressed her fair back. The marks from Sun Wan's whip had healed, and the scar removal cream she had purchased at a great expense had rendered her skin flawless upon closer inspection. Xianyuan Chen's hands glided downward, ultimately encircling her waist, while Su Shuoro clung to him like an octopus, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Her graceful form swayed continuously, inadvertently brushing against the most sensitive areas. Inhaling the faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from Su Shuoro, Xianyuan Chen placed one hand on her back and the other cradled her head, as if sharply defined. Sensual lips descended toward the small blush beneath Su Shuoro's nose. Initially, Xianyuan Chen kissed her lightly, akin to a bird pecking, but soon his desire intensified. and he could no longer suppress his inner tumult. He then lifted Su Shuero onto the bed, drawing aside the pink curtains. He resembled an invader, declaring his dominion. In that moment, the essence of masculinity was fully realized. After the passionate encounter, the man experienced profound satisfaction, while the woman lay languid and powerless in Xin Yuan-Chen's arms. "Cousin Xin, I am with child, already 3 months along." "What do you mean, rower?" Xin Yuan-Chen was taken aback, scarcely believing his own ears, thinking it might be a figment of his imagination. "Cousin Chen, we are expecting a child." "Ah, we are expecting a child. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner, you foolish girl? It is dangerous to engage in intimacy while pregnant. Quickly check for any signs of bleeding." No one had informed Su Shuero that she should refrain from such activities during pregnancy. She hastily examined herself and, upon confirming, declared, "I am fine." "Rower, how wonderful. In this prince's residence, none of my concubines are with child." Su Shuero bashfully buried her head in Xin Yuan-Chen's embrace. Xin Yuan-Chen knelt down, proclaiming, "Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor." "Ah, it is you, Chinner. Rise. It has been some time since I last saw you. What brings you here today?" "Father, the eldest daughter of the Dingbei Marquis, Su Shuero, is with child, and I humbly request your permission to marry her." How shameless for the capital's foremost talented lady to be pregnant before marriage. The Dingbei Marquis truly has raised a fine daughter. "Father, do not blame her. It was I who could not restrain myself and forced her." Emperor Xin Yuan-Lin set down his vermilion brush, his countenance filled with fury. "Is this the extent of your capabilities? Let her be a concubine." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan-Chen quickly knelt again, pleading, "I implore you, father, for the sake of the little prince, grant me this favor. A concubine's position is far too low." Emperor Xin Yuan-Lin sighed and shook his head in resignation. "As the niece of the Shufei and daughter of the Dingbei Marquis, I shall reluctantly grant her the title of secondary consort. I thank you for your generosity, father. I take my leave." Xin Yuan-Chen replied. The emperor waved his hand, secretly lamenting, "This son is truly a lost cause, with such meager potential." Chapter 66. The beginning of the bombardment. Sun Wan and several maidens proceeded onward, and by midday, they took out their provisions to eat on the carriage. As Sun Wan munched on her steamed bun, her thoughts drifted to her past life. One by one, her loved ones had departed this world, leaving only her dear friends to accompany her. Her best friend, Feng Yi, had been like a devoted shadow, never leaving her side. What had become of Feng Yi now? Her medical skills were formidable, though slightly inferior to Sun Wan's. Nonetheless, she was indeed a remarkable individual. The two shared everything, each possessing their own spatial systems. Both had medicinal fields within their spaces, yet there was a distinction. Sun Wan's was filled with herbs, while Feng Yi's was solely stocked with provisions. Feng Yi had also joined Sun Wan at the training grounds to learn marksmanship. Lost in these thoughts, tears began to flow from Sun Wan's eyes. Baihe, witnessing Sun Wan's tears, remained silent. Everyone harbors unspoken sorrows. The four maidens had long sensed the peculiarities surrounding Sun Wan. Their mistress could conjure items at will and make them vanish, resembling a personal repository. Though they all understood, none dared to voice their thoughts or inquire further, choosing instead to pretend ignorance. They silently vowed that this secret would remain buried for a lifetime. As Zhuanzhu drove the carriage, she remarked, "My lady, there are no lodging opportunities for 100 miles ahead. If we continue onward, we shall reach a forest by nightfall. The woods can be perilous after dark. Perhaps it would be wiser to rest by the roadside for the night." Sun Wan drew back the curtains and beheld a grand tree beside her. While not far ahead lay a river, the sun still high in the sky. Following Pearl's suggestion, she tethered the horse to the tree, deciding to spend the night there. The group was clad not in dresses, but in black, form-fitting night attire, all wearing trousers. If it were Sun Wan, knowing there was a threat of assassination, she would never have donned a long, flowing gown. That would be courting danger. Sun Wan dismounted from the carriage and approached the river, which was not deep, merely reaching her knees. The water was crystal clear, allowing her to see the sandy bottom. A few fish swam freely, oblivious to the impending peril. "You all come over here," she called out. Upon hearing her, Pearl and Lily hurried to her side. They saw Sun Wan remove her shoes and roll up her trousers, revealing her fair calves. "Milady, you mustn't. You cannot expose your legs," Lily exclaimed anxiously. "Never mind that. There's no one else around besides us," Sun Wan replied with a smile. From her space, she retrieved a fishing net, holding one end while Lily grasped the other, and together they began to wade forward to catch the fish. The wild fish, foolishly lingering, gradually swam into the net. Nuan then produced a basin from her space, placing the captured fish within it before bringing it to the riverbank. Which of you can get the fish? She inquired. I can, said Jin Dong. Very well. The fish is entrusted to you. Here are the scissors. Let us search further to see if there are more fish to catch. As a result, not a single fish was seen. Thus, Nuan splashed in the water, leapt joyfully, and waved her hands to create rippling sprays. The droplets shimmered like gold under the setting sun. Nuan laughed and shouted in delight, reveling in the moment. After she had sufficiently indulged in her aquatic frolic, she dried her feet, donned her shoes, and ascended the shore. Suddenly, she sensed a menacing aura approaching from a distance. Glancing over, she swiftly concealed her fish basin and instructed, Bai He, fetch the weapons. Her maidservants positioned themselves protectively in front of Nuan. At that moment, 11 or 12 cloaked figures had already arrived before her. Nuan called out with authority, Who approaches? You are Nuan. One of them retorted, What do you think? Another sneered, It is surprising that such a commotion was raised to eliminate a mere girl with yellow hair. Nuan replied sharply, Since you have come to take my life, I demand clarity. Who are you? Who sent you? One of the dark-clad men scoffed, Since you are destined to perish. It matters not. We are the Jinlin guards. You have offended someone you should not have, and she has commanded us to take your life. Upon hearing this, Nuan feigned fear, her voice quivering, But I have not wronged anyone. Noble gentleman, who seeks our demise? Another dismissively responded, You have offended the matriarch of the Dingbei Marquis household, who has ordered your execution. We are merely executing her command. Nuan nodded thoughtfully, It is her. Since you seek me, I implore you not to harm my maidservants. They are innocent. Let us take this matter elsewhere. Upon observing the black-clad figures, it became evident that the young lady possessed a certain level of discernment as she considered the lives of the maidservants. Consequently, they trailed behind Nuan to a location approximately 200 meters from the carriage. After gauging the distance, Nuan deemed it sufficient. She extended her hand, and a diminutive black bomb materialized within her grasp. With a swift pull of the iron ring, she hurled it towards the assailants. The cloaked men, mistaking it for a projectile, instinctively recoiled. Nuan began her countdown. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. In an instant, Nuan vanished into her hidden space, and a thunderous explosion reverberated, akin to a clap of thunder, causing a ringing in the ears of those nearby. The black sphere erupted, casting forth a blinding light. In that fleeting moment, it resembled a volcanic eruption, enveloping the area in a tremendous shockwave, with dust and debris hurtling in all directions. The group of black-clad men was violently propelled away, leaving dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. Some lost their arms, others were instantly obliterated, and a few had their heads severed from their bodies. Blood pooled extensively, staining the earth a dark crimson hue. Nuan assessed the scene. These individuals were seasoned fighters, well-trained over the years. Given their numerical advantage, utilizing explosives was the most prudent choice. Emerging from her concealed space, she bore an expression of unyielding wrath. Looking at the two survivors, she pondered whether to continue the assault. Regardless of what Nuan uttered, they were rendered deaf by the blast. They merely observed her lips moving, the sound lost to them. Meanwhile, the four maidservants in the distance stood in stunned silence, astonished by the devastating power of such weaponry. Having never witnessed anything of this magnitude before, Nuan then commanded, Zhenju, Baiha, leave no one behind. Search yourselves for any items, such as identification tags. As for the silver, whoever finds it shall keep it. Thus, the four maidservants commenced their search. Master, they possess identification tags inscribed with golden scale guard. Very well. Collect all these tags. The old matriarch remarked, It seems you have chosen to ignore the path to heaven and recklessly ventured into hell. Chapter 67. The evil king faces off. Nuan commanded, Dispose of the bodies. After the maidservants finished their grim task, they resumed their journey in the carriage. Pausing after a while, We shall rest here for the night, Nuan declared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she could not instruct her companions to gather firewood. Instead, she retrieved a barbecue grill from her spatial pouch, igniting the charcoal. The fish, already marinated, was placed on the grill, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. Master, let us take turns grilling, said Rendong. Very well, follow my lead, but be careful not to char the fish. Little girl, I am here. Nuan turned toward the voice, her expression darkening at the sight. Approaching was a sprightly old man with white hair and beard, clad in a flowing white robe. It was none other than the elderly man who had previously been snatching rabbits in the forest. "Little girl, I followed the delightful scent. How exquisite it is. I must be fortunate indeed," he exclaimed, settling beside the grill. "Who are you?" asked Han Xia, taken aback by the man's casual demeanor. "The esteemed figure before you has not inquired about my well-being. I am but an old beggar, and I implore you not to take advantage of my age. This individual is none other than the illustrious Wuji Zushi, whose very stamp of foot sends tremors across the world," Sun Quan observed. Noting that wherever there was food to be grilled, the presence of this venerable elder was assured. "I find myself pondering how it is that your nose has come to be as it is." The elder stroked his long, white beard that cascaded to his chest, indicating the fateful bond between us. "Indeed, this too is destiny through food." Sun Quan chuckled at this revelation. "Eating is also a form of fate." The elder with the snowy beard beamed with rosy cheeks. Sun Quan noticed that a fish had been grilled to perfection, sprinkled with spices, and she handed it to the elder. "Esteemed elder, this fish is ready. It may be hot, so please indulge first." Observing the elder's kind demeanor, she felt no aversion. Rather, he resembled an extraordinary being of ethereal grace. This time, without a struggle for food, she directly offered him the fish. As it was merely a matter of one fish. "Little girl, you exhibit such politeness and respect for the elderly, unlike that other little girl. By the way, where is that girl who often engages in playful banter with me? There are only new faces here. I did not bring them along this time," Sun Quan clarified. "Dear child, refrain from calling me elder. It makes me feel aged. You may simply refer to me as master." Sun Quan smiled, not taking it to heart. "What? Do you wish to be my master? I have no intentions of seeking a mentor. Elder, if you do not eat soon, the grilled fish will cool and lose its flavor. Then I shall cease our conversation and hasten to eat the fish." Upon concluding her words, the elderly gentleman lifted the gourd from his waist, savoring the roasted fish while indulging in a sip of wine. This time, an abundance of fish graced their feast, and Sun Quan graciously allowed everyone to partake in the fish she had expertly grilled, while she continued her culinary endeavors. Eventually, Sun Quan picked up a fish for herself and began to enjoy it as well. Under the night sky, the moon shone brightly, adorned by a sprinkle of stars. Sun Quan, unable to contain her emotions, recited a few lines of poetry from her ancestors. "The moon of today is unseen by those of ancient times. Yet this very moon once illuminated those of yore. I only wish that when we sing and drink, the moonlight may forever grace our golden goblets." The old man, with his eyes half closed, appeared to be in a state of slumber, listening to Sun Wan's murmurs. He sensed the young girl's sorrow. Thus, he casually remarked, "Since you have come, find peace in your heart." Sun Wan gazed at the elderly figure, noticing his eyes shut tight. It seemed as though he were speaking in his dreams, perhaps conveying to her the need to find solace in this place. A wave of confusion washed over her, leading her to ponder, could he possibly know that I hail from another realm? Otherwise, why would he utter such words? Observing the old man still enveloped in sleep, devoid of any response or inclination to speak further, Sun Wan turned her attention inward. Indeed, she felt a tinge of melancholy. Having been here for quite some time, she remained oblivious to the well-being of Aunt Ning and her friends. In that other world, she should have perished, and Aunt Ning would surely be heartbroken. 2 years prior, she had become an orphan. Fearing for her safety, Aunt Ning had stayed by her side, offering warmth and comfort each day. She had exhausted every effort to help her recover from the anguish of losing loved ones. Meanwhile, Sun Wan had immersed herself in work, attempting to escape the passage of time. Little did she anticipate that her soul would traverse to this place. As these thoughts flooded her mind, tears blurred her vision. Pearl observed and approached, saying, "My lord, everything will turn out well. Do not be disheartened." After speaking, she offered a handkerchief. Sun Wan accepted the cloth, wiped her tears, and thought to herself, "Since we are here, we shall make the best of it." As Sun Wan and her companions boarded the carriage, she moved to the side of the elderly man with a white beard. "Elder, please rest in the carriage," she suggested. The Grandmaster of Wuji opened one eye and nodded. He settled into a corner of the carriage, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep. At Jinlin Tower, the left envoy reported, "We dispatched the Jinlin guards to assassinate Sun Wan, but none returned alive." The left envoy, furious, exclaimed, "How could a mere girl, accompanied by only 4 maidservants, be so formidable that over a dozen men could not take her down? All have perished?" The report continued, "Upon our pursuit, we discovered that our fallen comrades suffered broken arms and shattered legs, all gravely injured. Ultimately, they were slain by a single sword strike, and their badges are missing. The left envoy, appearing to be in his 30s, held a folding fan and wore a half-mask. This time, let us dispatch more personnel to continue the assassination. I refuse to believe that the girl cannot be killed. Left envoy, all those involved are from the Duke of Dingbei's household. Why does the matriarch wish to assassinate her own granddaughter? Why must she be driven to her demise? One asked. The left envoy responded. We are bound to obey the old Duke of Dingbei, but upon his death, he entrusted the command token to the matriarch. We must fulfill her orders. Is it not wrong to follow such foolishness? Another questioned. Indeed. Left envoy. I find it perplexing why the esteemed North Marquis chose not to entrust the Golden Scale Guard to Su Juncheng upon his departure, but rather to the matriarch. Handing it over to Su Juncheng would expedite our demise. The matriarch has but this singular opportunity. Once she eliminates Su Nuan, we shall no longer serve her. My brethren would disperse, each seeking their own path, for we have awaited this day. Dispatch the first 30 immediately to assassinate Su Nuan. The left envoy commanded. Xian Yuan Yi was on the verge of catching up to Su Nuan when suddenly a signal flare erupted. He swiftly altered his course, leading a few individuals towards the branch of the Shadow Pavilion. It turned out that a new force in the martial world, the Six Doors, had dispatched their elite to assault the Shadow Pavilion's branch. Presently, the Shadow Pavilion, a notorious assassin organization, held the top rank in the martial realm. In a bid to make a name for themselves, the Six Doors sought to eliminate the highest-ranking entity, thereby swiftly announcing their presence to the world. Upon Xian Yuan Ye's arrival at the branch, the two factions were already embroiled in conflict. Halt! Xian Yuan Yi commanded loudly. Both parties ceased their actions, with the Shadow Pavilion members retreating to flanking positions beside him. Noticing a basin of water on the ground, he lifted it and cast its contents into the air. With a simultaneous exertion of strength from both hands, the water instantaneously transformed into countless sharp ice needles, raining down upon the members of the Six Doors. Chapter 68. Bloodshed at the Six Doors. The cloaked figures dodged and weaved, yet the sheer volume of ice needles was overwhelming, descending upon them like a torrential storm. They were unable to evade the onslaught, and one after another, the black-clad figures fell, lifeless. Observing this, Shadow mused silently. The master's prowess is unparalleled. Xian Yuan Yi gazed upon the fallen adversaries. Furious, he exclaimed, have we, of the Shadow Pavilion, taken too few lives of late, allowing these petty rascals of the martial world to frolic about freely? Master, they seek to achieve fame through shortcuts, spoke Yi. They are courting their own demise. Come, let us head to the main headquarters of the Six Doors and teach them the true meaning of obliteration. With that, a formidable entourage set forth westward. After traversing for over 4 hours, they finally arrived at the main headquarters of the Six Doors by the Li River. At that moment, the gatekeeper was reveling in the grand hall, indulging in wine and surrounded by beautiful women. One strikingly adorned lady, her face heavily made up, resembling a ghastly mask, and her lips as if stained by the blood of the fallen, leaned closer, her voice a seductive lilt. Iron Gate Master, I have poured you another cup. You have tasted Sister Zhen's wine, and you must also partake of mine. Upon saying this, she presented the cup before the Iron Gate Master. Very well, my lovely. He replied, raising the cup and downing its contents in one gulp. Outside, Xian Yuan Yi dismounted, and his entourage surged into the courtyard. A steward brandishing a broadsword emerged, demanding, who dares to create chaos at my Six Doors? Xian Yuan Yi coldly chuckled, the Shadow Pavilion, Xian Yi. The Shadow Pavilion. Xian Yi. This is dire. This is dire. The Shadow Pavilion has arrived. As the words left his lips, Yi swiftly threw a dagger, which struck the man in the back, causing him to collapse. The others, alerted by the commotion, emerged wielding weapons. With a flick of his hand to the left, several foes were sent flying 200 meters away. With another motion to the right, some collided forcefully with the wall, each meeting their untimely demise. The denizens of the Shadow Pavilion commenced a brutal massacre, leaving the walls stained with blood, and the courtyard transformed into a river of crimson in an instant. Not good. Master. Suddenly, a bloodied lackey shouted from outside. What is it? Have the branches of the Shadow Pavilion been annihilated? If so, I must celebrate with 300 cups. No. Master, a piercing scream followed. A captivating beauty, swaying her serpentine waist, approached the door with a graceful gait. As the door swung open, the lifeless body of little Dang fell directly into the arms of the enchanting lady. The beauty promptly fainted. At that moment, The Iron Master sensed movement at the entrance and glanced towards it, only to meet the masked visage of Xian Yuanyi. Xianyi. With one foot perched upon a stool, Xian Yuanyi leaned forward, wielding an iron fan, his gaze fixed on the Iron Master. He snorted coldly, Taizhong, truly as unyielding as iron. You possess considerable audacity to dare assault my shadow pavilion. Are you tired of living? After tonight, the Jianghu will know no more the 6 gates. The Iron Master's intoxication evaporated, his body drenched in cold sweat. He hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled. He understood all too well that Xian Yuanyi never left a survivor once he struck. Forgive me. The brothers of the Shadow Pavilion died in vain. Blood must be repaid with blood. After uttering these words, Xian Yuanyi raised his hand, striking directly at the Iron Master. In that instant, the Iron Master felt his insides shatter and breath fled from him. The shadows swiftly loaded all the gold, silver, and jewels of the 6 gates onto their carts, carrying them away as compensation for their fallen brethren. A band of men arrived like the wind and departed just as swiftly. On the following day, whispers spread throughout the martial world regarding the Shadow Pavilion's ruthless assault on the 6 doors. From one person to another, the tale transformed into a widespread legend. Henceforth, no sect dared to provoke the Shadow Pavilion, which stood as the foremost power in the martial realm. The Shadow Pavilion, an organization of assassins and information gatherers, maintained branches in various locales. Any disturbance within the martial world was deftly monitored by Xian Yuanyi, who held a commanding awareness of all affairs. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were meticulously trained shadows. In recent years, the Shadow Pavilion had grown increasingly formidable. The public only knew that the leader of the pavilion, known as Xianyi, not a ghostly mask, unaware that this was merely another guise of the sinister King Xian Yuanyi. Li Shui lay in the opposite direction of Nuan, who, concerned for her safety, set forth with several shadow guards in relentless pursuit of her. Nuan and her companions continued on their journey until they finally arrived at a quaint town, Bai Shui Town. At last, we can enjoy a proper meal, Nuan exclaimed with a smile. Before the 4 Seas Inn, their carriage came to a halt, and a servant approached to lead the horse to the rear courtyard. The elderly man with white whiskers had disembarked a day prior and vanished without a trace, earning the nickname Elder without shadow from Nuan. Upon entering the inn, a young attendant promptly greeted them, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? Please, step inside. Let us have some food first, then we shall book 2 rooms." Nuan replied, "Certainly, 2 rooms it is, and 6 of our signature dishes." The attendant announced enthusiastically, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." He guided Nuan and her companions to a window-side table before departing. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with tea, saying, "Esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, please enjoy some tea to quench your thirst." The innkeeper demonstrated genuine kindness as dishes began to arrive one after another, allowing the 5 diners to indulge heartily. Once they had finished their meal, they lingered at the table, allowing their stomachs to settle. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, adorned in exotic attire, entered the establishment. Among them was a woman, her forehead adorned with a string of beads and a crimson veil draping over her head. She wore a form-fitting black embroidered garment on her upper body, complemented by a pink skirt, and her feet were encased in intricately designed knee-high boots. The young lady possessed fair skin and large, expressive eyes, brandishing a short whip in her hand. Accompanying her was a man clad in a robe dominated by black and white hues, topped with a small hat that sported a feather. Upon entering, the lady cast a disdainful glance around the room, noticing that some patrons, having traveled long distances, appeared rather unkempt. The air within the hall was infused with the aroma of food, mingled with an unpleasant scent of sweat. The heat of the day lingered, devoid of a refreshing breeze, prompting her to cover her nose with her hand. With a swift motion, she raised her whip and struck a table where diners were still enjoying their meals. "This princess shall dine here, so you all must vacate at once. The stench is unbearable and offends my eyes." With that, she cracked her whip against another table, splattering soup onto a man seated there. Enraged, he rose to his feet, fury ablaze in his eyes. "No matter your royal status, you cannot wreak havoc here in our northern territory. I relish in chaos. What can you do about it? With your foul odor permeating the air, how could I possibly eat?" She retorted, "All of you leave at once." A nearby gentleman interjected, "Mingzhu, you must not be disrespectful. This is a communal dining space, not your palace. Dear second brother, observe the chaos here. The stench is unbearable. How could I possibly eat?" That woman named Mingzhu is hastily ushering people from table to table. Indeed, such a wretched person is merely being pretentious. How could anyone behave so? Even our esteemed evil king would not disdain us. What airs she puts on, as if she is exalted above all. The innkeeper, sensing the discontent, hurriedly approached. Addressing the guests, ladies and gentlemen, you have traveled from afar. There are private rooms available upstairs. This princess may take her leave to the upper floor. Chapter 69. The Concealed Pearl. This Princess Mingzhu is the most favored daughter of the King of Wuda. Her visit to the Baiming dynasty is for the purpose of marriage. The king intends to marry his daughter to a prince of Baiming to forge a strategic alliance. Princess Mingzhu is plagued by obsessive cleanliness, having been spoiled since childhood, which has bred her haughty and unreasonable disposition. In the princess's residence, a mere slip by the servants could result in a reprimand, or worse, a brutal beating. Previously, a servant who had washed her feet inadvertently scratched her skin with a nail and was subsequently beaten to death. The princess's residence is akin to a hell on earth. Yet, in the king's eyes, this princess is exceedingly well-behaved and understanding. Servants who err must be punished, otherwise they will not learn their lesson. Today, she is once again flaunting her authority. Some patrons of the inn, wishing to avoid trouble, settled their bills and departed, while others continued their meals. Among them, a short man with a black belt was sipping his soup. Suddenly, the table was struck by Princess Mingzhu's whip, causing him to tremble. And the soup splashed across his face. When had anyone dared to insult Princess Mingzhu in such a manner? A sly smile crept upon her lips. A clear invitation to peril. After uttering those words, she seized the whip and lashed out at the speaker. The short-statured man deftly evaded the strike. Observing that her whip had missed its mark, Princess Mingzhu's brows furrowed in frustration. Her eyes glinted with malice as she drew a curved dagger from her waist and aimed it at the man. He continued to evade her, inciting her ire further. She bellowed, "Bring me that man. I shall ensure his demise." The man, unwilling to prolong the encounter, merely sought to enjoy a meal without risking his life. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Outside, there was no trace of him. He had made a hasty retreat. In the blink of an eye, Princess Mingzhu approached Su Nuan's table, unleashing her pent-up fury upon her. "Do you not see that everyone else has left? Why are you still here? Quickly, vacate the premises." Su Nuan, having encountered unreasonable individuals from modern times to ancient eras, had never before met someone so brazenly tyrannical. Her steadfast principle was, avoid trouble, yet when provoked, do not shy away from confrontation. With a composed smile, she regarded Princess Mingzhu with a look of disdain. Such was the upbringing of the princess, a reflection of the customs of the Yuda kingdom. How audacious for a diminutive nation to act with such impunity on the territory of our Baiming dynasty, and to aspire to marry our prince with such meager capabilities. Better to refrain from further embarrassment. Princess Mingzhu wielded a whip in one hand while pointing at Su Nuan with the other. You audacious wretch, dare to speak to this princess in such a manner? I see you have grown tired of living." Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to address her in such a way. With a swift flick of her wrist, she lashed the whip towards Su Nuan's face. However, Su Nuan deftly evaded the strike. "You vile creature, how dare you dodge? Is it not foolish to simply wait for a blow?" Su Nuan retorted sharply. "With your deplorable demeanor, you aspire to marry a prince? I wonder which blind and foolish soul would choose you. Have you exhausted your prospects in the kingdom of Yuda, seeking to blame our prince for your misfortunes?" Princess Mingzhu gagged at the sight of the food on the table. Su Nuan quickly activated her chip and scanned her surroundings. To her astonishment, the princess was indeed with child. Su Nuan mused to herself, "I do not provoke others unless they provoke me first. Should they offend me, I shall strike at their most vulnerable point." A laugh escaped her lips as she noted, 2 months along. "And still you dare to seek a marriage in our Baiming dynasty. Surely you are not wed yet. An unmarried maiden with child, what a fine example of upbringing from the rulers of Yuda." Princess Mingzhu's face shifted between crimson and pallor. "You, cease your slanderous tongue. This matter is easily resolved," Su Nuan replied with a smile. "Simply summon a physician. A pulse diagnosis will reveal the truth quite readily. You wish to marry our prince while carrying a child? Surely, the kingdom of Yuda holds our Baiming dynasty in far too low regard." It became evident that Princess Mingzhu harbored affections for someone else. 3 months prior, the king had declared his intention to wed her to the Baiming dynasty. Yet she vehemently opposed, for her heart belonged to the foremost warrior of the kingdom of Yuda. She repeatedly implored the king to refrain from arranging a marriage for her. Yet the king remained resolute in his decision. How could a princess of such stature be compelled to wed a mere warrior? Thus, on a night illuminated by the full moon, having just endured the king's reprimand, Princess Mingzhu, her heart ablaze with indignation, summoned the foremost warrior to join her in drink. Seeking solace in intoxication, known for her haughty demeanor, she showed no mercy to her half-sisters, who bore silent grievances against her, constrained by the king's protection. Consequently, they devised various schemes to tarnish the princess's reputation and hasten her marriage. Unbeknownst to her, the wine had been laced with a potion by the spies of another princess. As she and the warrior indulged, a torrent of heat coursed through her, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. The warrior struggled to contain the surging tide of desire within him, yet ultimately he succumbed. His face flushed crimson, his senses increasingly muddled. He finally lifted Princess Mingzhu and carried her towards the bed. The once defiant princess transformed into a delicate beauty, her arms entwined around the warrior's neck. Unable to restrain the ecstatic fervor within him, he was like a celestial dragon soaring amidst the clouds, tumultuous and unbridled, like the relentless waves of the sea, crashing one after another, surging forth. After a night of fervent endeavor, they finally achieved their conquest. The following morning, upon awakening and discovering the warrior beside her, Princess Mingzhu was seized by fear. She urged him to depart swiftly, lest they be discovered. The warrior, donning his attire and dragging his weary form, escaped through the window. Princess Mingzhu gazed upon the small bloodstains on the bed, closing her eyes in distress. When the punctual monthly messenger failed to arrive, a sense of panic enveloped her, prompting her to urgently instruct Aguna to procure abortifacients. Frequently subjected to Princess Mingzhu's ire, Aguna sought the physician's assistance and instead acquired medicines to preserve the pregnancy. Having just consumed the medication, she set forth towards the imperial city of Baiming the very next day. Chapter 70. The humiliating truth as Nuan spoke. Princess Mingzhu's heart began to race with trepidation. She thought to herself, how does that wretched girl know of my condition? I must not confess, lest my reputation be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, the second prince stepped forward, seizing Princess Mingzhu's wrist. Mingzhu, is what she says true? Are you truly with child? Brother, do you truly believe her deceitful words? I am your sister. Princess Mingzhu glared at Nuan, venomously retorting, you vile creature, silence yourself. Cease your baseless accusations. With that, she wielded her crescent-shaped blade, aiming it menacingly at Nuan. Alas, I spoke too soon. She has drawn her weapon. Nuan swiftly sidestepped and, summoning all her strength, delivered a powerful kick to Princess Mingzhu's right leg. Stumbling, Mingzhu's body careened uncontrollably toward the table. Upon collision, the table tilted precariously, resulting in a cacophony of shattered dishes and broken plates. Princess Mingzhu tumbled down, landing unceremoniously on the ground. At that moment, two maidservants hurried to her side, assisting her to her feet. You wretched girl, I shall see you dead. Princess Mingzhu brandished her crescent moon blade and charged towards Nuan. Jinju swiftly raised her sword to deflect the attack, sending the crescent moon blade flying and embedding it into the doorframe. Following this, Jinju unleashed a kick aimed at Mingzhu's chest. Baihao exclaimed, how dare the ruler of Wuda send a pregnant princess to marry our prince for an alliance? Is this not an affront to our emperor of the Baiming dynasty? I shall certainly inform the chancellor and ensure that today's events are relayed to the emperor. A princess of such questionable virtue is unworthy of marrying our Baiming prince. Wuda must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Nuan glanced at Baihao, silently giving her a thumbs up. The momentum was perfectly executed. Jinju retorted, if this matter incites war between our nations, our emperor of Baiming will not tolerate such an insult. You dare. My pregnancy is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Princess Mingzhu fumed. Your pregnancy may not concern me, but your actions have provoked my ire. As Mingzhu spoke, Nuan swiftly produced a pill and tossed it into her mouth. At that moment, Mingzhu began to rasp and sputter incoherently, her words barely discernible. The second prince hurriedly bowed, pleading, esteemed nobles, my foolish sister, please show mercy. Nuan shot him a glance and remarked, just moments ago, your sister sought to strike me. Where was your intervention then? The second prince stood bewildered, at a loss for words. Nuan continued, such a person should remain mute for a lifetime. Otherwise, she will never learn that calamity often stems from careless words. With such an audacious disposition, one can only wonder how her fate will unfold. Aguona, Gumuzhong, assist the princess into the carriage. The two maidservants stepped forward, helping Princess Mingzhu to her feet as they exited. The hall was soon enveloped in tranquility once more. Let us go. Nuan ascended the stairs accompanied by her 4 attendants. This young lady is truly formidable, were it not for her. Who knows how long that headstrong princess would have continued her antics? The onlookers murmured. Indeed, a princess, after all, merely relies on her fortunate birth and the favor of a noble father. A princess from Wuda, pregnant before marriage, still daring to seek a prince. What audacity! Precisely how shameless! Thankfully, that young lady and her maidservants have quelled Wuda's arrogance. Princess Mingzhu was assisted into the carriage by her 2 maidservants, while the second prince took his seat. With a furrowed brow, he commanded, Yuanji, please summon a physician from the clinic ahead. Yes, your highness. Shortly thereafter, a wrinkled, white-haired elder approached the carriage. The second prince respectfully clasped his hands, addressing the physician. Might I trouble you to examine the young lady within and ascertain whether she is with child? The physician nodded and entered the carriage. At present, Princess Mingzhu had succumbed to unconsciousness after the second prince had sealed her acupoints. One maid extended the princess's arm, allowing the physician to take her pulse for a moment. He appeared contemplative, repeating the examination before nodding and descending from the carriage. This young lady is indeed with child, approximately 2 months along, and the fetus appears stable, he announced. The second prince found himself at a loss for words and thus inquired once more, Doctor, is there a possibility that the pulse indicates pregnancy while, in reality, one is not pregnant? The elderly physician shook his head with a smile, asserting, with my decades of experience, barring the consumption of false pregnancy medications, such a scenario is implausible. If a doctor cannot discern a pregnancy, he ought not to practice medicine at all. I stake my integrity on the fact that this woman is indeed with child. The second prince signaled to a subordinate, who promptly paid the doctor his fee. Thank you for your service. The old physician accepted the payment and departed. At this moment, the second prince seethed inwardly, reflecting. It is one thing for this sister of mine to behave arrogantly in ordinary circumstances, but now she is with child, which could have disastrous consequences for the kingdom of Yuda. Should this become known upon our arrival in the capital, it would bring disgrace upon our family. This is an affront. How could the Emperor of Baiming possibly overlook Yuda's transgressions? He felt immense gratitude towards the young woman from the previous day, for she had revealed the truth, sparing him from ignorance. On the following day, Princess Mingzhu was able to speak. The second prince entered the carriage, saying, Mingzhu, this child cannot be kept. It is a disgrace to the royal family. Elder brother, I was wrong. Quickly find a doctor to prescribe some medicine to help me terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, father will surely kill me. Who is the father of this child? The second prince questioned. I cannot reveal that, elder brother. Father would never consent to my marriage. Knowing he would not approve, you still acted recklessly, leading to this grave error. If it were not for that young woman, once we reach the capital and the truth is revealed, Yuda's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Moreover, it would render them the laughingstock of other nations, sending a pregnant princess to form an alliance. The second prince commanded someone to seek out the physician, procuring some forceful abortifacients. That night, for Nuan, although in an unfamiliar environment, it was far preferable to sleeping in a carriage. In the morning, after a modest breakfast, they purchased some buns and provisions before continuing their journey. Chapter 71. Shattered on the second day of Nuan's departure, the imperial decree for marriage from the fifth prince, Xian Yuanshun, arrived at the residence of the Duke of Dingbei. A eunuch with a voice akin to a duck was accompanied by 4 young attendants. Standing in the courtyard, Duke Su Junqing, along with his entire family, knelt in the courtyard. The eunuch held the imperial edict with both hands. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the eldest daughter of Duke Dingbei, Su Shuiro, is devoted and respectful, possessing a virtuous character and prudent demeanor. She is endowed with exceptional talents and the beauty of propriety, and is hereby appointed as a concubine to the fifth prince, Xian Yuanshun, with wedding arrangements to follow on a chosen date. Thus it is decreed. Long live the emperor! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this, the fourth concubine hurriedly retrieved a purse of money and presented it to the Duke of Dingbei. Su Junqing accepted it and placed the purse into the hands of the proclaiming eunuch, saying, You have worked hard. Do take a moment to enjoy some tea on your journey. The eunuch weighed the purse in his hands, and with a smile, he acknowledged the old servant's obedience. Congratulations to Duke Dingbei. Your household has welcomed an imperial consort and now has a concubine. We must take our leave now. Farewell, esteemed eunuch. May your journey be safe. Duke Dingbei responded with a clasped fist. As the eunuchs departed, The others turned their gazes towards Su Shuiro, who, with tears brimming in her eyes, murmured to herself, "Why must I be a concubine? Why must it be a secondary consort? Cousin Chen promised me the position of the primary consort. Is a secondary consort not merely a concubine, albeit with a more pleasing title? Shuiro, what nonsense are you speaking?" The old matron, leaning on her cane, cast a sidelong glance at Su Shuiro. As a born daughter of a lesser status, being a secondary consort is already a considerable fortune. To harbor aspirations of becoming the primary consort is sheer folly. Were it not for Chen's loyalty and affection, you would merely be a maidservant, a mere maidservant. The old matron glanced at her son, her heart heavy with sorrow. She mused, the storeroom has been reduced to ashes. The Duke of Dingbei's residence is but a hollow shell, and her son has aged overnight. Chen, all will gradually improve. Mother, this is more painful than death. Who is the shameless thief that stole our possessions? The Jingzhou Yin has also investigated, yet to no avail. Chen, let the lost money be lost. We must continue on our path. Go on. The old matron shook her head in resignation. She thought, at least some of those shops remain. If we are frugal, the income should suffice for the household expenses, or else we shall truly face ruin. She dabbed at her tears, yet the more she wiped, the more they flowed, an unending stream. Miss, please do not be so sorrowful. A secondary consort is still a consort. Apart from the primary consort, you are second in rank. Should anything befall the primary consort, you would ascend to her position. Your aunt is the noble consort. Whoever becomes the primary consort would not dare to overshadow you. This imperial decree is an unalterable truth. Dear miss, you must find peace with it. Fragrant Grass urged earnestly. Fragrant Grass, I simply cannot accept it. Miss, consider this. In mere months, you will be in labor. However, this is the only child of the fifth prince, and no one dares to underestimate you. A mother is esteemed through her child. Now, you must take good care of the fetus, ensuring that no mishaps occur, allowing the little heir to be born safely. If, in the future, the fifth prince ascends to that esteemed position, just imagine. This child would not only be a prince, but also a significant blessing for the young lady. After hearing this from Xiangcao, Su Shuiro contemplated and found it to be reasonable. Thus, she wiped away her tears, washed her face anew, and began to adorn herself earnestly. She was aware that the fifth prince would surely come today. In the afternoon, the fifth prince arrived at the Dingbei Marquis' residence with a grand bridal dowry, consisting of no less than 24 bearers. Otherwise, they would be met with disdain, as this has been a tradition upheld for centuries. Upon seeing the dowry, the Marquis of Dingbei felt a surge of joy. However, this joy was short-lived as he recalled the customary protocols, causing his spirits to dampen once again. Suddenly, Su Junshin found himself uplifted. He mused to himself, with such a substantial dowry from Shinshihua, some of it must be worth a fortune. Now that the Marquise is in distress and she remains unmarried, those assets should be confiscated. I shall take some for Shuiro and sell the rest. This way, we would never have to worry about sustenance for a lifetime. Bring me to the Ningxiang courtyard, he commanded. Su Junshin, accompanied by several servants, made his way to the Ningxiang courtyard. Currently, the gates of the courtyard were firmly shut, devoid of any presence. Upon pushing the door open, he found the courtyard barren. Let us proceed to the storeroom. The small storeroom was locked. You too, pry open the lock for me. Su Junshin was elated at the prospect. Shin, oh Shin, who would have thought that even in death, you would continue to assist the Marquis? Su Junshin confidently declared, you shall enter and retrieve all the items within. Yes, my lord. Upon their entrance, they were instantly struck with disbelief. There was not a single box of the promised dowry. My lord, the storeroom is completely empty. One of them reported as he emerged. What do you mean? The storeroom is devoid of items? How can that be? There should be numerous boxes of dowry. Su Junshin strode directly into the small storeroom. Ah, how could this happen? Where have those items gone? Upon uttering these words, the Duke of Dingbei felt an overwhelming surge of anger, followed by a violent spurt of blood. My lord! My lord! The household servants cried out. The Duke of Dingbei could no longer bear this blow. Consequently, chaos ensued as everyone hurried about. When the household physician arrived, the matriarch and the fourth concubine were also informed and rushed to the scene. The physician took the Duke's pulse and said, Matriarch, the Duke is suffering from a fit of rage. He cannot endure further distress. Even the strongest constitution cannot withstand such turmoil. The matriarch nodded. Even a body of iron would succumb under such circumstances. The physician wrote out a prescription, stating, this remedy must be taken for half a month. I shall return to check on him. We must ensure that the Duke does not experience any more anger, and certain distressing matters should remain concealed from him. The matriarch gazed at her son on the bed, wiping away a tear. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed physician. Fourth concubine, tend to the Duke with utmost care, and send someone to fetch the medicine. At present, the fourth concubine was the wealthiest among them, and the matriarch was placing her hopes on her. Yes, matriarch. After Green Willow finished speaking, she took the prescription and exited. Madame C glanced at the Duke of Dingbei, who lay upon the bed, and inquired of the physician when the Lord would awaken. Subsequently, the physician produced silver needles and began to administer acupuncture to Su Junshin. An hour later, Su Junshin regained consciousness, appearing utterly despondent. He wept quietly, feeling as though he had lost everything. After a brief moment, he unexpectedly broke into laughter. Indeed, he still possessed a bargaining chip, Su Nuan. Over the years, he had raised children for others. This labor could not be in vain. He needed to carefully consider locating Su Nuan's biological father, who happened to be the emperor. It would require a substantial sum of money. With that money, he would never need to worry about sustenance again. Chapter 72. The Emperor's Disappointment. The fifth prince, Xian Yuanshin, encountered Su Junshin and exchanged a few pleasantries before proceeding to the falling snow courtyard. Su Shuero was in the garden, admiring the flowers and plants. The fifth prince. The sound of fragrant herbs echoed from outside. Su Shuero quickly advanced a few steps, bowing gracefully, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Cousin Shin, Roa, I just delivered the betrothal gifts to the front courtyard and came to see you. Come, let us speak indoors. Xian Yuanshin wrapped an arm around Su Shuero, his face aglow with joy as they moved towards the inner chamber. The onlookers in the courtyard paid no mind, accustomed to the scene, continuing with their tasks as if nothing were amiss. Within the room, they embraced, and Xian Yuanshin spoke earnestly. Rower, I promised you the position of primary wife. Yet now I find myself at a loss for words, too ashamed to face you. My father forbids it due to the circumstances of your premarital pregnancy, insisting instead on a concubine's position for you. I knelt for half a day, pleading desperately, before my father reluctantly agreed to grant you the title of secondary wife. I am deeply sorry, Rower. I have tried my utmost, and for that, I have wronged you. Xian Yuanshin, after finishing his words, gently kissed Su Shuero's forehead. Cousin Shun, I do not blame you. It is I who could not restrain myself, for upon seeing you, my emotions overwhelm me. As long as I can be with you, the positions of secondary consort and primary consort hold no significance. As she spoke, Su Shuero seemed to embody countless grievances. Yet she displayed a willingness to endure, appearing pitifully delicate. Her eyes brimmed with affection, resembling a fledgling bird nestled close. Her entire being softened as she leaned into Xian Yuanshin's embrace. He tightened his hold on her. Rower, your words leave me in a state of deep emotional turmoil. Had I not acted impulsively, I would not have tarnished your reputation. However, rest assured, regardless of who becomes the primary consort in the future, you shall always hold the utmost importance in my heart, and none can replace you. You shall enjoy the same status as the primary consort in the household. Cousin, you are truly wonderful. Su Shuero's tears began to cascade down once more. Roa, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Why are you crying again? Xian Yuanshin grew anxious. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Shuero looked at him and said, I am sorry, Cousin Shun, I no longer have a dowry. A few days ago, the treasury of the Marquis's residence was robbed and burned. Everything, including my dowry, was lost in the fire. After speaking, she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Xian Yuanshin could not bear to see Su Shuero in tears, though the tears flowed down her cheeks. They pierced his heart. He gently patted her shoulder and took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Rower, it is you I cherish, not your dowry. Whether your dowry exists or not is inconsequential. Our household is not lacking in that regard. As long as you remain cheerful each day, Cousin Shin will be content. Will my aunt disapprove of me due to the lack of a dowry? Do not concern yourself with her. Tomorrow I shall provide you with 100,000 taels of silver to prepare your dowry. Su Shuero wiped her tears with one hand, transforming her sorrow into joy, and then wrapped her arms around Xian Yuanshin's neck. Cousin Shin, you are truly wonderful. What virtue do I possess to be blessed with you in this lifetime? In the future, I shall serve you diligently. Upon saying this, she nestled into Xian Yuanshin's embrace. Shuero, we have grown up together. We are like childhood sweethearts. On the 6th of next month, I shall come to escort you to my residence. Su Shuero felt a touch of shyness. Her cheeks flushed. All right. I shall await your arrival, cousin. At that moment, Su Xiuero transformed from passive to active, kissing Xianyuan Chen's lips, from gentle pecks to passionate embraces, each kiss igniting fervor. Xianyuan Chen lacked the restraint to remain unaffected by such beauty. By his reasoning, one must seize the opportunity. However, at that instant, Su Xiuero was already with child, and he dared not act too boldly, yet his hands began to wander restlessly. In the imperial study, Emperor Xianyuan Linlai set down his vermilion brush, massaging his neck before rising to stretch his waist. He pondered, alas, this seventh son. Despite searching far and wide for renowned physicians, the poison remains unremedied. What shall I do? I truly do not wish to lose this son. Yudrong, proceed to Qingliang Palace for dinner. The eunuch promptly conveyed the imperial decree. The mistress of Qingliang Palace is the virtuous consort, who is also the mother of the enigmatic Prince Xianyuanyi. The virtuous consort has two sons, Xianyuanyi and the 11-year-old Prince Xianyuanli. Upon hearing that the emperor would arrive tonight, the virtuous consort's face blossomed with joy. Quickly, Chunyan, arrange for someone to prepare the dishes that the emperor delights in. Yes, a palace maid promptly replied. This emperor was a diligent ruler who cherished his people, truly deserving of the title of a wise sovereign. Except for the customary nights spent with the empress on the 1st and 15th days of the month, he generously shared his affections among all his consorts, never favoring one alone. For those with children, he would visit once a month. Nurse Rong swiftly summoned the 11th prince for the emperor to see. Nurse Rong, the virtuous consort's wet nurse, responded, yes. This old servant shall go at once. With that, she hurried away. The virtuous consort resumed her preparations. She donned a long gown of purple brocade adorned with intricate patterns, crowned with a golden headdress featuring twin phoenixes in flight. Her ears were embellished with ruby-studded gold earrings, which sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight. Her delicate, fair hands bore a pair of jade bangles, adding an air of sophistication. After a time equivalent to 2 cups of tea, a voice called from outside the courtyard, "The emperor has arrived." The virtuous consort and others quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" "Rise," declared Emperor Xianyuan Lilai, extending his hand to lift the virtuous consort. They joined hands and settled onto the imperial couch. "Virtuous consort, has Yi visited your palace recently? Have you not gone to his royal residence to see him? The 11th prince has arrived." This announcement successfully alleviated the virtuous consort's moment of discomfort. "Your son greets father and mother." Emperor Xianyuan Linlai gazed upon his son, who, though merely 10 years of age, had been subtly nurtured by the virtuous consort to possess some cunning. "Leah, rise." The virtuous consort, her face aglow with happiness, exclaimed, "Recently, the tutor has praised his significant progress. Your Majesty, Yi often absents himself from the residence. I have visited on several occasions, yet his presence eludes me. Thus I ceased my visits." A barely perceptible flicker of displeasure crossed the emperor's countenance. Other consorts are not permitted to leave the palace with ease. Yet he alone indulges the Xianfei. The wicked prince is ailing, with little time remaining. As his mother, she may depart the palace at will to visit the 7th prince. "Your Majesty, do take a moment to observe our leader. Has he not grown taller?" "Indeed, he has grown quite a bit. My beloved consort, I have suddenly recalled an important memorial that requires my attention. I must take my leave. Your Majesty, I have prepared a meal, at the very least. Do partake before you depart." The Xianfei exclaimed anxiously. "No need. To the imperial study." The voice of eunuch Yu resonated. "We bid farewell to your Majesty." The assembly knelt in reverence. The Xianfei, however, directly seated herself upon the floor, just as she had last time. "I take my leave, your Majesty." The 11th prince observed the Xianfei's dejected demeanor and clasped his fists in salute. The Xianfei waved her hand dismissively. Mama Rong assisted the Xianfei to rise and settle upon the favored couch. "Why does His Majesty always depart in this manner?" Mama Rong glanced at the Xianfei and hesitated, saying, "I find myself uncertain whether to speak my mind." Chapter 73, An Ambush in the Water. "Mama Rong, you are my wet nurse, having watched me grow since childhood. Speak freely, I implore you." "Your Highness, there is but one opportunity per month to be alone with His Majesty. Why permit the 11th prince to disrupt our meeting? If this continues, His Majesty may no longer visit the Qingliang Palace." Upon hearing the words of Lady Rong, the consort remarked, "Is it not my intention to secure a place for little 11 in the emperor's heart? In truth, the emperor seldom sees this child. Such is the nature of the imperial court. If I were to prevent little 11 from visiting, the emperor might well come to forget him. His mind consumed by the 7th prince. Consort, You ought to pay more heed to the errant prince, for he is also your son, my son. Were it not for your mention, I would remain oblivious to the existence of that troublesome child. Out of goodwill, I arranged for my niece, Nuan, to be wed to him as a concubine. My brother still reproaches me, claiming I have wronged his daughter. If one does not wish for something, why resort to breaking their legs? The consort's ire grew with each utterance. It is not that he desires those women. He treats them all with equal indifference. The reason the emperor bestowed upon him the title of errant prince was that he once provoked the emperor's ire, finding him too wicked. Your Highness, pardon my impertinence, but do not concern yourself with his matrimonial affairs. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament, further deepening the rift between mother and son. Indeed, I had intended to pave the way for little 11 after he achieved great deeds. Yet, he is afflicted with a deadly poison, with but a year left to live. Who will safeguard little 11, ensuring he ascends to that esteemed position? Your Highness, despite the emperor's supreme authority, do you believe the role of an emperor is easy? In my humble opinion, it is far more pleasant to be a carefree prince than to bear the burdens of an emperor. The nurse is mistaken. The emperor possesses the world, while a prince may easily become a lamb for slaughter. A prince will fret over wealth, but will the emperor? My little 11 must ascend to that position, for only then shall I become the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager glared fiercely, her hands vigorously tearing at her handkerchief. It was all Nuan Ye's fault. Had the emperor not mentioned him, they would have dined together tonight. Instead, he left, and this month, there would be no opportunity. Lady Rong remarked, in the imperial study, Yudorong, have the meals sent here for us to eat. The emperor's expression darkened. Eunuch thought to himself, this Empress Dowager is truly incorrigible. It was a rare occasion to visit, yet she managed to bring the 11th prince along. She is utterly oblivious, failing to see that the emperor's visit was for the 7th prince's sake. Yudorong pondered. Does the Empress Dowager not consider the 7th prince at all? He has but a year to live. Logically, she should be imploring me to find a physician to treat him, ensuring he does not meet an untimely demise. Yet, she parades the 11th prince before me, as if I were blind to her intentions. The emperor sneered, to aspire for that position, one must possess the requisite ability. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. A voice urged, but the emperor's fury intensified. I suspect she is ungrateful. I question whether the 7th prince is even her biological child. Her heart is as detached as if it were on her ribs. His ire swelled with each word. Eunuch interjected, Your Majesty, the 7th prince has his own path. He is a dragon among men, destined for greatness. Who knows? He may yet encounter a miraculous physician who can cure him. Yudorong replied, You have a knack for lifting my spirits, yet how I long for it. Among all my sons, the 7th is the most exceptional. The most akin to me in both appearance and temperament, yet he remains unattached to the throne. Your Majesty, do not fret. Should the day come when the 7th prince's poison is cured, would it not render your sorrow futile? Behold, the meal has arrived. Please partake, Your Majesty. Ah. The emperor cleansed his hands and commenced his repast. In the Fengyi Palace, the Empress Dowager, having concluded her meal, sipped her tea. A palace maid whispered a few words in her ear. The empress curled her lips in a subtle smile. This virtuous consort appears rather dim-witted. After all, she has squandered a rare opportunity by allowing her son to disrupt matters. Is her mind filled solely with mush? The empress mused. The Crown Prince Nuan is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, while the Crown Princess hails from the esteemed left minister's family, enjoying their unwavering support. The 9th prince, engaged in poetry and painting daily, revels in being a leisurely lord, which is not without its merits. That lofty position, once attained, feels akin to donning shackles. The Crown Prince finds himself constrained. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, I must prepare meticulously. Although she is not the emperor's biological mother, the celebration must still be grand. On that day, I shall observe the noble ladies in attendance to identify suitable candidates, ensuring the Crown Prince selects a secondary consort while the 9th prince chooses both a primary and a secondary consort. Nuan sat within the carriage, engrossed in her medical texts, until they arrived at the formidable Jishui River. Not far from the bridge, Nuan and her companions disembarked. Before them lay a river, spanned by a bridge connecting two mountains, the depths of which remained a mystery, unfathomably deep. The bridge extended over 100 meters in length and was more than 2 zhang wide, the river's currents swirling violently beneath. The murky yellow waters churning in a tumultuous dance. A mere glance at the scene could induce dizziness. The vertical height of the mountain across was astonishingly over 100 meters, as if cleaved by a divine axe. Master, observe the peculiarities of the river, Nuan remarked, gazing intently at the water before shifting her focus to the bridge and the mountain beyond. She contemplated, should assassins lurk here, they would be nearly impossible to detect. Should they not be slain, a fall from the bridge would lead to drowning. Addressing Baiha and the others, Nuan instructed, recede the carriage. I intend to deploy explosives. Cover your ears. Baiha promptly maneuvered the carriage backward for several meters. Approaching the riverbank, Nuan retrieved 2 bombs, disengaging a metal ring and casting one to the left, not far from the bridge. She then activated the second, hurling it to the right. The air was punctuated by 2 thunderous explosions. The figures clad in black were propelled into the air, and instantaneously, the river turned crimson. This woman lacks martial ethics. Those in the water were either swept downstream or met their demise. Beneath the bridge, some were also struck by the resulting waves. Yet their injuries paled in comparison to those submerged. They summoned their lightness skills, leaping onto the bridge's surface, then rushing towards Nuan, who, upon witnessing their approach and the threatening proximity of their firearms, swiftly drew the ice soul sword to gauge its might. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a brilliant cold light erupted, and an overwhelming chill surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Nuan wielded the ice soul sword, unleashing a wave of frigid air. The figure clad in black, close to her, evaded the blade but could not escape the chilling aura of the sword, which instantly bisected him. In that moment, it seemed as though his blood was frozen. Not a single drop spilled as he plummeted into the river from a height of several dozen meters. Goodness! I have never killed like this before. What a thrill! Nuan exclaimed. She then summoned all her strength, sweeping her sword towards the remaining figures in black. Although they desperately attempted to dodge, the frigid breath of the ice soul sword assailed their bodies, inflicting various degrees of injury. 4 of them split off to confront Nuan's 4 maidservants, while the others surged towards her. Surrounded, Nuan gradually found herself at the edge of the bridge, where the assailants lunged at her with swords drawn. As she attempted to evade, she unexpectedly stepped onto a broken plank, which tipped beneath her, sending her back toward the river below. The drop between the river and the bridge was considerable. Mistress! Mistress! The maidservants cried out in unison. Just as Nuan prepared to retreat into her space, a masked man suddenly soared from a distance. With blinding speed, he descended from the bridge, wrapping his arms around her waist and propelling them back onto the bridge. Seeing their mistress safe, the maidservants' hearts finally settled. The newcomer was none other than the enigmatic King Xianyuanyi. With his left arm encircling Nuan, he swiftly drew a fan from his waist with his right hand, sending it flying. The fan, as if imbued with a spirit of its own, spun gracefully from left to right in the blink of an eye. Nuan, witnessing the spectacle, raised her thumb in admiration and exclaimed, "Incredible! Absolutely remarkable!" With the arrival of Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, the remaining men in black met their swift demise. Nuan smiled and clasped her fists, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brave hero, for your rescue. Miss Su, do you not recognize me?" Upon uttering this phrase, Nuan was momentarily taken aback, her finger pointing at him in disbelief. "Is it you?" Suddenly, she recalled the 3 resounding slaps she had delivered to him and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Let us cross the bridge first," commanded Xianyuanyi. Upon reaching the opposite side of the bridge and continuing for over 300 meters, the carriage came to a halt in a more level area. "Xianyuanyi, where are you headed?" inquired Nuan. "I am off to Jingzhu Temple to consult the old abbot regarding a matter," he replied. "You are also going to Jingzhu Temple?" Nuan seemed incredulous, prompting her to repeat the question. Xianyuanyi nodded. "Indeed. Are you also going?" Glancing at Xianyuanyi, Nuan's spirit sank. She thought to herself, being in the company of this ice-cold figure will surely render this journey rather dreary. Determined to avoid interaction, she resolved to remain in the carriage whenever possible. Like a mouse fleeing from a cat, she swiftly dove into the carriage. Xianyuanyi observed Shadow 1 and asked, "Am I truly that intimidating?" Shadow 1 nodded in affirmation. Inside the carriage, Nuan felt increasingly disheartened. Thus, she turned to the 3 maidservants beside her and said, "I shall go in search of some snacks. If anything arises, do call for me." The maidservants beamed with delight, recalling the delectable fish slices the last time their mistress had shared a bounty. All of them looked at Nuan with eager anticipation, nodding in agreement. Nuan checked her points balance, which had exceeded 20,000. System, Master. The points redemption system's treasure trove has been updated. Please refer to the instructions for details. Nuan enjoyed the lottery app for two reasons. First, it served as a diversion to alleviate her boredom and inject some excitement into her life. Second, certain items were simply unattainable through points redemption, as they were absent from the treasure trove. Nuan vowed, "This lottery app shall be subjected to one final draw before I uninstall it, sparing myself from further temptation." Her finger hovered over the button once more. System, please kiss Xianyuanye's face 3 times within 10 days to repay his kindness in saving you. A reward of 5,000 points awaits. Nuan felt a rush of disbelief, questioning, what if I choose not to comply? System, it is entirely voluntary. However, 5,000 points is quite significant. Nuan mused. 5,000 points could indeed procure numerous items. If she were to kiss him openly, he might misconstrue her intentions as romantic, leading to potential misunderstandings. Moreover, she had no affection for him, making it impossible for her to proceed. It was a vexing dilemma. Within the points system existed 2 concurrent applications, the points redemption app and the lottery app. Nuan resolutely uninstalled the lottery app, feeling a sense of relief. From now on, she would only engage with the points redemption app. System, Master, having uninstalled the lottery program, you must still fulfill the prizes you have drawn. Otherwise, the point system will enter a week-long dormancy and cease to serve you. Understood. I will fulfill my obligations, Nuan replied. She glanced at the updated desktop of the system, noting that the self-heating hot pot required 10 points. She withdrew 100 points, redeeming 10 boxes, and also exchanged for some instant noodles. Gazing at the items in her hand, Nuan murmured to herself that in order to acquire more of the things she desired, she must earn more points. She took out several bottles of mineral water, followed by a self-heating hot pot. The 3 little food enthusiasts in the vehicle looked on with curiosity, exclaiming, "Master, what delicacies are these? They appear rather exquisite. This is a self-heating hot pot. Observe how I prepare it and learn well, lest you miss out on this feast." Before long, steam began to rise from the hot pot, prompting Nuan to call out to Bai He, come aboard for a meal. The group dined with great enthusiasm, with Pearl fanning her tongue and exclaiming, "It's so spicy, it's absolutely delicious." Meanwhile, Rendong continuously sipped water. Nuan glanced outside the vehicle and noticed that the evil king's carriage had also come to a halt. After all, he had saved her life. It would be remiss not to share some delectable food with him, especially since there were only 3 of them. "Yes, miss." Banxia cheerfully made her way to the evil king's carriage, elated that her mistress finally showed concern for their esteemed prince. Chapter 75. The onset of cold poison. Banxia arrived at the front of the evil king's carriage. "Your Highness, our young mistress has sent this self-heating hot pot for you. Let me prepare it for you. Please, come aboard," Xianyuanyi instructed. The evil king picked up a box. Inspecting it closely, he watched as Banxia tore open the bag and poured in the water, soon producing a plume of steam. "Master, the self-heating hot pot is ready to eat. I shall take my leave. Please convey my gratitude to your mistress," he replied. Banxia nodded and exited the carriage. "Ing'er, each of you take a box," the evil king commanded. Xianyuanyi picked up his chopsticks and sampled a bite. "Having never encountered such a marvel before, I found it utterly fascinating. Though it was merely cool water that I poured, it bubbled and frothed so unexpectedly. It was somewhat spicy, yet the flavor was delightful. Without further ado, I began to indulge. Before long, we arrived in a spacious clearing within the forest. Nuan dismounted from the cart and surveyed her surroundings. "Rendong, please deliver this medicinal powder to the evil king and instruct him to scatter it around. This will deter venomous snakes and insects. We shall sprinkle this here." "Indeed. You all stay here while I scout for rabbits or the like," she declared. "Miss, please do not go alone. We shall accompany you," Pearl and Lily urged anxiously. "Very well, you 2 pour this bag of spices onto the ground, spreading it widely. If there are rabbits nearby, they will surely be drawn by the aroma." Pearl and Lily ventured into the woods with the medicinal powder. Meanwhile, the evil king Xianyuanyi approached Nuan, observing her standing there. Nuan, are you feeling fatigued? My cart is spacious. You may rest for a while." He offered gently. "Thank you, but no, I prefer to walk," Nuan replied with a smile. Before long, Pearl returned with several rabbits in tow. "Banxia, you 2 find some twigs. Rendong, hand me the rabbits. I shall prepare them for tonight's feast." With a subtle gesture from the evil king, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 set off in search of dry firewood. Nuan carried the rabbits to a secluded spot, assigning tasks to ensure Xianyuanyi would not follow her. She retrieved a basin from the cart and proceeded to clean the rabbits. Afterward, She took out some marinating spices from her storage and seasoned the rabbits accordingly. Nuan glanced over at Bai He and said, "You all prepare the rabbit. It's time to roast it." Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Nuan picked up a perfectly roasted rabbit, tore off a hind leg, and handed it to Xian Yuanyi. "This is for you, Xian Yuanyi." Now unmasked, Xian Yuanyi looked at Nuan and replied, "Thank you, Nuan. I will say it once more, my name is Nuan." "Thank you, Nuan Air." A chill ran down Nuan's spine, and goosebumps erupted all over her body. "Stop. Please refrain from being so mushy. I am Nuan, Su as in awakened, and one as in warmth." "Very well, Nuan." She smiled softly, inwardly thinking, now that is the proper way to address someone. Not Nuan Air. I cannot endure such excessive sentimentality. Xian Yuanyi accepted the rabbit leg and began to eat with relish. Zhenzhu and Yingyi also had their rabbits roasted. "You may share amongst yourselves," she encouraged. Nuan herself pulled off another rabbit leg and savored her meal. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. "Child, why are you indulging in rabbit again? Do not forget about your elder." Nuan looked up and saw Wu Ying. "Where did you come from this time?" "From not far away, drawn by the scent," he replied. Nuan observed that there were still 2 rabbits left on the rack. "Elder, there are still rabbits. Please help yourself." The master of Wuji was unreserved, taking one and tearing off a leg to eat. Xian Yuanyi appraised the Wuji master, sensing his extraordinary prowess reminiscent of a reclusive sage. "Nuan, who is he?" Xian Yuanyi could not help but inquire. "Ah, he is merely someone who comes to feast. I suspect he might be an elder from the beggar's sect or something of that sort. Whenever I engage in baking, he inevitably appears, his keen sense of smell guiding him. However, he remains absent when I prepare other dishes." Xian Yuanyi glanced at the elderly man, whose face radiated with a rosy glow and who appeared to be over 100 years old, displaying an exceptionally refined manner of eating. A member of the beggar's sect. He truly possesses a remarkable imagination. Unknown to Nuan, the supreme master Wuji had been silently safeguarding her all along. The more he observed this young girl, the more fond he became, contemplating taking her as his disciple. Just as Nuan was about to fall into the river, the supreme master Wuji contemplated intervening to save her, but upon seeing Xian Yuanyi's arrival, he discreetly withdrew. His stealthy presence had gone unnoticed by anyone following Nuan, a testament to his formidable skills. Nuan produced a pouch of fragrant herbs and approached the supreme master Wuji, expressing her concern. "Senior, if you wear this pouch, it will deter snakes, insects, and vermin from approaching you." The supreme master examined it, inhaled its fragrance, and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, little girl, for thinking of this old man." Nuan smiled and suggested, "Senior, you should sleep in the carriage tonight." "No, it is too stuffy inside your carriage." "Nothing compares to the coolness of the trees," he replied. Nuan shook her head, choosing not to press the matter further, and departed. As midnight approached, Nuan lay asleep in the carriage when suddenly sounds emerged from the evil king's carriage. Master, how are you? Why has the poison manifested so soon?" Upon hearing this, Nuan recalled that Xian Yuanyi had only a little over a year to live, possibly indicating the onset of the poison. Promptly, she descended from the carriage and hurried to Xian Yuanyi's side. The supreme master Wuji, perched on a tree, also leaped down and approached Xian Yuanyi's carriage. "Yingyi, quickly bring our master out. I wish to show him," Nuan urged anxiously. Obediently, Yingyi and Air swiftly brought forth the evil king. For reasons unknown, the poison had inexplicably manifested ahead of time this time. Nuan glanced at Xian Yuanyi, observing the bloodshot eyes, the bulging veins, and his hair completely white. "Leave now, Nuan. Otherwise, I might harm you. Hurry, everyone depart." Xian Yuanyi shouted, struggling to maintain a semblance of rationality. Nuan grasped Xian Yuanyi's wrist, attempting to feel his pulse, before reluctantly withdrawing her hand. The infinite ancestor also took Xian Yuanyi's pulse, exclaiming, "Fire ice cold poison. Who could be so merciless as to inflict such a potent toxin upon this young man?" In haste, Nuan retrieved an antidote pill and administered it to Xian Yuanyi. Subsequently, she picked up a golden needle, commencing acupuncture to suppress the poison. After completing the acupuncture, she withdrew the needle. "Girl, hand me the golden needle," the infinite ancestor commanded. Nuan complied, passing the needle to him. With each needle he inserted, steam arose, while Xian Yuanyi was drenched in sweat. "Girl, wipe his sweat," the elder instructed. Nuan quickly produced a handkerchief to gently dab the beads of perspiration from the evil king's brow, whose face burned like a smoldering ember. The elder continued his acupuncture, muttering, 5-angled golden ice herb, heartbreak grass, ice sky blood dragon ginseng, and these 5 herbs must be combined into a pill to neutralize the poison. Ingyi listened intently, recognizing the names of herbs he had never heard before. Nuan, however, silently mused, I never expected he could decipher this. His method mirrors my own. The infinite ancestor added, with the acupuncture and the antidote combined, the poison will be completely resolved in 7 days. Nuan teased, then please hurry and cure him. The Supreme Master shook his head, saying, I have no medicinal herbs. Nuan smiled and replied, I possess all these herbs. With that, she boarded the carriage and entered her space, but alas, she only had 4 varieties, missing the Ice Heaven Blood Dragon Ginseng. She glanced at the points system and activated it, voicing her request, exchange for Ice Heaven Blood Dragon Ginseng. The system responded, to exchange for 1. 8,000 points are required. Why don't you go steal it? How few points do I even have? She lamented. This is akin to carving into my own flesh. The system replied, exchange freedom. Reflecting on how Yuan Yi had risked his life to save her, she sighed. Isn't it just points? I can earn more later. This time, I must charge extra for the consultation. Consequently, she exchanged for 1 and began to concoct pills. After a duration comparable to half a stick of incense, Nuan produced dozens of pills, placing them in a vial. She hastily exited the carriage, only to find Yuan Yi lying unconscious on the ground. The old senior was also exhausted, seated on the ground. Elder Wu Ying, the pills are ready. Take a look and see if they're correct. The Supreme Master took one, sniffed it, and nodded in approval. Who would have thought, little girl, that you have quite the stock? These herbs are rare beyond measure, some merely existing in legends. I never imagined you would gather them all. She handed him 2 pills for him to consume. But he is unconscious. How can I make him take them? Nuan questioned, puzzled. Silly girl, can't you deliver them to him with your mouth? What did you say? At your age, how can you behave so disrespectfully? Nuan retorted angrily. Life and death are at stake. You must figure it out. I saw him sacrifice himself under the bridge to save you. Is it so difficult to administer the medicine directly? Nuan pondered. Chapter 76. Administering the medicine upon observing Yuan Yi's pallid complexion and feeble breaths. He resembled a lifeless being. Glancing at his sharply defined lips, she thought to herself, oh dear, how am I to proceed? Ingyi, please take the medicine to your master. Nuan smiled at him. Ingyi repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, retreating as he spoke. Miss Su, please spare me. He silently contemplated. Miss, if we dare to approach the master's lips, he will surely punish us upon awakening. Nuan turned her gaze towards Jinzhu and Baihe, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost, hastily retreating to the carriage. She then glanced at the infinite master, who, with a leap, ascended a tree to sleep. These individuals are truly lacking in decorum. When danger arises, they scatter. Nuan remarked. Jinzhu and Baihe internally agreed. Miss, we are willing to undertake any arduous tasks, yet this matter is beyond our capabilities. The evil king is also our master, and we wish to live a few more years. Nuan mused. Is this compelling me to take matters into my own hands and personally administer the medicine? In her previous life, she had merely observed others in love, lacking any first-hand experience. Suddenly, an idea struck her. There is also that prize for a kiss. She thought, oh my goodness, this is a fortuitous opportunity. I want to be cast aside. Seizing the moment during his unconsciousness, she could complete the task effortlessly, without a hint of embarrassment. Hiki. Nuan glanced at the vial in her hand, contemplating her next move. Logically, she should consume 2 pills first. But having only exchanged a couple of kisses, it felt incomplete. Thus, 3 must be ingested. Given her robust constitution and high tolerance to medication, she believed it would pose no problem. If at that moment, Yuan Yi were to realize Nuan's devious intentions, he would undoubtedly swat her away with a single motion. She instructed her men to carry Yuan Yi into the carriage, where he reclined upon the seat. And she soon joined him. With a pill nestled in her mouth, she cradled his head in her hands, her cherry-like lips gently pressing against his. Though unconscious, Yuan Yi's awareness remained intact. He sensed the enticing aroma of the medicine wafting through the air, and the warmth of her soft lips enveloping his. In the next moment, she pried open his tightly clenched jaw, allowing the pill to slip into his mouth. A soft gulp resonated as he swallowed the medication. Yet he felt an insatiable yearning, for her tender lips had already parted from his, leaving him somewhat despondent. Having successfully administered the first pill, Nuan proceeded to place the second one in her mouth, continuing the exchange. As she finished administering the third, her lips lingered upon his, and to her astonishment, Yuanye's alluring eyes fluttered open. Just as she intended to rise, he ensnared her head in his embrace, drawing their lips together once more. Nuan's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening in reluctance, unable even to breathe, nearly gasping for air. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Thinking to herself, how did he awaken so swiftly? Did he witness the entire act of administering the medicine? A sense of being caught in a wrongdoing washed over her. System, congratulations, master. You have been rewarded with 5,000 points. Nuan's heart swelled with joy. Miss Second, it seems that you have been harboring ulterior motives towards me. If we are to speak of lecherous intentions, it should be directed at you, Nuan exclaimed, one hand on her waist while the other pointed accusingly at Yuanyi. Am I not here administering medicine to you? Do not take advantage of the situation and feign innocence. Are you still a man? Whether I am a man or not, why not put it to the test? Yuanyi replied playfully, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Shameless. Scoundrel. You have fainted. How could you possibly take the medicine? We have yet to settle the consultation fee and the cost of the medicine, Nuan asserted, after which she grasped Yuanyi's hand and took his pulse. With utmost seriousness, she declared, Yuanyi, the icy poison within you has been completely resolved. It is time to settle the fees. Skepticism was etched across Yuanyi's face. Are you saying that my poison is entirely eradicated? Am I hearing correctly? You are not mistaken. You shall no longer suffer from the torment of that poison. Wonderful, Yuanyi exclaimed, his joy evident as he embraced Nuan tightly. Thank you. Release me, release me. You are shaking my fragile frame to pieces. Nuan protested, pushing him away. Yuanyi let go, his expression filled with contrition. I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. It was a joint effort between myself and the esteemed Wu Ying to save you. Now, let us tally up the costs. The ingredients you consumed include 5-pointed golden ice herb, heart-wrenching grass, and ice skin root, along with the needles. The total comes to 500,000 taels of silver, but considering you rescued me from beneath the bridge, I'll offer you a discount of 40%, leaving a balance of 300,000 taels. When shall you pay? With that, Nuan extended her right hand. How about offering myself in return instead? Do not even think about it. Payment is a necessity. Nuan cast him a sidelong glance while waving her hand dismissively. Yuanyi wore a look of exasperation, clearly feeling the weight of her disdain. He retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and instructed her to take it to the largest money exchange in the capital, the Four Seas Bank, to withdraw 300,000 taels of silver. Nuan accepted the pendant, turning it over in her hands, yet finding nothing particularly remarkable about it, save for a character inscribed in the lower right corner, which read Yi. She regarded the pendant with a skeptical eye and then glanced at Yuanyi. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? You expect me to believe that this pendant will fetch 300,000 taels? Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I would resort to such trickery for a mere 300,000 taels? He replied, bemused. Mere? She reassured herself. Very well, I shall indeed go and retrieve it. This is the remaining medicine. Take 2 pills each time, 3 times a day. Once completed, all the lingering toxins in your body will be thoroughly cleansed. Then why did I just consume 3 pills? Nuan's face flushed deeper. The initial dose requires an extra pill to enhance the potency. Why must you be so verbose? Just take what I tell you to take, honestly, she retorted, casting him another sidelong glance. Yuanyi observed Nuan before him, resembling a feisty little wildcat, bristling with prickly quills. Very well, you have the final say. He chuckled helplessly. And regarding the matter of administering the medicine, should you dare to utter a word of it, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Nuan threatened. As for the consultation fee for Senior Wu Ying, you shall settle that with him. With that, Nuan descended from the carriage, her cheeks aflame. Though the Supreme Master lay upon the tree, his gaze occasionally darted towards Yuanyi's carriage. 3 maidservants observed Nuan's agitated demeanor, yet none dared to inquire. Why, he was the first to speak. Miss, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a glass of water? No need, she replied. I require a moment of tranquility. That wretched scoundrel does not adhere to any semblance of decorum. I must concoct a poison to silence him. That incessant mouth is utterly infuriating. Zhenzhu and Bai He exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 77. Traversing with a bomb. Upon entering the space, Nuan busied herself for a while, crafting a dozen pills. She affixed labels to them, inscribed with the words, 3-day silence pill. She then surveyed the assortment of weapons, noting the absence of several bombs that must be replenished. Gazing at the points exchange station, she calculated that a bomb required 30 points, while a box of submachine gun ammunition cost 50 points. Bombs, timed explosives. Nuan feverishly clicked to redeem. Let it be known, should anyone provoke me again, I shall leave them with naught but their hair, she declared. I traverse this realm armed with explosives, and I shall not extend courtesy to those devoid of martial ethics. Nuan contemplated the inadequacy of her skills in comparison to the ancient masters. Observing Xianyuanye's fan fly forth and dispatch adversaries with lethal precision only intensified her resolve. There must be martial arts manuals within this system. Thus, she vocalized her request, martial arts manual. With a flourish, the screen illuminated with a plethora of options: Sacred Fire Lotus Palm, Falling Phoenix Ghostblade, Northern Dark Ethereal Steps, Sunflower Acupoint Strike, 9 Palaces Sword Technique, Thunder Inner Power Technique. Selecting the Thunder Inner Power Technique, the system deducted 2,000 points. Nuan mused to herself. With this internal skill, the Ice Soul Sword's potency will surely amplify. System, are there any recent tasks that yield points? The system announced. By taking the Grandmaster Wajizi as your mentor, you have earned 10,000 points. Nuan inquired, who is Grandmaster Wajizi? The system replied. He is the elderly figure clad in white who accompanies you. Oh, it's Elder Wu Ying. That old man is quite elusive. One moment he vanishes without a trace. In the next he appears from nowhere. I shall not bow to him for merely 1,000 points, as doing so would bind me for a lifetime. Which is hardly worthwhile. The system responded, currently, there are no better tasks available. Should any arise, the system will notify you. Nuan activated a silent mode. She redeemed 20 points to treat her gluttonous companions to some snacks before exiting the space. The maidens were astute in reading the atmosphere, focusing solely on their food and exchanging not a single word. They knew that their mistress must have angered the young lady. After Nuan departed, Xianyuanyi dismounted from the carriage and approached the grand tree. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed elder. Grandmaster Wajizi glanced at him and remarked, I did not expect you to be Xianyuanyi. Your skills are indeed impressive. No wonder you managed to quell the turmoil in the northwest. Assisting you was merely a trifling effort. Come closer, and I shall examine your pulse further. Xianyuanyi leaped into the tree. Grandmaster Wajizi extended his hand, grasping Xianyuanye's pulse, nodding continually. All is well now. How many more days should that girl's medicine be taken? You ought to express your gratitude to her. I cannot fathom where she procured such miraculous herbs, all of which are priceless and unattainable. Some I have only encountered in texts. Without one particular herb, your poison could not be resolved. She is indeed your lucky star. Esteemed elder, you have also saved me. How might I express my gratitude to you? You simply need to have that girl acknowledge me as her master. Alas, my dear elder, this matter is beyond my authority. Nuan continues to challenge me, igniting my ire. Then let us strive diligently. I have set my sights on that girl. May I inquire, esteemed elder, who are you? I am the Grandmaster Wuji. Upon hearing this revelation, Xianyuanyi nearly tumbled from the tree. Grandmaster Wuji, what brings you to this place? Sigh, it is a long story. Is it not for the purpose of having that girl recognize me as her master? How embarrassing it is to admit, pursuing my disciple like this. Xianyuanyi mused. Even the disciples of Grandmaster Wuji have become sect leaders. He hardly lacks for followers. There is no shame in this, venerable elder. Please, make yourself comfortable in my carriage. Xianyuanyi spoke earnestly. Grandmaster Wuji regarded him, then descended from the tree and entered Xianyuanyi's carriage. Xianyuanyi observed Grandmaster Wuji, secretly pondering. The Grandmaster is truly a figure of divine stature. What fortune has Nuan encountered to have caught the eye of Grandmaster Wuji? Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, do not breathe a word about the antidote I have administered. Otherwise, those malevolent spirits may rise again and cause me further distress. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 nodded in understanding. She remains unaware that the Emperor has arranged a marriage. She is destined to be my consort. With this little hedgehog, I can only employ wisdom to win her over willingly. Otherwise, a refusal of marriage is but a commonplace occurrence. Nuan held the internal cultivation manual, perusing it within the carriage, and whenever she encountered confusion, she would pose questions to the maid beside her. Ultimately, she delved into her spatial realm to practice. This cultivation method comprises 9 tiers, and upon reaching the first tier, Nuan had already acquired the strength to shatter a tree as thick as a barrel with a single palm strike. With unwavering perseverance, she practiced late into the night. Layer by layer, she broke through, finally surpassing the third level. Nuan gazed at the book, kissed it, and expressed her gratitude. Indeed, she had cultivated her inner strength. The system contained numerous secret manuals, and she resolved to study them one by one whenever time permitted, for knowledge is a formidable asset. In the grand hall of the Jinlanwei headquarters, several individuals were seated. At that moment, a figure entered, bowing respectfully as he approached. The left envoy and the right envoy were informed that none of the assassins sent to eliminate Miss Su Er had survived. All had perished, with dozens now dead. The question arose whether to continue sending more brothers on this fruitless mission. The left envoy pondered deeply. The right envoy observed him and remarked that Miss Su Er, a mere weak woman, must surely have powerful allies by her side. A young girl who poses no threat even to the old matriarch within the estate. Why should we send our brothers to their needless demise? We have served the old Marquis faithfully, risking our lives. And for what? This matter, driven by the old matriarch's obstinacy, seems hardly worth the sacrifice. An elderly man clad in blue, stroking his beard, coldly interjected, "We cannot afford to send more men. Shall we allow all our brothers to perish? Shouldn't we seek compensation from the matriarch for the families of those lost?" Another voice chimed in, "If she refuses to pay, who will? Are we to serve merely for her benefit?" The left envoy nodded. "Qin Wu, Ma Lu, go to the old matriarch and request the funds. The old Marquis has always provided compensation for those who fell in duty." "Understood," the two replied before disappearing from sight. In Jing'an Hall, the old matriarch was seated, sipping tea when Su Shuero entered. "Greetings to grandmother." The elderly matriarch noticed Su Shuero's maid holding an exquisitely crafted box. "Shuero, you have arrived. Please take a seat. You are now with child, which sets you apart from others." Shuero expressed her gratitude to her grandmother. "Grandmother, my cousin, the fifth prince, sent a betrothal gift yesterday. I selected a few fine items for you to admire. I hope you do not find them lacking." Xiang Cao placed the box before the matriarch and opened it. "Shuero, you are so thoughtful. Given the current financial strains of the Marquisate, you should keep these as your dowry. There is no need for this old woman to receive them. At my age, I have no use for such adornments. Grandmother, look at this gold and jade bracelet. It would suit you perfectly." Su Shuero said as she presented the bracelet for her grandmother to wear. The matriarch gazed at the bracelet adorning her wrist and nodded in approval, remarking on its beauty. Su Shuero then picked up a necklace of imperial green jade. "I believe this piece would also be fitting for you, grandmother." After placing the necklace around her grandmother's neck, the matriarch beamed with delight, her hands lovingly caressing the bracelet, while she teased, "Look at you, my dear, you have bestowed such splendid treasures upon me. It is my duty to honor you, grandmother. I shall take my leave now. You all may exit as well," the matriarch instructed her attendants. With that, everyone withdrew. Just then, two figures entered the hall. "Grandmother," they exclaimed, cupping their fists in greeting. "Who are you to intrude upon my quarters?" The matriarch demanded. "Do not be alarmed. We are from the Jinlin Guard. Has that girl Nuan been killed?" The matriarch inquired sternly. "The old lady, there are formidable individuals surrounding Nuan." The left envoy dispatched two groups, both of whom suffered great losses. According to the late Marquis' precedent, the old lady is obliged to provide compensation to the families of the fallen guards, and we have come to collect the funds. "What? Compensation? You are utterly useless. Incapable of even dispatching a mere maid, yet you dare to demand silver." Upon hearing this, the two men were filled with indignation. "Old lady, our brothers have perished. You must pay this sum. You failed to complete your mission. It is your own incompetence. There is no silver to be had. Now be gone." Qin Wu and Ma Lu exchanged glances, and one of them drew a knife. "Old lady, will you pay or not? Blades are merciless." Chapter 78. The severing of hands. The golden scale guards demanded compensation from the old lady, yet she remained resolute in her refusal. "Old lady, do you think we are powerless against you?" Ma Lu scoffed. Qin Wu, quick-tempered and easily ignited, was the type to unleash fury at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this, his rage flared, and he swiftly drew his knife, pressing it against the old woman's neck. "Will you or will you not provide the funds? Make a move, and your head will take flight," Qin Wu threatened. "Rebellion! How audacious! You wretched lackeys! The late Marquis has supported you for years. Yet you could not eliminate a single target and still expect compensation. Truly, you are deluded." The old lady seethed with fury, her voice laden with scorn. "For many years, we fought valiantly for the late Marquis, earning our keep with blood and sweat. The deceased guards deserved recompense from the Marquis. How much more so from you? Qin Wu bellowed. Ma Lu, gather all the valuables in this room. We shall take them with us shortly. Upon receiving the agreement from Ma Lu, he commenced a thorough search, rummaging through the belongings to extract the precious gold and silver jewelry within. Ma Lu, do not forget the valuables on this old man's person. They too bear considerable worth. Ma Lu proceeded to remove the gold bracelet belonging to Su Shui-ro from the old matron's wrist, as well as the jade necklace. No, that is mine. You cannot take it. The old matron clung desperately to the necklace. You are the murderer responsible for the deaths of my second and third brothers. How could you be so cruel, even to your own granddaughter? If you do not present the token to command our Jinlin Guard, how could our brothers have perished? Qin Wu appeared to envision the tragic demise of his comrades, and he began to pry the ring from the old matron's finger. She clenched her fist tightly, refusing to relinquish the ring. Observing her defiance, Qin Wu raised his blade and struck at the hand adorned with the ring. Ah! The old matron screamed in agony as her hand was severed, and blood gushed forth. Qin Wu seized the severed hand and retrieved the ring. Let us go. The two departed with their spoils, leaving the old matron's chamber. Hearing the commotion, the maids rushed in, only to find the old matron wailing in pain, her severed hand lying beside her as she lay on the floor. Granny Zhou shouted, "Quickly, fetch the house physician. What has transpired? Who has committed this atrocity?" By the time the physician arrived, a significant pool of blood had already formed on the floor. The physician hurriedly began to bandage the old matron and staunch the bleeding. Upon learning of the incident, Duke Dingbei and his fourth concubine hastened to the scene. "Mother, what has happened to you? Who is responsible for this?" "It is the Golden Scale Guards. They have come seeking compensation. When I refused, they severed my hand." "My dear son, you must avenge your mother. Were they not the covert guards raised by your father?" "Indeed, it is they. Those treacherous wretches, having failed in their task, still demand silver. Mother, tend to your wounds. I shall find someone to deal with them." Su Junsheng was acutely aware that his mother had dispatched the Golden Scale Guards to assassinate Su Nuan, and perhaps the mission had failed, leading to casualties and their subsequent demand for reparations. The old matron groaned in pain. Su Junsheng felt increasingly irritable in this place. "Fourth aunt, I have matters to attend to. Please take care of mother," he said hurriedly before departing. By afternoon, he was beset with excruciating abdominal pain. When he arrived at third aunt's for the night, he found himself utterly incapacitated, like a frostbitten eggplant. In the apothecary, a few individuals lingered in line before him. After a brief wait, it was finally his turn. "Doctor, please, tell me what afflicts me," Su Junsheng inquired. The physician, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, took his pulse and replied, "You have indulged excessively. Your body is depleted, and it seems you can no longer engage in conjugal relations. There are still 2 silver needles within you, both poisoned, which is the cause of your relentless abdominal agony. Indeed, the pain is unbearable, good doctor. Is there a remedy? The silver needles shall be extracted shortly, and then you shall feel relief. As for the matter of conjugal relations, you will need medication and gradual recuperation. How long will it take to heal?" The Duke of Dingbei inquired anxiously. "This is hard to ascertain, for you have previously used aphrodisiac substances. Those medicines appear to be potent and robust, yet in reality, they have inflicted harm at the very core, leaving the body as fragile as a dam riddled with ant holes, unable to withstand a mere blow. I shall prescribe some remedies for you, but I cannot ascertain how long they must be taken. You can only recuperate gradually." Su Junsheng was somewhat skeptical. He had never consumed such medicines. So how could they have harmed his foundation? It was sheer nonsense. There were still 2 poisoned silver needles embedded within his body, who had inflicted this upon him. The old doctor called out, "Xiao Yozi, take him to the backyard and extract the silver needles." At that moment, a man clad in short attire approached, his demeanor quite ungracious, commanding, "Follow me." Upon entering a private chamber, Xiao Yozi instructed, "Undress, let me see where the silver needles are." Reluctantly, Su Junsheng shed all his garments. The man then exerted pressure with his palms, first probing his chest, but finding no silver needles, he proceeded to search his back. Su Junsheng felt quite uncomfortable, as though he were a mere plaything. The man continued to explore his abdomen and lower belly, and suddenly, with a forceful pull, the 2 silver needles were extracted. Clink! The needles fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Xiaoyozi picked up the silver needles, indeed. Only 2 had been extracted, and took them forward to collect payment. Su Junsheng reflected. The old doctor was correct about the silver needles. His abdomen did ache significantly. However, the claim that he had ingested aphrodisiacs was entirely unfounded. Surely, this man had become muddled, hoping to earn extra money for the medicines. Thus, Su Junchen declared, "I shall pay you for the consultation, but I will forego the medication for now." With that, he offered the silver and departed. What Su Junchen was unaware of was that when he attempted to strike Su Nuan, she deftly evaded his blow. In that instant, the 2 silver needles in Su Nuan's hand flew toward him. Consumed by rage, Su Junchen failed to notice the imminent danger of the needles hurtling toward him. Medicinal herbs for sale. Remarkably potent aphrodisiacs capable of bringing down even the mightiest beasts. A single dose will last you through the night. 2 doses will sustain you for 10 days, and 10 doses will keep you rejuvenated for an entire year. As Su Junchen listened, his feet moved involuntarily toward the vendor. Upon observing the array of pill bottles displayed on the stall, he curiously inquired, "Is your medicine truly so miraculous? Surely, you jest. My good sir, how can you speak so? While you may doubt my character, you must not question the efficacy of my remedies." At that moment, a man in his 40s approached and called out, "Qian-san, bring me another box." "Does that medicine truly work?" Su Junchen asked. "Indeed, it works wonders. My wife was kept awake all night. Hence, here I am to purchase more," the man said, dropping 10 taels of silver onto the table and taking a box with him. Before long, another man, around 50 years of age, also bought a box. Su Junchen noticed that only 6 or 7 boxes remained on the table. The vendor picked up a box of medicine and addressed Su Junchen, "My friend, if you doubt me, just watch. By nightfall, I will have sold out of these remedies. If you wish to purchase, today may be your last chance. I have been selling here for 3 years. Had I dared to sell false medicine, my stall would have been destroyed long ago. These are genuine remedies, effective and recommended by satisfied customers." Chapter 79. Reconciliation. Su Junchen felt himself swayed by the vendor's words, a desperate man seeking solace in unproven remedies. We are not in the business of selling medicine. Initially, one should consume 5 boxes of the red variety, which serves as the fundamental remedy, taken once daily. Each individual is unique. After finishing these, one may take the green box once a month. Very well. How much for 5 boxes? 20 taels per box. That totals 100 taels. Why is it 10 taels for him and 20 taels for me? He purchased the green box, which costs 10 taels per box, as he has already tried the red boxes. However, one must address the root cause, hence the necessity for the red box at 20 taels per box. Rest assured, it is not a scam. Su Junchen retrieved 100 taels from his garment, hesitated briefly, and reluctantly handed the banknotes over. He received 5 boxes of medicine from the vendor and, with the medicine in hand, left in high spirits. "Qian-san, did I perform well?" "Remarkably so." As Qian-san spoke, he returned the silver and handed over 40 copper coins to each of the 2. In the evening, the Duke of Dingbei consumed the miraculous medicine he had purchased and proceeded to the chamber of his concubine, Qin Kaisher. She lay on her side, adorned in a pink bodice beneath a light blue gauze curtain. Alas, the long, endless night is truly unbearable. What joy is there in being a concubine? Sharing a husband with other women? It is far better to marry an ordinary commoner. "Kaisher, are you awake?" The voice of the Duke of Dingbei resonated from outside the door. "Ah, the Duke has arrived. Why didn't he send word? I have been eagerly awaiting his arrival." The third concubine sat up, speaking softly. "I came on a whim." Qin Kaisher's smile was radiant, her complexion surpassing that of peach blossoms in March. Yet, in her heart, she secretly mused, "Coming here is but a futile endeavor. At critical moments, they are nothing but cowards. They incite the desires of others, only to retreat themselves. Not much different from eunuchs." Qin Kaisher parted the curtains, and Su Junchen approached the bedside. Qin Kaisher rose, igniting the warm fragrance, and assisted Su Junchen in shedding his garments. The medicine Su Junchen had taken was inherently stimulating, and the warm fragrance in the room, imbued with aphrodisiac properties, only served to amplify his fervor. With both influences at play, Su Junchen became a veritable force of nature, continuing his fervent exploits until dawn. On the first night, Qin Kaisher experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. However, after several consecutive nights, the third concubine grew fearful, her voice hoarse from incessant cries. Shadows of dread filled her heart, and she no longer dared to yearn for such bliss. In contrast, the fourth concubine, more composed, was not as unrestrained as the third. Finally, on the 4th night, amidst the fervent encounters, Su Junchen collapsed onto Qin Kaisher's bed, unconscious. In a flurry, Qin Kaisher called out, "Quick, someone come. The maid Dong Zhu and the old matron you entered. Hurry, dress the lord and dispose of the warm fragrance, and fetch the physician." Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to assist. The physician rushed into the room, hastily taking Su Junshin's pulse. "My lord, what sort of potent medicine have you consumed? Your body is already drained, and now this." Alas, the physician began to administer acupuncture. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, he withdrew the silver needles. The Duke of Dingbei slowly opened his eyes. "My lord, should you ingest that medicine again, you may not awaken next time. I would stake my head on it." At that moment, the Duke of Dingbei lay there, utterly drained of strength. "My lord, you have ingested a potent drug, and thus there should be no incense of warming affection lit within this chamber, for it is akin to an aphrodisiac." "What? Warming affection?" The Duke of Dingbei's mind raced with thoughts. No wonder he had never partaken in such carnal concoctions. However, the old physician had claimed otherwise. It dawned on him that it was the third concubine who had lit the incense in the room. It was no surprise that he felt so impulsive upon his arrival. "Qin Kaisher, are you so impatient that you would light this incense the moment I step in? It seems that all of this is your doing. You have orchestrated this scheme." Qin Kaisher's heart trembled violently, her entire being quaking like a leaf caught in the wind. She hastily knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, I had no knowledge that this warming incense was akin to an aphrodisiac. It was sold by the perfumery, merely claimed to induce slumber. Do you not find such words a touch disingenuous? How many times have you lit this incense only after my arrival?" The Duke of Dingbei's gaze grew increasingly piercing, like a needle driving straight into her heart. "Previously, I had remained oblivious, thinking you merely wished to fragrance the room. Bring her here. The third concubine harbors a malicious intent. Confine her to the ancestral hall for reflection, with no visitors allowed. Anyone who dares to visit shall be imprisoned alongside her." Shortly thereafter, two servants approached and seized the third concubine. No, my lord, please allow me to explain. I have truly never wished you harm. I swear it." Su Junshin narrowed his eyes. Was the third concubine not wealthy enough to procure such enticing incense? "Gather all the valuable gold and silver ornaments from this place and deliver them to the study." The guards commenced their search. Upon hearing of the duke's fainting, the fourth concubine also arrived at the study. The fourth concubine, with tears welling in her eyes, addressed the lord, "My lord, what troubles you after only a few days apart?" The fourth concubine nodded. "Only now do I realize that you are indeed my virtuous partner," the lord declared. "Once I recover, I shall elevate you to the status of my primary wife. My lord, I thank you in advance, but please focus on regaining your health. We can discuss those matters later." Under the luminous full moon, the silvery light cascaded from the heavens like milk. Nuan and her companions, captivated by the exquisite scenery, dismounted from their carriage. They had brought with them some lamb purchased from the quaint town. Nuan set up a small grill, meticulously slicing and marinating the meat, nearly stripping the branches of the nearby grand willow tree in the process. She instructed Ban Xia to prepare the charcoal, and soon they commenced grilling the skewers. The esteemed Master Wuji approached Nuan, inquiring, "My dear girl, what delectable dish are you preparing today?" Nuan glanced at him with a smile, replying, "I am grilling skewers for you. Why did you not mention this sooner? If I had known, I would have brought a jar of wine. Such a pity to waste this delicious fare. Old man, do tell me, what needle technique did you employ on that icy-faced individual? It seems to emit steam. Well, if I share that with you, does it come with a promise of wine? Of course. Little girl, do not attempt to deceive this old man. Rest assured, I never speak falsely. That is the Wuji 9 forms needle technique. By applying the needle along with the antidote, one can eradicate poison at its source." "Is that truly so?" "Indeed. If you wish to learn, I can teach you." "Unconditionally?" Nuan replied playfully with a grin. "Under certain conditions. One must first pay homage to me as a master. This is an exclusive technique. Perhaps it is best to forego that notion, considering your elusive nature renders you rather unreliable. I shall continue to tend to my skewers instead." Nuan busied herself with grilling lamb skewers, casting a sidelong glance at the icy visage of Xian Yuanyi, who sat pensively beside the carriage, embodying solitude. "Bai He, please summon the evil king to join us in grilling the meat. Otherwise, he shall simply partake of our hard work without contributing, and he ought to lend a hand," she instructed. The maidens had long wished for the prince's presence, their hearts stirred by his forlorn demeanor. Yet, without their mistress's command, none dared to take the initiative. Upon her suggestion, they were filled with delight. He approached Xian Yuanyi and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the young lady requests your presence to assist with the grilling." Xian Yuanyi glanced at Sun Nuan, his heart lightening. This girl still harbors thoughts of me. He joined He at Sun Nuan's grilling station. "Xian Yuanyi, these are for you to grill. Just be sure not to char them." Sun Nuan chuckled lightly. The past few days had been rather awkward for both, each feeling like an uncomfortable presence in the other's life. However, the act of grilling meat shattered the tension, and Xian Yuanyi smiled. The hidden guards were momentarily taken aback. Our prince is actually smiling. In Chapter 80, as Xian Yuanyi grilled the meat, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The skewers were far easier to cook than rabbit, and he diligently turned them over. Once a batch was ready, he addressed the ancient sage. "Elder, these are prepared for you. Please indulge." The sage nodded appreciatively, accepting a skewer. "How I wish there were wine to accompany this. Such exquisite fare, what a pity." Returning to the carriage, Sun Nuan entered the space and clicked on the option to exchange for liquor. A vast array of labels appeared on the screen, and Sun Nuan's eyes landed on the Matai sauce-flavored 53-degree spirit. "This will suffice. The old man can handle it. Anything with a lower alcohol content would be as insipid as drinking plain water." Sun Nuan spent 15 points to redeem a bottle of Matai, removed it from its box, tore off the back label, and exited the space. "Senior, the wine has arrived. Here, give it a taste," she offered. The ancient master took the Matai from Sun Nuan's hands and examined the bottle. He uncorked it and inhaled deeply. "A fine wine indeed, my dear girl. I did not expect you to possess such a treasure." He then took a small sip. The rich, aromatic flavor was exquisite, full-bodied, and mellow. "Where did you procure such an exceptional wine?" he inquired, savoring the drink while indulging in skewers. Xian Yuanyi had also prepared another skewer and handed it to Sun Nuan. "Nuan, this is for you." Sun Nuan accepted the skewer, offered one to Xian Yuanyi, and kept another for herself, distributing the rest among Pearl and Lily so that everyone could partake. As the other skewers were gradually ready, Lily glanced over and said, "Miss, we will take care of the grilling. You and the prince can enjoy your meal over there." "Very well, icy facade, come. Let us sit aside and dine," she replied, taking a few skewers and settling onto a small stool. Xian Yuanyi also selected some skewers and joined Sun Nuan at her side. Sun Nuan pondered the situation. After all, what was a mere kiss from Xian Yuanyi? She could dismiss it as if a dog had simply nipped at her. Moreover, she had gained nothing less, having kissed him thrice. Administering medicine was also a splendid opportunity. If she weren't to dispense the medicine, wouldn't she have to kiss him anyway? As she dined, Sun Nuan gazed at the starry sky. "Ice-faced, you gaze upon the vast and boundless sky, with the luminous moon hanging high. Do you believe in the existence of spirits and deities?" Xian Yuanyi appeared perplexed as he glanced at Sun Nuan, who was lost in the starry night. "Perhaps there is some truth to it. It is merely that our mortal eyes cannot perceive it. Otherwise, how could we explain the venerable Buddha worshipped in those ancient temples?" "I share the same sentiment." "Ice-faced, what is your wish?" "A wish. I yearn for peace across the seas, for the populace to live in harmony and prosperity." "Such noble aspirations. Your heart is indeed attuned to the world." Xian Yuanyi inquired further, "Nuan, what is your desire?" "Haha, my ambitions are grand indeed. I aspire to wealth that rivals nations. My establishment shall grace every corner of the globe. Each day will be spent counting riches without a care in the world." Xian Yuanyi's lips curled into a smile, for such aspirations are truly admirable. Most women dream of finding a good husband, focusing on family and children. Yet you are quite different. Why seek a husband? Men are unreliable. Have you not heard that saying? It is better to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust a man's empty promises. Those ensnared by romantic illusions are often deceived. So, you do not wish to find a husband? What purpose would that serve? In due time, I shall possess an inexhaustible fortune, independent of anyone. Why should I seek companionship? Sun Nuan continued, "I desire a life of togetherness, a partnership for eternity. Look around. Men with wealth often have multiple wives. Women regard men as the sun, revolving around them, living in a state of subservience. A life of togetherness for eternity. If I could, would you agree?" Sun Nuan playfully chuckled, her icy demeanor softening. "You should reconsider. As a prince, you are bound to marry a princess, and then there are secondary consorts and a host of maids." Xian Yuanyi felt a chill envelop his heart, as if doused in frigid water, now cast aside and distanced by her disdain. He mused, "No matter how skilled you are, Nuan, you cannot escape my grasp. I may not be your ideal, but you are undeniably mine. Curiously, Sun Nuan gazed at Xian Yuanyi. How many years have you practiced with that fan? When I was on the mountain, I trained for over a month. Why? Do you wish to learn? He replied. If you bring me a share of your delicious dishes, I would gladly teach you. Is it really that simple? Sun Nuan asked in disbelief. What else could you desire? Surely, one cannot exchange fan skills for a promise of devotion. Aha. Fine, then. Every time you prepare something delectable, I shall receive my portion in return for my teachings, he declared. Bien Xia then brought over 2 skewers of grilled delicacies, and the pair resumed their feast. Once sated, Sun Nuan stood up, her icy expression returning. That area is spacious. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate the fan techniques there? Xian Yuanyi understood that he must not rush her. Otherwise, she might truly distance herself, leaving no chance for intimacy. Since she was eager to learn, he would teach her step by step to foster their bond. All right, let us go. The others remained by the grill, with Wuji Zushi observing the duo's departing figures. These two are truly well matched. If it doesn't work out, perhaps I shall take them as disciples. That Xian Yuanyi is quite commendable. In these past few days, I have grown quite fond of him. Endowed with extraordinary talent. She is a rare prodigy in martial arts, seldom seen in a century. In due time, both of them shall be my disciples, spending each day together. And as feelings develop over time, they shall wed. Haha. The Grandmaster of Wuji mused delightfully. Should Sun Nuan overhear such thoughts, she would assuredly refuse another drop of wine. How could someone of such age engage in matchmaking? Xian Yuanyi diligently instructed, demonstrating the movements with care. Sun Nuan, too, devoted herself to learning. Thus, one often beheld the scene of the two retrieving fans. Fortunately, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the ground beneath them. Sun Nuan felt content. Not needing to scavenge for fans was already a blessing. Chapter 81. An eye for an eye. Xian Yuanyi did not hastily impart knowledge to Sun Nuan. He had practiced for an entire month. No matter how swiftly she learned, it must be a gradual process, not to be rushed. If she mastered it in a day, would I not find myself unemployed the next? Once their practice concluded, Sun Nuan returned the fan to Xian Yuanyi. Thank you, Xian Yuanyi, she said sincerely. Do not mention it. I am merely a glutton, motivated by the promise of delicious food, he replied. Sun Nuan smiled. In the following days, their rapport blossomed harmoniously. She would consult Xian Yuanyi regarding the techniques she had retrieved from her space, seeking guidance in areas she found challenging. Whenever she cooked, she would prepare extra portions. When the masters were pleased, the subordinates also felt joy. Naturally, the happiest of all was the Grandmaster of Wuji, who reveled in the company of the younger generation, enjoying delightful meals and fine wines, living a remarkably pleasant life. Occasionally, while Xian Yuanyi instructed Sun Nuan in martial arts, the Grandmaster would offer his insights as well. The more he observed the pair, the more he grew fond of them. After a long journey, Sun Nuan finally arrived at Jingzhu Temple. She offered a donation for incense and arranged for the placement of memorial tablets. The tablet for the Shun family was placed here, allowing it to receive the benefits of incense and to be spiritually uplifted. Once everything was set, Sun Nuan lit a stick of incense, silently whispering, "Mother, may you rest in peace. I have avenged you against the concubine." As for Su Junsheng, one cannot entirely trust the concubine's biased words. Perhaps her motives are driven by vengeance. However, Su Junsheng is not a good person either. This matter requires further investigation. After completing her prayers, she was led to the guest quarters for pilgrims. The sinister Wang, Xian Yuanyi, went to the abbot's meditation room. That evening, a young novice brought her a meal. Sun Nuan glanced at the food and inquired of the novice, who sent this meal. The novice candidly replied, it was Master Wang Chen who arranged it. Whenever someone from the Duke of Dingbei's residence comes, it is always Master Wang Chen who coordinates. The old lady has great faith in him and specifically requests him, leading to a strong rapport between them. Ah, I understand. You've worked hard as well. You may leave now. Once the novice departed, Rendong observed, Miss, do you suspect something is amiss with this meal? Sun Nuan nodded. There are sedatives mixed into the dishes. We shall turn the situation to our advantage and see what they intend to do. You all, pour half of the food into this bag and pretend to have finished eating. Then, we will all feign unconsciousness. Outside, the novice heard a loud crash, likely the sound of bowls and plates falling to the ground. He quickly rushed to Master Wang Chen's chamber. Master, those individuals must have eaten the meal. They have all collapsed. Excellent work, replied the master. You have done very well. Accompanied by several monks, we have acquired the silver and cannot shy away from our duties. Master, are we not to leave a single soul in that room? Those are her maidservants. Not one can be spared, lest we leave a trace. Master Wanchen, accompanied by 5 individuals, arrived at Su Nuan's chamber. At that moment, the room had already been laced with poison by Su Nuan. Yet the maidservants had ingested the antidote and lay sprawled across the table, while Su Nuan and Pearl ascended to the rooftop. With a creak, the door swung open, and Master Wanchen stepped inside. They found only 3 individuals at the table and surveyed the surroundings, discovering no sign of the others. Where have the other 2 gone? Master Wanchen inquired. The young monk scratched his head, perplexed. There were 5 just a moment ago. Where could 2 have vanished? Master Wanchen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is Miss Su'er not present here? Then we shall incapacitate these few and dispose of them at the cliff on the back mountain. The young monk trembled in fear. Could it be that when I went to find the master, those 2 slipped out? I will check outside. Just as he was about to step forward, he exclaimed, "Why can't my legs move?" Master Wanchen cast a sidelong glance at the young monk, reproaching him for faltering at a critical moment. "Master, I too am unable to move." A burly figure interjected. "What sort of mischief is this? Watch me move." Master Wanchen declared as he prepared to lift his right foot. "Alas, why can I not move either? Master, we are all immobilized. How then shall we eliminate them? Ha ha, are we to be the ones slain?" Su Nuan and Pearl leaped down from the rooftop. Su Nuan grasped the Thunderfire Phoenix fan and pointed it at the Master Wanchen. "Is it you who seeks to take my life? Poisoning my food? This is my first visit to the Jingzhu Temple. We have no enmity from the past, nor any grudge recently. Why must you harm me? It is said that those who renounce the world are filled with compassion. Yet what I see are mere hypocrites, wolves disguised in sheep's clothing. Second miss, I implore you to spare us." The young monk pleaded. "Spare you? Did you even consider sparing me when you poisoned my food? When you brought these individuals to kill me, did you ever think of showing me mercy? No. It was only when you found yourselves as lambs to the slaughter that you recoiled like turtles. Your failure stems from your lack of skill. I, Su Nuan, never forgives those who wish to see me dead. The intent to kill is equivalent to murder itself. Second miss, it was the old lady of the Duke of Dingbei's residence who orchestrated this. We have no choice but to comply. We are merely taking money to alleviate their troubles." What a fine excuse to take money and alleviate troubles. If you accept others' gold, you must also bear the consequences. Upon finishing her words, Su Nuan waved her hand towards the group. Instantly, they all collapsed. "Miss, what shall we do next?" "Of course, we shall eliminate them and cast their bodies into the abyss. Is this not the fate they have arranged for us? Let us return their malice in kind. They shall not suffer losses." Without hesitation, they proceeded to place the 6 individuals into sacks and secured them tightly. Suddenly, with a thought from Su Nuan, the 6 vanished without a trace. "Pearl, Lily, follow me." At this moment, Xin Yuan Yu was engaged in a game of chess with the abbot. The abbot glanced outside, his fingers delicately manipulating his prayer beads, uttering, "Sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Sow evil seeds, reap evil fruits." Xin Yuan Yu felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that the words carried meanings that did not pertain to him. Had the abbot once again penetrated some profound truth? Su Nuan and her companions made their way towards the back mountain, arriving near a precipice. With a mere thought, 6 bags materialized upon the ground. Su Nuan brandished the dragon soul whip, delivering a fierce onslaught upon them, causing the blood within the bags to seep forth. To cast them down was to leave their fates to chance. Whether they lived or died was a matter of destiny. Should they survive, it would be a testament to their resilience. If they perished, the world would be rid of a few more calamities. Having spoken, Su Nuan kicked one of the bags off the cliff. Jinzhu Bai he mimicked Su Nuan's actions, sending the remaining bags careening down the precipice as well. Chapter 82. The malevolent king's deceit. On the following day, Su Nuan bid farewell to the abbot and descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, before she could even board the carriage, a woman's frantic cries pierced the air. My son, wake up, please." Curious, Su Nuan followed the sound to discover a lavishly dressed woman cradling a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, whose face was flushed and convulsing. Surrounding them stood 4 or 5 maids and matrons, paralyzed by uncertainty. Su Nuan's heart sank as she assessed the child's condition. It was evident that he was suffering from a fever exceeding 39 degrees Celsius. If not attended to, the fever could potentially inflict damage upon vital organs, perhaps the brain, or even the eyes. A well-behaved child, whose life is irrevocably shattered. The innocence of youth is an untainted treasure. In a previous life, soon one would encounter ailing adults, and her decision to assist or refrain would hinge upon her whims. Yet, upon witnessing a child in distress, her heart would never permit her to remain idle. She would always extend her benevolent hand. Approaching with determination, she addressed the lady, "Madam, I am a healer. Permit me to examine the child." The woman scrutinized her and thought, "This little girl resembles a sprout and hardly appears to possess any medical knowledge. Alas, perhaps in desperation, I shall allow her to try." The tear-streaked lady replied. Soon Nuan proceeded to take the boy's pulse and activated her device to scan the child. It revealed a severe cold afflicting him. The child was burning with fever, and it was imperative to bring his temperature down swiftly. The lady nodded in agreement. Inside the carriage, Soon Nuan prepared the antipyretic medication in a syringe and exchanged points for pediatric anroic and anti-cold granules. She returned to the child's side. "Madam, this child is feverish. Dangerously so. It could harm his eyes or brain. Here is the fever-reducing medication. I shall administer an injection in his posterior," she explained clearly. And the lady comprehended her words. Although she had never encountered the tools employed by this young girl, she believed that the child must have the boy's best interests at heart. Two attendants approached to assist, loosening the child's trousers. Soon Nuan began by disinfecting the injection site with an alcohol swab, then administered the injection, pushing the medication into the boy's body, instructing the attendants to hold a cotton ball in place. Next, she retrieved a golden needle and skillfully targeted several crucial acupoints on the child to alleviate his convulsions. Gradually, the boy's complexion began to soften, the redness fading, and the spasms subsiding. Soon Nuan then took out a box of children's anroic. "Madam, if the child experiences another fever, dissolve a packet in hot water, administering no more than 4 packets within 12 hours. The child is afflicted with a chill. This is an anti-cold granule, to be consumed 1 packet at a time. Once these 2 boxes are finished, the child should recover." The lady observed that the child's face was no longer flushed, and perspiration had appeared on his back, indicating a reduction in fever. Noticing the unfamiliar medicine, she produced a silver note from her clothing. "Thank you, young physician. I am the wife of the heir to the Duke of Ningwa. If you require assistance in the future, you may find me at the Duke's residence. I shall do my utmost to assist within my capabilities. Please accept this silver note as a consultation fee." Soon Nuan glanced at it. It was worth 500 taels. "Madam, this is too generous. 100 taels would suffice for the cost of the medicine. No, you must accept it. I cannot foresee where I might find you again." "Very well. I am truly grateful to you today. Otherwise, my son's condition would have been dire." With that, the lady removed a gold-inlaid jade bracelet from her wrist. "Please accept this as a token of my gratitude for your timely assistance." "There is no need, madam. I have already received more than enough in consultation fees. Young lady, please take it. We are fated to meet, and I may seek your help again in the future." Seeing the lady's resolute attitude, Soon Nuan reluctantly accepted the bracelet, and the lady nodded in acknowledgement. Soon Nuan, accompanied by her maid, continued on her journey. Upon reaching Sanqing Mountain in Jiangping Town, Xian Yuanyi finally caught up. While the revered Master Wuji's remained elusive, it was nearing noon. Although the sun blazed down upon the earth, a gentle breeze rendered the forest relatively cool. They discovered a flat area in the mountains and halted their carriage for a respite. Everyone disembarked, some perched upon tree stumps while others settled on the branches. Suddenly, 2 young individuals, appearing to be around 18 or 19, dashed towards them. Their garments were tattered, resembling the result of prolonged whipping, with faint traces of dried blood visible at the wounds. Their faces gleamed darkly, as if they had been polished by the sun, and their feet were clad in straw sandals that exposed their toes. The 2 approached Xian Yuanyi and immediately fell to their knees, pleading, "Help us, noble sir. We beseech you for mercy." Xian Yuanyi, with his sharp, phoenix-like eyes, inquired sternly, "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" One of them wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "In these deep mountains lies a gold mine, and we are but captured miners. If we work slowly, we are beaten. We are permitted only a single bowl of thin porridge each day, with not a single coin in wages. Armed guards watch over us, leaving us no chance of escape." "A gold mine?" Xian Yuanyi questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "Surely, you jest. I am well acquainted with every gold mine in the northern underworld. Who is responsible for its extraction?" "It is said to be mined by the Grand Prince of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom," he answered. "Have you lost your senses? The Prince of the Eastern Zhou dares to mine within our northern underworld territory? It is true. I would not dare to utter a falsehood. The prince is named Helian Inglong. Xian Yuanyi scrutinized the two once more, noting their earnestness, which suggested they were not lying. Moreover, he was familiar with Helian Inglong. Such a name was not one known to the common folk. Capture them. Where can they be found? In the distance. 5 or 6 individuals wielding large sabers and clad in military attire approached rapidly. Nuan, listening nearby, felt the words gold mine pierce her eardrums. At that moment, the group drew near, disregarding the presence of the evil king and his companions. Ingyi stepped forward, inquiring, "Who are you? How dare you act so brazenly?" Among the newcomers was a man with slanted eyes, who, with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, retorted, "What concern is it of yours if I capture my own people? Have you nothing better to do? In Jiangping, no one can interfere with our Lord Wu's affairs." "Who is your Lord Wu?" Ingyi pressed. "You would be terrified to learn. Lord Wu is the brother-in-law of the county magistrate, Ingyi Air," Xian Yuanyi commanded. In swift succession, Ingyi and Air subdued the assailants, leaving one conscious. "Tell us, who are you? What is your purpose here? And what roles do the others play? Dare to utter a falsehood, and your head shall swiftly relocate." I'll speak. Please, noble sir, spare my life. There exists a gold mine here, opened by the great Prince Helian Inglong of the Eastern Zhou. We were sent by the county magistrate to oversee the miners. What happens to the gold produced from this mine? It is transported to the residence of Prince Helian in the Eastern Zhou. The Eastern Zhou is far from here. How could it possibly be connected to the county magistrate? Ingyi rebuked. "I am not fabricating tales. Once, Helian Inglong passed through here and discovered the gold mine. Subsequently, he married the county magistrate's daughter and became a secondary consort to the great prince. From that point onward, the magistrate entrusted his brother-in-law with the management of this gold mine. Has all the gold we recently mined been transported? It is customary to move everything on the first day of each month, and that day is yet to arrive. The finished products are stored in the warehouse." Xian Yuanyi, listening intently, approached Nuan. "My dear, I have a rather fortuitous proposition for you. Are you interested? What is it? There exists an illicit gold mine, and I propose we partner together to take it over. Do you dare? A 50-50 split?" Nuan regarded Xian Yuanyi, gently patting his forehead, then her own. "You're not running a fever. Why on earth are you speaking such nonsense in broad daylight?" He did not appear to be lying. Is there truly such a good opportunity? Chapter 83. Deceived into a trap, we shall collaborate. Xian Yuanyi declared with utmost seriousness. Could there really be such a fortunate turn of events? Is the universe truly raining down pies? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Nuan inquired skeptically. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? After a moment of contemplation, Nuan's large eyes blinked rapidly as she scrutinized Xian Yuanyi. With your stoic demeanor, I can't shake the feeling that you might be setting a trap for me. Setting a trap? I'm offering you the chance to collect golden bars. And you claim I'm digging a pit? If you refuse, so be it. Xian Yuanyi glanced at Nuan before turning away. Wait, don't. I agree. I wholeheartedly consent. No need for a 50-50 split. I'll take 40, and you can have 60. Mentioning profit ignited Nuan's enthusiasm. Her smile radiated brilliance. You handle the arrangements. You know my situation. I have but a handful of subordinates, and they are hardly enough to manage this endeavor. Very well. Tonight we shall infiltrate the mine and assess the situation, Xian Yuanyi stated. Is it permissible to privatize a gold mine? Not possible. Everything belongs to the treasury. Yet I am a prince. The two were deep in discussion. As night fell into silence, Nuan, Xian Yuanyi, and Shadows 1 and 2 stealthily infiltrated the gold mine. The quartet quietly approached the storeroom of the mine. Nuan pointed at herself and then at the vault. Xian Yuanyi immediately comprehended. Nuan produced a pouch of powder and handed it to Shadows 1 and 2. They took the powder and approached the 4 guards in the storeroom. With a swift motion, the powder was cast, causing all 4 to collapse. The 2 shadows then dragged the guards into the nearby forest. Nuan's large eyes darted around, and with a few nimble leaps, she arrived at the vault door. Xian Yuanyi, observing her agility, marveled at Nuan's remarkable abilities. Realizing that no lock could possibly thwart her, leaning closer to Xian Yuanyi's ear, Nuan whispered, "Let us search the vault. Have Shadow 1 keep watch while you accompany me inside." Xian Yuanyi gestured to Shadows 1 and 2 and then entered the vault alongside Nuan. Inside, the darkness enveloped them, prompting Nuan to illuminate the space with a flashlight. "We will take everything shortly. Fear not. We shall share equally," she proclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the gold. With a flourish of her left hand, Boxes of gold vanished before Xianyuan Yi's astonished gaze. Sun Nuan ventured further into a smaller chamber, waving her hand once more, causing all contents to disappear again. Xianyuan Ye's face was a canvas of questions. How many secrets did she possess? This was truly extraordinary. After a flurry of activity, all the gold had been secured. She tugged at Xianyuan Yi, and together they exited the vault, with Sun Nuan locking the door behind them. Returning to the woods, Sun Nuan climbed aboard Xianyuan Ye's carriage. With an icy demeanor, she stated, "Once we reach your residence, place the gold in your treasury. It cannot be moved out just yet. Keep it with me for the time being. I have entrusted you with everything. Should I ever find myself in trouble, and they come to seize my possessions, all that gold would be lost." Xianyuan Yi replied, "Seize your possessions? You are the son of the emperor. Would he truly take from you? One cannot say for certain. The royal family is often devoid of compassion. Have you not heard? Within the palace, there exists only the relationship of ruler and subject, not that of father and son. You make a valid point. We have worked hard for this. We cannot allow it to benefit others." Upon hearing the term we, Xianyuan Yi felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing a united front. He mused to himself, "Little money grubber, since you have a penchant for wealth, I shall bestow upon you riches. Our interests are now intertwined. Escape shall be impossible for you." Had Sun Nuan known of Xianyuan Yi's cunning nature, she would never have contemplated robbing him. The following day, mining operations on the mountain were in full swing. Wu Chuanyu, the county magistrate's brother-in-law, had just finished his breakfast and was resting when a frantic knocking echoed from outside. Master Wu, a grave matter has arisen. Come in. What is the cause of such panic? You seem as if you have seen a ghost." Wu Chuanyu observed the commotion outside, his expression tinged with annoyance, and his demeanor grew increasingly brusque. "Master Wu, all the gold from our treasury has vanished." An anxious figure clad in official garb exclaimed. "Vanished? That is impossible. Just yesterday afternoon, I personally delivered several crates of finished gold." Wu Chuanyu expressed his disbelief. "It is true, Master Wu. If you do not believe me, go and see for yourself. I shall take a look. If you dare to lie, I shall ruin you." Wu Chuan strode out with an imposing demeanor. The storeroom was not far from where Wu Chuan resided. It took merely 6 or 7 minutes to arrive. The guards at the storeroom entrance had vanished, leaving only those carrying gold and armed attendants standing by. The door to the storeroom stood ajar, and as Wu Chuan entered with purposeful strides, he found the interior, which had been brimming with gold just the day before, now lay desolate and empty. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Where is the gold? Where have all the crates of gold gone? What has become of our gold?" After speaking, he glanced outside. Such a quantity of gold could not be stolen by a single individual. It would require at least dozens to simultaneously carry away the gold bars. Where were the guards from last night? One attendant clasped his fists. "My lord, we discovered the 4 guards in the nearby woods. They are still unconscious. We shall bring them here and awaken them with cold water." Chapter 84. The annihilation of 9 clans after Sun Nuan had pilfered the treasury. Xianyuan Yi dispatched Ing Heir to mobilize troops in Yongzhou City throughout the night. The following day, General Tian, accompanied by 2,000 elite soldiers, arrived in the woods of Sanqing Mountain to meet Xianyuan Yi. "Your Highness, your subordinate pays his respects." General Tian bowed and clasped his fists. "There is no need for formality, General Tian. I am sure Ing Heir has briefed you. This is the gold mine of Helian Inglong from the Eastern Zhou Kingdom. Ensure that all involved are executed and their 9 clans annihilated. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall see to this matter diligently." General Tian had always been a loyal follower of Xianyuan Yi. General Tian turned around and commanded, "Zhanlong, Zhanhu. You 2 brothers shall lead 200 elite soldiers to the county office and apprehend the treacherous magistrate, Chao Dequan." Zhanlong and Zhanhu clasped their fists in salute. Acknowledging the order, they promptly set off with their contingent of troops. Meanwhile, General Tian advanced towards the gold mine with the remaining forces. Upon their arrival at the mine, they found Wu Yi observing 4 guards kneeling on the ground. Wu Chuanyu seethed, "You have been completely deceived and failed to notice any signs. Your foolishness is beyond measure. Bring forth punishment." "Ah, Master Wu, spare us," the guards pleaded. "We had no knowledge of who stole the gold bars from the treasury. Please, have mercy on us." Wu Chuanyu, the county magistrate's brother-in-law, sat in a chair with his eyes wide and his brows nearly vertical. "I may spare you. But will the crown prince of the Eastern Zhou be so forgiving? He will surely have my head. Beat them mercilessly." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Arrest Wu Chuanyu for treason and collusion with the enemy." Detain all the soldiers here, General Tian instructed. Several groups surged into action, and within moments, Wu Chuanyu and his trusted aides were bound tightly and kneeling on the ground. The miners and the guarding soldiers soon arrived. My lord, the task has been accomplished. Wu Chuanyu, you have committed treason by delivering the gold of Baiming to the enemy prince. Your audacity is remarkable. Wu Chuanyu was left in shock. In this remote mountain location, how could a lord have appeared and discovered this gold mine? Suddenly, he realized that it was the county magistrate's brother-in-law who had betrayed him. Engaging in treason is a heinous crime that implicates one's entire lineage. He had been so focused on profit that he had failed to consider this grave consequence. Your Highness, spare my life. I was merely overseeing the mines. I had no part in this wrongdoing. How long have you been operating this gold mine? To whom have you sent gold? This mine has been in operation for just over 3 years. Initially, the yield was modest, but this year it has increased, with shipments ranging from 3 to 5,000 taels each month. Your Highness, I swear I am not involved in this. I am merely following orders. I implore you to grant me mercy. As Wu Chuan finished speaking, he prostrated himself repeatedly on the ground. Your Highness, kill him. He has countless victims on his conscience. A frail miner cried out. Your Highness, here is the ledger. Please take a look. General Tian handed the freshly uncovered ledger to Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi opened the ledger, flipping through its pages. Wu Chuan, how dare you lie before me? Do you wish to lose your head? Xianyuan Yi was engulfed in a menacing aura, his voice laced with fury. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Wu Chuan trembled uncontrollably, a foul liquid seeping from his trousers. Bring forth those who conspired with him in treason and seek to undermine the state. Execute them all. Xianyuan Yi commanded, his eyes sharp and commanding, radiating an aura of authority without overt anger. Immediately, over 20 men approached, dragging Wu Chuan and others to one side. Your Highness, please spare us. We were merely carrying out the county magistrate's orders to oversee the mines. One of the overseers pleaded desperately. Have mercy on you. For the enemy nation employs the wealth of our northern Ming to procure various weapons, and subsequently slaughters our valiant soldiers. How can I possibly show you mercy? It has only been a few days since I quelled the turmoil in the northwest, during which our warriors fought valiantly on the battlefield, suffering countless casualties. Yet, you stand behind, sending gold to our adversaries, those who invade our borders from the eastern Zhou. At this moment, the people recognize this prince as the one who has rendered remarkable service to the northern Ming kingdom, the 7th son of the current emperor. The formidable Prince Xianyuan Yi. Ying Yi and General Tian address matters concerning the mines. Yes, my lord. The miners kneel. We humbly greet you, my lord. Xianyuan Yi surveyed the scene, his countenance grave. Those who wish to remain in the mines may do so. There will be wages. And you shall be well fed thrice daily, free from beatings. Henceforth, this gold mine shall belong solely to the northern Ming kingdom. Those who wish to stay, please register with General Tian. My lord, is what you say truly so? Wages for staying? A diminutive miner expressed his skepticism. Indeed, I assure you, replied Xianyuan Yi. Then we shall remain. If we can earn wages here, avoid beatings, and have enough to eat, I am willing to stay, declared the small miner. I am willing too. I am willing. Many miners hurriedly rushed to register. Nuan observed Xianyuan Yi's decisive manner, and concurrently, she recognized his esteemed place in the hearts of the common people, leading her to regard him with newfound admiration. Xianyuan Yi turned to Nuan, saying, Nuan, let us inspect the situation in the mountains. Nuan nodded, with several maidservants trailing behind them. Nuan gazed upon the mountainside, which, though not particularly vast, was rich in resources, promising gold to be extracted for as many years as possible. As they strolled, she noticed some peppers growing in the terrain, which filled her with delight, prompting her to pluck a few. Banksia, Hindun, do you see what I hold in my hand? Gather as many as you can. I have bags for you, Nuan declared, retrieving a shopping bag from her sleeve. The group eagerly began harvesting the peppers, based on her observations. She noted that peppers had yet to be cultivated in this era. With this splendid find, her future was secure. She would dry the pepper seeds and plant them in her space, ensuring an inexhaustible supply. Nuan diligently continued to gather them. Suddenly, her foot inadvertently kicked something. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a potato, also known as a tuber. It was then that she noticed numerous wilted potato vines surrounding her. Holding a fist-sized potato in her hand, she called out to Xianyuan Yi, come quickly and see. Xianyuan Yi, who had been picking peppers nearby, approached her upon hearing her summons. What is it, girl? He inquired. With a sense of pride, Nuan flaunted the potato. Do you see what I am holding? Do you know its name? Have you ever tasted it? What is this? Nuan asked, examining the potato before shaking his head in confusion. Baita. Have you seen this before? The maidens all shook their heads in unison. After we finish gathering the peppers, let us start digging for this in the soil. It is called a potato. On a night under the celestial realm of Nuan, if this potato were to be cultivated on a large scale, the populace would not suffer from starvation. In times of famine, it could serve as sustenance. Let us venture to the mines and procure some shovels to unearth these potatoes. At this juncture, potatoes have yet to be introduced to China. Their origins remain a mystery, yet they are undeniably potatoes. Do you see? Wherever these seedlings thrive, there surely lie potatoes beneath. Let us excavate gently. Nuan raised a withered seedling for all to observe. Thus, the group began to dig upon the mountainside, eventually unearthing 2 woven sacks filled with their bounty. Despite the singular appearance of each seedling, the potatoes, though modest in size, were plentiful. Nuan turned to Nuan and declared, "Take 1 sack for yourself, and I shall retain the other for planting." She picked up a potato and pointed out the numerous small indentations upon its surface, each representing a potential potato sprout. By cutting these indentations as one would slice a block, taking care to include a portion of the potato beneath, and leaving them to bask in the sun or mixing them with wood ash, one could plant them in the spring with the indentations facing upward. In 2 to 3 months, they would yield a harvest of potatoes. Nuan examined one closely, recognizing the necessity of presenting this remarkable find to his father, the emperor. In times of calamity, this could resolve the food crisis for the people, especially given its short maturation period. Nuan contemplated the prospect of cultivating these potatoes in her spatial realm, which remained untouched by the vicissitudes of the seasons. With the temperature during the transition from spring to summer being just right, she could yield an abundant harvest throughout the year, thereby increasing her seed stock considerably. Her points redemption system exclusively offers branded non-perishable items, such as meat, fish, fruits, and vegetables, while seeds are also excluded. Nuan continued her introduction. Potatoes can be prepared in various ways. They can be stewed, sliced for frying, or steamed to perfection. Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, accompanied by 200 men, arrived at the county office. The guards, upon seeing them, sent one man forward to inquire, "Who are you? And why do you seek the county magistrate?" "Chao Dequan has committed treason, and we, under the orders of General Tian, have come to apprehend him." Upon hearing this, the guards in the county office fell silent. Treason is a grave offense, and they feared that a misstep could entangle them in peril. "The magistrate is in the back courtyard," one guard announced. A dozen men stood watch, and all present remained motionless. One guard whispered to another, "Brother, did you see that?" I suspected that getting too close to the Eastern Zhou prince would not bode well. They even dispatched some soldiers to the gold mine. This time, the matter is serious. Indeed, those carts laden with gold have all gone to the enemy prince. If discovered, it would mean certain death. I never expected this day would arrive so swiftly. Each shipment of gold bars sent to the Eastern Zhou kingdom saw Chao Dequan pocketing a tenth for himself. He could not toil without reward. Gold is truly a splendid treasure, gleaming with allure. What advantage is there in being a governor or a minister? None compares to my carefree existence. With an endless supply of gold at my disposal, a lady clad in purple satin, filled with apprehension, spoke, "My lord, for the past few days, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. Could it portend something ominous? I have a nagging feeling that the arrival of gold in the Eastern Zhou is hardly a fortuitous event. Just days ago, I heard that a malevolent king has dispatched troops to the northwest to quell unrest, instigated by the people of Eastern Zhou. Tell me, for the sake of a daughter, is it worth our while to assist Hellianing Long? Should we be discovered, it would constitute a grave act of treason, and we would face certain death." County Magistrate Chao cast a sideways glance at the lady, saying, "What do you know? That gold mine lies deep within the mountains. How many would even be aware of it? Alas, what can I say? You possess long hair, but a short-sighted perspective. But, my lord, my heart feels so unsettled." The woman replied, her worry palpable. "Rest assured, we have faced no troubles these past years. There is no need for concern," he reassured her. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching from the courtyard. A voice called out, "It's bad news, Lord Chao. General Tian has sent someone." Chao opened the door to find Steward Liu in a state of panic. "Do not be alarmed. What business does he have with me?" "I do not know. But perhaps it would be prudent for you to hide elsewhere, my lord." "Hide? Why should I hide? The road is wide, and we can each go our own way. I have done nothing to provoke General Tian. What right has he to meddle in my affairs? Before he could finish, a throng of people surged into the courtyard, filling the small space to capacity. Zhan Long and Zhan Hu boldly entered the room, declaring, Chao de Quan, you have colluded with the crown prince of Eastern Zhou, Hellianing Long, to transfer the gold that rightfully belongs to our Baiming kingdom to the enemy. Seize him. In that moment, County Magistrate Chao was rendered speechless. Indeed, his wife's foreboding had proven accurate. The thought of this day had crossed my mind before. However, the distance between the emperor and his subjects is vast. Here, it was said that the eldest did not mention the second. How could General Tian possibly uncover the truth? Bring forth Chao de Quan and bind him. Bind all his family at the entrance of the county office. County Magistrate Chao was frantic, exclaiming, What right do you have to apprehend me? I have done nothing to provoke you. Engaging in treason, yet you claim innocence. That is a grave offense that implicates your entire lineage. You are on the brink of death and remain oblivious to your transgressions. My soldiers fight valiantly on the battlefield, their blood staining the ground. And you dare to send gold to the enemy, spoke Zhan Long coldly. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Chao's forehead. Chao's wife was left in shock. This day has finally arrived. She had advised her husband numerous times, but he had refused to heed her warnings. What good is gold if you have no life left to spend it? Instantly, chaos ensued in the back courtyard. This county magistrate Chao was also one who relished in luxury, with a total of 18 concubines in his household. Each concubine adorned herself splendidly, reveling in their fortune. Although they were but concubines, they possessed vast sums of gold and silver. At that moment, the concubines wept and wailed, yet their lamentations were in vain, for they too were bound and taken away. Zhan Long and Zhan Hu proceeded to raid Chao's treasury, seizing all the boxes of gold bars, which were subsequently sealed and transported away. Both Zhan Long and Zhan Hu were astonished. They had not expected that this seemingly insignificant place could yield such an abundance of ill-gotten wealth amassed by County Magistrate Chao. 3 years of a clear-minded magistrate. 100,000 taels of silver. Indeed, this saying was not unfounded. Meanwhile, the streets bustled with people when they beheld the once illustrious County Magistrate Chao. Now adorned with a neck collar, their astonishment was palpable. His beautiful wives and concubines now appeared disheveled and shackled. This corrupt official has finally met his just fate. O heavens! O earth! Which sister has granted us this reprieve? As Zhan Long and Zhan Hu apprehended everyone, they were all bound. The sound of gongs and drums echoed as they proclaimed, Chao de Quan, guilty of treason and betrayal, shall bring ruin to his entire clan. This corrupt official has finally received his comeuppance. With that, she picked up a decaying leaf from the ground and hurled it at Chao de Quan. This act inspired the surrounding populace. Soon, wilted leaves, small stones, and even eggs were launched toward him. As Chao de Quan walked, an egg suddenly soared towards his forehead, shattering upon impact, causing the yolk and egg white to cascade down his face. Chapter 86. A hero saves the beauty. Of foul egg struck County Magistrate Chao on the head, igniting his fury. Seize that woman and beat her to death. He instinctively barked orders, oblivious to the fact that he was now a condemned man. Laughter erupted from the crowd, who once mistook him for a mere 7th-grade magistrate. Alas, he was now a prisoner. The citizens mocked him, and a fresh barrage of vegetable leaves and rotten eggs rained down upon him. Those concubines, who usually wielded their influence with impunity, now found themselves at the mercy of the crowd. They had previously taken whatever they desired from the common folk without fear of retribution. But today, the tides had turned. The people, seeking to vent their frustrations, hurled whatever they could find at the concubines. The latter quickly raised their hands to shield their faces, yet their hair became matted with spoiled leaves and shattered eggs. Some decayed vegetable leaves were infested with worms, which slowly crawled onto the face of a concubine. The concubine sprang up in alarm. With her hands bound, she could only raise her arms and repeatedly wipe her face. The common people harbored a profound hatred for this magistrate. For over a decade, they had been exploited, enduring hardship while he, in pursuit of his own gain, betrayed the nation. And what of his daughter, married off as a secondary consort? What significance did that hold, when she was still but a concubine? Yuan Yi summoned 2 shadow guards to his side, instructing Ying Heir to manage the situation here, ensuring swift progress. Once we reach the capital, we shall dispatch others, and you may return. Yes, my lord. In the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, during the morning court, Emperor Hellian Hong sat majestically upon the golden throne adorned with 9 dragons. Long live the emperor! The ministers proclaimed as they bowed. Rise, my loyal subjects. The emperor continued. For days on end, incessant rains have caused floods that have submerged our fields, leaving the common people in dire straits, suffering immensely. After 2 years of warfare with the northern abyss, our treasury is nearly depleted. We urgently require a substantial sum of silver. Do any of you, my esteemed ministers, have a solution? The ministers bowed their heads in silence. The crown prince and several other adult princes also remained mute. As the emperor sat there, his expression shifted from green to pale. In times of peace, these ministers were loquacious, yet when the nation faced calamity, they became mute. The court was enveloped in a chilling silence, broken only by the sound of quiet breaths. At that moment, Helian Inglong stepped forward, clasping his fists. Father, I am willing to contribute 200,000 taels of gold to aid the disaster-stricken areas. The crown prince Helian Haoyan displayed a look of disdain and shot him a glare, inwardly lamenting. Helian Inglong, you are merely flaunting yourself. Let us see how you procure 200,000 taels of gold. The crown prince's noble brother is a paragon for us all, and the citizens of the disaster-stricken areas will undoubtedly remember his generous benevolence, remarked the fifth prince. The other princes and members of the crown prince's faction echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, the crown prince's maternal grandfather, Prime Minister Qin, mused quietly, 200,000 taels of gold. What an astronomical sum. Where could such wealth possibly originate? Your Majesty, I find myself somewhat perplexed, said the Prime Minister. What is it that troubles you, my dear Qin? Do not hesitate to inquire. Prime Minister Qin bowed respectfully, questioning. The crown prince is but a prince with limited resources. From where could he possibly amass 200,000 taels of gold? This inquiry was not solely on the mind of Prime Minister Qin. It was a question that lingered in the thoughts of everyone present, including the emperor himself. Indeed, Inglong, from whence do you acquire this gold? Upon discovering the peculiar stones in that region, he ventured to investigate further, only to unexpectedly uncover a gold mine. Through years of accumulation, he had managed to gather this substantial sum. The emperor of the Eastern Zhou beamed with delight, filled with joy at the revelation. So it is, my son, you possess a profound sense of righteousness and an understanding of the people's suffering. The gold you have accumulated over the years indeed saves the populace from calamity. In recognition of Helian Inglong's magnanimity, he was granted the title of King of Yongping. Helian Inglong felt a swell of pride, though he maintained a composed demeanor. He promptly knelt, exclaiming, Your son humbly thanks his majesty for his grace. Inglong, rise, the emperor commanded. In the coming days, you shall set forth with a retinue and further infiltrate the northern underworld. According to past customs and following the contours of the mountains, there should be additional gold mines near the vicinity of the existing one. I understand. Tomorrow, I shall set forth with my men. Helian Inglong pondered. Exchanging 200,000 taels of gold for the title of Prince of Yongping is indeed worthwhile. It is well known that in the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, for a prince to be conferred a royal title is no easy feat. Only those who have achieved remarkable military exploits are worthy of such honor. There are not enough opportunities to earn these exploits, and one cannot simply instigate wars with other nations. Now, the attempt to seize treasures from the northern Ming Kingdom has led to an escalating conflict and a depleted national treasury. After the morning court, Helian Inglong returned to his residence as the crown prince. Upon entering, he proceeded to the cloud-scarlet chamber of concubine Chao Weiniang. Upon seeing Helian Inglong, Chao Weiniang's expression brightened, and she hurriedly bowed, paying her respects to the crown prince. Helian Inglong gazed at Chao Weiniang with a smile, saying, Weiniang, you are truly my fortuitous star. Since marrying you, the yield of gold from the mines has increased significantly, bringing honor to my household. Soon, our residence shall be transformed into the Prince of Yongping's mansion. Concubine Chao rose gracefully, examining Helian Inglong closely, and smiled. Congratulations, Your Highness. I celebrate your achievements. Helian Inglong embraced her, and they engaged in intimate acts. Chao Weiniang was indeed a rare gem, enjoying enduring favor. 3 years prior, while hunting in the Sanqing Mountains of northern Ming, Helian Inglong encountered the enchanting Chao Weiniang, who captivated him completely. Thus, he devised a scheme to rescue the beautiful maiden. Helian Inglong instructed his subordinates to masquerade as bandits and abduct Chao Weiniang. Chao Weiniang's companions were swiftly subdued, and she too found herself outmatched, tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, she was bound and roughly pushed deeper into the mountains. Spotting Helian Inglong approaching on horseback, she cried out desperately for help. Helian Inglong, brandishing his sword, confronted the bandits with a fierce declaration, You ruffians, what audacity! Under the broad daylight, you dare to abduct a maiden. He continued, his voice laced with fury. Release her, and I shall spare your lives. One of the outlaws erupted into laughter, taunting him. I advise you to mind your own business, or you shall invite disaster upon yourself. With disdain, Helian Inglong retorted, I shall take charge of this matter today. You must release this young lady, whether you wish to or not. He then drew his treasured sword and charged at the bandits. Chow Weinying, witnessing the bandits falter against the valiant figure before her, saw them retreat in haste, ultimately fleeing in unison. Captivated by Helian Inglong's striking appearance and graceful demeanor, she felt a burgeoning affection for him. In gratitude, she promptly performed a deep bow, her complexion paling, tears welling in her eyes, exuding an air of delicate helplessness that stirred compassion in those who beheld her. I am forever grateful for your heroic rescue, she expressed. Helian Inglong approached and gently assisted Chow Weinying to her feet. As their hands touched, a flush crept across her face, and she shyly lowered her gaze, only to glance back at him with a bashful demeanor. Chapter 87. A Heart's Secret Affection. Helian Inglong was a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart. He was well aware of Chow Weinying's unspoken thoughts, yet he feigned the demeanor of a chivalrous hero, while his own heart began to stir with newfound emotions. As Chow Weinying rose to her feet, she unexpectedly stumbled forward. Observing this, Helian Inglong could not bear to see the young beauty fall. He stepped forward just in time, and Chow Weinying fell directly into his embrace. This entire scene unfolded so seamlessly that one might believe it was unintentional. However, in truth, she was a woman of ambition, harboring secret affections, and her actions were indeed deliberate. Such subtle maneuvers were not lost on Helian Inglong, who felt a surge of delight at her cunning. The duo soon arrived at the residence of County Magistrate Chow. Upon seeing the group of maids accompanying his daughter, all bearing injuries, he was about to unleash his anger. But then he noticed a striking young man following closely behind his daughter. Father, she exclaimed, I encountered peril while hunting in the mountains. Thankfully, this young gentleman intervened just in time to save me, driving off the mountain bandits. Otherwise, we may never have seen each other again. With that, she began to weep softly. Magistrate Chow quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you for your timely rescue. Helian Inglong responded with a smile. There is no need for such formalities. Anyone would have acted to prevent a young lady from falling into the clutches of bandits. Noticing the young man's distinguished demeanor and the innate aura of valor he exuded, Magistrate Chow grew increasingly curious. Pray tell, how did you come to be on Sanqing Mountain? He inquired. I found her being taken deeper into the woods, and thus I drove off the bandits to rescue her, Helian Inglong replied. Magistrate Chow nodded, increasingly impressed by the young man. He then asked, May I inquire where you reside, and do you have a wife? Upon hearing this question, Helian Inglong chose not to conceal his origins. He had discovered the unique mountain stones in this area, which fell under the jurisdiction of Magistrate Chow. Yesterday, he had sent someone to inquire about County Magistrate Chow, and thus he began to contemplate forming an alliance. County Magistrate Chow, understanding the situation, mused to himself, So, he is a prince from the Eastern Zhou, and it is quite customary for one to have both a primary and a secondary consort. The Eastern Zhou and Northern Ming nations are still in a state of peaceful coexistence. Magistrate Chow was quite pleased with this Helian Inglong. He then remarked, This evening, I have prepared a modest repast to express my gratitude to the Grand Prince for his rescue of my daughter. Helian Inglong quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. There is no need for such formality. I must continue my journey to the capital. It was merely a trivial act. Anyone would have intervened to prevent the young lady from falling into the hands of brigands. Upon hearing this, Chow Weinying gazed at him with affectionate eyes and gently implored, Benefactor, please do not depart. If you leave now, I will feel truly remorseful. Helian Inglong had already developed feelings for Chow Weinying. Her cheeks were as translucent as jade, and though a few strands of hair were slightly disheveled, they added to her charm. Her vivid red lips parted slightly, adorned with an enchanting smile, and her full bosom rose and fell gently with each breath. Faced with such earnest affection, Helian Inglong smiled slightly and said, Then I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Magistrate Chow nodded repeatedly, secretly thinking, This prince possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Perhaps he is destined to be an emperor. If my daughter were to marry him, she would surely become a royal consort, and my family would indeed be blessed. My dear nephew, having journeyed far, must be weary. Come, take the Grand Prince below to rest. Grand Prince, this way please. A guard stepped forward, extending a hand with courtesy. Thank you, magistrate. I shall take my leave now. After Helian Inglong finished speaking, he did not cast another glance at Chao Weiniang and strode out. As Helian Inglong's figure vanished from sight, County Magistrate Chao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You ungrateful daughter! How many times must I tell you not to go hunting? If you desire something to eat, you may purchase it." "Father, I realize my mistake," Chao Weiniang replied, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Sighing, he continued, "Very well, let me ask you, what do you think of the Grand Prince?" Chao Weiniang's face flushed crimson. "I find him quite handsome, possessing a chivalrous spirit and the demeanor of a great hero." Nodding thoughtfully, County Magistrate Chao elaborated. "If you were to become a member of his household, would you be willing?" "I would," she affirmed eagerly. "Good. You are my only daughter. Yet a man must marry and a woman must wed. My status is too lowly. In the northern Mayong kingdom, you could never become a prince's consort. However, since you share a connection, I shall support you. Tonight, we shall host a banquet. You must ensure he becomes inebriated and then assist him to his chamber. Once the circumstances are right, he cannot deny his obligations. A prince may have a primary consort, yet he lacks a secondary one. This matter must be resolved. And he can only take you as his concubine. From that point on, you will have access to endless wealth, and when the Grand Prince ascends the throne, you shall be the royal consort. This is a singular opportunity. Should you decline, I shall not press you, for this concerns the course of your life. Reflect on it. But remember, the chance is fleeting." Chao Weiniang nodded repeatedly, convinced of her father's wisdom. "Father, I am willing. I take my leave." Chao Weiniang, like the daughter of County Magistrate Chao, gracefully bowed and stepped outside with delicate, lotus-like movements. Upon reaching her private chamber, she began to converse with herself. "My father holds the modest title of a 7th-rank official. Given my current status, even with my remarkable beauty, marrying a prince seems an impossibility. The prospect of marrying into high-ranking nobility is equally bleak, since fate has dictated thus. What difference does it make in which nation I become a royal consort? Is life not meant for enjoyment? I am determined to wed the crown prince." Resolute in her thoughts, she commenced her bathing and dressing ritual, adorning herself with care. During dinner, Helian Inglong arrived early. "This humble girl has the honor of meeting His Highness the Crown Prince," Chao Weiniang remarked with a bow. Earlier, amidst the forest, Helian Inglong had paid her little mind. Yet at this moment, he was entranced. She wore a pristine white gauze gown that clung to her enchanting figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her beauty captivating. With long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her lips, a vivid red, resembled freshly bloomed cherries, ripe and alluring. With the table set with delicacies and wine, as Chao Weiniang poured a drink for Helian Inglong, the atmosphere grew lively. After several rounds of toasts and an array of dishes, County Magistrate Chao interjected, "Your Highness, I am weary. Allow my daughter to keep you company." One by one, the maidservants discreetly exited, granting the two a moment of solitude. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation flowed effortlessly, with cup after cup shared, until Helian Inglong felt the effects of inebriation. "I find myself intoxicated and must cease drinking. Weiniang, assist me to my quarters for rest." Within this vibrant milieu, Chao Weiniang, immersed in her surroundings, had absorbed much of the art of conversation and charm. Chao Weiniang supported Helian Inglong as they made their way to the guest room, where he stumbled unsteadily. Inside, a maid had already lit an enticing incense. Upon entering the room, Chao Weiniang was immediately captivated by the delightful fragrance that filled the air. "My lord, allow me to assist you to the bed for some rest," she said gently. Helian Inglong nodded in response. Upon reaching the bedside, Chao Weiniang helped him out of his outer garment and removed his shoes. She lifted his legs and placed them onto the bed before assisting him to lie down. The warm incense enveloped the room in a swirling haze of purple smoke. Helian Inglong felt his body becoming increasingly warm, and a flush crept onto his face. Chao Weiniang was not faring much better, feeling an overwhelming heat throughout her body. She yearned for a breath of fresh air, but just as she turned to leave, Helian Inglong seized her with one large hand and pulled her toward him with force. Chao Weiniang found herself uncontrollably falling against him, her cherry-like lips colliding directly with his nose. Though inebriated, Helian Inglong felt a sharp sting, nearly bringing him to tears. Their gazes locked, filled with a hazy allure. Helian Inglong embraced Chao Weiniang tightly, rolling over to pin her beneath him. He pressed his lips to her forehead, her eyes, her nose, and finally, succumbing to temptation, he kissed her soft lips. This sudden kiss struck like a tempest, catching Chao Weiniang completely off guard. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. Helian Inglong tenderly brushed his hand over her eyes, prompting her to close them. He greedily clutched his breath, fervently exploring every corner. In that fleeting moment of excitement, they became oblivious to everything around them. She felt her body gradually growing hotter, her heartbeat intensifying, as if she were ablaze. Their kiss deepened and entwined further. Chao Weining had never experienced such intimacy with anyone else. Her senses dulled and unable to keep pace with Helian Inglong's fervent advances. At that moment, an involuntary moan escaped her throat. The pain caused her to arch her body, tears welling up, while Helian Inglong gently comforted her. The night seemed exceptionally long, and under the influence of passionate incense, they continued their fervent exchanges until the rooster crowed at dawn, before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, a steward, under the orders of the county magistrate, arrived to summon the crown prince for breakfast. After several knocks on the door without a response, the steward began to call out, "Crown Prince! Crown Prince! The magistrate requests your presence for breakfast." Helian Inglong, stirred by the knocking, abruptly opened his sleepy eyes. He rubbed his head, and as he raised his hand, he unexpectedly brushed against something. Turning instinctively to the side, he beheld a woman with skin as fair as snow lying beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, "Chao Weining." At that moment, his mind went blank. He had desired Chao Weining, but not in this manner. He lamented inwardly. He had intended to pursue a deeper connection with County Magistrate Chao, yet now he had inadvertently taken his daughter in such a way. Alas, last night, after drinking, it was Chao Weining who had assisted him inside, yet afterward, he remembered nothing at all. Just then, Chao Weining also stirred awake. She beheld Helian Inglong with his upper body bared. "Your Highness, how did I end up here?" Chao Weining exclaimed in astonishment. Hastily, she drew the quilt up to shield her chest. Helian Inglong, while rubbing his forehead, explained, "Last night, we drank together, and after that, my memory eludes me." With tears welling in her eyes, Chao Weining lamented, "What am I to do? What am I to do? My father will surely punish me severely." She cast aside the silk quilt and hurriedly donned her clothing. The vivid crimson blossoms of blood directly caught Helian Inglong's gaze, eliciting a flicker of delight within him. "Weining, I am truly sorry. It was my inebriation that led to this. I shall take responsibility." Chao Weining then broke into tears once more. Helian Inglong enveloped her in his embrace, saying, "Weining, I cannot bestow upon you the title of primary consort, as I am already betrothed to an empress chosen by the sovereign. I can only offer you the position of a secondary consort." After a moment of consolation, he dressed himself. Chao Weining wept with the elegance of a rain-soaked pear blossom, as if burdened with innumerable grievances. Helian Inglong felt a pang of discomfort at the sight. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the voice of the county magistrate. "Your Highness, are you awake?" In a flurry of fear, Chao Weining concealed herself behind the prince. Helian Inglong gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not. I am here. I shall take responsibility." He opened the door, and the previously smiling magistrate Chao's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing his disheveled daughter within, erupting in a fit of rage. He pointed at Chao Weining with a trembling hand, berating her. You, wretched girl, how could you find yourself in the chambers of the crown prince? Have you forgotten all notions of female virtue and propriety? How could I have given birth to such an unfilial daughter? You have brought shame upon my aged face. How can you be so shameless as to dare to climb into the crown prince's bed?" With that, he swung his hand towards Chao Weining's face. However, Helian Inglong, skilled in martial arts, swiftly seized the wrist of County Chief Chao. "My apologies, Lord Chao. The fault lies with me, not with Weining. It was my intoxication that led to this loss of control. I shall take full responsibility for my actions. While I am already betrothed to a principal consort by the Emperor's decree, I am willing to designate Weining as a secondary consort." County Chief Chao shook his head repeatedly. "Your Highness, she is but the daughter of a 7th-rank official. She cannot bear the weight of such a position. Tomorrow, I shall send her to a nunnery to cultivate herself and let her fend for herself there." Upon hearing this, Chao Weining fell to her knees with a thud, pleading, "Father, I was wrong. Please spare me. Even if it means death, I shall not go to the nunnery. You wretched girl, committing such disgraceful acts. And yet you dare to beg me. Prepare yourself. By the standards of social standing, you are unworthy of the crown prince." Chao Weining continued to bow her head in supplication. "Father, please forgive me. Forgive me." Yet County Chief Chao remained resolute. His expression grim, harbored no more such hopes. Disappointment filled Chao Weining's eyes, blood trickling from her forehead. Weakly, She rose to her feet and bowed to Helian Inglong, saying, "Crown Prince, it seems we are fated to be apart in this life. Perhaps we shall meet again in the next." Upon finishing her words, she collided with the nearby pillar. Chapter 89, You Are Not My Type. At that moment, the lady arrived with her maidservant. One maid, upon noticing, leaped forward and obstructed Chao Weiniang. Chao Weiniang crashed into the maid's body. "Get out of my way. Do not block me. Let me die. I have brought shame upon my family. I can no longer face the world," she exclaimed, pushing the maid aside. The maid clung desperately to Chao Weiniang. The county magistrate's wife hurried over, embracing Chao Weiniang, and began to weep. "Chao Daquan, are you trying to drive your daughter to her death? She is my only child. How can you be so heartless and foolish? If you force her to her end, I shall not wish to live either." The county magistrate retorted angrily, "It is all your fault, ignorant woman. How dare she aspire to the crown prince? Truly, a doting mother often spoils her child. I shall not concern myself further. You may deal with it as you see fit." With that, Chaoji County's expression darkened, and he strode away in a huff, flinging his sleeve. "Crown Prince, let us converse in the tea hall," the lady suggested kindly. Once in the tea hall, everyone took their seats, and a maidservant served tea while the others withdrew. "Crown Prince, please do not take offense. My husband is quite stubborn and inflexible in times of trouble." Helian Inglong nodded. "Madam, I can only take Weiniang as a secondary consort. The primary consort is a match bestowed by the Emperor. Crown Prince, regardless of the title. As long as you treat Weiniang well and protect her, we as her parents shall rest easy. Frankly, we would prefer her to marry a commoner than to become entangled with the royal family. You were born into imperial lineage, and you understand the complexities that ensue." Helian Inglong clasped his fists and reassured, "Madam, please rest assured. I shall protect her with utmost care. As long as I am here, she is safe." The madam glanced at Wan Ing and said, "Since matters have reached this point, I too consent. I shall communicate with your father." Before departing, she insisted on presenting the betrothal gifts, for Wan Ing must not be wronged. The madam's face bore no smile as she nodded. "Since the decision is made, you shall stay here for a few days. The two of you should cultivate your feelings." Rising, she addressed Wan Ing, "Take good care of the crown prince." "Yes, I shall respectfully see off my mother." Wan Ing replied. "Madam, travel safely." Helian Inglong clasped his fists again. Once the madam departed, the observant servants followed suit, leaving only Helian Inglong and Chao Wan Ing in the tea hall. Helian Inglong approached Chao Wan Ing, enveloping her in his embrace. "Wan Ing, I am truly sorry. You have endured hardships." With tears glistening in her eyes, Chao Wan Ing felt a profound sense of injustice. "Your Highness, I do not feel wronged. Having the crown prince to protect me is a blessing." In the following days, Helian Inglong resided in the inn, dispatching individuals to procure the betrothal gifts. Upon witnessing the impressive array of gifts, County Magistrate Chao felt an overwhelming joy. On the surface, he seemed to tacitly approve of the marriage. Helian Inglong also presented some fine items to the magistrate and his wife. Noticing the change in Chao's demeanor, he broached the subject of the gold mine. As long as Magistrate Chao provides protection, there will be a 10% share of the profits. Would it not be foolish to disregard the opportunity for gold? The two resumed their clandestine plotting, paving the way for future mining endeavors. Meanwhile, Sun Wan and Xian Yuan journeyed tirelessly. Arriving today at an inn in a county town, the two ordered an elaborate feast and settled into a private room. Sun Wan lifted a cup of tea, savoring its warmth. Xian Yuan, feeling the weight of his revelation, said earnestly, Nuan, I must share something with you." Observing his serious demeanor, Sun Wan chuckled. "Why so solemn?" "I cannot accompany you to the capital," he continued. "The Emperor has commanded me to investigate a matter concerning the Ministry of Personnel. This journey to Jiangnan was decreed a fortnight ago." Strangely, upon hearing these words, a sense of unease stirred within Sun Wan. The thought of his departure left her feeling unexpectedly despondent. Concerned, she asked, "It seems you bear the brunt of the work. Why does the Emperor send you among so many princes? Then let us indulge in a grand feast tonight," Sun Wan declared. Xian Yuan, holding his teacup, jested, "I hope you reach womanhood soon, so we may wed." Sun Wan vehemently declined, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, spare me. My heart cannot withstand such notions. Grant me a few more days of life. We can be brothers, we can be friends, but never husband and wife. You are a prince, destined to take multiple wives. My conception of love is one of lifelong devotion between two souls. Furthermore, as a member of the royal family, you are entangled in schemes and deceit. Those around you are ruthless. I prefer not to meet an early demise." Hearing her words, Xian Yuanyi felt a pang of discomfort. The imperial edict of marriage had been issued, yet he had refrained from informing Nuan. He feared that revealing this truth would burden her heart and lead her to distance herself from him. On this journey to Jiangnan, he added, I shall seek profitable ventures. And when the time comes, I will bring you along to share in the wealth. I find this delightful. We shall become the most lucrative partners. To our shared venture of wealth, cheers. Nuan lifted her teacup, clinking it against Xian Yuanyi's. Xian Yuanyi chuckled softly, thinking to himself, this little girl. I hardly know what to say. Whenever the topic of wealth arises, her eyes seem to reflect nothing but gold, sparkling with excitement. My dear, since you have an affinity for riches, I shall ensure you continue to earn endlessly. Our interests are now entwined, and ultimately, you shall have no choice but to comply. It appears I must dig a few more holes for you to leap into. As they dined, the two engaged in light-hearted banter. Nuan smiled and remarked, Xian Yuanyi, now that your poison is cured and you are no longer young, it is time for you to marry. Just look at that rugged fifth prince. Surrounded by an abundance of principal wives, concubines, and maidservants. Who will you marry? If it's someone I dislike, I shall not wed them. Yet, those I fancy seem to disdain me. Xian Yuanyi replied, half in jest. Nuan, not one to be easily fooled, grasped the underlying meaning and responded, in truth. Being alone can be quite splendid. The vast sea allows fish to leap, and the high sky lets birds to soar freely. Thus, the two continued their meal and conversation. Late into the night, Nuan, still awake in her chamber, suddenly sensed the presence of numerous unfamiliar individuals in the courtyard. She sprang from her bed, slipped on her shoes, and approached the window. Chapter 90, Additional Update, Encounter with Assassins. Nuan retrieved a handgun from her space, aware that tonight's adversaries would not be easily vanquished. Then, she heard a command, attack. A commotion erupted outside. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals burst into the room. Nuan demanded, who are you? One could only blame the wicked king for meddling in investigations. Nuan grasped the situation. It was only later in the evening that Xian Yuanyi mentioned his intent to investigate the case concerning the minister's residence in Jiangnan, a matter that could potentially involve many. It turned out that their adversaries wished to eliminate Xian Yuanyi before he could uncover the truth. As Nuan heard the clashing sounds of blades outside, she absent-mindedly brushed her hair and began to stall for time. Dear brothers, I implore you to spare me. Just look at me. I resemble a mere bean sprout, hardly worthy of your might. I harbor no grievances against you, nor do I bear any enmity. Please, let me be. It is mutually beneficial to show mercy. My encounter with that malevolent king was purely coincidental. You must be jesting. When has the evil king ever dined in the company of a woman? Such an occurrence would be miraculous. Your explanations are futile, in any case. You are the evil king's woman, and thus, you must perish. I assure you, I am not. Nuan protested. You have mistaken the wrong person. Brother, cease this idle chatter and take action. One of the armed men commanded, and without hesitation, he lunged towards Nuan. In response, she drew her pistol and pulled the trigger. A bullet erupted from the firearm, striking the assailant squarely in the forehead. Blood gushed forth, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Why the haste? I am particularly averse to bloodshed. You frightened me to death. Nuan exclaimed, as if recovering from a fright. The remaining assailants stood agape, astonished. What is that in her hand? Is it a concealed weapon? How does it possess such lethal force? With a mere flick of her wrist, a life was extinguished. As they prepared to charge at her with their blades raised, they found themselves suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground. What have you done to us, you wretched girl? Ha ha, my dear brothers, I implore you to spare me, yet you refuse to listen. You persist unyieldingly. How stubborn can one be? Clearly, you have succumbed to the effects of my debilitating poison, the elixir of soul severance. Produce the antidote, or we shall not relent. How frightful indeed. However, you may find that the opportunity to remedy your plight has slipped away. I have never concerned myself with antidotes in my concoctions. After administering my poisons to others, why would I then seek to alleviate their suffering? That would be sheer folly. My esteemed gentlemen, should you traverse the path to the netherworld, you shall not be alone. May your journey be peaceful. In your next life, I hope you refrain from reincarnating as assassins. The onlookers glared at Nuan, as though intent on crushing her bones, before collapsing one by one. Nuan carefully stowed her pistol away and stealthily pushed open the door, retreating behind a pillar. Outside, chaos reigned. The 4 maidservants were entangled with the dark-clad assailants, each engaged with 3 or 4 adversaries. Meanwhile, Xianyuan was engaged in combat with 3 skilled fighters in white. No wonder no one came to my aid. They were utterly preoccupied, unable to divide their attention. Nuan brandished her silenced KN-299 submachine gun, taking aim at several of the dark-clad figures before unleashing a barrage of fire. The speed of her assault was astonishing. Onlookers could only witness one masked figure after another falling to the ground. Observing the 3 white-clad warriors beside Xianyuan, she swiftly dispatched one with a bullet that struck true to his heart. He collapsed with a thud. Xianyuan, momentarily taken aback, pondered how the man had fallen without his intervention. Then, with another resounding thud, another white-clad warrior succumbed. Noticing the hesitation among his opponents, Xianyuan seized the moment, unleashing a powerful strike that sent one of them crashing to the ground. Nuan once again began to strike at the other masked individuals. While the 4 maidservants had already approached her, the young lady possessed an abundance of treasures, including an unknown concealed weapon, which she wielded with remarkable precision, leading to the swift demise of her foes. Numerous masked figures had arrived, fully aware of Xianyuan's formidable martial prowess. They understood that a scant number would be insufficient to vanquish him. However, the confines of the courtyard restricted Xianyuan's movements. Had they been outside, with a mere flick of his fan and a few deft strikes, many of these assailants would surely have met their end. Yet, in this limited space, he hesitated, knowing that both Nuan's and his own hidden guards were present. While he could eliminate foes, it was equally likely that his own men could fall victim in the chaos, resulting in an extended skirmish. As the number of adversaries dwindled to a handful, Xianyuan retreated to a corner, contemplating the need to protect Nuan. However, the 3 individuals clad in white were not to be underestimated. If he led them to her, Nuan would be in even greater peril. After a brief interval, all the masked assassins had been exterminated. Xianyuan inquired, Nuan, "Are you unharmed?" Nuan nodded in response. The 2 of them then entered the room and seated themselves upon a bench. With a smile, Nuan remarked, "Xianyuan, it seems our enemies have dispatched some heavyweight figures to eliminate you. Just look at the danger that surrounds us when we are together. Tell me, how much silver will you pay for my protection? Are you not afraid that I might empty your treasury?" "Fear not," he replied, "should I find myself in want, I shall rely on you, clinging to you for a lifetime of sustenance." Nuan shot him a sidelong glance. "How naive of you. When the time comes, I shall leave you just enough to sustain yourself, ensuring you will no longer need to depend on me." "Haha, I have seen darkness, but never have I encountered one as dark as you." Xianyuan jested. After a brief moment, the outside was already cleared. "You must have faced numerous assassination attempts on your journey. Do you require my assistance?" Nuan inquired. "Tomorrow, I shall bring you some medicine and this gun for your protection." Nuan retrieved a handgun from her spatial storage. "Is this truly a handgun?" "Indeed. Pull the trigger, and the bullets within will be discharged. I shall provide you with additional ammunition." Nuan proceeded to demonstrate, extracting and reloading the bullets. Xianyuan observed intently, mimicking her actions. As dawn approached, Nuan lay down on the bed. "My dear, I shall impose upon you for a while. My room is awash with blood, and the bed is unfit for rest." She believed Xianyuan's words were genuine. After speaking, Xianyuan lay down fully clothed beside her. Chapter 91. The cat that steals away. Xianyuan did not succumb to slumber. Upon hearing Nuan's rhythmic breaths, he turned to gaze at her. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her fair visage, in slumber, appeared so innocent and endearing. Yet, her petite frame was exceedingly frail. Witnessing her emaciation stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Resting his arm against his face, he gently caressed Nuan's cheek, feeling its softness. He traced her delicate, upturned nose with his finger and lightly brushed against her cherry-like lips. Nuan seemed to sense a fleeting touch, akin to a mosquito grazing her face. She swatted at it, but remained undisturbed in her slumber. He stepped forward and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Nuan's forehead, followed by a few tender pecks on her cheeks, akin to a little bird pecking at its food. Inside Xianyuan's heart, it felt as though a multitude of rabbits were leaping and bounding, his pulse quickening fervently, and a rosy hue began to grace his cheeks. His body gradually grew warm, particularly in a certain area, which stirred with anticipation, poised to engage in the fray. Memories of his interactions with Nuan flooded his mind, and this exhilarating heartbeat was one he had never experienced before, causing his face to redden further. Stealing another kiss from Nuan's alluring lips, he yearned for more, yet feared waking her and being mistaken for a scoundrel. Xianyuan Yi reassured himself. She is the legitimate princess consort of this prince. A kiss should not be deemed inappropriate. The act of secretly kissing Su Nuan evoked a sensation that was beyond description, prompting him to steal a few more tender kisses. Su Nuan began to furrow her brow, her right hand instinctively pushing against him. Xianyuan Yi repositioned himself, yet the temptation remained insatiable. One hand protectively enveloped Su Nuan. He mused silently. She is far too slender. When will this little bean sprout gain some weight? Lost in thoughts of the future, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his eyes gently closing. The following morning, Su Nuan slowly opened her eyes, the dazzling light illuminating the room. As she attempted to lift her arm, she realized it was pinned beneath another arm. Wholly embraced by someone. Startled, Su Nuan turned her head to the side. "Ah," she exclaimed. You, how is it that you are sleeping in my bed?" Su Nuan pointed an accusing finger at Xianyuan Yi. She gazed at herself and Xianyuan Yi, both clad in garments. Feeling considerably relieved, Xianyuan Yi had awakened, yet he remained ensnared within the depths of his own emotional realm. The two shared a bed, though no substantial actions had transpired, and the necessary rituals remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, despite Su Nuan's inner resistance towards him, he felt a sense of satisfaction throughout the night. "Nuan, how could you forget? Last night, I told you that my bed and the floor were stained with the blood of assassins, along with their corpses. I merely rested here for a moment. And dawn is approaching. You agreed to it. You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Xianyuan Yi's lips curved into a perfect smile. "You were fast asleep. Did you expect me to do something?" He then feigned disinterest. "I have no inclination towards those who are asleep. But now that you are awake, I am inclined to engage in some tantalizing endeavors." Su Nuan shot him a glare, then mischievously retorted, "Oh my, you should reconsider. Such tantalizing pursuits should be sought elsewhere. We are merely strategic partners in profit, bound by our collaboration." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. However, he remained untroubled, confident that with his intellect and cunning, he would eventually win over Su Nuan. A slight smirk graced his lips, grateful for her hospitality the previous night. Su Nuan shot him a warning glance. "Do not ever mention this again, or I shall ensure you earn nothing, and I will make you regret it." Xianyuan Yi chuckled softly. The two donned their shoes and descended, with Su Nuan pushing the door open for them to step outside. Awaiting them were 4 maidservants, who stood guard and observed as the prince and the young lady emerged simultaneously. Astonished, she regarded them with a peculiar gaze, inwardly acknowledging, the prince is indeed valiant. How swiftly he has won over the young lady. Su Nuan, perceiving the thoughts reflected in the eyes of the maidens, pondered silently. What are they thinking? They should keep their little speculations to themselves. Nothing untoward has transpired. The maids exchanged glances, internally musing. In a secluded chamber, a lone man and woman have spent an entire night together without incident. Who would believe that? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The little heir or princess may soon make their grand entrance. If Su Nuan were aware of their musings, she would never again exchange delectable treats for them. Once everyone had finished their morning routines and breakfast, they gathered before the carriage. "Xianyuan Yi, here are the poison powder and wound salve. Take this antidote as well." His gaze softened as he looked at Su Nuan, silently reflecting, "This little girl is ultimately concerned for my safety, fearing for my well-being." Su Nuan seemed to read his mind. "Don't overthink it. I need to owe you 10,000 taels of silver. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you, as my path to becoming the wealthiest merchant in the world relies upon you. I shall defer the silver. I will deliver it altogether later." Xianyuan Yi replied with a respectful gesture. "Very well, travel safely." As they reached a fork in the road, they parted ways, each heading to their respective destinations. Wait for me. The enigmatic Wu Ji Zushi, clad in white robes and sporting a white beard, called out from behind. While he halted the carriage, "Miss, that esteemed elder has arrived again." Oh, this unpredictable elder, like a dragon that is seen only fleetingly, appears and disappears without warning. Finding him is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Yet if he wishes to locate you, it is a matter of mere moments. At this moment, Su Nuan did not harbor any resentment towards the Wujizushi. During the time when Xianyuan Yi was instructing her in martial arts, he would occasionally offer guidance alongside her training. Su Nuan recognized that this individual possessed remarkable skills, a true master beyond the mundane world. Whenever she encountered difficulties with the secret manuals exchanged in the spatial realm, she would consult him, and this elder was always forthcoming with his knowledge, leaving no detail unspoken. As a result, Sun Wan's martial prowess had transformed significantly since her arrival in this world. As lunchtime approached, Sun Wan entered the spatial realm and exchanged some points for instant noodles. She boiled water and prepared the noodles, bringing them out to share with everyone. Today for lunch, each of you shall have a bowl of spicy beef noodles. The maidens were filled with excitement, especially Rindong, who had a particular fondness for spicy food. Upon hearing the word spicy, her face lit up with a radiant smile. As they received their bowls, Sun Wan handed one to the Wujizushi. Senior, you have yet to taste this spicy beef noodle. Do give it a try. The Wujizushi gazed at the young girl before him and remarked, I see you possess considerable talent in martial arts. Do take a look at this Wujijiampu. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me. Sun Wan accepted the sword manual offered by the Wujizushi and examined it. This manual appeared to be a unique treasure, filled with illustrations and explanations, although some of the traditional characters were unfamiliar to her. She resolved to prepare more delicious dishes in the future as a means of endearing herself to this esteemed elder. Lest she feel embarrassed to seek his guidance on matters she did not comprehend, the Wujizushi settled into the carriage. Embodying the principle that one should be eager to learn and unashamed to ask questions, this statement perfectly applies to Sun Wan. For whenever she encounters something she does not comprehend, she inquires without hesitation. As the infinite master indulged in roast chicken and sipped on a fine drink, he patiently provided detailed explanations. When they paused by the roadside, Sun Wan began to practice diligently on the ground. The infinite master observed closely, demonstrating personally whenever her movements fell short. Consequently, within just a few days, Sun Wan mastered the sword technique. Pleased with her progress, the infinite master presented her with a tome on the art of lightness. Little disciple, this is an extraordinary manual on lightness techniques. Devote yourself to it. Once you master this, you need not pursue any further teachings on lightness. Thank you, esteemed Minner. Sun Wan joyfully accepted the precious manual. She then retrieved 2 exquisite codfish from her space, fetched a small bowl, poured in some seasoning, added a splash of beer, and sprinkled in some chili powder, mixing it all together. Finally, she produced a bottle of sheet. Elder, this fish is already cooked. Tear off a piece and enjoy it with the sauce. The infinite master accepted it with delight, first opening the bottle to inhale its aroma. Little girl, you certainly possess a treasure trove of delightful items. In truth, the infinite master was aware that Sun Wan had something akin to a warehouse, for such items could not have materialized from thin air. However, he never pried into her secrets. Sun Wan also took out 4 more fish, distributing one to each of the maidens, including Banksia. Miss, can fish be consumed this way? Certainly, just like I do, tearing it apart to savor the salty flavor. The maidens had never experienced such a delicacy before. They found it delightfully chewy and not at all greasy. Thus, throughout their journey, Sun Wan effectively absorbed and seamlessly applied all the martial arts teachings from the manual bestowed by the infinite master. Little disciple, this is a treasured tome of medicine and poison. I urge you to take a look. It is uncertain when the Supreme Master began to address Sun Wan in such a manner. Sun Wan did not mind. It was merely a form of address. This journey to Jing Mountain Temple proved fruitful, as she had acquired advanced martial skills. At long last, they arrived at Wuyang City, a mere 20 miles from the capital. After securing a room at an inn, Sun Wan turned to her companions, exclaiming, "We are nearing the capital. Let us indulge in a hearty feast and enjoy a well-deserved rest today. Banksia, please reserve 3 rooms, ensuring one is for our esteemed elder." At that moment, a radiant smile graced the Supreme Master's face. My little disciple is truly remarkable, loyal, intelligent, and possessing an extraordinary aptitude for understanding things at a glance, with an impeccable memory. I feel as though I have stumbled upon a treasure. A few maidservants chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the inn, Sun Wan requested the proprietor to serve the signature dishes and encouraged everyone to select a few additional plates, resulting in a lavish spread laid out before them. From her storage space, Sun Wan produced a bottle of Maotai and offered it to the Supreme Master. Though he had a penchant for fine wine, he was never one to succumb to inebriation. He would always set aside the drink once he felt satisfied. Throughout this journey, we have endured hardships together, dining under the stars. Tonight, let us partake in this meal freely. Esteemed elder, I possess a residence in the capital where you may stay upon our arrival. There are 2 maidservants there, and once I sever ties with the Ho family, I shall join you. The Supreme Master had thoroughly inquired into Sun Wan's background and recognized the challenges she faced. Well, my dear apprentice, upon arriving in the capital, you must take me as your master. I shall impart all my invaluable skills to you. You are my cherished disciple. Upon hearing these words, Sun Quan pondered for a moment. Indeed, throughout the journey, others had offered guidance, imparting their profound knowledge. It would be quite inappropriate not to acknowledge a master. Mathematics teachers and history instructors were all educators. The titles may differ, but a master and a teacher are not fundamentally distinct. I shall simply regard him as a martial arts instructor. Sun Quan was exceptionally adaptable. All right, I shall heed my master's words. My reluctance to take on a master stemmed from a desire for freedom. The notion of once a master, always a father felt like a lifelong constraint, which I could hardly endure. Master, you must not impose restrictions upon me. Otherwise, I shall willingly sever ties with the sect. The term master resonated particularly well with the Wujizushi. It was a cherished aspiration of his. Rest assured, dear apprentice, my sole intention is to pass on my skills to you. You may continue to act as you wish. Wujizushi was the first and last ancient master Sun Quan would acknowledge. After finishing their meal, everyone retreated to their rooms at the inn to rest. The following day, they rose early and, after enjoying breakfast, set off towards the capital together. She felt assured that Sun Quan would remain safe, for the prince had already dispatched someone for her protection. Mama, Chuyue, Baiji, this is my master. He will reside here as my family. Aunt Qin will accompany me. And you two young ladies must attend to my master with utmost care. Yes, miss, you can rest assured. We shall treat the elder with the greatest respect. Tomorrow, please procure 2 individuals to care for my master. Yes, miss. In the heart of the Supreme Master, a wave of contentment washed over him as he mused. Indeed, it is the female disciples who possess an innate attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Once lunch had concluded, Sun Quan, accompanied by Zheng Zhu and Bai He, made her way to Ling Long Pavilion. Upon their arrival, Su Ying and Ran Qing greeted her, exclaiming, Miss, had you delayed any longer, we would have been compelled to close the doors. All the merchandise has been sold out, even the melting ink without the address. Goodness gracious, everything is gone. This is rather swift, wouldn't you agree? Ah, dear miss, you are unaware of the frenzy. It has spread within the circles of the nobility. One whisper leads to another. And soon it becomes a chorus. Particularly the mirrors, the ladies within the palace have procured several, and there exists a list of reservations. We have done well. I shall replenish the stock. With that, Sun Quan exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Zhu, and they each proceeded to the storeroom. After filling the storeroom to the brim, Sun Quan returned to the front hall, where Su Ying presented her with the silver notes accumulated over the past few days. As she gazed upon the substantial sum in her hands, her eyes narrowed with delight. Here, each of you shall receive 100 taels as a reward. Let us continue to strive forth. She then presented Zheng Zhu with an additional 500 taels, saying, This portion is for you. These 500 taels shall be distributed among the 4 maidservants in the courtyard and to Granny Qin. Once I am free in 2 days, I will arrange for them to come over. A mere 2 days' wait shall not be of consequence. Granny Qin, standing nearby, recited, First, I bow to the sun and moon, wishing for eternal harmony. Second, I bow to the bond between master and disciple under the radiant moon across the land. Third, I vow to forever remember the grace of my master, for such merits shall endure through the ages. Let us perform 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations in reverence. Sun Quan presented her master with a formal apprenticeship letter, accompanied by a cup of tea as a gesture of respect. The Supreme Master of the Infinite took a sip of tea and proclaimed, Sun Quan, from this day forth, you shall be my esteemed disciple within the Infinite sect. Henceforth, you must refrain from actions that would tarnish the honor of my sect and strive to elevate my medical arts to new heights. Yes, master, she replied eagerly. This is the precious alchemical lotus cauldron of your master. I present it to you today. Thank you, master. The others, including Granny Qin, were left in a state of bewilderment. While many were unfamiliar with the Supreme Master of the Infinite, they had certainly heard of him. The current leader of the Infinite sect was the Master's grand disciple, who had devoted over a decade to truly flourishing the sect. Whenever the Infinite sect made a move, it would incite a storm of chaos. Even emperors from various nations would harbor a measure of trepidation towards them, seeking to court favor with the sect. Yet, the Infinite sect regarded them with disdain, showing no allegiance to any nation. Chapter 93. The old lady's painful grievance. Sun Quan accepted her master's lotus cauldron and rose to her feet. She examined the cauldron meticulously. It was 2 bowl mouths wide, standing approximately 20 centimeters tall, resembling a lotus throne. Dear disciple, I shall teach you the use of the cauldron when time permits. Master, this cauldron is not large. How much medicine can it refine? This cauldron is more than sufficient for your needs. At noon, a master-disciple banquet was held, with Sun Wan personally preparing a lavish spread. The 8 gathered in joyous celebration, with the Supreme Master of the Infinite appearing particularly elated at having such a remarkable disciple. Once the meal concluded, Sun Wan turned to Granny Qin and said, "Granny Qin, I would appreciate it if you could visit the dental shop this afternoon to select a few individuals. In addition to those who serve the master, please choose a few maids and cooks to assist with the household chores. Bai Ji and Xiaoyu in the courtyard are overwhelmed. The 2 of them are too young to choose someone, and I am not at ease. So I must trouble Granny Qin." After Sun Wan spoke, she handed over a banknote of 500 taels. Granny Qin smiled and replied, "Miss, this old servant will certainly attend to this matter with utmost care, but 500 taels is far too much. It is unnecessary." The old servant understood. Su Shuoro glanced out the window, summoned Xiang Cao to her side, whispered a few words in her ear, and handed her a banknote. Xiang Cao nodded, accepted the banknote, and then exited. Su Shuoro gazed towards Sun Wan's residence, twisting a handkerchief in her hands, her eyes wide with fury. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, "Sun Wan, you little wretch, I will ensure your demise. Just like your wretched mother, you both must perish." At present, everyone in the manor regarded Sun Wan as a harbinger of misfortune, avoiding her presence at all costs. Upon merely catching a glimpse of Sun Wan, they would hastily retreat. Sun Wan secretly mused, "You need not evade. My stay here shall not be prolonged." When she opened the courtyard door, she was met with utter disarray. As if a battle had just transpired, the weeds had grown quite tall. Upon entering the house, she found her clothes strewn about in chaos. Jinju exclaimed in anger, "Miss, we have been robbed. How uncivilized is this thief? If you are going to steal, then steal, but why leave everything in such disarray?" Sun Wan let out a cold laugh, realizing that in the absence of gold and silver or dowry, the intruder had resorted to ransacking their belongings in a fit of frustration. "But, Mississippi, no buts, we cannot remain here for long. Let us begin tidying up and make do for the time being." As Pearl gathered the garments scattered on the ground, she remarked, "Miss, we are not weary. Leave this to me and Lily." Sun Wan nodded, her visage adorned with a fierce scar painted across her face, obscured beneath an emerald silk scarf. Having changed her attire, she, accompanied by 2 maidservants, made her way to the old matriarch's meditation hall. "Please wait a moment, second miss. I shall inform the old matriarch," announced Granny Zhou. Proceeding into the room, the old matriarch, just awakened from her afternoon nap, lay upon her bed. Granny Zhou bowed respectfully, "Old matriarch, the second miss has returned safely and is waiting outside to pay her respects." Observing her own severed arm, fury consumed her. If it weren't for that wretched girl, her hand would not have been severed. Humph, that little vixen is truly resilient. Despite sending countless assassins, she remains unscathed. Granny Zhou continued, "Old matriarch, the second miss is outside. Shall we allow her to enter?" "Let her in," commanded the old matriarch. Granny Zhou then exited and approached Sun Wan. "Second miss, the old matriarch requests your presence inside. Be cautious, as her mood has been rather foul lately." After conveying her message, Granny Zhou departed. Sun Wan entered the room with her 2 maidservants and observed the magpie and Rui fanning the old matriarch. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. Sun Wan bowed before the old matriarch, who remained with her eyes closed, seeking tranquility. She had no desire to encounter Sun Wan. Each thought of that severed hand intensified her hatred. Upon observing the old matriarch in silence, Sun Wan inquired, "Has the elder awoken or still slumbering?" With a hand reaching into her sleeve, she produced a fine powder, advancing towards the old lady, and lightly sprinkled it. "If grandmother remains asleep, I shall take my leave and return another day to pay my respects." "Achoo, achoo, achoo." Casting a disdainful glance, Sun Wan raised her voice, "Grandmother, Sun Wan has come to pay her respects. Alas, how is it that one of your hands is missing?" She then feigned concern, lamenting, "How shall grandmother face the world with a missing hand? Which vile creature has harmed you? My father must send someone to exact vengeance. To attend a palace banquet with such a loss is a disgrace, especially for the esteemed consort. Imagine, my mother has been left with but one hand, severed by another's hand. Enough. Silence yourself. The respects have been paid. Now leave promptly." At that moment, the old woman was profoundly troubled, and Sun Wan, undeterred, continued to prod at a sensitive subject. The loss of a hand was a grave taboo for the matriarch. No one in the courtyard dared to speak of it, let alone whisper about it, lest they incur the old lady's wrath and meet a grim fate. Chapter 94. The White Lotus receives another beating with a smile illuminating her face. Soon Nuan exited the courtyard. Hafsia, filled with curiosity, asked, "Miss, how did the old lady lose her hand? Who was responsible for such an act? If one must take a life, why also maim her?" Soon Nuan smiled with a hint of malice and remarked, "Evil begets evil. Unless one is driven to desperation, the assassins would not dare to strike her." The two maidservants were diligent, and in the blink of an eye, the courtyard was tidied up impeccably. Granny Shou, holding a command token, made her way to the residence of Consort Shu. Upon being announced by a palace maid, she was escorted into the grand hall. Consort Shu sat gracefully upon the noble concubine couch, and Granny Shou knelt to pay her respects, exclaiming, "This old servant pays homage to your highness, Consort Shu. Rise." "Granny Shou, what matter brings you here?" Consort Shu inquired, delicately toying with a snow-white magnolia hairpin. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Granny Shou stood up, responding. "This old servant takes her leave." The wet nurse, standing nearby, posed a question. "Your highness, are we truly to eliminate Sun Nuan? She is the granddaughter of the Duke of Dingbei and your niece. A life is at stake. Are we really going to take action? It is imperative that we do so. As long as this wretched girl remains, the Duke of Dingbei's household shall know no peace. She frequently torments Shuero, who is with child with my grandchild. How could I turn a blind eye to this? Dispatch a few imperial guards to deal with her. These matters must be conducted in secrecy. We cannot afford for anyone to catch wind of our intentions. In this palace, treachery lurks at every corner, and they all watch us with envious eyes. Yes, this old servant shall obey." The wet nurse concluded, then withdrew. In the Linglong Pavilion, Sun Nuan entered the space, taking some items to replenish the stock at the Linglong Pavilion, checking how much remained. Along the way, she exchanged points for Maotai liquor and roasted chicken for her master, having spent a considerable amount of points on her usual provisions. It is imperative to earn these points, lest one becomes complacent and faces ruin. She searched for recent tasks and found on the screen, 3 days hence, at the hour of the rat, a young man will faint in front of Human Lu, offering a reward of 5,000 points for his rescue. Such a substantial sum of 5,000 points suggests that this individual's ailment may be quite severe. The system responded, "Indeed, if the master wishes to earn points, then let her attend to the rescue. If not, she need not." 5,000 points. What an enticing prospect. It must be pursued. Sun Nuan planted chili seeds in her space and watered them diligently. She then glanced at the sack of potatoes, pondering aloud, "This is but a single bag. When shall I have time to slice these potato seeds? No, I must take them out and enlist everyone's help. That will expedite the process." Sun Nuan retrieved the potatoes from her space and instructed, "Rendong, please chop this bag of potatoes into pieces as I demonstrate. I shall await your yield." She proceeded to illustrate the technique by slicing a potato. Once Rendong and the others completed the task, Sun Nuan led the girls into her space for some labor reform to plant the potatoes. The maids, akin to explorers encountering a new world, were filled with exhilaration. This was indeed the young lady's domain, adorned with various herbs and a few small trees. After their labor, they enjoyed dinner. And Sun Nuan practiced her skills in the space for a while. She then changed into a set of agile attire, leaping gracefully to Sushuero's room. At that moment, Sushuero was vociferously complaining within her chamber. "Why is this water so hot? Is it even drinkable?" With that, she kicked a maid to the ground, exclaiming, "Get out of my sight." The maid rose silently, wiping away her tears as she exited the room. "Sushuero, your temper remains as fierce as ever. When will you amend your tyrannical ways towards those beneath you?" Upon recognizing the newcomer as Sun Nuan, Sushuero's brows seemed to arch in indignation. Her teeth ground together audibly, and her eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable rage, resembling a lion ready to pounce on its prey. Hatred consumed her heart like a ravenous beast, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "You wretched girl, what brings you back? Did you not perish outside the Jingshan temple?" Sun Nuan took a seat, retorting, "I have no intention of departing this world before you do." As I pondered, I realized I have yet to inflict sufficient torment upon you. Hence I couldn't bear to die just yet. By the way, you reported to the old matriarch, did you? The individuals she dispatched have all met their demise. Some suffered broken arms, while others lost their heads in a single stroke, their bodies severed and blood gushing forth. The headless corpse stood there for a moment, drenched in crimson. Others were cleaved in two and fell straight into the river. The scene was utterly gruesome. You ought to witness it for yourself. So you may comprehend that I, Sun Nuan, am not one to be trifled with. While Sun Nuan spoke with an air of amusement, Sushuero was left terrified by the account. "Sun Nuan, I am now the consort of the fifth prince. He is aware that I carry his offspring, a royal heir. You cannot harm me. A royal heir? Gradually, I shall transform him into a beggar's child. Just imagine. If the fifth prince were to discover that the child you bear is that of a beggar, will he still wear that green hat and marry you as a concubine? Nuan mocked. No, no, please stop. Don't say any more. Su Shuero exclaimed, covering her ears and shaking her head. Haha, so you're afraid. With that, she threw a powder towards Su Shuero, rendering her speechless. Su Shuero, after nursing your wounds for these days, you are now healed. Just a little prick will surely be quite exhilarating. Nuan pressed a pressure point, immobilizing Su Shuero. She turned her over, since Su Shuero had not yet delivered. She needed to strike her on the backside. From her space, she retrieved a dozen steel needles and plunged them forcefully into Su Shuero's back, murmuring incessantly, Aunt Rome. Aunt Goe, the servant is here. One needle after another, Su Shuero's tears streamed down her face from the pain. Yet, she could not utter a sound. Fully aware that even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, it would be futile, as those around them had been sedated by Nuan. Su Shuero, do you realize how many needles you have inflicted upon me over the years? Let us calculate, at least 4 times a month, with 10 needles each time. That amounts to about 40 needles a month. Over a year, 12 months, that totals roughly 480 needles. In 8 years, that would be at least 840 needles. You only cared for your own release, never considering the lives of others. Some say that a single knife can end your life as revenge. But to endure the agony of 4,000 needles, would a swift death not be too lenient for you? As Nuan spoke, she continued to inject the needles. Just as she was about to reach for another, she suddenly realized the needles were gone. Instead, she took hold of the shattered bone dragon soul whip and struck down hard upon Su Shuero's ample backside. Su Shuero opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped. With 10 lashes, she was left battered and bruised, her skin torn and bleeding. Nuan observed the scene. Noting that the blows had been delivered with just the right amount of force, her bones were unbroken, yet her flesh was mercilessly mangled. Su Shuero was weeping uncontrollably, and with a semblance of compassion, Nuan turned her over. However, this action proved more detrimental than beneficial, as Su Shuero fainted from the pain. Chapter 95. The Imperial Guards mobilized as the clock struck midnight. Nuan sat in a chair, gazing at the lotus-shaped treasure cauldron bestowed upon her by her master. She muttered to herself, pondering how much medicine could possibly be concocted from such a diminutive vessel. Shaking her head, she placed the cauldron back into her spatial storage. Just as she was about to retire for the night, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Quickly retrieving her K-67 revolver from her spatial storage, she positioned herself by the window. 7 or 8 figures clad in black descended from the rooftop and made their way towards her room. Nuan cleverly arranged the bedclothes to simulate the appearance of a person beneath the covers. She thought to herself, another attempt on my life. What kind of existence was this? It felt as though she was perpetually caught between being pursued and pursuing others. With agility, Nuan leapt onto the beams above and scattered a handful of mesmerizing powder into the room. Just then, one of the cloaked figures gently nudged the door open. Following closely behind were several assassins, each brandishing gleaming blades, who stealthily entered the room one by one. The first intruder approached the bed and swung his weapon down, striking several times with no response. He hesitated, then lifted the covers with his blade, casting them aside to reveal an empty bed. Where is she? The assailant inquired. The others surveyed their surroundings, pondering whether she had received word of their approach and fled. Impossible. What shall we do now? Wait a moment. Let us bide our time and catch the turtle in the jar. Who goes there? A voice called out from outside, and it was Jinju, accompanied by Baihe, shouting, Miss. Miss. Banksia and Rinda, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over as well. Do not enter. Nuan cried out. The cloaked figures all lifted their heads, gazing towards the room. One of them brandished a knife, shouting loudly, She is there. How can she still be skilled in martial arts? Brothers, charge. Big brother, you go first. I find myself unable to move. Upon uttering these words, all 7 or 8 of them crumpled to the ground, their blades clattering as they fell. Nuan's fury surged within her brow as she leapt down from the beam. I am inherently kind-hearted and wish not to take lives. Yet, fate has delivered the foolish to my doorstep, forcing my hand and staining it with blood. Jinju, Baihe, you 4, come in and light the candles. Approaching one of the assailants, she demanded, Confess at once, who sent you? Since we have fallen into your hands, a soldier may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Enda swiftly with one clean stroke. A black-clad man tossed his hair dismissively. Junju, Baiha, search them for any tokens or insignias. Also, collect their silver, in the end. You shall divide it equally. We wouldn't want a repeat of last time, having to scour the bodies. Yes. Junju and Baiha proceeded to search the cloaked figures. Nuan, have you lost your humanity? Is this how one conducts themselves? Search them first. I am not human. I am a hellish reaper of souls. In an instant. Nuan furrowed her brow and aimed her gun at the temple of a dark-clad man with sharp eyebrows. Her voice, laced with authority, demanded, "Who sent you?" The man, exuding an air of indifference to death, cast his gaze toward the door and responded defiantly, "Don't waste your efforts. We shall not speak." A faint, scornful smile emerged at the corners of Nuan's lips, its intensity deepening with a hint of mockery. Your loyalty is commendable, yet it cost you a life. Was it truly worth it? With a subtle movement of her hand, a faint sound echoed. The man with the sharp eyebrows suddenly collapsed, a blood hole appearing at his temple. The bullet had pierced through, exiting and striking the wall beyond. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, hands pressed to their faces, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were perplexed. What manner of weapon was this? Its power was astonishing, unlike anything they had ever encountered. "Miss, this is the token of the Imperial Guards." One exclaimed. "Ah, so the Imperial Guards have been mobilized. Allow me to speculate who has come to end my life. You were sent by the concubine Shu. Very well, I shall confront the Emperor about this. He ought to keep his concubines in check. What say you?" "You need not guess wildly. We were not sent by her. Are you not aware of whom you have offended?" A dark-clad figure interjected. "I have only offended the fifth prince. I have wronged no one else." She retorted. "Pearl, do the Imperial Guards have the liberty to leave the palace at night?" "Yes, miss." "Excellent." Nuan replied with a cryptic smile, scrutinizing each individual before her. Nuan selected 3 individuals of similar stature and engaged them in conversation. She then shot each of them directly in the heart, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. "Alas, what can I say to you? The moment you attempt to take my life, regardless of your success, you seal your own fate. I, Nuan, have never spared those who have made an attempt on my life. Pearl, this petite figure resembles you. Shortly, I shall disguise you as him. We shall deliver these 2 to the bed of the noble consort and procure the Imperial Guard's command token for me. It is indeed a valuable item. As for the other 2, Banksia and Rending, strip them of their garments and send them to the old matriarch's chamber." Indeed, both Pearl and Lily were momentarily stunned. The master of disguise possessed such skill. Nuan, emulating the appearance of the fallen individuals, transformed the 2 maidens into likenesses of the deceased. She herself assumed the guise of the slenderest, placing the corpses of the assassins into her spatial realm. Armed with the command token, the trio traversed the path as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles, led by Pearl, until they arrived at the joyous immortal palace. Upon arrival, with a mere wave of her hand, Nuan caused everyone to collapse. The 3 ascended to the rooftop, where Nuan lifted a tile and beheld the noble consort changing her attire. A wicked smile crept across Nuan's face as she extended her hand, scattering a colorless, odorless powder into the air. Subsequently, the noble consort and several maidens fell one after another. The trio leapt from the roof and entered the chamber. Gazing at the noble consort, Nuan remarked, "My dear aunt, why must you send people to take my life when you could enjoy a peaceful existence? Do you truly believe I can let you go? You are a consort of the Emperor. I cannot bring myself to slay you. At this moment." Her smile grew even more sinister. "Yet I can ruin you and summon the Emperor to deal with you. You shall be disgraced and pay the price for your assassination attempt against me." Lily stepped forward, assisting the consort onto the bed, stripping away her final veil of modesty. Nuan then ejected the 2 men from her spatial realm. Pearl tucked the pair beneath the consort's covers. Nuan chuckled softly, wondering if the Emperor would still dare to touch you. First, Nuan produced a dose of aphrodisiac for the consort, followed by a vial for her to inhale. The effect was swift. The consort's cheeks flushed as she gazed hungrily at the 2 lifeless bodies upon the bed, ready to initiate her actions. Nuan clapped her hands, and the 3 departed the USN palace. Outside the palace, she affixed 2 miniature timed explosives to the wall, setting the timer accordingly. The bombs possessed limited destructive power, ensuring that no widespread collapse would occur, thereby minimizing casualties. "Since we have arrived, we must create a stir. Otherwise, who would know what transpired here?" Nuan declared confidently. In her thoughts, she mused, "My dear aunt, you are left with but 2 paths. The first, the Emperor banishes you to the cold palace, drawing you closer to death. The second, Should the emperor be ruthless enough, he may simply execute you. In any case, these treasures shall be of no use to you. With her 2 maidservants in tow, Nuan made her way to the consort's small storeroom, thoroughly rummaging through its contents and transferring everything into her spatial realm. Once their task was complete, she exited the imperial palace with her 2 attendants. A sense of elation filled Nuan. It was the joy that follows vengeance. The group paused not far from the palace, gradually advancing forward. Nuan retrieved a watch from her spatial realm to check the time. At that moment, a resounding boom pierced the night, illuminating the northwestern part of the palace with a burst of flames. Another explosion followed. Upon entering the room, Nuan restored the appearances of the 2 women to their original forms. Chapter 96, The Consequences for the Noble Concubine. It was late at night when Emperor Xuanwu Xinyuan Linlai sat majestically upon the resplendent golden dragon throne. One hand grasped a memorial, while the other gently rubbed his weary eyes, followed by a series of 3 yawns. Your Majesty, it is well past midnight. You ought to retire, urged Chief Eunuch Dejiang. Xinyuan Linlai pinched the bridge of his nose, lamenting, alas, as I perused these documents, I scarcely noticed the hour slipping away into the depths of night. Tonight, it should be the noble concubine's turn to grace the USN palace. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Eunuch Yu swung open the door to the imperial study, calling out to the attendants, His Majesty is heading to USN palace. Seated in the ornate dragon sedan chair, Xinyuan Linlai was escorted by the guards toward the palace. Just as they traversed a fork in the path, a pair of thunderous booms echoed, followed by flames soaring into the sky. Eunuch Yu raised a hand, and the sedan chair came to an abrupt halt, initially resting with his eyes closed. The emperor was startled awake by the cacophony. What is that sound? Why is it so thunderous? Your Majesty, I too am uncertain. It appears to originate from the direction of USN palace, replied Eunuch Yu. You there, hasten to investigate what has transpired. The sedan chair resumed its journey. Quickly go see, the emperor commanded anxiously. Thus, those bearing the sedan transitioned from a walk to a swift run. The sedan chair halted before the gates of USN palace. Xinyuan Linlai disembarked from the dragon carriage and approached the palace walls, where his guards promptly positioned themselves before him. The palace maids bearing lanterns swiftly advanced to illuminate the surroundings. Before them lay the entrance to the USN palace. Its walls collapsed, with adjacent structures similarly in ruins. The beams were ablaze, and the ground was strewn with debris. Quickly, fetch water. Hurry to extinguish the flames, he commanded. Where have the inhabitants of USN palace gone? Several guards hastened to retrieve water to combat the fire. As Xinyuan Linlai entered the courtyard, poised to speak, he was abruptly struck by the sight of the palace guards and made sprawled upon the ground. Eunuch Yu stepped forward, making his way to the chamber of the Shufei. At the entrance, he found the palace maid collapsed as well. Upon testing for signs of life, he discovered they were still breathing, albeit unconscious, likely rendered so by force or some potent sedative. He pushed open the door to the Shufei's quarters and was taken aback. There lay the Shufei, unclothed, sprawled upon a man, with another man present on the bed. Eunuch Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Shufei was not a woman of such character. Yet, upon a second glance, the scene remained unchanged. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, contemplating the dire implications. If this were to come to light, the emperor would be shamed beyond measure. Sighing heavily, he closed the door and exited. Your Majesty, it appears there is an issue with the Shufei. It would be prudent not to enter, he advised. An issue? What sort of issue? Is she unwell? I have arrived, and yet she does not come to greet me? The eunuch hesitated, unable to articulate the truth. An ominous feeling washed over him, akin to a swarm of crows taking flight above. He trailed closely behind the emperor. Xinyuan Linlai pushed open the door, revealing a scene unencumbered by curtains. Every ray of spring light illuminated the room. There lay the noble concubine, her snow-white skin entwined with that of a man, her lips murmuring sweet nothings. Your Majesty, I shall serve you well and ensure your satisfaction. The emperor's countenance darkened. Fury etched upon his features. Yudorong, separate them. Eunuch Yu stepped forward, pulling the concubine aside and dragging the 2 men from the bed. He sensed something amiss with these men clad in black. Their bodies were rigid, and there was a dark void at their heart. Testing their breath, he discovered they were lifeless. Your Majesty, these 2 are dead. Their bodies have grown cold. It seems someone has deliberately placed them in the concubine's bed, and she appears to have been drugged. He commanded, fetch a cup of water to awaken her. The emperor's brows knitted in anger, his breath quickening. He thought to himself, this wanton woman has brought disgrace upon my name. frolicking with 2 corpses. She cannot be spared. Yet, considering her years of service, he resolved not to hold the dead against her. Yudorong, a fire has broken out in the Yuesian palace, claiming the lives of all within. The noble concubine has passed, and the 2 guards perished in their attempt to save her. Tomorrow, let the Empress oversee the funeral arrangements. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yudorong splashed a cup of tea upon the concubine's face. She immediately awakened, only to find the Emperor's furious gaze fixed upon her and the 2 men before her. Recognizing them as imperial guards who often attended to her, she suddenly grasped the treachery. The assassination of Nuan had failed, and the plot had turned against her. The noble consort hastily donned her garments and knelt before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. I truly do not comprehend what has transpired. I am wronged, and I know not who seeks to harm me. I beseech your Majesty to investigate thoroughly and to stand up for me." The noble consort wept bitterly, as if laden with countless grievances. The Emperor, however, was not oblivious. He suspected that the noble consort might have plotted against someone else, only to find herself ensnared in a trap. The 2 thunderous sounds were merely a ruse to draw him in to witness this scene. Noble consort, ponder this. Who possesses the audacity to brazenly conspire against you and then lure me here? This is the imperial palace, not a commoner's abode. Do you believe the palace guards and the imperial army are mere decorations? I do not know, she implored. Your Majesty, considering the years I have devoted to serving you and the welfare of the 5th prince, I beg you to spare me. The noble consort incessantly bowed her head, her forehead already stained with blood. You have brought disgrace upon the royal family. With a mother like you, how can the 5th prince conduct himself in the future? The Emperor rebuked without hesitation. She crawled forward, grasping the Emperor's dragon robe. Your Majesty, I implore you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Her sobs intensified, tears flowing like a torrent. If you do not perish, how will you silence the voices of the people? Yuda, are you a corpse? Xianyuan Linlai exclaimed in fury. The noble consort pleaded. Your Majesty. At that moment, Eunuch Yu grasped the gravity of the situation. Nearby lay a fruit knife. He seized the knife and pulled the noble consort aside, aiming the blade at her heart. Your Majesty, you are so ruthless. The noble consort uttered these words before collapsing to the ground. Xianyuan Linlai hurled the candle onto the bed curtains, igniting a fierce blaze within the chamber. Eunuch Yu followed suit, casting another candle onto the figure of Consort Shu. The 2 promptly closed the door behind them and exited. Chapter 97. The grim news arrives the following morning. The matriarch awakened from her slumber. As she extended an arm, her hand unexpectedly brushed against a rigid object beside her. Turning her head, she was met with the ghastly, pallid visage of a palace guard, his eyes wide and lifeless, fixated upon her. A shriek escaped the matriarch's lips, terror coursing through her veins, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She instinctively turned away, only to find herself face to face with another figure clad in black, his face ashen. Another piercing scream erupted from her, and she fainted in sheer fright. Zhou and Qiqiao, alerted by the matriarch's cries, rushed into the room. Upon their arrival, they were met with the chilling sight of 2 pale men lying on the bed, unmistakably lifeless. The matriarch had already succumbed to unconsciousness. In unison, the 2 women dashed towards the door. Once outside, Zhou collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing fiercely, breath coming in ragged gasps. Qiqiao, what? Did you see? She stammered. Qiqiao, equally shaken, sank to the ground, her youthful frame trembling in fear. She extended 3 fingers, quaking with dread. Zhou nodded repeatedly. The gesture confirmed her worst fears. There were indeed 3 individuals within that room. After a brief pause, Granny Zhou composed herself, for she was indeed an experienced matron. She summoned 2 guards, instructing them to remove the 2 corpses from the room. The guards hoisted the lifeless bodies off the bed, one of them muttering under his breath. To carry a corpse this early in the morning is truly ominous. Alas, offending the wrong person, otherwise. Who would be idle enough to toss a dead body onto the old lady's bed and keep her company through the night? It's a terrifying thought. Indeed. Once the guards departed, Granny Zhou glared at those in the courtyard, warning them fiercely. If anyone dares to utter even a word about what happened on the old lady's bed, they will be dragged out and executed. The others in the courtyard bowed their heads in silence. Xiao and Ling, you 2 shall enter shortly to groom the old lady, while Luwu goes to summon the physician. Yes. After a while, the physician arrived at the old lady's chamber, carrying a small medicine box. He first took her pulse and observed that she had fainted once more. He mused to himself, what malevolent force has the Duke of Dingbei's residence provoked? causing a string of misfortunes? During the old Marquis's time, such chaotic events were unheard of. After administering a few acupuncture needles, the old lady gradually regained consciousness. Sighing deeply, she exhaled a breath of stale air. Ah, what of the two corpses? She glanced left and right. Granny Zhou watched her intently. Old lady, what corpses? Have you had another nightmare? The old lady's eyes were filled with terror, trembling in fear. Granny Zhou, it is true. There are two corpses. And they are staring at me. On my left stood a rather portly figure, while on my right was a slender man clad in black, both seemingly rigid. Granny Zhou implored, Dear matron, if you doubt me, inquire with the physician. Are there truly two lifeless bodies draped in black upon your bed? The physician shook his head. Responding, Madam, it appears you have not rested adequately and are suffering from nightmares. With maids and guards outside, how could there be corpses in your chamber? Yet, within the physician's mind lingered thoughts of the inevitable demise of the Dingbei Marquis. Contemplating his own future, he must seek other opportunities lest he find himself destitute. He prescribed a soothing concoction for the matron and took his leave. The magpie approached, offering counsel. Madam, while you may doubt the words of others, you must place your trust in me. This evening, I shall light a calming incense for you, ensuring a restful slumber, free from those unsavory visions. Her words instilled a measure of belief in the matron, who mused, perhaps it was indeed just a nightmare. The magpie and the lark proceeded to assist the matron with her grooming before they enjoyed breakfast. As soon as the matron finished her meal, a young servant rushed into the room, bowing respectfully as he announced, Madam, the Marquis requests your presence in the courtyard to receive a decree. A decree? Indeed. The Imperial Herald awaits your arrival. Very well, Granny Zhou, let us proceed to the courtyard. Upon arrival, the Dingbei Marquis and the fourth concubine were already present, along with Su Nuan and Su Shuiro. Seeing the assembly, the Imperial Herald commanded all to kneel. With his distinctive voice, he proclaimed, by the Emperor's command, a fire unexpectedly broke out at the Yushin Palace last night. My beloved concubine has tragically perished in a raging inferno, and I was unable to save her. This fills my heart with profound sorrow. I hereby grant permission for the ladies of the Dingbei Marquis to pay their respects. The Marquis of Dingbei hesitated momentarily. As the late concubine was his own sister, a reality he found difficult to accept. Masterly, how could my sister, the concubine, be gone? How could the Yushin Palace possibly catch fire? I am uncertain of the details. All I know is that a fire broke out in that very location last night. The Marquis glanced at his fourth concubine, who produced a pouch of coins, which he accepted. Masterly, your efforts have been arduous. Please accept this small token of appreciation. As Masterly weighed the pouch in his hands, a fleeting smile graced his lips, only to vanish moments later. He discreetly tucked the pouch into his sleeve. Take your time, Masterly. Upon hearing this imperial decree, the matriarch swayed unsteadily. The concubine, her daughter, had perished. How could fire claim her life? With so many maidservants and guards in the palace, how could this happen? Yenner, my dear Yenner, how could you abandon your mother and depart? Oh heavens! Why did you not take me instead? Why must you take my only daughter? The matriarch wept bitterly. As her grief overwhelmed her, she fainted once more, prompting a flurry of activity among those present. The Marquis commanded, all female members of the household, except for the matriarch, shall don mourning attire to pay their respects at Yushin Palace. No one felt the weight of sorrow more acutely than Su Shuiro, who murmured softly, how could this happen? Why must it be so? With the death of the concubine, the fifth prince must observe a period of mourning. When will he ever take me into his household? I can wait, but my child cannot. If an unmarried woman were to conceive and give birth at her maternal home, it would be an immense disgrace. The Duke of Dingbei's residence would be unable to hold its head high, and it would become the greatest laughingstock in the capital. Su Shuiro nodded in agreement. Chapter 98. The spicy plan. She was clad in a simple dress, adorned only with a single jade lily hairpin atop her head, accompanied by pearls and lilies. She boarded a carriage bound for the imperial palace. Along with her, the fourth concubine and the temporarily released third concubine set forth as well. Upon arriving at Yushin Courtyard, they were met with the sight of the palace gates having collapsed. The main courtyard lay in ruins, scorched and bereft of its former splendor, exuding an air of decay. A mourning hall had been established within, where a large black coffin rested at its center. The offering table before it was laden with various tributes and fruits. Paper figures, paper cars, and gold ingots were meticulously arranged on either side of the ground, while several mats were placed before the coffin. A few palace maids were engaged in burning paper money. Noble consort Shu had a daughter, Xinyuan Ning. who was 13 years old this year and greatly favored by the Empress Dowager. Since the age of 5, the Empress Dowager had raised her by her side, cultivating her into a refined young lady proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, well-versed and cultured. Kneeling on either side of the morning hall were members of the 5th Prince's household, and the 5th Prince was engaged in conversation with the Duke of Dingbei. Nuan glanced at the now dilapidated house and thought to herself, given the enormity of the fire, it was evident that noble consort Shu must be dead. Silencing the multitude of voices, a palace maid clad in mourning attire approached Nuan, presenting her with 3 lit incense sticks. Kneeling on the mat, Nuan offered 3 respectful bows to noble consort Shu. She gazed at the coffin before her, her heart murmuring, "Shu Fei, had you not sent someone to kill me, our paths would have never crossed, and you would not have invited such peril upon yourself. If I were the original owner, I would undoubtedly have met my demise that fateful night, lying within that coffin. There is no sympathy to be had. One must reap what one sows. And all misfortune is self-inflicted." She accepted the incense from the hand of a palace maid, stepped forward to place it in the censer, and then retreated to the side. Shuero also approached the coffin, her sobs erupting. "And how could you leave us like this? Shuero did not even get to see you one last time." Nuan curled her lips in disdain. "You shall meet her in due time. Once I have tormented you enough. You may descend to the netherworld to reunite with your aunt. And, without you, how can Shuero navigate her future?" Shuero began to weep bitterly, her tears cascading like rain upon blossoms. Nuan observed, noting that her sobs seemed feeble, as if performed for an audience. In that moment, she discreetly directed a tiny object towards Shuero. So minuscule was it, akin to a speck of dust, that upon striking her, it dispersed across her form. Shuero's initial teary-eyed haze transformed into an outpouring of tears, gushing forth like a relentless river, unstoppable and overwhelming. Her cries were heart-wrenching, a lament of profound sorrow. Nuan mused to herself, "Now this is true sorrow. Cry to your heart's content, and may your performance be as grand as you wish." Onlookers were convinced that Shu Fei had not lavished her affection on this niece in vain. Ultimately, Shuero's face turned pale, her delicate frame appearing helpless, her weeping unceasing, evoking a sense of pity among those present. The 5th Prince, clad in mourning attire, approached and gently helped Shuero to her feet, taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears streaming down Shuero's face. Yet, the more he tried to dry her tears, the more they flowed, as if they could not be contained. "Shuero, since mother is no longer with us, she surely would not wish to see you in such a state. Do not weep to the point of harming your health." Shuero, on the verge of fainting, collapsed into the embrace of the 5th Prince. Nuan observed this affectionate display with disdain, muttering under her breath, "Such displays of affection ought to be reserved for appropriate occasions. Alas, the misfortunes of our family." The 3rd and 4th concubines also stepped forward to pay their respects in a perfunctory manner, and eventually, everyone departed from the royal palace. As Nuan chatted idly with her 2 maidservants in the carriage, he remarked, "Miss, the spicy strips you gifted us are absolutely delectable. Yesterday, Banxia was still wondering when we might indulge in them again." "Oh dear, thank you for the reminder. I nearly forgot about that matter." Prompted by He's words, Nuan suddenly recalled her intention to earn 5,000 points today in order to rescue that man. She lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside and instructed the coachman, "Let us head towards the main street. There is still time." Nuan then took her 2 maidservants for a leisurely stroll down the street. However, while Nuan was on the lookout for business opportunities, her maidservants were merely enjoying the spectacle around them. In her thoughts, Nuan considered the fact that this era lacked chili peppers, and consequently, all spicy delicacies were non-existent. Dishes such as spicy hot pot, spicy boiled fish, and spicy skewers were nowhere to be found. "Are there any shops of ours that are not performing well?" "Miss, there is one that sells embroidery, just ahead. Shall we take a look?" Upon entering the shop, they were greeted by an array of exquisite garments and rolls of fabric adorning the walls. "Miss, you have arrived." Master you greeted with a respectful bow. "No need for excessive formality. I am merely here to take a look," Nuan replied. She glanced outside. The location was adjacent to the main street, bustling with a steady flow of pedestrians, making it an excellent spot. Inside, there was ample space for over 30 tables, with 3 additional rooms at the back. In Nuan's mind, a design blueprint began to take shape. "I shall take on the role of the spicy hot pot queen. Master you, Please transfer all the ready-to-wear garments and usable fabrics to the new residence. Miss, how will the shop continue to operate? Master Yu inquired anxiously. Well, that means we shall close it down, he asked in disappointment. Although the shop's profits were modest, it represented years of his dedication and affection, leaving Master Yu somewhat saddened. Master Yu, this place will transform into a spicy hot pot restaurant, and you will oversee its management. Spicy hot pot? You shall see in due time. Master Yu. People do not purchase clothing daily, yet food can be consumed every day. Even if not daily, it will certainly be enjoyed every few days. Tomorrow, I will have Baihe deliver the design plans to you, and you can commence renovations according to the blueprint. We shall start with this small establishment. It is my first venture into the culinary world. In the future, I aspire to establish a second, a third, and spread spicy hot pot restaurants far and wide. Pearl Baihe, you shall select the fabrics we do not intend to use and begin selling them off. Lily and Pearl began to engage in a lively discussion. As noon approached, Nuan, accompanied by 2 maidservants, with Lily carrying a small medicine box, arrived near the tavern. They patiently awaited the arrival of their guest. Miss, who are we waiting for here? One of the maidservants inquired. A benefactor, Nuan replied. A benefactor? Indeed. The spicy strips were exchanged for points. And your mistress is nearly out of points. We need to rescue someone to earn a few. Miss, will this benefactor truly arrive? Rest assured, he will come. It is likely he will meet his fate here. Miss, why do I feel as though you resemble a fortune teller? Pearl asked. If I possessed such abilities, would I find myself in this predicament? Pearl fell silent. Nuan glanced at her watch intermittently, casting her gaze towards the tavern's vicinity.